Welcome back, everyone. This is the most roguish of heels. Rogue Heel coming right here live on YouTube. We're going to continue with everyone's favorite segment, Internet Brain Rot. That's right, folks. Internet Brain Rot. We are watching. We are absolutely watching this one more time. But let me just go through like the news here very quickly. So, as you all know, the hand DA is being together with another witness in the I hate saying it this way, but it's the Stormy Daniels trial. So let's just start the show, change scenes. Joe Brandon is right there. We're gonna get rid of Joe Brandon, and we're gonna bring back me. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe Brandon. If you're gonna run again, just say no. I will be voting for you. And there's me again. So we are actually gonna go through and finish up. Chud Logic did actually upload his remaining parts to the Mr. Girl article on Destiny. God, isn't that another Mr. Destiny? The Mr. Girl saga continues with Destiny, so we're gonna continue to watch those videos. So, and I'm not gonna actually be playing games at all either. I'm just gonna be watching his videos too. But apparently, we're gonna have Twitter up here too. So if you don't know what's going on in Israel, and in reality too, a lot of people are just not talking about it. Maybe because like it's a hot topic, maybe because there's a lot of things going on behind the scenes that we're not aware of too. I also don't know many news organizations deep into the reporting, but there have been mass protests that have been going on in Israel because of a huge judicial overhaul that the current Prime Minister Netanyahu, you have heard his name many times, that he was going to implement, because he has a coalition government now with essentially the far right in Israel, which would, and people say this without a doubt, ensure that he would not get charged and convicted of any corruption, right? Because that was the fear. And the military, the police, and basically almost everybody in Israel, the people in Israel, were not okay with that because they understood what that would lead to, right? Like he would quite literally try to create the beginnings of a fascist state. I don't say that hyperbolically too, because it would lead up to that. And a lot of people were talking about that too. It was a dangerous precedent in the sense too. So you can see here from this breaking news article, he's decided to pause it. There were protests, and it was early in the morning, going on all day too. And there's also a general strike, and all these companies said we're going to continue to pay our workers during the general strike, because this was something that was that serious, where companies were willing to pay through a general strike. So he's paused this for now. I wonder what's going to happen now, because he just said he paused it. He didn't say he's going to get rid of it. He just paused it. Another thing too is, if I can find the posts here, the Mahan DA is meeting with another witness today, or the grand jury for the Stormy Daniels case. I hate saying it's the Stormy Daniels case. It's really the campaign finance violation case that involves the payment to Stormy Daniels. That's what it really is. But they are they're meeting today. Another witness. So I don't know if Trump made the rounds on True Social, but the walls are closing in on good old Donnie there. And we'll see what happens too. I wonder now, if they get Donnie on whatever charge they can get, I think he's gonna offer some people up, right? I know some things, folks. You know, he knows some things. I wonder if they can get him on anybody else in the Republican Party. I do wonder about that too. But that's from 17 seconds ago. Today, after years of resisting, North Carolina is set to become the 40th state in the U.S. to expand Medicaid under the Affordable Care Act. Good. So that just makes it now even harder now to repeal the ACA. It would be such a colossal cluster. The Republicans try to do that if they ever take back Congress and the presidency. I actually signed up for is this the alpha or is this the beta? This is just their play test, right? So I think I got email from them. I got to go ahead and check it out. And we're not surprised about this. This is trending for a reason. These two things are trending for a reason. Independent. So we're just doing a little bit more internet brain rot today. This is way more important than this brain rot too. But look at this too. This is Harvard Harris. That's actually pretty good, 43%. Wasn't he polling like in the 30s before, earlier in the year too? There were some polls that were saying his approval rating was like 50-50, right? So this is great going into an election year too. If he can get just like another big win, that would really be good too. But these aren't like bad numbers. So this is a live report from ABC News. You know what? I'll just go ahead and just link this if you guys want to like take a look at it too. All right, you guys can go ahead and take a look at that. Let's see. Lamar Jackson officially requested a trade. Well, apparently he requested a trade back on March 2nd. So it's March 27th today. And now, well, he's now made it known public. He's not made it public that he requested a trade back in March 2nd. So the Jets he's worth 2 first-round picks, get the deal done. I think this is a level of, this is him telling, I'm willing to like negotiate my contract terms now because we're not getting any movement. I think people are willing to give him a certain portion of the contract guaranteed because I think he's worth it. I don't think they're willing to give him $250 million guaranteed. This is like nothing but fluff. You're negotiating with an ATF officer and doing what? But these guys are in like tough positions because these are all elected officials, and the reality is they do have a lot of power, and they can like fuck up this guy's career. So he has to play nice. Ooh, I'll take that. Go Democrats. Not familiar with Redfield, Wilton. That's not bad. 46%. Okay, let's get into the brain rot. This is like we're going into some serious like territory here. Look at this. This is a Rasmussen poll. Isn't this a? I forget. Is it Rasmussen or is it another polling agency that does that's closely tied with Republican? That's 50%. Don't know who that is. Okay, I'm not doing too much. Let's Daredevil Born Again. I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be totally different. Don't expect the old Daredevil Born Again. Don't expect the old Daredevil. They look good, man. Film until December. Hey, listen. Good for them. Good to have them back. Having Daredevil back is perfect. Okay. All right, let's get back to pure internet brain rot, everybody. It's the most roguish of heels, and it's time to leech off of Chud Logic. Once again, I want to make it clear, this is just like for fun, interesting content, okay? We're branching out into doing a little bit of this drama stuff. At the end of the day, I really don't care, but I gotta tell you, man, the Destiny and his personal relationships with other streamers, where it just seems... maybe it's like one of those things where like after all the events transpire, it's like it just seems like so obvious. Like, why would you like get into any sort of relationship with these people, but like it's, you know, hindsight being what it is, right? It's one of those deals, but it's just like this complete cluster just seems like it could have been all completely avoided because the signs were there. And obviously we're gonna leech off of a Wick right here too. Look at this, 26,000 views, this motherfucker, with the connections too. Godspeed to Wick. If I can get to like where he is with his YouTube and Chud with his YouTube and streaming, then I would be so fucking happy. I can doing this like full time would be like a dream to me. But let's get going here too.
Whatever. I have confidence that whatever they're doing is probably... The FBI called me.
Okay, so this is part 3. All right, let me not... Okay, so I got this wrong. So this is part 3. I thought this was part 2. No, it says part 3 here. So is this...
You have these saviors, healers, fixers.
Okay, so what am I... So part 3 and 4...
I think what Destiny is doing to me is horrible. And for you to say...
Okay, here it is. Okay, put this in, save the watch later. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I got complete, because do you see how, oh, okay, I see where I screwed up. I just saw part 1 and I completely ignored the Lavloon part. So this is part 2, and then parts 3 and 4 concentrate on Lavloon. Okay.
I have an announcement to make. And the announcement is that I will no longer be talking about other creators behind their backs on stream. So I will not be talking about Destiny, about Cherry before she gets here, about Erudite or any of these other creators. I have decided that I think it is...
Give it a like and sub to Chub Logic, everybody. Does great content.
Harm on people.
Talking about inflicting psychological harm. Chud Logic inflicts psychological harm upon himself when he watches these videos for you. Gives his commentary. So make sure to give a like and subscribe to his channel too. And check him out on Twitch too.
People, even if what I say is true, especially if it's not true, I think that streamers are hurting each other by talking about each other behind their backs, basically. I think that the
everyday life, my friend, I'm sorry.
The narrative about you be so strongly swayed by one person just sort of saying whatever they think is not good for you, and I don't want to participate in it anymore.
But that's that sorted. I'm gonna continue on, okay? I was supposed to be ending my stream right about now, but we're continuing on. We're continuing reading, okay? Right. I'm gonna get back to it as quickly as possible. I mean, I just feel like mainly I don't really, you know, I feel like I've kind of said what I've got to say about the Anna stuff. Reading all of it hasn't really meaningfully changed my perspective. I mean, a lot of this stuff I kind of had some wind or some knowledge of. My position is kind of the same. I guess my concern with it is like, yeah, there's definitely things worthy of criticism, certainly, but...
No, absolutely.
The framing of it when it was first being discussed to what it's come out as in the article seems to be such a big shift. Do you know what I mean? Keep going. Oh my god. I said I'm going to take a 5-minute break and just chill. Can you calm down? Well, there's going to be different types of people, okay? There's going to be some people... I mean, I know people that are big Destiny fans that also watch me, and they are, like, totally on board with criticisms of some of the, you know, some of the shit that Destiny's done. Do you know what I mean? It's not as if, like, everyone is totally brainwashed and will only ever praise Destiny. There are undoubtedly people from his community there that are a bit fucking schizoid. And, you know, they kind of take it a bit far and go to extremes to defend Destiny's actions in totality, you know? Whereas I think that people that are a bit more reasonable will be able to offer criticism and stuff. The problem that you've got.
That's true.
Okay,
There,
thanks for the $100. Listen, I know there's a lot of money being thrown at me at the moment. I appreciate every penny, okay? Every dime. I'm just doing my best to...
There are like fanatics in like DGG, but that's not like everybody too. They actually, more often than not, they really do like criticize him quite a bit for all the shit that he does. You know what I mean? So it's fair. It's fair to say the least.
Read this behemoth article that's been released without any exact knowledge of when it's going to come out. Supreme Leader does no wrong. My clicking point, the Anna stuff, is obviously I spoke to Destiny on stream about it, and Destiny was like, what problems could come of sexting Anna? What could be the problems? And it's just like, this is like a hopeless fucking, you know, this is
the
like
Coomer
a brain
taking over,
like
man.
Trying to argue with someone that's in the midst of a pornography addiction why maybe it's bad to consume 5 hours of pornography a day. That is like the most extremist shit you can imagine, of a girl getting fucking, you know, destroyed by 20 black guys or something. And it's like, yeah, maybe you need something, you know, moderate your pornography habits. So what could be the problem with watching 5 hours a day of a woman getting absolutely blacked left, right, and center? Do you know what I mean? I don't know. It's just like it's pointless. Destiny is unlikely to change. You know, he loves mentally ill women. He's probably going to continue to engage with mentally ill women, despite the fact they often cause him great hardships in his life. You know, it's not something I would personally do. It's not really for me. I've been down. That being said, I've been down that road. Okay, and I've dabbled a bit in some of the Discord kit and shit. Okay, it's not for me. No, thank you. I'm done with that. That's behind me. The question is, you know, has Destiny done something? Like, what has Destiny done, and what should be done about it, right? And my whole problem with this has been, it feels like Destiny is clearly meeting like whatever the YouTube terms of service are, right? He's meeting whatever the terms of service are on the platforms that he broadcasts on and he puts content onto. Max wants to set up an additional layer or an additional level of like conduct or terms of service or something like that. And if you want to do that, that's fine. You can push for that. Okay, not a problem at all. But until that's in place, and I don't believe it will ever be in place personally, but you know, you're basically looking for like a HR department or something, right? Until that's in place,
for like streamers,
I think people should do this, and you can live to your own standards. Okay. Beyond that, I don't think you can compel a person to acquiesce to what your ethical standards are, and I certainly don't think that you can expect others to cut off ties because the person.
People have like talked about this too, like a fucking streamer, like HR, like who the fuck's gonna pay for it? You expect like a bunch of random people who don't have an obligation to pay for something, to pay for like essentially like an HR department. You know what I mean? It's different with like taxes. You don't really have like choices. Like you could choose not to pay taxes, right? But you know, there's always a fear of like the government like cracking down and garnishing your wages and then auditing you too. That's the stick. The government has the stick, which is the threat of violence. Like what are you gonna do? Like what if like a group of them say we're not gonna pay for it because we're never gonna use it. We'll just handle the problem ourselves. Like that's why like the union stuff. It's an idyllic dream to have like streamer HR to have like some form of like healthcare service that's provided for, that someone else has to pay for too. People are gonna have like severe issues like paying for this. So people have severe issues paying for like fucking road construction, paying for taxes. Now you think they're gonna like voluntarily take pay? The big streamers may not have a problem with it because it's probably so insignificant in terms of like the pay that they would lose. Not a problem. But mid to small size streamers, they're counting every penny, man. That's why it just won't work that way too. Now you might say, well, what about in the workplace with that stuff too? There's a material benefit to have like having like a union that can defend, because there's a long history behind it too. So it's just different too. That's why like part of me really thinks that Twitch either just doesn't care because they know they're like one of the top streaming platforms, and there's always going to be another viral streamer that comes up that they can put. So if somebody leaves for YouTube, Kick, Rumble, something like that too, there is somebody else too. That's why I'm actually kind of surprised like they're kind of letting like the W community, like with Kai and Your Rage and everything, like to start exploring going to other platforms too, because right now they're the hot topic. But they have like, from what, if you believe Train, the only two people that are untouchable over at Twitch is Pokimane and Nick Mercs. And I'm wondering, Nick's not exactly brand safe, but he's one, when it comes to like first person shooters and Call of Duty, like he's one of the first names that pops up. And Pokey, just because she's a top female streamer. I mean, that's what I question. And I'm wondering now, maybe it's because like their brand is so big and they think they can carry Twitch, but the fact of the matter is they're not going to always be there too. And it's always good to have a diverse audience for your platform too. So I'm actually really surprised that they're not like pushing Kai a little bit more too and saying, hey, this is Kai, this is the W community, they stream on Twitch, just showing some love there too. I'm also wondering too if like the CEO of Twitch is actually directly engaged with like what's going on over at Twitch as well. But we'll see what happens too. I do want more competition because I think that'll push Twitch out of its atrophy. But back to Chud Logic and brain rot.
To what your ethical standards are,
I say this only with love, Chud.
On top of
you
that
do good
well,
work.
It's a kind of comparison to a dynamic of like a boss and an employee, and I don't think that that's truly demonstrated that exists as a solid thing that you can point to. It's a much more nebulous and a lot more abstract than that, right? That is my basic position on all of this shit. This has not really convinced me that I should change that. I thought it before reading the article. I think after reading the article, maybe there's going to be stuff later that might make me change my mind. But broadly speaking, yeah, this hasn't really done a good job of convincing me that there's some catastrophic, terrible harm happening, and I ought to take some action or do something about it or try and stop it, Anyway, does that make sense? That's my position on after reading so far. Okay, here's what we're going to do. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to crank up these goals a bit. We're going to crank up these goals. We need to go higher, okay? I want to make this a $2,000 stream today. This is the $2,000 sexual assault stream, okay? Let's fucking crank these goals up a bit. And then we'll get back to the article. Anyway, how are we doing, chat? What do you think so far? I'm trying to find the right balance between reading, reacting, talking. I'm trying to pick out claims which I think I maybe know something about.
No, he's doing a good job, man.
I feel are unfair. Obviously, if I responded line by line to this, I'd be here all fucking day. And, obviously, I'm sure that Destiny is going to be, if he does cover any of this, I'm sure he's going to be able to offer a more adequate defense of himself than I ever could. Obviously, I'm getting orders from him as we speak.
If you're wondering why I'm looking off to the sides, because I'm just taking a look at Twitter right now, see what's going on.
Even though we're looking a bit lowly on the old tips, I tell you what, we'll put that up to 500, okay? It's the $1,500 stream. That's what we're dealing with at the moment. That's what we're working on at the moment, all right? Jesus, my Discord is popping off. This is fucking popping the fuck off. Okay, what's this? Wait, is this my orbiters now? What the fuck is this? You got me, there's DK, there's Will and his channel getting fucking absolutely destroyed in the background. Wick, Creeman. Is that Smug Bugs on your... Is that Soy Nod? Is that the Soy Nod emote?
Is that Smug Bug? I can't even tell.
Oh, that's a banger. Did Destiny actually leak nudes? From what I can tell, it seems like what Destiny did in 2012, he was in a Skype call with some close friends and he shared nudes of someone with 2 people, he claims. That's the claim that is being made in the article as well.
Which is shitty. You shouldn't do that.
So,
I believe he's actually addressed that when I was looking into it.
As bad as that is, and... sharing someone's penis picture on a Twitter account to 40,000 people. Did he
both
apologize?
actions, to be clear, is shitty.
Would he do it again? That's the question. Anyway, come on. We've had a little break. We've had a little break, okay? We've had a little break. I feel like we're ready to get back into this. So, wait, hang on. Did I not save the thing? I appreciate you all deeply, more than you can possibly imagine. I've just increased my goals because I want to make as much money as I possibly can out of doing this stream, okay? So any support you give me is greatly appreciated. Obviously, I'm reading this to the entertainment of however many people are watching. Give generously, and I'll love you forever as a personal, close friend, okay? Right? And yeah, that's it. Okay, let's continue. Sam. Sam.
Sam.
Let's get into this. Okay, so in early 2021, Destiny funded and organized door-to-door canvassing for the mayoral campaign of political novice
he'll go into it
in Omaha. The two also did promotional media appearances together. As the primary election neared, the communities of rival political streamers and former proteges of Destiny's criticized Destiny's involvement in the campaign, noting in particular his 2020 comment that the rioting needs to fucking stop, and if that means white redneck fucking militia dudes out there mowing down dipshit protesters that think they can torch buildings at 10 p.m., then at this point they have my fucking blessing. On March 2nd, 2021, Destiny invited an Omaha resident who had criticized him on Twitter for a chat on stream.
I think it was that comment and possibly some comments on like trans women in sports that eventually got him kicked off of Twitch, perma-banned off of Twitch.
Sam, a non-binary 21-year-old. Okay, I've got to be honest. Why is Max talking about non-binary and shit? I thought he was against all this gender bollocks, wasn't he? He mentioned the trans thing earlier.
I thought
he was
so
against
too.
all this gender nonsense. What the fuck's that about? Why is he mentioning the non-binary? It doesn't make any sense to me. Transal culture. Does he even think non-binary is real? Anyway, let's continue. A non-binary 21-year-old was a fan of Destiny's rival streamers, Asan and Vosh, and thought Destiny was poisonous for Gudgel's campaign. Sam began, "I'm concerned. I'm from Omaha. I live in Omaha. And I'm concerned with the potential mayor candidate campaigning with someone like you who has said the N-word and has said the F-slur online and..." Destiny, why would you focus so much on me and not what Mark's actual policy positions or what Mark believes? Like you realize, I'm not part of Mark's campaign, I'm not running for office. But you're definitely bringing over your supporters and your fans. Do you think that you should be vetting and denying help if you don't agree 100% ideologically with every single canvasser or somebody that comes to volunteer? Sam fought valiantly, but was unable... Wait a second. Okay, sorry, to pause a second. I was promised reams of women that were going to basically say Destiny was a giga rapist, okay? That seemed to be how it was, the flavor of what was presented. And now we've got what? Some non-binary person who was upset with some political argument.
There really hasn't been. He's made a lot of promises and he's backtracked. Remember the Harvey Weinstein comment too? He's like backtracked like off that too. Because apparently he has actually like reached out. He being Mr. Girl has actually like reached out to and trying to speak to like multiple women. And as far as I know, only the very obvious ones are the ones that spoke up. Talking about Anna and like Lavloon. So in reality though, this is just I talked about this yesterday and Chud's talked about this is just like one giant hit piece to come at Destiny. This is ultimately not gonna this will garner attention from people who want to criticize Mr. Girl. This is not gonna do the thing that Mr. Girl thinks that it's going to do. But I think Mr. Girl, let me say this carefully. I think Mr. Girl thinks that this is gonna do what he thinks that it's going to do to Destiny. He's going to rationalize it in his own mind. So, let's continue. If that makes sense.
It's just, this is like very underwhelming. I've just fucking realized, like, we're reading about some person, some NB that had some problem with a political disagreement or something. And I'm like, I thought it was supposed to be women. Where's the women? Where's the women that were going to come forward? I thought there was women waiting in the sidelines,
Just casually brushing my beard,
ready to come forward and dish all out in a fucking, a fucking situation. Where's the women? I just realised. Anyway, Destiny silenced them. I heard that Destiny went round to the women, and you know when you go around and murder witnesses, that's what Destiny did, but he raped them to death. He raped them until they died. That's what I heard on the grapevine. Anyway, nonetheless, let's continue. Sam fought valiantly, but was unable to keep up with Destiny's confusing reframing of the argument. Sam also described feeling nervous and overwhelmed as Destiny got angrier and angrier. Destiny accused Sam of participating in disgusting party politics, saying, "You actually don't know anything about Gudgel." Sam said, "I do know about him. I work at Omaha North High School, dude. I work there. I'm doxing myself, dude." At the time, Mark was an English teacher at Omaha North. While they spoke, Destiny's fans scoured Sam's Twitter. They found a couple of racial and homophobic jokes, which Destiny read aloud and displayed on screen. In one, Sam had said, "Very easy to spot the Jew in the flood of Christmas tweets." That's based. While teasing a friend at age 15. I mean,
Jesus.
I don't really have a problem with this, because if someone is trying to chastise you for things you've said on the internet, and they've also said things which could also look bad, I mean, is it not okay to point that out? Like, if I was coming to you saying, "Hey, you made some jokes about saying the N-word and that's pretty bad," and then I find tweets of you saying the N-word and I go, "What's this? The EDP meme. What's this, motherfucker?" Anyway, maybe it goes on. Let's continue on.
That's fair. You gotta remember, like, for any normies in the audience, this is internet rules, baby. Internet rules put prison rules to shame. All right. If it's out there on the internet, it's essentially fair game. Especially if you start criticizing somebody for like conduct that you yourself have done too. Like if you use like an old joke from back in the day, like 3-4 years ago, and saying, "Oh, you said this and this was bad," and then I go out and do a quick search and say, "Well, you said that exact same joke about like 2-3 years ago, so doesn't seem like the criticism you give to me, shouldn't I be able to levy that same criticism toward you?"
It's weird that you're obsessed with me, that you're going that far. Okay, hey, these things are on your timeline. It's easy to search on your timeline and look for things. Okay, it's happened. I think this is when I think Mr. Girl is editing the errors out live, which is fine. You know, it is what it is. I understand. Got to make sure it's correct. Maybe should have done that before you released it. So what have we got? So it's these, and then assorted stories, and it's Lav and Mr. Girl. Okay. Oh, for fuck's sake, I'm just going to scroll down. Jesus Christ, the Anna section was fucking long. Holy shit. Sorry, guys. We're nearly there, 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 we're nearly there. Okay. Right. This feels like when Destiny padded his manifesto with 50 emails from random trans viewers. Yeah, that was fucking stupid, but anyway, we're not here to assess Destiny's manifesto memes. Let's continue on.
Was that the Keffel's manifesto? Yeah. That just seems so long ago now. Oh my god.
Oh, so you think it's okay to make racist jokes if it's to close friends? The debate turned increasingly ugly, with Destiny giving zero credit to the idea.
It's probably the N-word saga, I forget. Oh no, this was this like private speech versus like public speech, right? Like what you say privately with your friends versus what you say publicly.
Political candidate. I mean, I think it's undeniable. I think it's undeniable that associating with a streamer as a political candidate is probably going to be bad for optics if they find shitty clips of you, right? My understanding, if I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure Destiny went through this arc and he realized off the back of it that that was true, and if he wanted to help, he needed to do it at the more like back approach, because if he's right at the forefront of it and there's an association made, it's going to potentially hurt the political career of the person. So I think now he kind of like have more of a hands-off thing where he pays for all the hotels and shit like that, but he doesn't necessarily put himself at the forefront of the discourse so that a politician doesn't have to answer for like some wacky shit that Destiny said one time. That's my understanding of it anyway. Okay, let's continue on anyway. The conversation lasted 90 minutes, with Sam falling silent for 45 minutes after calling an ally to debate Destiny. When the ally left, Sam was drunk and said so and noticeably slurring. Having lost his patience with what he perceived as leftist cancel culture, Destiny told Sam, "You only exist to hurt other people." As Destiny began to wrap up the conversation, Sam said, "Pull your dick out and say you're a Sans baby boy." Destiny, first of all, how do you even know that I have a penis? That's kind of a weird assumption. Sam, pull your dick out, wave it around and say you're a Sans baby boy. They fought over who has more of a right to claim Omaha as their city. Destiny lived in... It's so funny to read it out. Destiny lived in Los Angeles at the time, but his son was being raised in Omaha. Eventually, Sam, increasingly incoherent, just said blah, 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 and laughed drunkenly. Destiny gave his closing insult.
I think I remember this. It was a waste of everybody's time. It just devolved very quickly too. The guy came in there basically just to like troll Destiny, not have like an honest conversation. It was a waste too. Don't get me wrong. It's just like, it's good content to watch for the memes. Now I remember, I actually saw this conversation. Yeah, it was nothing, man. It was nothing. And it really did the disservice to like, if this guy was like a Hassan and like Bosch fan, it did a disservice to both those guys too. If this is like the fan base that you cultivate, you know what I mean? It doesn't help them too. And I forgot what they said about it too afterwards. But like, honestly though, if like this was a fan, I would bring that guy on stream and chastise him. Like, instead of like talking to this guy about like and critiquing like his viewpoints or like this specific issue with them, you just decide to troll him and make me look like a fucking moron, and that the rest of the fan base here is a moron. Then I'll proceed to ban him because like this is so stupid.
Play well for you when you're ultra depressed, when you cry in the middle of the night, when you realize you're a sad, pathetic person and all you can do is contribute to negativity online. Sam interrupted repeatedly, saying, fuck you, I'm here, bitch, you aren't. Destiny muted Sam, who immediately left the call. Destiny lamented the fact that despite having broadcast thousands of hours of himself talking, he is still held up to such a high standard that if I've ever said anything or done anything, I get crucified for it. It really disappoints me that I have to constantly defend and relive and deal with the worst things I've said throughout the history of my existence. The following morning, the University of Nebraska at Omaha student paper, The Gateway, printed a highly critical story about Destiny's involvement with Gudgel's campaign. In addition to referencing Destiny's controversies, the author also included accounts from locals who described Destiny's canvassers as aggressive and pushy. Gudgel told Destiny that he would have to cut ties with him. Hours before the campaign made the official announcement, Destiny wrote in the public chat.
I remember like the broad strokes of this. I don't remember the specifics that led to this too. What I understand is Mark Gudgel, when he was running for office, like he accepted Destiny's like help. But I guess him and his team didn't really look into like Destiny. And once they started digging a little bit more into Destiny's background, like he was like, oh shit, I can't really be like associated with that too, which is understandable. I understand if you're running for political office, you don't want to give your opponent, hell, even people in your own party that you're like, especially if it's like it's a primary, not the general, like ammunition to use against you too. So he sort of like willingly accepted. There was a blow up, mostly from like Destiny's side too. He got like pretty triggered by it from what I understand. If I'm wrong about this, show me the clip. And then it just kind of spiraled out of control after that.
I think Mark's suspending his campaign. No, he didn't suspend his campaign, but he did end up losing his primary.
Yep, it was. So it was a primary, yeah.
Mark Gudgel was wasn't he like a sort of sideline candidate anyway? He only ended up getting like 1,000 votes. So I think it was a long shot anyway that Mark Gudgel was going to win in the first place, right? Anyway, he's getting threats and shit to his family. He says that the stress, etc., is destroying him. It's not the far lefties. It's impol-obsessed white people at the moment, people obsessed with supporting black women. Mark wants to remain relentlessly positive, but now that it's over, I'm going to write something more scathing. At 10 a.m., before Gudgel's announcement, Destiny posted an essay titled "Incredibly Disappointed by the Lack of Journalistic Integrity at You Knows the Gateway" and writer Hannah Michelle Busser. Busser. The Reddit post would receive 6,500 upvotes, making it the most popular R-Destiny post to this day. Destiny posted accused Busser of intentionally misrepresenting his views on BLM, downplaying his progressive activism, and printing lies about him told by supporters of rival candidates. Additionally, he posted screenshots of the author's personal social media, pointing to a supposed conflict of interest because it showed a rival campaigns manager on Facebook. The Gateway's article comment section.
I would have to like get context like on that last part too. She followed rival. I mean, if she's a journalist, I wouldn't be surprised that she would be following like a rival campaign manager like on Facebook and post. And I mean, it's pretty common. Like, you know how many people like covered Donald Trump and like followed Donald Trump before he got kicked off of Twitter? You know what I mean? So I don't think that's so bad. I see more context behind that.
The article received 28 likes, while one of the many replies accusing Busser of bias with a screenshot of a Facebook account received 576. That afternoon, Destiny would do a stream titled "Debunking the Hit Piece and Addressing the Attacks" mini manifesto, but he had one other order of business to attend to first. Sam. Destiny consulted his chat. Destiny, someone in here said the drunk guy or whatever worked with kids. Does anyone have the clip to that and want me to clip the sexual harassment comments he made about me taking my dick out? I'll forward it to his employment.
Ooh.
Okay, yeah, this is pretty fucked, assuming this is true. A fan, do you really think these people you talk to cause the threats to Mark's employment? Otherwise, this is really bad. Fuck off, you concern trolling inbred dipshit. If people want to be held accountable, then let's hold people accountable. He sent the following email to Omaha North High School. Hello, Sam Blank claimed to be employed by your school. I'm not sure if he was truthful or not, but if he is, I'd like to make you aware of some strange sexually aggressive comments he was making online yesterday. He also made a number of tweets containing anti-Semitic humor in them, though I believe he's privated his account and probably deleted them by now. Sorry for any trouble this causes. Thanks for taking the time to read, Stephen. I mean, this is just like malicious and unnecessary, right? Nah, it's not based. Not to message the fucking school. Talking shit online and stuff's fine, but this is fucking cringe, man. Absolutely no way you could argue this is based. I'd be cool with this if the person had tried to like contact Twitch or something and said, "Oh, Twitch, look at the things that Destiny has said."
Never go back. It's just so bad.
Maybe that might.
And one of the reasons why, like, I really hate, like, you know, when you like people. One is just like you leave people's like jobs and like, you know, children and like their spouses that are like like public people like out. It's just because it's gonna escalate. You know, it just escalates. You do it, then they'll do it back. And, you know, even if they don't do it directly, it'll be like someone in their community, and it's going to keep escalating until like something like really serious happens. And I mean, yeah, like there's actual like violence that happens. It's just bad. It's just a bad look too. You just don't do it. I don't see the value of doing it, like that sort of stuff too. If like somebody broke the law, or if there's like an actual, if you talk to an attorney and there's like a valid lawsuit you have against the person for like whatever the issue is, then go ahead and like do that. But like just like directly attacking like somebody's job, contacting their job, their place of employment, saying like they did this, and possibly some work, especially larger companies, they're pretty sensitive to stuff like that too. You know, they might just fire the person. And after that, you know, you put someone in a desperate situation, you just don't know what the fuck's going to happen. You know what I mean? You just don't know what's going to happen after that when you put someone in a very desperate situation. So don't do it. Just don't do it. If you want to critique that person, go after that person, that personality. Just go after that person, that personality, and leave out like their work and their family.
Understand it a bit more. But yeah, this is like just petty and malicious. So yeah, That's you know, worthy of criticism.
That's like
Sure.
what? This is 30, almost 30 minutes in, 25 minutes in. Being a pause Andy right now.
Completely unnecessary. It's not based. It's not based at all. And I'm pretty sure that Destiny is like a pretty hard advocate against cancel culture and shit, right? Generally speaking, he's someone that speaks out against cancel culture. A moment of inconsistency, I would argue, that is, you know, condemnable. Anyway, there we go. Well, at least he ended strong, I guess. At least he ended strong. I mean, I'm assuming this is true. I mean, obviously, I'd probably want to see the email or some sort of evidence to confirm it, you know? But I mean, Destiny's watching right now, right? Destiny, is this true? Did you do this? Like, I don't know. If he's going to deny it, then fair enough. Then we need to see the evidence. So, no receipts is bad. No, you're engaging in the fucking DGG brain rot. It's called messing around and found out. That is complete cope. Absolutely not. No fucking way. There's nothing that Sam did that justifies this. Fucking around and finding out means you do something that causes some consequence for you that is somewhat fair, okay? Come on. You're fucking being retarded. Anyway, look, that being said, other than that, you know, this is just internet shit talking. This part's bad, but the rest is just the twos and fro's of online content creation. But again, you know, not including the link is probably an oversight. It'd be nice to see the link to the email or something. Okay, anyway, yeah, well, Destiny apparently doesn't remember, but probably did. So, yeah, there we go. Yep, I've seen it. I've seen it. Yep. Obviously, he still stands that was a good thing to do. Obviously, I disagree. Yeah. Wait, this guy, Sam nuked Mark's campaign? How did Sam nuke Mark's campaign?
Yeah, that doesn't really make any sense.
There's some other information which you can show me which showed that Sam was responsible for Mark's campaign getting nuked, then yeah, maybe I'd reconsider somewhat. But like, from what I'm seeing here, unless there's something I'm missing, I don't think Sam is responsible for Mark's campaign going down the toilet. No, I'm not calling Destiny. I'm reading this. I want to get through this article, okay? Maybe another day I can talk to Destiny about this. But I don't really care enough to fucking have a debate about whether or not it was fucking schizoid, fucking malicious shit to email someone's university, okay? Maybe another day we'll see. Anyway, let's continue on, okay?
Just so everybody knows that it's actually
Darius,
very schizoid.
Here we go.
Don't do that. Please don't do that, chat.
In July of 2022, Melina caught Destiny having an affair. Both her and Destiny told multiple people details of the affair, making it an open secret in Destiny's community, but a secret I've nonetheless agreed to keep. Wait, is that... Okay, I sort of referenced that earlier. Okay, don't say the name. It's supposed to be a secret, guys. Do not say the name. It's supposed to be a secret.
The so Nazi woman, blonde-headed Nazi woman.
Post that I read on KF true. Okay, let's just continue
knowing his history.
On, okay?
Then it probably is. Look, there's some truth to it.
TK's posting the name. Stop. Enough. Cease. Let's just continue on. At the time, Melina was extremely distraught and
there's
unstable,
another one besides the one name that you're seeing on screen right now, chat.
A small 25-year-old streamer in Destiny's community was a close friend and previous sex partner of Melina's. After confiding in Darius about her heartbreak and suicidal feelings, Melina invited him to move to Austin with her. She would get a break from Destiny. Okay, this is... Is Destiny still watching? Is Destiny still watching? because this is a bit awkward, isn't it? This is a bit awkward. It's a bit fucking awkward, isn't it? It's a little bit awkward. Hey, let's talk about the intricacies of Destiny's personal, sexual, and material relationships whilst he's listening. Based. Okay, fuck it.
Oh, dear
Listen,
God, man.
if he doesn't want to listen to this, he should stop fucking freebooting my content, the little fucker. Okay, let's fucking go. Come on.
I mean, you could just like pay Chud off. What if Destiny was like, listen, Chud, I'll pay you 50 G's if you stop if you just completely stop covering this article. Chud would take it. I'm not gonna lie, I would take it.
Darius has been struggling financially, so Melina flew him out and paid for the Airbnb. Wait, hang on, we missed a bit. We need to make sure we read every part of this, okay? After confiding in Darius about her heartbreak and suicidal feelings, Melina invited him to move to Austin with her. She would get a break from Destiny, and Darius would get a break from his own troubled relationship with his 23-year-old then fiance, Sushi. Darius has been struggling financially, so Melina flew him out and paid for the Airbnb. Just skip the section. Absolutely not. What do you take me for? According to Darius, she has also floated the idea of renting an apartment where he could live with her in exchange for doing camera work for a content creation.
Sounds based. He's living the dream.
Okay. Darius claims that on the first night, while sharing a bed, Melina wore lingerie to sleep and pressed herself against him. Melina would later vehemently deny this occurred.
Oh my God.
Darius had bought 2 MDMA doses to Austin, which he and Melina had planned to take together, but he first warned her that he might become infatuated with her once the drug took effect.
And now agreeing to fly to Austin, basically living with her.
Abruptly told him to leave
Didn't
Austin.
tell her that.
Darius flew home the same day. Upon returning, he found out he was being fired from his job. Now it was his turn to confess suicidal feelings to Melina.
Jesus Christ, man. God.
But she replied only to ask him about
The level
bag
of
shrooms he
internetness
left
in
in
this is
Austin,
just
ignoring
crazy.
his request for help. At one point, Darius wanted to stab himself, but he kept changing his mind by the time he'd retrieved a knife. He started keeping knives within arm's reach. Sushi urged him to go to the hospital, but he refused. On top of everything else, Darius's new puppy, sick with parvovirus, whatever that is, needed an emergency surgery that would cost up to $10,000. Paying for it was out of the question, so Darius started a GoFundMe and asked for donations on Twitter. Hey guys, I'm very saddened to announce that my dog needs an emergency surgery today or she won't make it. If any oilers out there see this and have empathy and compassion to donate, I'd really appreciate it. I'll get your name tattooed or do anything you want within reason. I'm really at my last breaking point. On August 26, 2022, Trainwrecks, a successful and famously generous Twitch streamer, gave Darius the $10,000. Darius tweeted, "I could fucking cry, bro. Thank you, Trainwrecks TV and everyone who donated to help. I lost so much ducking much this month, and if I lost her, I legit don't know what headspace I'd be in. 5 minutes away from euthanizing her at the vet, and Trainwrecks comes out of nowhere. I owe you all." 14 minutes later, Melina posted in Destiny's public chat, "That dog will get sick again. I could call him a fucking moron and save his money for the other shot he has issues with in life that he fucked up, and not on a fucking dog. Spending 10k on a 5-month-old dog when you're not financially stable is something someone has to say no to. Maybe comes off a dick, but it's the truth." I mean, this is just true. I agree with this. I think this is true.
I'm trying not to be like, I'm trying hard not to be like a dick too, but like, you know, you're not financially stable. You have a, no offense, like pets are like small children. Like you have to like really take care of your pet. Like they're also like a major like financial burden on you. So unless you have like the money where you can afford to have like a dog, dogs especially, cats kind of just like, they kind of lounge around and everything too. That's why if you're gonna have a pet, you might as well get like a cat, I guess, or like a goldfish. But like they're like a major financial strain. So if you're having like major financial problems and you have like a dog, you know, you have to pay for dog food, vet visits, and if the dog gets sick, like here too, like I'm not trying to be like mean or anything like that. It's just like that's kind of true. Like if you're going through like these major financial strains, why do you have like a puppy especially? Like it's I just don't understand it. That's what I thought. That's what I thought too. I was like, I didn't want to say it out loud, but when he said like the dog was sick and you need that much for surgery and you're not financially stable, well, I guess the dog's dying. But you know, I'm trying to be like objective here, but that's how I'm trying to be nice here, but like that's how I really feel. Like, why do you have? I don't understand that. Like, why do you have like a dog? For me, it's hard for me to rationalize it. Like now too, like I'm somewhat financially stable, but like I wouldn't feel comfortable like getting a dog like now, even though like I could like take care of the dog, but like I'm not at the point where I would feel comfortable getting a dog, taking the time to take care of the dog. I'm also like not home like that much too. That's the problem. Like you have to really like take care of an animal. Like if you're in and out, like a cat is like whatever, but like because that's how cats are. But like a dog like needs like a lot of care and attention.
You know, I think that emotional appeals are often used to mask like what is a logical kind of conclusion that's cruel. Do you see what I mean?
That's true.
Know? It's like, imagine if there was like some fucking old granny on their deathbed and it's like there's a 40% chance they're going to live, but you're going to have to pay, you know, loads of money to put them into care, right? And it's like, right, well, I would turn the life machine support off and then they die and then that problem is solved. Or alternatively, there's a 40% chance they live, we keep them going, but then we got to pay for a fucking care home. I'd switch it off. I don't fucking... Sorry, Grams. You've had your 90 years. Bleep. See you later. Like, what the fuck? Obviously, and in this case, it's different because it's a fucking dog. You know, animals are like... What moral consideration of fucking animals were there? It's cold and it's harsh, but it is true. What is it they say? Comforting lies versus harsh truths. That's the thing. That's what it comes down to, isn't it?
That's actually true. Like you gotta like make like tough decisions like that too, like financially too. I know people who've had to make like decisions like that, like involving like an elderly parent or grandparent too. Like it's much tougher too. But like, you know, you go, this is gonna sound so like fucking cold, but like when you make tough decisions like that, like it really wrecks you too. Like, you know, you take care of like that elderly person, but then you're completely broke. And, you know, then you're getting evicted from your apartment. You get foreclosed upon on your house. Like, you know, you can't afford your mortgage. Like, at the end of the day, was it really worth it? When you know that they were going to die anyway, but you give them like another year or two. Like, that just sounds like overly harsh and true. Like, the decision is not that easy, nor should it be that easy. If it is that easy, I think you're a sociopath. But, like, those are the considerations that you have to make. Like in life too, like we're not like all rich like that too. I'm not like rich like Destiny or like how like even rich like well, Chud's not really that really like that rich, but he's growing too. But like that would be like a tough decision for me to make too.
Okay, tell me you're not a pet owner, right? But that's what I'm saying. You're using emotion to mask what is a actual logical conclusion. That's the point I'm making. Okay.
That's true.
Anyway, let's continue on. Yeah, I bet you say that. Oh, you're not a pet owner, Chud. Yeah, as you bite into a fucking hamburger. Yeah, you've got a fucking genocide of cows feeding your meat diet. Oh, but the poor dog. They fucking eat dogs in China. Okay, in China, this dog would be on the fucking dinner plate by the end of the day. Okay, so miss me with that shit straight away. Anyway, let's continue on. I don't want to get into a fucking ethical argument right now. Let's just continue on. Okay, right. August 27th, 2022. Talking to his audience, Destiny announced that he would not publicly discuss Melina's comments about the dog because people are way too fucking emotionally attached to fucking animals. In 2017, Destiny posted a video called My Early Life Was Really Bizarre, in which he described his grandmother repeatedly buying and euthanizing dogs for no reason, two of whom he remembers being particularly attached to. To Destiny's great sadness, his father was unable to convince his grandmother to spare them. What? Why is that? What's the point of that bit? I've got no idea what that's supposed to be. Anyway, 30 seconds after Destiny's refusal to discuss the issue publicly, Darius joined the stream. He angrily told Destiny that he was not upset by Melina's lack of sentimentality about the dog, but by her coldness towards him. as Darius made the case, Tabor Pepper, an NFL player and fan of Destiny's, joined a conversation to mock him and blame him for the dog's sickness, saying, dogs get adopted from shelters all the time without contracting parvo, you fucking idiot. You're retarded, you're retarded. Okay. Destiny laughed with glee as Pepper demanded Darius. Destiny laughed with glee as Pepper demeaned Darius, who became increasingly agitated.
Yeah, that's actually, you know, yeah, Pepper like fucking kind of like went in on like Darius there too. Like Tabor like went into Darius a little bit, went into Darius. He's not wrong about that too. You could have given. I know it would have been hard to give up the dog, but it would have been logical. You could have given up the dog too, and then like look for a job too, or ask for help from like people like Trainwrecks who would have helped you out too of that financial situation, since you had streamer contacts like that. You know what I mean?
First thing I did here was try, and then you guys are like shitting on me for it. Are you telling me I should just have fucking sat there and kicked the bucket? I should just fucking sat there and kick the bucket and just let myself fucking die. It's like, I don't know what the fuck you want me to do. Tabor smugly asked, did you get pet insurance after she contracted parvo from the kennel? Stephen laughed again as Darius gave a stumbling explanation about how Sushi's employer provided insurance and not yet kicked in. Egged on by Stephen's mirth, Tabor gave a rundown of Darius' past financial failures while the audience mocked him. Jesus. Melina typed in the audience chat, I didn't fuck him or date him, so he f***ed in mad omegalol. Darius yelled, you stupid sped, unironically, you should have killed yourself the day you had the chance. And a minute later, I've done enough to not give a fuck, and honestly. Tabor, worried he was about to out the identity of Stephen's mistress, cut him off. Oh my God. I didn't watch any of this drama, so this is all new to me. I'm like, fucking, let's go. Where's the popcorn? Tabor, slow down, take a couple of breaths. Let's calm down, chill. Stephen, I'm just trying not to get caught in the crossfire right now. Tabor, let's not say stuff. Stephen, if you want to fight with Melina, that's cool. Darius, I'm not going to leak any of your stuff. Stephen, okay, never mind.
Oh, yeah, never say that. Never say that to Destiny. He just don't give a fuck, dude. He just doesn't care. Like, if you got stuff to say you're going to leak, go ahead and leak it. He'll call you out on everything.
Go off, King.
That man remembers, like, especially in recent history, like, he remembers generally everything that he ever posted.
Me.
Right, you'd have to go like deep cut. Like, remember the Aiden Ross Sneeko conversation, like with Destiny, or their debate, whatever you want to call it, too. He was like reading like tweets from like years ago, but like Destiny would stand by like whatever he said.
I realized it was such a hotbed of like personal shit as well as that. I thought it was just a dog thing. I didn't realize it was all this fucking weird personal shit as well, and all these weird dynamics. Fuck me, Jesus. Anyway, let's continue on. Melina joined the call and traded jabs with Darius until he eventually calmed down and said sadly, what I expect from you is to like care at all. Melina replied that she didn't want to interact with them anymore, explaining, most of your messages really has been, I'm going to kill myself, and for real, I've had friends call me about you. Several friends told me that you're going to kill yourself. I do not want to be involved or interact. Darius said, I thought the level of care was reciprocated after I sat there with you for multiple months, days, and weeks about fucking this whole shit with Stephen, and you talking about even killing yourself. Stephen laughed at this and said, got a lot of suicidal people on the call right now. Everybody needs to chill out a bit. He then asked for a timeline of the events of the weekend in Austin and moderated as they argued about who had made sexual advances on whom. Look at this from Dan as well. With Dan tossing in bombs such as, he said verbatim there was a lot of crotch rubbing going on. And the...
What the fuck,
man.
dude?
I get called a farmer and Dan's doing shit like this. Jesus, man. The ass to crotch pipeline, that is highly sexual stuff. How does a man with an open relationship have a mistress? In an open relationship, you still have boundaries, and if you don't meet those boundaries, then that's often seen as cheating, right? But listen, I don't fucking look. I don't know the ins and outs of this, okay? Let's just continue on. Okay. Did that do anything? Let's continue on. Okay, I just need to do something. All right. When Darius read aloud a DM in which he'd asked Melina if she wanted him to leave Austin or stay, Stephen got tired of playing with his food and went in for the kill. Okay, can I real quick, can I give you what sounds like and what's probably Melina's read on this? And I could be wrong. Just, this is like my general feeling, and I'm being fair. I've heard Melina's side of the story more than your side. So obviously I have more information on that side, which may or may not be incorrect. Doesn't that message sound a little bit like you're kind of asking her, is there like a chance that something is going to happen here? Or should I just leave and go back to sushi? Projecting nuanced curiosity, Steve even laid out what I believe was the real reason for the stream. Like Bob 7 before him, Stephen thought Darius had tried to destroy his marriage. Obviously, I'll read on. But like...
Wait, is he like just interjecting his own personal...
Isn't Darius like chill now? DGG have been watching Darius's, you know, dating streams and stuff like that, right? Like, obviously,
does he
there's
stream?
a lot of tension. Like, look, putting aside the memes and the jokes, there's clearly a lot of tension on this stream based on the read. Obviously, I'd need to watch it to have a final conclusion. That's being generated by these personal dynamics at play that maybe people in the audience don't know about, right? Okay? But this read of it seems like, I don't know, man. Like, surely if Destiny wanted to destroy Darius, he could more easily do it than Bob 7, because Darius hasn't even got a presence or anything like that. It just seems like there's a lot of weird personal shit going on that people aren't aware of, and it's kind of being mixed up with making content and stuff like that, you know? So, I don't know, it just... Without seeing the stream, I can't say for sure, but this feels like a bit of a kind of like a excessive read on what's going on. But anyway, let's continue on. Dan urged Susie to join the call, and she did. She was furious with Melina for mocking Darius while he was in need of help. Susie and Melina had also previously had a sexual relation... What? What the fuck? Why is everyone fucking? Why is everyone fucking? What is going on?
That seems to be the center of a lot of problems.
Making things even more complicated. Sushi reprimanded her. The polite thing to do would be to message him and say, I don't think we're friends anymore. That's a nice thing to do. If you're going to start shitting on someone publicly, you should just... Are you accusing me of being jealous? Is that serious? God, the fucking DGG brain rot runs deep in this chat today, it seems. Anyway.
Whenever you talk about Destiny, they come out.
You should just reach out to him first. That would be the polite thing to do in that instance. Melina replied, yeah, I don't care that much. Sushi, I don't feel the need to do any of this type of shit publicly. Oh, you mean me, that's fine. The only reason I'm here now is because I feel like Melina is trying to act a certain way that isn't true to her character. And she's trying to act like, oh, I'm just so, I don't know what's going on, blah, blah. But behind the scenes, she's such a fucking bitch. Sure, then that's fair. You've said your piece. Okay, Darius, bye guys. Fuck you, Melina. Tabor, have fun with that, Darius. Steven, I'd ushered Darius out so that he and the other 2 millionaires, Dan and Tabor, could host a dating advice show. As of this writing, the dog is healthy and happy.
Okay. So to stick that in there real quick.
Yeah, I mean... Of course, you could probably write a whole article in and of itself of like the weirdo fucking dynamics at play. Everyone's fucked everyone. Basically, everyone's fucked everyone and everyone's arguing about it or something like that, right? Sure. But the way it's framed just seems to not really reflect reality, especially when you consider everything else that's, you know, happened from there. As of this writing, the dog is healthy and happy. I'm sick of this dog shit, okay? Let me ask you a question. Right? We care so much about this fucking dog, okay? How many animals have died in between this stream and today? Just for your plate alone. How many chicks have been fucking ground up for your eggs or whatever to make egg hens? Like, whatever. Do you know what I mean? It's just fucking insane. Oh, the dog's healthy though. Don't fucking care. Literally irrelevant to me. Right, anyway. I don't know why he's mentioning the millionaire thing. Some of this stuff just seems like chucking stuff at the wall to see if it sticks.
I'm sorry, I have to. from Cletus Wazoo. Wait, if everyone fucked everyone, did Steven fuck Darius?
Yeah, kind of a wacky stream with a bunch of people that have, in some dynamics, fucked each other. Probably inadvisable to have that as a stream, but it made good content.
This is also very true from GSK Vec. If you ever want to become totally monogamous and loyal, listen to the intricacies about Destiny's sex life. That is true.
That's my take on that.
That is true.
Continue. Merrick.
Oh my god.
Merrick.
Shud's chat. Wild, man.
You
gotta love it.
Bad things in Discord. Oh yeah, sure. So like the email to the school, sexting Anna. I mean, I don't know. I'm sure there's other things as well. I'm sure there's a very interesting conversation happening. The D in DGG stands for degenerate, true. How many kids are homeless and yet you're still able to care about your own kid? Okay.
What?
Are you comparing my kid to an animal? That is beyond the pale. Right, let's continue. Merrick. On August 25th, 2022, Merrick DeVille, a previous sexual partner of Destiny, quote tweeted a video of Destiny jokingly asking Nick Fuentes, does Israel count as a right-wing terrorism? Fuentes had come over to Destiny's house for an in-person stream that disturbed many, including me. Merrick captioned the video, I'm owed so many apologies lol, in reference to a previous argument she'd had whether Destiny was truly becoming friendly with Fuentes. 2 weeks earlier, Merrick had attempted suicide. While she was in the hospital, without our knowledge, her partner created a GoFundMe to cover the $4,000 bill for the week-long stay. Well aware of this, Destiny said the following in response to Merrick's tweet about Fuentes. There's something profoundly sad, not just with the victims of unhealthy obsessions, but with the people around them who can't seem to convince them to just put down Twitter. The number of people I've encountered who are suicidal, who then hop right back into the most toxic parts of the internet, essentially begging for more toxicity, absolutely astounds me. I mean, is he wrong?
It's not wrong.
Is he wrong in saying, like, this is like correct? This absolutely happens. You're a people.
Let's see. There's something profoundly sad, not just with victims of unhealthy obsessions, but with people around them who can't seem to convince them to just put down Twitter. The number of people I've encountered who are suicidal, who then hop right back into the most toxic parts of the internet. Lavlin. Parts of the internet, essentially begging for more toxicity, absolutely astounds me. That's not wrong, too. It's just, you know, fame, money, internet can give you both in droves too, but it also takes a toll on you too. It takes your mental health away from you too. You know, slowly erodes that, but that's like a slow erosion too, by the way. Some people it's a little bit quick, but for generally speaking, it's a slow erosion of your mental health. You know, you have to be able to, the first person that can help you is you. You have to like put this down, folks, okay? Twitter will be there until Elon decides to nuke it from orbit, all right? And like every other social media platform too. I really don't think this is my hot take on social media. I don't think we're ever intended to be like disconnected to everybody else in the world, to be honest with you too, and to get like an information overload on a daily basis. We just weren't like prepared for it.
People
we're just not prepared for it, rather.
Have terrible things going on in their life and they maybe attempt suicide or something like that, and then they immediately jump back in to like the toxic areas of the internet. It just seems crazy to me. But anyway, if I attempted to kill myself, well, first of all, if I attempted to kill myself, it wouldn't be a fucking attempt, okay? I'd be successful on the first time. Fucking, I'd get a gun somehow, put it in my mouth and pull the trigger. I'd be immediately dead, okay? Number one. Number two, if I somehow failed, I've got to be honest with you, I would not go onto Twitter, and I wouldn't, you know, if I was to do a stream after I just tried to kill myself, I'd probably just play video games and not talk about any drama. Do you know what I mean? I'd be like, yeah, listen guys, obviously I just tried to kill myself. I feel ashamed that I failed, so I'm just going to play video games for a couple of weeks, okay? Like, I don't know, I just would not want to get ingratiated with any sort of drama because I'd be recovering from that and stuff. So, you know, is it worded harshly? There's obviously some stuff here that's mean, sure. It's worded in a very harsh manner, certainly. But I think fundamentally the point of like, if you have got mental issues, you know, engaging in parts of the internet,
you gotta hop off.
It's going to be toxicity. It's probably not a good idea. I wonder if there's as much of a burden to the people around them as they seem. Do they even have the wherewithal to realize how fucked of a situation they're putting everyone around them in? Do they care? Or maybe they just need another 4K. Who knows? Good luck. 2 days later, a streamer named Bryce mockingly brought up the situation on a panel with Destiny, Not So Erudite, and Sock Darling, who was friendly with Merrick. Bryce, you made a good point that when somebody has I think it was like a recent suicide attempt, maybe they should take a break or a hiatus from social media. Sock Darling, maybe we should take a different topic. I feel that's a little bit far off from our topic at hand. Well, I mean, I still think it's pretty reasonable because people usually dump everything that's going on in their life and start a GoFundMe. Destiny started to laugh and be like, oh my God, all this bad shit is happening to me. I need to start a GoFundMe and all this stuff. So I think that's kind of linked. It's kind of relevant. Hold on, do you know the backdrop for any of this? Not So Erudite started to laugh, vaguely but not really. Okay, go ahead, take it away, Erudite. What do you think about that? Not So Erudite laughing. What? No, do not blank to me. Okay, Sock Darling, go. Me and Kai have dominated the conversation. One of you need to fucking contribute, okay? What the fuck do you mean? I've been fighting with Kai about evolution. I'm shy. Okay, well that's cool. So it's like a typical two-parent household where the women do none of the work. Gotcha. Yeah, gotta bring in the money for us. I, for one, support gay dads. How do you feel about people using their trauma to raise money on a GoFundMe? True. Why is it on me? Well, I said thumbs down. Kyla said thumbs down. What do you say? What do you say? I said thumbs down, not good. I don't know. I think that, well, I think people, if someone needs the money, they should be able to raise money. That wasn't the question. Should people trauma dump and then raise money off of it on Twitter? That's the question. I don't think you should trauma dump. I don't think you should trauma dump, no. I think the whole point of including some of this stuff is Max is attempting to build up like a pattern of behavior to, you know, say that Destiny...
It's also like character assassination about like 1,000 cuts. It's also like what Chud's about to go, what he's going to now. It's character assassination by 1,000 cuts. I'm going to show you these instances of Destiny being like the worst human being possible to prove my point at the end that Destiny abuses his Orber community, he abuses his chat, and that he's essentially like this crazed sociopath on the internet that takes advantage of people for his own personal benefit and enjoyment.
Is engaging in like these practices with various different people, you know. That's just being a dickhead on the internet. I don't know. Some of this stuff, I mean, I didn't know about this exact conversation, but I know that I actually had a different view of this a little while ago, but I changed my mind on it because I just came to think that like you don't have to be on the internet. Do you know what I mean? Even if you've got an online business, you don't have to be on the internet all the time. Certainly not, you know, giving certain perspectives and giving certain takes. You can take a break, you can log off for a while, and that's probably advisable, you know, if you are in these circumstances. So, you know, if people try and kill themselves, obviously that's bad, okay? But then it probably isn't a good idea to come on and continue to engage in the toxic spaces on the internet. That's like on you somewhat, right? You're choosing to do that. Yeah. Oh, hey, Sock Darling, how's it going? I, for one, am taking a hiatus after this article exposed me. You've been exposed. You've been exposed. But yeah, some of this is a bit like, okay, Destiny was a dickhead on the internet, yes. Okay, I agree. That's bad. But beyond that, what am I supposed to think or say or do? Do you know what I mean? That's my thought process on it. And it's the other thing that this is relevant to me is I feel like there was a lot of social pressure applied to me at the start to jump on board with this, you know? Like, even like me and Max have obviously spoken at points over the past couple of months, although we're not really speaking now, but he sort of said to me like, you know, this is the right thing to do this is the right thing to do. And like me not getting on board is somehow like condemnable in and of itself. So you need to understand that when I'm looking at this, there's a lot going on because I'm also thinking about, well, there was a pressure applied to me to get on board with this. And the fact that I have like in any way defended Destiny or, you know, not got on board with some of the narratives is a condemnable action on my part. But then I'm like thinking, well, is it though? Because I said I always thought, well, if there's evidence, my thing has always been, if there's evidence that Destiny is a giga rapist, that is something that I would take issue with. That is something, if someone came out and said, look, here's a video footage of Destiny holding a knife to my throat and raping me or something like that, then yeah, obviously that would be bad. And there's a spectrum there, right? There's a spectrum. It could be that it's not quite that bad, but it's still pretty severe, whatever, right? But stuff like this is not something where I'm going to look at it and go, I'm going to jump on board and fucking say, yeah, Destiny's a terrible person and cut ties, you know? And people will try and attribute that to white blood cell, or, you know, you got this relationship with Destiny and all this other shit. And that's fine. If you want to think that at this point, you can think that, okay? But like, I'm just not seeing enough here that would warrant any more than looking at the specifics of some things he's done and going, that's fucked up, that's malicious, shouldn't have done that, whatever, right? Beyond that, I don't really know what else is supposed to happen from there, because he's not murdered anyone, he's not raped anyone, as far as we know. So, you know, all I'm left with is, here's some actions that I think are worthy of criticism, which is a bit weak if you think that Destiny is an abuser that needs to be deplatformed. But it's like, that's all I've got for you. That's all I've got to say. Anyway, sorry to go off on another tangent. I'm trying to balance it out. Let's continue on. And of course, I'm getting atted in the Mr.Girl Discord by the freaks in there. At Chudlogic, your mother a hoe. Okay, good one. Right, let's continue. Oh, also, Omniside. Omniside. Okay, Omniside, I have seen your postings, okay? And I appreciate you. Thank you for being a Chud Nation supporter, okay? Right. Let's continue on. Denims and Little Fox. In 2019, Denims and Little Fox were both small female streamers in their early 20s who had sexting relationships with Destiny and were featured on his streams. Little Fox also had sex with both Destiny and Melina in September 2019. After TwitchCon, Denims had planned to stay in Destiny and Melina's apartment in Los Angeles. Destiny gave Denims instructions for letting herself and a friend from Destiny's community into the apartment, which he always left unlocked. Denims... Wait! There's someone in chat. This is basically someone made it. There was some psyop of someone called Chud's Revenge that was posting stupid shit in Mr. Girl's Discord. Now someone in chat is called Mr. Girl's Revenge, and it says, "Just wait for the second article. You will regret this."
Oh my god! I gotta say, Chud's chat is always entertaining, man.
Okay. Denims and a friend had sex on Destiny and Melina's bed. Upon arriving, Destiny became concerned that Denim's friend had spent time around his unlocked computer, and Melina was upset they had sex on a bed, so they were no longer welcome to stay in Destiny's apartment. Later in the week, Little Fox let herself into Destiny's apartment to charge her phone early in the morning. She had left a charger there the previous day, and everyone inside the apartment was asleep. After seeing Denims acknowledge on a stream that things were generally tense, Destiny became worried that either Denims or Little Fox would accuse him of sexual coercion. That is a pretty big claim.
Yeah.
Is there anything to back that assertion up at all? Or is that just his...
He's making like a blatant claim without any proof? I wouldn't be surprised if he did.
Look, listen, I'll tell you a little secret, okay? I'll tell you a little story about this, okay? I'll tell you a little story about this, right? A long time ago, I didn't have any content to watch, and I was just sat there not knowing what to do, twiddling my thumbs, okay?
True.
Someone linked me Destiny's coverage of this drama, and I started watching it, okay? At the time, me and Denims were still on good terms, right? So I watched it on stream, right? We do not care, keep reading. Okay, well, if you don't care, well, go and read the article yourself then, you fucking retard, okay? Okay, right. There we go. Let's just fucking time these fuckers out. Get out of it. Get out of it.
There's people saying like some fucking...
So
oh, why isn't this docking?
Drama between Destiny and Denims of Destiny's side, right? And I was like, fuck me, this sounds a bit crazy. But I didn't really understand what was going on. And whilst watching it, Denims messaged me this really angry message. And at the time, I was on my, you know, keep all the bridges alive as best as possible arc, right?
Yeah, that doesn't work.
Keep it alive as best as possible. So I was like, she was like, I can't believe you're doing this to me, and was really mad at me. I was like, shit. So I stopped watching the stream. After I finished the stream, I spoke to her directly in a private call without going into the details of it. But she basically said, you know, there's another side to the story, and she linked me a document. She linked me a document which I didn't bother reading because it looked boring. And I didn't know much about it. But we
Shut
managed
doing
to,
his
like,
due diligence right
maintain
there.
a sense of camaraderie, or not even friendship, but, you know, colleaguery, or whatever you want to call it, right? I mean, later on, she ended up unfollowing me and disassociating from me because I think I criticized her for a take about the Asan, you know, freebooting content shit. Anyway, that's besides the point.
Unironically, she's actually doing like very well. Like if you check her like her Twitch right now, she's pulling over like 1,000 people. Chud's doing really well too. So like they might have separated, but they're both actually doing well. You know, I know Chud's not really an orbiter, but like people like say like unironically like the Destiny folks are doing well and the Hassan folks are like doing well too. You know, it's so strange. Like you have to be in like one camp or the other camp to get any sort of like leverage too, but like it is what it is. That's just the nature of the beast right now. Doesn't always have to be. Eventually you're gonna have rogue orbiters sooner rather than later, folks. Sooner rather than later.
So the point I wanted to make is that because when Mr. Girl had asked me about this, I said that with the denim stuff, I was like, well, I've seen the cop video about it, but then, you know, Denims has got another side of the story, so I don't really know what the truth of this drama is, right? I don't know what's true. I don't know what actually happened. You know, I've got no fucking clue. So I'm reading this and I'm like, I know that there was this thing that happened. There was some issue. There was some concern. I don't know exactly what it was. But the point I'm trying to make in saying all of this is, even with all of that being said, I don't know where this is coming from, that Destiny was worried that there would be an accusation of sexual coercion. And on top of that, I do not recall Denims relaying to me that she thought that either. So, you know, I'm a bit like, where's that coming from? Lavaloon's Revenge. Oh my God. So does anyone have any idea where this is coming from in any meaningful, serious way?
So we're gonna move on to this in a little
clue.
bit. This is 2 hours and this is almost 2 hours. Oh my God.
Okay.
We're doing the whole thing today, folks. We're finishing everything on this.
On October 3rd, 2019, in a stream that would be uploaded with the title, Destiny addresses the TwitchCon 2019 drama, Destiny painted the woman as creepy and entitled. Destiny, if I'm going to be completely 1,000,000% honest, I think I literally...
Wait, which one? Like Denims or Little Fox? So we're still talking about Denims and Little Fox, right? Okay.
had one orgasm the entire weekend. Okay, so I know that a lot of people are under the impression that I've literally fucking my way through 20 million people. I actually didn't. Like, it's pretty crazy. I was busy like
White
a
No
motherfucker over the
Versa
weekend.
and Assorted Stories. Okay.
He went on to describe Little Fox as being really anxious and needing a babysitter. She had never been to a crowded convention before, which caused tension between Melina and Little Fox. A chatter wrote, dude, what the fuck, Destiny? I'd be so fucking pissed. Destiny, I think I let people like get away with a little bit too much, but like I'm pretty sure of most things. But like, yeah, I mean, like that's like it's pretty. He trailed off.
He's aware of it too.
I'm a little annoyed because I don't know what they've been doing in my apartment for a day. I don't want to, whatever. I talked to Denims multiple times about this, and she gave a lot of different stories to a lot of different people. It was pretty obvious that she was lying about a lot of stuff. So like when somebody starts lying, it's really hard to tell where the lies stop and the truth begins. So it's like I couldn't do anything. Destiny described waking up one morning to messages from Little Fox saying that she was going to let herself in to get a charger since no one seemed to be awake. Little Fox was typing in my chat about Caterino sleeping on my couch. She was like, oh wow, I believe Caterino sleep with the glasses on and stuff. And I was like, oh god, it's just it's like scary as fuck, okay? It's really fucking scary. Oh, and apparently when Little Fox was here, she said that Denims was sleeping here too. So she must have come back at some point that night, was sleeping, and then also left. I don't know. I don't know who the fuck is coming in out of my fucking apartment. With the text-to-speech chat donation, someone asked, why didn't you close the door after the first time it happened? Destiny paused, heard the question, and ignored it. He continued his story, claiming that Denims and Little Fox showed up at his apartment unannounced yet again. What?
It's getting a little creepy now, chat. Not
What
this.
is the point of including all of
Mr. Girl's revenge there.
What?
I see where Chud is like coming from, dude. Like, look how much is left in the article too. Like, he's adding like all these like small details here, and I understand he's trying to set up a pattern of behavior for Destiny, right? But this is like, I don't understand. Like, he's including all these different events like in this like article too that don't really. It seems to be so it's not even like that tangential for Destiny's behavior. He's trying to like paint a scene. I understand he's trying to paint a scene, but in stuff like this too, he's not really like painting the scene. It's like he's giving all these like extra details when it's not really necessary to add in all these extra details. In reality too, he could have like set the scene up in like one small paragraph and showed how Destiny's response to like that situation was disproportionate to what like the average person would do. Now, is Destiny the average person? No, he's not the average person, but he could have shown the disproportionate response by Destiny to like the events that transpired in the apartment at that time too. So I just, yeah. And the problem is too, I can see, like, I would have the same issue Chet's having too. Like, why are you adding in like all these like unnecessary details to it when it should be all about Destiny and his responses and what he's done to any given situation too, to show like there's a pattern of behavior. This doesn't feel like this was properly edited by anybody. It seems like, I don't even know how much Max did himself. I know people helped him put it all together, but I'm wondering if he had someone actually edit it, or he tried to edit it himself, or he just like copy and pasted like a bunch of stuff that people wrote for him too. I just don't know.
It's so bloated as it is, and we're going through the intricacies of like, okay. Little Fox was watching the stream live and protested Destiny's version of events, typing in the audience chat, "We said we wanted to fucking talk because of the drama. You're making it a bigger deal. You knew we were coming." She was met with insults from the other viewers. "Leech, bad person, begone thought, you're a child." Other chatters were perplexed as to why Stephen was doing the stream at all. He explained that it was necessary in order to preempt potential accusations of sexual coercion. Well, because now it kind of looks like, so what I don't want people to think is, I don't want people to think like, oh, I bought Denims and Little Fox here to fuck, and since they both turned me down, I kicked them out of my apartment. I don't want it to sound like some crazy shit like that. Or that I bought somebody and they were uncomfortable with something because I tried to rape them, and now I'm kicking them out because they didn't cave to it or whatever. Wait, is that what's being used to reach this interpretation? What was it he said about it earlier?
I'm like,
Destiny became worried that either Denims or Little Fox would accuse him of sexual coercion.
Based off of what though? Who would like come to that conclusion? Or is he just, because this is a couple of years, and this is like 2018, 2019, I think. I'm trying to like think from his perspective too, because this is like, oh my god, this is like peak like internet shit. The only way I would think that he would, maybe he's talked about this too, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, I guess considering his reputation, people would come to that conclusion then, based on his reputation, that that's what would have happened, that they would have accused them possibly of like some sort of sexual assault, if not like the R word in and of itself, if they refuse his sexual advances, right? That's what they would conclude too. I mean, I would, in my personal opinion, if you came to that conclusion, don't you think that's a bit of a problem that people would come to that conclusion, considering like your past behavior, and when that prompts you to say maybe like I'm doing something wrong. I'm not blaming him. I'm just thinking like I'm trying to rationalize how you would think that, why he would assume that other people would think that given the facts, because it sounds like from what's being presented in the article right now too, and maybe this has been talked about ad nauseum before. Let me just preface by saying that. Is he just like assuming this because of his past behavior, or what people have thought about him in the past, and considering everything that's been like going on up to this point that led up to like this situation too? It just seems like it's out of pocket that people would like jump to that conclusion where you can conclusively say like that's not what happened too. And it seems like Melina was there too. She can easily, well, most people probably wouldn't trust her too. It's just like, it just seems like maddening to me. Like he has to like do all this too. Like this is like crazy, man. Like I said yesterday, I would love to have Destiny's money, not his life.
I mean, is this not like a pretty reasonable concern? I feel like the way it's worded makes it sound way fucking worse than what Destiny is actually saying. L on board. He makes it sound like, when saying it, that Destiny's doing something that would be indicative that that is going to lead to that outcome. But really, what's being said here is like a pretty reasonable assessment of what's going on, right?
I would have to like go back and like
the
read
way
this.
It's worded sounds way worse than what the actual words here are saying to me.
So did they like say something that like Denims and Little Fox here like say something to prompt this, or did he like, was he trying to get in front of it because he knew what the perception would be? That's the thing like I'm missing here too. Oh man, this is like peak TMZ shit right here, chat. Like, oh my god. By the way, you really shouldn't like care about like any of this stuff. I'm gonna be honest with you. There's some real problems in the world that you should really care about. This is just like pure entertainment. Don't get me wrong. It's at the expense of like Destiny, but like, you know, this is the brand. I fully acknowledge, dude. This is all this entertainment is at the expense of another human being.
This seems like more of a generic concern of something that might happen, rather than it being Destiny specifically being concerned there's going to be an allegation of sexual coercion, right? That's the point I'm making. Anyway, yeah, I don't know what else. I think that giving any more details makes the other parties look really, really, really bad, so I don't know. It's not like I'm leaving things out that make me look bad or something. I don't think. Okay, I think we're done with this. Are we good? So that's why they're not here now. I don't know what stream is going to look like in the future for both these people. I don't know. Maybe we'll chill on Who Cares in the future, or maybe I'll be ass mad for a while. Maybe. I don't know. But now I guess that's more or less pretty much everything is out. He read a chat message aloud. Are you going to learn from this mistake or keep fucking mentally handicapped women?
Whoa.
Who is that chatter? Someone find me that chatter. If that's you, you're fucking based and correct, okay? Correct. Good call. Good call. Good call, okay? Great fucking take. Listen, all the older women are either non-existent or unavailable emotionally, or they're in a relationship. He read another message. Destiny, you can't say it makes them look so bad and then claim the high road by not saying it. You just made them look just as bad as if you said it. No, I'm not. Trust me on that one. Here we go. White Nervosa. I need to take another quick break and just give me a sec. Fuck me, man. This is crazy.
Dude, yeah, this is like just trying to follow like the logic of like this man's life and like everything that's happened with just like his personal relationships. It's fucking nuts too. On that note too, I've been streaming for like an hour and a half. I'm like getting hungry too. I'm not gonna like have like a big meal, but I am actually gonna take a break too. So try to have the right idea. All right, folks, I'm gonna be right back. Let me get some coffee and water. I'm like actually like a little tired too, so I need a little bit of a pick me up. All right, let me take a quick break. Be right back. I'm gonna eat something. Enjoy some free copyright music. All right, I'm assuming this is all like copyright. I have like YouTube safe on and like whatnot too, so this all should be like easily copyright free music. But all right, be right back.
Please don't get jealous of the things I've done, 'cause I have played my way through the better days. I will not be angry if you walk away, 'cause it just proves that you are not okay. I should've known from the start that I was starting something. I should've known right from the start that it would end in more than I can't help but feel the way I feel when I'm with you. When I'm with you, I can't help but feel the way I feel. stop your yelling, you used to be so calm. You were my number one, but now you're just no fun. I showed you my hand and you played it repeatedly. Oh, and now it's time to go back into me. Oh, I should've known from the start that I was on something. Oh, I should've known right from the start that it would end in nothing. When I'm with you, when I'm with you, I can't help but feel the way I feel. When I'm with you, when I'm with you.
Call me when you're near. I'll be waiting by the window, ready, set, let's go. Come, girl, have no fear. Look into my soul, wipe away your sorrow. Go now, sunny, go, go, let's hurry. Come on, honey, go now, let's hurry. Go, it's sunny, go, go, let's hurry. Everybody goes wild, love is all around now. It's slow, it's slow, now. With you, oh, now. We live this slow, now. With you, oh, now. Meet me by the pier, let's sail away together, baby, get closer. In your neck, I found a river, the flood around your shoulder, baby, get closer. Oh, 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 now. Oh, 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 now. Live this flow, oh, 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 now. With you, oh, 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 now. Live this flow, oh, oh, this flow, oh, oh, now. With you, oh, 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 now. We live this flow, oh, oh, this flow, oh, oh, now. With you, oh, 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 now. We live this flow, oh, oh, this flow, oh, oh, now. With you, oh, 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 now.
You said that you need space for you to grow. See what it's like alone. But we both really know. Was it something you did to make you turn away? Maybe you need a change, but now the truth remains. You're not here, but I still feel time will heal. But now the truth appears that you're gone, 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 you're gone. That you're gone, 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 you're gone. You say that it isn't me, but is it you really mean? Well, now you're gone, 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 you're gone. Remember the times we make love through the night, and thoughts of bright lights, happy as been a while. But you chose to leave, you didn't wanna try. Now you left me here to cry. Now all that's left is time. Yeah. You're not here, but I still feel time will heal. Now the truth appears that you're gone, 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 you're gone. That you're gone, 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 you're gone. You say that it isn't me, but is it you really mean? Well, now you're gone, 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 you're gone. Yeah, you're gone, 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 you're gone. Yeah, you're gone, 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 you're gone. You say that it isn't me, what is it you really mean? Well, now you're gone, 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 you're gone. Yeah, you're gone, 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 you're gone. Yeah, you're gone, 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 you're gone. You say that it isn't me, what is it you really mean? Well, now you're gone, 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 you're gone. Yeah, you're gone.
And it's funny how you think you know me. When the song out, I know I ain't gonna hear from you in weeks. And I bet you never thought you would have heard those songs with me as the lead. Man, it's funny how you think, and you did it for paper, but you never made sense. Always asked for favors, had daddy pay your rent. We were thinking about making this last. I always saw how you react, you never really knew for a fact. Maybe should've told me that, yeah. And I'm going up like my last name. Had a double up stock, make a dash and get in the fast lane. I'm about to snap someone on me back. Man, you wish that I put you on blast. You wanna shop with the gun and load it, backfire and you just might crash. And funny cause you say you know me, and how you really be, you show me. Always telling how it is, never pleading to the fit. All the time you take, you on me. And your best friends say you want it, but all your best friends wanna spend all it. Guess it is what it is, should've listened to the kids. Did the same thing again like always. Spending daddy's money, ain't worried about a thing. Told you go get some designer, so you spent it on cocaine. We were thinking about making this last. I always saw how you react, you never really knew for a fact. Maybe should've told me that, yeah. That I'm going up like my last name. Had a double up stock, make a dash and get in the fast lane. I'm about to slip someone on me back. Man, you wish that I put you on blast. You wanna shop with the gun and load it, backfire and you just might crash. I've been through hell and back, but I survived. Now there's only one way up, we ride. Oh, I feel so out of place, but I finally feel at home. Fans be singing my name, wearing hoodies with their sound low. And it's funny how even you know me. Came up big time, now you can't sleep. Never thought we'd ever mainstream. Now you got us all repeat, yeah. And I'm going up like my last name. Had a double up stock, make a dash and get in the fast lane. I'm about to slip someone on me back. Man, you wish that I put you on blast. You wanna shop with the gun and load it, backfire and you just might crash.
Feel like
one in the chamber, and it's ready to blow. We're locked and loaded, and we're ready to go. Got one in the chamber, and it's ready to blow. We've been waiting for the perfect time. Now we gotta pull the trigger. Now we gotta pull the trigger, trigger, trigger. I've run this back and forth 1,000 times. Now I gotta pull the trigger. Now I gotta pull the trigger, trigger, trigger.
Give it all you got until someone take you to the top so you'll become everything that you've been dreaming of. Baby, I've been in LA for too long, and I still ain't found a place to call home. Ain't no fun in making it all alone. All this glamour at Grammy parties ain't the same. Had me wishing that I never got on that plane. 'Cause now I'm stuck in California, just trying to get to you. I might drive back down to Georgia and wait there for you. 'Cause I seen the fame, baby, they can have it. It ain't got nothing on you. Now I'm stuck in California with dreams that came true. Now I'm stuck in California, and it leads me back to you. Now I'm stuck in California, I'm just trying to get to you. Look away my insecurities, placed it with a bottle of Hennessy. Baby, I think that they all remember me. Mine ain't the same anymore. Sleeping on these hotel floors, thinking how could I have gotten this far? Ooh, all this glamour, Grammy parties ain't the same. Got me wishing that I never got on that place. Now I'm stuck in California, just trying to get to you. I might drive back down to Georgia and wait there for you. 'Cause I seen the fame, baby, they can have it. It ain't got nothing on you. Now I'm stuck in California with dreams that came true. Ooh. Now I'm stuck in California, and it leads me back to you. It leads me back to you. Now I'm stuck in California, trying to get to you. California dreaming. Now I'm stuck in California, and it leads me back to you. Now I'm stuck in California, I'm just trying to get to you.
Oh, I knew you'd call back. You must be missing me so bad. When you left, you said that I don't deserve you, but I can see that you don't wanna lose what we had. Oh, you're the one that I need. Let's just take it slow and just breathe. Loving someone is not easy, you know, but it makes us feel alive, so we go with the flow. Can I tell you what I want? Can I me, just tell me louder. If you're loving me, just love me harder. Have no mercy on me, tell me louder. If you're loving me, can I tell you what I want? Can I tell you what I need? Can I tell you what I want? Can I tell you what I need? Tell you what I need. Can I tell you what I want? Can I tell you what I need? Can I tell you what I want? Can I tell you what I need?
Round and round we go, losing self-control. I keep telling myself, but I don't wanna let you know. Is this what we become? Strangers on the run, looking for something, chasing the sun. All those days, trying to find a place where you don't make them just be alone, be alone. All those nights lying by your side, like it's the vibe, feeling it shine under your spotlight. Like it's a vibe under your spotlight. That's the way every day goes. Looking back, I know we started falling. We were falling in love, yeah. Took my heart and you rolled off. Was I feeling never enough for you, baby? When you left me chasing you, chasing you. Trying to find a place where we can be alone. All those nights lying by your side, like it's a vibe, feeling it shine under your spotlight. Like it's a vibe under your spotlight. I feel like I'm flying when I think about friends. Sun shines like a diamond, and the good times never end. Dressing to impress, showing up a mess. Don't care what we do, no, no. Going for a ride, hanging out inside. Each moment is new, it's a happy day. unbeatable. I'm unstoppable. When my friends are by my side, it's a happy day. Oh yeah. Hey, 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 it's a happy day. Oh yeah. Hey, hey, it's a happy day. Oh yeah. Hey, hey. Such a beautiful magic feeling. Oh, it's a happy day. Na, na, na. Na, na, na. Oh yeah. Hey, hey, it's a happy day. Na, na, na. Na, na, na. Oh yeah. Hey, hey, it's a happy day. It's a happy, happy day.
Clear my mind, close my eyes, where am I? Bumpy right, looking out across the sky. As the wind blows in my face, there is water, water everywhere. How did I get here? Who is that man over there? My mind is blinded, it's all just a dream. Sails and rudder on the ship, rum and beer, I'll take a drink, and tomorrow I won't remember a thing. Sails and rudder on the ship, rum and beer, I'll take a drink, and tomorrow I will be hungover. What have I done? Can someone remind me? 'Cause to me this soul is just a blur. The last thing that I remember is the party, party, then nothing else. How did I get here? Who is that man over there? Will I ever find out? It's all just a dream. Tell myself, never will I do this again. Tell myself, it's not worth it. Tell myself no, but who cares? 'Cause tonight I will party. Sails and rudder on the ship, rum and beer, I'll take a drink, and tomorrow I won't remember a thing. Sails and rudder on the ship, rum and beer, I'll take a drink, and tomorrow I will be hungover.
say when you need the truth? What do you say when you can't get through? What does it take for the heart to choose? What does it take to survive with you? Oh, need some clarity if you still want me. Cause if you don't, then what do you say? Just give me the truth. Tell me where do we stay? Cause I need to know, yeah. Don't just
Apparently we got like some like early 2000s pop going on in the background. That's okay. As long as it sounds good for you guys. I can't hear a thing. Like, my headphones are off. All right, let's back at this. Sorry for the wait. Had a little quick bite to eat. Got some coffee. I got a protein shake. Got some water. Let's finish this off. We're going through all the parts.
Says you're making a huge mistake here, Chad. You can still tell the truth about what Steven did to you.
Speak the truth, Chud. Speak your truth. Speak it. He's milking it, folks. He's milking it. Video pause? No?
Fuck me, man. Okay. Right, guys. I just want to remind everyone. I am sat here, and I'm basically the main reader. Okay? I am the main reader of this information right now. And my reading is being used and abused. I'm being raped over my reading right now. Okay?
Yes. And we thank you for it.
So,
great content for me.
I'm gonna need a bit of money. This is the $1,500 stream. If you want to support me, you can do so via super chats, memberships.
Give Chud money, but also give me money and subs too. Why don't you just sub to me right now?
There, okay? Every single dollar you give me is $1 in the membership fund, and when you hit a certain amount, I'll be your close personal friend until I die. Okay? Okay. Can we stop calling it a date, please? Right? I have cancelled a social engagement that I have in order to maximize the amount of money that I make reading this out. Okay? That's what's going on.
If there
right
ever
now.
was one, I question the reality of it.
Oh my god, someone found it. Dracula. The chatter was called Dracula. Dracula. If you're still a member of the community, I salute you. You are giga-fucking based. Okay? You are giga-fucking based. Abuse for money. I want to read about Destiny raping a woman so that I can maximize the amount of money that I make. Correct. Now I need to take another quick break, and then we'll get back to the White Nervosa stuff, okay? Thank you. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go. Come on. Woo! Woo! Yeah. Woo! Go me. Go me. That's it. Okay. Okay. I'm going to shill my channel very quickly while I take a quick break, and then I'll be back, okay? I recently covered a drunk Irish woman calling her sister a pedophile, and if that's the kind of thing you like the sound of...
That's the Minx stuff, too. That shit was wild, too. Minx needs some help, man.
You need to be checked into some sort of hospital.
Yeah, we're both bisexual, we're both ADHD, and we both have...
I'm ready.
Okay.
I've got a Huel. Oh, shit. I've got a Huel. I'm ready to go. This is the UK equivalent of soy, but it's got different protein in, so it's based. Oh my god. Holy shit. I'm getting absolutely fucking love bombed with donos right now. Thank you. Honestly, I do appreciate the support, okay? I'm having a DSP moment and I realise that. But nonetheless, I appreciate the support. Thank you very much. Okay. Let's continue on. Okay, so this guy Alex says in Mr. Girl's Discord, I'm Alex AMC from Twitch chat. I know you remember me. You banned me for being a Mr. Girl fan. I also banned you because you're fucking retarded. So it was a two-pronged ban. Let's continue. Right,
Base.
White Nervosa. Here we go, guys. Who's ready? Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Right. White Nervosa, a small trans streamer, started talking to Destiny in November 2017 when she was 25 and he was 28. Between then and July 2018, they exchanged over 2,000 DMs. White Nervosa did not appear on camera for streams and did not tell Destiny she was trans. When he asked her height and she told him she was 5'11", he replied, "Were any of the guys you dated smaller than you? 5'11" is pretty damn tall." I'm of the opinion that for most of their DMing relationship, Destiny did not know that White Nervosa was trans.
So he okay. I thought this was supposed to be Max. This fact-based Max. Come on.
Has there ever been any claims that Destiny did bad shit with White Nervosa? This is literally the first I'm hearing about this. Is the idea that Destiny didn't know she was trans and then wasn't interested when he realized because he hates trans people or something? I don't know. Okay. Also, listen, I need to be completely transparent here, okay? Obviously, I've got my marching orders from the big man. I have been sent this, okay? Also, what is this? How is this been, what is this? I don't understand what this is. Destiny sent me this a little while ago. Okay, thank you. If you have other links, let me know. White Nervosa started a call that lasted 80 minutes. Any idea what this conversation would have been about? My time slot. When you're done streaming. Destiny, I have no idea, but I'll hit you up with that fat throbbing host when I finish.
This is March 17th. Okay.
Lol, see, this is the type of thing I was talking about. Pardon, let me take a look. The direct sexualization of him helping your career. It's okay, I think I've enough without you answering about the call. From the White Nervosa mini article from today. Oh yeah, someone sent this. Apparently White Nervosa's written an article about it as well.
Really?
Okay, look, I don't have time to read all this shit about it, right? What does White Nervosa's article say? Can someone just summarize it for me? Fuck me. Anyway, come on, let's focus on the matter at hand. Jesus Christ.
My God, this man is still trending in sports.
Day. No more articles. Anyway, look, is that sexting? Like, that's like very mild, very minor flirting, maybe you could say, but...
This is true.
I thought they fell out for other reasons. I thought it was for political reasons that they're falling out. But anyway, who knows? Let's continue. Okay. Early on, they exchanged dozens of DMs every day. The first discussion of sex was November 30th, the day after they started chatting regularly. Destiny explained his needs for sexual compatibility in a relationship. On December 2nd, Destiny asked for a picture of White Nervosa's tattoo. White Nervosa obliged him with a close-up of her shoulder. On December 22nd, White Nervosa asked to be added to Destiny's auto-host list on Twitch. Hosting a stream means that their stream will appear at a place of yours while you're offline. A host of Destiny was a big help to a small Twitch streamer. Over the next several months, White Nervosa would occasionally appear on Destiny's stream for various debates and discussions. January 7th, 2018. White Nervosa. I'm flattered I'm apparently a part of the official harem now, but my two qualities are who tier, which is understandable, and then for people who like me, functioning sociopath, you have a stable job and 2 friends, but you find yourself fantasizing about torturing animals. So let's play PUBG sometime again in the morning, buddy, or debate, or CSGO. Yeah, boy, you're the smartest harem member so far, so good job. They spoke regularly about Destiny hosting White Nervosa's channel, including the exchange on March 17th. White Nervosa, in the time slot, when are you done streaming? Destiny, I have no idea, but I'll hit you with that fat throbbing host when I finish.
The cooming from Destiny. Oh my God. His dick gets him in trouble more often than not.
I feel like we're starting to reach stretching territory at this point.
Yeah, is that it? Wait, that is it. Oh my God.
What am I supposed to say about that?
Okay,
Destiny's engagement dropped off in spring. He no longer initiated conversations and replied to White Nervosa once every week or two with a... I don't know what that's supposed to be. On July 10th, White Nervosa finally showed her face on stream. Despite many overtures from White Nervosa, Destiny was done talking to her and would only ever send 10 more messages. One of the messages was him refusing to let White Nervosa join his Minecraft server. The last DMs were April 2019. I included this story to show that for whatever reason, Destiny's career assistance dropped off along with his sexual interest in White Nervosa. Does this demonstrate a sexual interest, really?
I question even if that like exchange was even like flirty or like Destiny
White
just like
Nervosa
fucking
said
around.
Mr.Girl basically lied about the framing and pressured them for the logs in their article. Where? This is like a sexual themed joke that is absolutely worse, like mild flirting, but that is like, yeah, this seems like a massive stretch. And this, I mean, some of this stuff is mental. Like, I'm of the opinion that for the most part of their DMing relationship, Destiny and White Nervosa was trans. Why mention that? So is it that he wasn't interested anymore because they're trans? Was it that they're not interested anymore because of a sexual thing? I mean, I just don't know. Like, okay, let's just cut to the chase here, okay? Would Destiny fuck a trans person? Yes or no? Has Destiny fucked a trans person? Like, I could imagine Destiny having sex with a trans person, right? Not literally, but just, you know, as a concept. So I don't really know why Destiny would like not be interested because they're trans. God, this is a bit bleak, isn't it? White Nervosa. I honestly didn't expect White Nervosa to come up, and with such a limited, oh, here we go. With such like a limited situation too. Fucking hell. Anyway, come on, let's crack on. Vosh. Vaush. Vaush. Let's continue. Yeah, it is kind of funny to me that like he has made a bunch of content about how much he thinks the trans stuff is a load of bullshit, and yet here he is repeatedly relying on like non-binary, trans this, trans that. Like he's a couple of times brought up this stuff, and it's like, bro, I thought you didn't believe any of this shit was real anyway. Why are you fucking going on about it? Anyway, let's continue, or mentioning it a few times, I should say. Let's continue. Vosh. Now a sizable leftist streamer, Vaush started out as a Destiny fan in the early 2010s and came up through Destiny's community.
We paused on Chud Logic here for a second. This is a travesty. This is a travesty right here. What's happened?
My entire YouTube channel just got demonetized. It happened just after I posted a video where I criticized the most famous streamers. It was unjust because of how much work and time me and my editor put in every video. My editor worked for free because he believed in me since the beginning, and I promised him that we could reach their goal so we can pay him. But now I can no longer hold that word. And it makes me really
she had 15K subscribers.
to see our hard work go to waste. I started making videos as an exclusive viewers for fun, to make people laugh and forget their real life's problem. But now I can't even support my editor. So I appreciate everyone who supported my channel with donations on my last video, even after reaching 10,000 subscribers, which I still cannot believe I reached. All that work every day as soon as I get free time, since YouTube is now my job, my entire channel gets demonetized after one video.
Holy shit. Well, hold on. She showed the. Let's not go after the streamers yet. Like, I hate like when people do, your channel's no longer is eligible for. It's no longer eligible to monetize. What happened? We found that it did not follow YouTube's monetization policies. Okay, so let's actually look into. Let's take a quick break from Chud and that brain rot. I say brain rot, but it's YouTube monetization policies. Okay. Okay. Your YouTube monetization policies was. So I can already imagine people here blaming the streamers for like what happened too. Now, I don't think it was that too. But streamers are aware of this. They don't really care. There's channels out there that like threaten to like fucking kill them and shit like that. And there's like threads online and stuff like that with that stuff too. It's not that. Yeah, she can go on the Kick. She can go on the Rumble. You know, Kick probably be better. Her content would be fire on Kick. To be honest with you, Train should like definitely Train if you're watching this somehow, some way. Like definitely get her on. Reach out to her, DM her, get on her Discord, DM her, and fucking get her on Kick. She would be fire on Kick. Those videos on Kick would be great too. Oh, she is on a no. Would it be Rumble? Would it be BitChute? No. Listen, you know what you guys need on Kick right now? You guys need a better VOD system than Twitch has, and you need a clips channel right there. You just like here. I'll show it to you. Literally, that's all you have to do. I'll show it to you on Twitch. There it is. You see following, browse, right after browse, get rid of this, just push this over, clips. And then you click that, and it'll take you to the clips channel, and it will just be like LSF. That's all you need to do. That's all you need to do. If you can do that too, and a better way to like search like videos and stuff like that too, be great too. Maybe you can integrate them both into like one thing. That would be absolutely amazing. So clearly, but she's also covering this up too, which I don't know what this is. I've never had like a strike or anything like that, so I don't know what it looks like. So I don't know. So we found that it contains the following, and it's not showing what this is. So they're telling you the reason why it violated their monetization policies. So I don't see like what that is. Maybe in her Discord she shows it. She's on Twitch too. So she's got TikTok as well. She's got that. So she's not showing like the actual email, but her channel is actually fun. It's like fun content. Yeah, everybody's coming after everybody. The comments is like everybody's coming after the streamers. To be fair, you don't know. It doesn't seem like it was mass reported. It violated something, and she's not showing it right there, like what the reason for the violation is. So I can't really comment further as like what the as to the reason why, because she's covering it up too. If she can show like just like the email and the reason for the violation, maybe you can piece it out through the video. But let's continue this.
Vosh was accused of sexually harassing a woman in Destiny's community over DMs, who would later own this and apologize. Oh my god, that is such bullshit, man. Listen, I'm not here to fucking shit on Vosh for the poppy stuff, okay? But this is like an insane framing of what happened, right?
Yeah, that's not exactly what happened, to be honest with you.
To Vosh of what happened. As if he just like, yeah, he let you. After a great fucking effort, after all this drama, after him trying to fucking denigrate the person, you know, there's messages on his Discord of him saying crazy shit. Like, the idea that he did that, he didn't apologize. Yeah, after a great fucking deal of effort and issues, yes, that happened. Anyway,
the one above all Marvel reference.
Vosh have been gaining popularity in Destiny's community for being further left-leaning than Destiny. The schism would eventually lead to Destiny banning all leftists, those who are more loyal to Vosh than himself. Destiny read the DMs between Vosh and the victim aloud on stream, but concealed the identity of the accused harasser by displaying redacted screenshots. By the end, many in the audience had figured it out, and Destiny gleefully revealed that it was Vosh. Within minutes, Vosh joined the stream.
You see the framing there, gleefully revealed. I don't know if this is when they had their falling out yet, or they were beginning to fall out.
Asking what the fuck is going on. Destiny laughed again and banned him. What? That's not what happened at all. What is he on about? That's not what happened at all. That is a completely ridiculous framing of what happened. What? Jesus Christ. I actually watched this the other day. I can't remember why. I think it came as a recommended video and I just watched it. What actually happened was, you know, Destiny went over the logs and was kind of criticizing it. Vosh came on and tried to defend himself, despite the fact it was pretty clear that this looked like it was probably sexual harassment. And then they kind of argued about it. And at that point, Vosh wasn't even calling it sexual harassment. He was still trying to like hardcore defend himself. So yeah, I think this is a very generous framing to Vosh, and it doesn't take into account the fact that after this happened,
yeah, that wasn't the departnering wasn't as a result like this. It was, I think it was the comments in regards to BLM and like the protesters. That was what got him departnered, and then what got him removed from the platform, I think, was some of the trans comments he made like shortly thereafter.
Does he mention the fact that Destiny took the video down? Well, as Vosh was kind of growing as a streamer, Destiny ended up taking the video down off of his channel so as not to like hurt Vosh's career. He didn't want to fuck Vosh's career over completely. Does he mention that? That's pretty important, I would have thought. Anyway, the relationship survived until 2020 when Destiny said in a stream debate about Carl Rittenhouse, the rioting needs to fucking stop. And if that means like white redneck fucking militia dudes out there mowing down dipshit protesters that think they can torch buildings at 10 p.m, then at this point they have my fucking blessing, because holy shit, this fucking shit needs to stop and needed to stop a long time ago. Vosh's roommate and his partner at the time called for Destiny to be deplatformed for the comments. Twitch didn't ban Destiny, but they did departner him, leading to a significant loss of his income. On a September 12th stream, Destiny said, I'm going to be a little bit more forceful here, I guess, since I usually let people walk all over me. I can't imagine like how much of a spineless, disingenuous cuck you have to be to let a roommate and a girlfriend that are walking around talking about spam reporting me when like I've given you an audience, I've given you a platform, you literally like ripped off my whole website code off to start your shit, and your entire community witch hunts the fuck out of me, and you just stand by like, oh well, I told them to stop, I don't care. I didn't realize Mr.Girl was such a big Vosh fan. It's honestly wild to me as well that Vosh,
Vosh hates Mr.Girl too.
Absolutely hauled Mr.Girl.
Remember the conversation they had? Dude, he was like, Mr.Girl was not trying to have like an honest conversation with Voss. He was just trying to like get him to say something out of pocket, or just trying to get under his skin, which he kind of did, but Vosh didn't like really show it though. But like the conversation, you can tell how the conversation was going to go until Vosh finally just ended the conversation and disconnected the call.
Over the coals over his pedo android debate shit, and yet here he is giving this insanely generous, I'm not saying he has to shit on Vosh, but you could at least give a bit more of a reasonable fucking explanation of what happened. And the other problem with this part too is if you don't explain the things that Destiny did in order to help Vosh in the early days, right, this makes him look insane. This makes him look a bit insane, possibly, because you're thinking, well, why is Destiny going so hard on this? Well, he's going hard because he feels like he's done a lot to help Vosh out in his career, only for when, you know, people in his life are shitting on him, he's kind of like going, well, nothing I can do, when they're like directly calling for his deplatforming using their social media profiles. A very disingenuous, you know, representation of what actually happened there. And again, if Max had just, you know... This could have all been avoided, let's put it that way. No need for a fucking this insane interpretation of events. It could have all been laid out and clearly what happened, and people make their own.
We're gonna pull a Destiny here and play a game and like critique this video and react to this video and give like 10 head knowledge.
Let's continue on. Let's continue on.
This is probably, I did not actually want to do this.
I'd talk to Max about his bits about me, but I wouldn't talk to him about Destiny's bits because it would just feel weird and it just, you know, you get to a point where you're just living into the meme of being a literal white blood cell. Like, I would talk about my stuff that happened that he talks about, presumably at some point. But yeah. Okay, now we've got some assorted stories. Oh my god, let's continue on. Let's go. Anonymous. A severely mentally ill woman sexted Destiny. Well, that doesn't really fucking narrow it down, does it? Jesus Christ, that could be literally thousands of women. When she said something that unnerved him, he called her out by name on stream and blocked her. She asked not to be named and for details to be vague out of fear of retaliation. Two anonymous female streamers, one struggling with mental health issues, the other not, both sexted with Destiny and were occasionally featured on his stream. Are these the fucking damning cases that were being teased? Just anonymous people that we, you know, we're not going to be able to tell who they are, so we can't even check the veracity of what's going on. We've just got to take their word for it and take their version of events. I mean, Jesus Christ, man. What a letdown. Bad Bunny, a female streamer who had a sexual relationship with Destiny. I hate hearing his name now. It just riles up so many negative feelings for me, so many negative feelings of humiliation, of just defending him for so long, then just having him consistently never defend me and just shit on me. I mean, okay. Again, I feel like we're not taking into account the fact that there are instances of like Bad Bunny saying some insane shit and Destiny going to... Didn't he try and defend her over the black bi shit or something? I'm pretty sure the lack of defense came about after they had like some sort of political schism or something. But anyway, there's a lot of Destiny viewers that will just sit in my chat and just wait to clip things I say to report to him. Really? Does that happen? Well, I can't remember the last time I saw Destiny look at a Bad Bunny clip. Maybe she just never says anything retarded anymore. And then I'll watch them on stream and he'll chuckle and say something rude about me, and then I'll move on and they'll go have a fucking field day and then proceed to rant about me about how I'm a horrible toxic individual on the subreddit. These posts don't get deleted because freedom of speech, but the Trainwrecks posts get deleted. Jesus, man, this is pretty fucking weak. Bad Bunny, who is absolutely, you know, a bad faith actor and has got a lot of fucking problems with her side of things, is coming to like tell a side of the story, and we're just accepting that as, oh yeah, that's it. Anyway, let's just fucking get through this. Trihex, a former friend and podcast host of Destiny. The relationship fell apart when Trihex, who is black, confronted Destiny on a stream about his defense of using the N-word in certain contexts.
Oh yeah, this was beginning the end.
Trihex cried. In an October 2019 Reddit post lashing out at several of his enemies, Destiny wrote, "Wait, I thought they're friends again, aren't they? Didn't they manage to patch things up? Is it still former friend? I thought they were like at least on friendly terms again, though."
I thought they were on friendly terms.
An October 2019 Reddit post lashing at several enemies, Destiny wrote, "Now what in the flying fuck changed so hard that you were literally so upset about my usage of the N-word with the hard R that you literally just offended a few weeks before, in front of me on a podcast against someone saying it was dehumanizing? How did you go from verbalizing my argument..."
This game's relatively old, so you guys know like what's going on.
...to make me look like the literal fucking hellspawn of the earth? Why are you complaining that you have to take a break from streaming because you're so upset with an incredibly public position that I've held and defended for years, even in front of you? Why the fuck is your girlfriend dogpiling on the tweet about me now too? Why are you acting so emotional about this and claiming you cleaned up and changed your act completely when you still use ableist slurs like retarded
Valheim.
other Twitch chats? Or threatening to make Jew jokes, or literally quoting Uncle Ruckus by saying, and I quote, "Niglet," which is exactly the context I'm arguing for.
Jesus.
It's amazing to me that's all.
God damn, Destiny.
Were a few USSR LARPers whispering in your ear to turn against me. and then you have the nerve to confront me publicly and ask how a friendship means so little to me. When you 180'd your position from less than a month ago because a group of lefty dumb fucks are telling you that I'm the devil incarnate, and then you expect me to...
Oh, you can actually move this around.
You have the entire internet rallied behind you with LSF threads hitting the front page of Reddit, shitting on me in every aspect of my personality. Fuck that, I've cancelled the podcast. I don't care if you want to continue or not. What kind of fucked up background do you think I come from where I'd ever deal with such a dysfunctional one-sided relationship?
We have returned. Okay, so WASD movement.
I mean, this was obviously some stupid fucking drama shit that happened, and like they hashed it out. I just don't understand again why this is being included, but okay.
Just want to make some changes here real quick.
Again, I just can't help but shake this feeling. This is just like Soy Kiwi Farms documenting all the bad things that Destiny's ever done.
It's essentially what it is.
Do you know what this is? This is the CDO of allegations, right? You're putting together, this is the CDO thing again, right? Where you're putting together all of these different things into one so you can point to it and go, look at that. Look at that, look at that there. And it's like, well, hang on a minute. You got some old drama between him and Tri-X over the N-word usage that was solved ages ago. Why have you got that in there? You know? The next segment, oh my god, I can't wait for the next segment. There is no other segment. This is the segment. This is the segment. Me reading this article is the segment today. There is no other segment. There is no escape. There is nothing else happening today. I am reading this article. And if you don't like it, I'd advise you go and find something else to do, okay?
Don't worry, folks.
What do you think a pattern
We're still
of
going
abuse
here today.
is? Okay, so that's the fucking cope, isn't it? Well, you're demonstrating a pattern of abuse, but that's my point. It's a CDO of an abuse allegation, where you're putting in any old fucking shit, some of which doesn't even really meet the standard for abuse, some of which is just someone saying they're abused without any evidence, etc, 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 and you're pointing to it going, there we go, I've demonstrated a pattern of abuse. Okay? That's the issue. Let's continue. Thank you very much for all the support, by the way. I've seen it coming in. Right, let's keep it going, because I reckon we'll be able to hit the $1,500 mark soon, and I'll be very happy with that. Let's keep it going. Okay. A subreddit post about the incident titled, "It's actually so fucking sad that Tri-Hex is looking like this entire show, and Destiny still jokes about the N-word joke drama," was removed by the mods after receiving 1,300 upvotes. We're getting there, guys. We're getting there. 2 comments on the deleted post. "That is frequently how it goes. I am black and grew up around a lot of white people and had the N-word tossed around a lot. I know it'd back me up when I got angry, and the social pressure to just be cool was so high that it was usually resulting in both of us apologizing even though I didn't do anything wrong. Being an angry black dude that calls people out for being racist is a very quick way to get alienated from many social circles. It really fucks with your head." Here's another one. "Yep, I'm black, and that's always been my experience too. White people are able to enter black spaces at will and justify their use of words that have historically been used to dehumanize us in ways that they see fit. We're never allowed to enter white spaces and do the same or call them on it, or we're just being angry, unreasonable N-words." Okay, more Reddit comments, good. Right, this is the one you've all been waiting for. This is it. This is the segment you've all been waiting for. The lab segment.
All right. Let's go ahead. Exit out of this. Now we're going to the abuse of Lavloon, everybody.
They called me. Oh.
So now this is officially part 3. Okay.
Ready. Not our daughter. Kids. Always talking to the FBI.
This is the one you've all been waiting for. This is it. This is the segment you've all been waiting for. The Lav segment. Black Dow, thanks for the super chat. You're the first person I've thanked in ages. It's been crazy today. Keep them coming. put my life on hold. I was supposed to be going out for dinner tonight, and I'm not, so I can read this. That's my dedication to you today. I'm here to read through this fucking Autismo Mode document to bring you the entertainment and to make a shitload of money. Let's fucking go, okay? So, Lav. Lav. In November 2021, Lav was a 23-year-old musician, TikToker, adult content creator, and aspiring streamer. She introduced herself to Steven via Instagram DM, telling him she liked the sound of his voice and that she discovered him through his videos about Anna. He replied, "Oh well, Jesus, ah ha 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 ha. I do politics and games and shit, that's not my normal content." Well, I mean, about that claim, I've got to be honest with you, that is rated as 3 Pinocchios. Let's just continue. They kept in touch, but Lav didn't start streaming in earnest until June 2022, when she called into my stream to talk about relationships. She also told me she was retiring from OnlyFans. I told her she was manipulative and that I didn't believe she would really retire. Based take from Max. This is the last based take that Max had on Lav, and he was right about this and I was wrong. I trusted Lav and she let me. I needed her to destroy the OnlyFans, not join it again. He was based for this, okay? She was taken aback, but I went even further, telling her I would not allow her on my stream unless she stuck with her plan to retire from sex work, as I believe she was self-harming and didn't want to help her advertise it. After a few contentious months, we became good friends with me in a mentor role. June 16th, 2022. Steven DM'd Lav that he was masturbating and requested that she send a sexual photo, which she did.
Godspeed, Destiny. Godspeed, man.
Okay. That evening, Lav asked, "Are you going to stream with me and give me clout?" Steven replied, "Lamau. If we've got something to talk about, sure thing, bucko." August 2nd, 2022, Lav and Steven talked about OnlyFans on stream. Afterwards, she DM'd him. "I really like talking with you. Thanks. Now I'll feel less bad bugging you for feet pics." Okay, we need to just... Let's just... Stop. Enough. Stop it. Ha ha ha. I'm going to be honest, I don't think the feet bit was a joke. Anyway, let's continue. Pleasure doing business. Based. Welcome to the Orbiter Club. Lav Hart. August 6, 2022. Steven told Lav that he cheated on Melina and had fallen in love with the other woman, but she'd recently ended their affair. This keeps coming up, man.
Bro, what is he doing, man?
It's so funny as well. Everyone knows about this at this point, right? It's literally a completely open secret, isn't it?
Yes. Jesus Christ, why is he...
Steven, it was just a relationship thing that was massively escalating over like 5 months, and I was ready to end marriage over thing. Lav, geez, I hope you and Melina take at least a break. It would be so hard to pick up where you left off. Resentment building for both of you. Steven, it's okay, the Melina stuff is fine, I can pick that up again. Just have to recover from the last girl. Oh. Again,
wait, what?
Another edit. Another edit begins. Right, let's scroll back to about a quarter of the way down to where I am. Here we go. There we go. I think what I'm going to do, otherwise I'm going to be here literally all night, okay? I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to read... Okay, this is actually perfect, okay? This is literally fucking perfect, okay? Because here's the thing. I was going to talk about some of the old Max drama anyway tomorrow. I even said it at the start of my stream without realizing this was out.
Okay.
I'm going to read now to the end of the Lav segment, and then I'm going to cut it there, and then I'll come back to the Max stuff tomorrow. Okay? So I think that's the best way to do it, because otherwise I'm going to be here all night, and at some point I need to end my stream. Okay? So we're going to read the Lav segment.
Fair enough, Chud.
And then the Mr. Girl stuff.
I appreciate the content.
Is that fair? Should we do that?
That's fair. I agree. That's fair.
Doing it. Keep going. Come on, don't be silly. Can we refund the donations though? Why the fuck would you refund the donations?
Absolutely not.
Come back tomorrow and give me more fucking donations, obviously. Right, let's continue. Just have to recover from the last girl person. Lav, it's not fine. Are you both sociopaths? This does something to a relationship. The recovering process involves space. Stephen, she doesn't know the extent to which I was obsessed with this other girl. Okay, I mean... This is, I don't know, man. Like, look, as much as I meme about it, this feels... This is to me... It's like, I'm not going to name the person. This is like Kiwi Farms level at this point, okay? Of like A-logging, right? I mean, Jesus fucking Christ. Come the fuck on, man. Fucking hell. Anyway, Lav asked who it was to satisfy our curiosity, even offering to tell him a secret of hers as collateral. Stephen agreed, and over a voice call he disclosed the identity of his mistress and sought emotional support about the situation. In return, Lav told him that Sam Piker had sex with a friend who was close to 18 and he was in his mid-20s.
Okay. I forgot. You have to like chop it up even more.
Statements about a friend's age at the time they had sex. Oh my god, is this actually pointing out that Lav has done something wrong? This has got to be the first time since months when Max has actually said that Lav has done something wrong. That is incredible. Wavering between 17 and 18. In November 2022, Hassan addressed the allegation directly and said she was 19 at the time. The woman in question has not come forward, and Lav has not produced any evidence to substantiate her claims. Holy shit, I think I'm gonna fucking have a heart attack. No way. Here we go.
That is actually critical. Dude, that was nuts too, bro. You just accused him of like a major crime. And that was it.
About the ethics of OnlyFans, recruiting young women with the promise of easy money. This was before I understood the sadistic nature of Stephen's content. So I was surprised when Chud Logic brought on Lav. Yeah, I like content. Sue me. Who had become vehemently anti-OnlyFans, and Madame Genevieve, an OnlyFans creator, to argue the topic on a very personal level. I was also unaware that Stephen was sexting both Lav and Madame Genevieve at the time.
Okay.
Chud Logic had ostensibly conjured up the panel out of an indignance about the exploitation of 18-year-old girls, a sentiment I share, but once the others joined, he fell back to a role of memeing and throwing pipe bombs from the sidelines.
The CM Punk reference there?
Guilty.
Smack's a wrestling
Guilty
fan?
Charged. Yes, correct. Guilty. Anyway. I also recently banned Lav from my Discord server because I felt she was a danger to herself and others, which led to us having an affectionate but heated argument about whether I was her dad. By communicating intimately with her in such a caustic environment, I inadvertently opened her up to a deeper level of ridicule from the audience. Also, can I just say as well, to argue the topic on a very personal level, if I remember correctly, Lav was going like hell for leather at Madame Genevieve. Like, Lav was going real fucking hard on Madame Genevieve. That's not because she was fucking sexting Destiny. That's because Lav is a fucking psychotic bitch. Like, Lav herself is going super hard at Madame Genevieve. That's her choice to do that. Like, what is this, the idea that is this the gladiatorial combat thing? Oh yeah, he brought on two girls he was sexting to fight each other to the death. Give me a fucking break with that shit, man. It's unbelievable. Anyway.
Infantilizing grown women.
I'd also recently
cringe
banned Lav from my Discord server because I felt she was a danger to herself and others, which led to us having an affectionate but heated argument about whether I was her dad. By communicating intimately with her in such a caustic environment, I inadvertently opened it up to a deeper level of ridicule from the audience. I didn't mean to paint myself as innocently naive. I'd been streaming with Steven and his orbiters for several months by then, and I should have understood what was happening, but it would be another 2 months before I ran out of excuses for Steven. After the 4-hour stream, 2 anti-Lav posts appeared on Steven's subreddit. Lav thinks it's wrong for adults to do OnlyFans, but it's okay for minors to participate in cuties, and why does anybody take Lav seriously? I mean, what? Okay. This is all going to be linked into the subreddit stuff, and actually, people aren't responsible for their own actions. It's actually Destiny's responsibility that people come onto their stream, make an idiot of themselves, and then get criticized by their community. It's so pathetic, and I just fundamentally disagree and totally reject this. The 2 things out of the article that I think, number 1 is obviously the anna-sexting thing, but I've spoken about that already. The second thing is the emailing the school. I really disagreed with that. But, this was the fact that those are the 2 things we're pulling out of the article when it's
which seemed pretty obvious.
Expose on Steven being this terrible person and originally referred to in terms of being like Harvey Weinstein. Yeah, that's fucking a very low rate of success. Let's put it that way, okay? That is a very low rate of success, all things considered. But anyway. The comments were harsh. Lav is harsh. Lav is a very harsh person, and she's gonna get hot. Okay, am I fucking crazy? I'm sorry to do this, okay? I feel like I'm being fucking gaslit in real time right now. Okay? On that stream, correct me if I'm wrong, she was being pretty vicious, if I remember correctly. Right? I don't want to go and watch it now. Maybe I'll watch some of it tomorrow, maybe, as a prelude or a sort of sequel to this. I'm pretty sure she was being pretty vicious and aggressive. Right? Why are we acting like she's some little soft uwu girl who can't fucking handle a bit of shit? Yeah, don't go on a panel and be a fucking obnoxious cunt, and then maybe people won't be rude to you like this. What the fuck? It's insane. There's probably criticisms you could make of Madame Genevieve's position, right? Was there the same energy towards Madame Genevieve? Were the people just shitting on Madame Genevieve or something like that? I feel like I'm being told something here, and I'm like, my reality perception of that is totally fucking different to what's being presented here. Right, what's this? Okay, more leaks from the boss. Let's have a look. Madame Genevieve. Hey, question. Would you want to moderate a non-confrontational discussion between myself and Lav? If you want to, yeah, sure. Cool. I'll see if she's available tomorrow. Would 6 PM work? Actually, never mind. No, she just says she wants to do more research talking again. Oh, shit, well, seems like she's reconsidering her stance a bit. Cool, Destiny's crying. Yeah, I know. Obviously, he's feeding me information to correctly cover this. Yeah, I mean, obviously Madame Genevieve is not looking for like a heated confrontation, and obviously I don't have access to all of the DMs. I mean, I'm sure just here there's probably some degenerate Kuma shit or something, right? But in all seriousness, there's nothing here that indicates to me, or I can't imagine there's going to be stuff that's like Madame Genevieve has said herself, I think she's kind of chill with what's going on. I mean, I think she relayed to Max that she was happy with everything, right? I don't know, man. That's fucking wild. Anyway, let's continue on. Lav is an actual psyop, the absolutely insane and inconsistent views, a rich husband, the 300k a year off OnlyFans. I think she's grifting. She was talking about her experience cutting the other day like it wasn't a big deal. Then today she complains about how much it hurt her that people didn't care. She wanted to slow down on porn because of the self-harm relapsing. Lav and Steven discussed it over DMs. Lav, your Reddit is self-harm. Don't go there, lol. Yes. Do you know what, right? In that one sentence, okay, right? This is how you fix a lot of these problems, okay? Just don't go and read the people talking shit about you. It's that simple. It really is that simple. Just don't go and look at it. Why?
There
why
has
do
to be
people
like
do
some
this?
self-harm
Streamers
with
have
like
got
people
this
like looking
insane
at this shit.
fucking narcissism where they feel like they have to go and look at all the bad shit that people are saying about them, right? And it's like, just don't look. Just stop. What is forcing you to go and look at this shit? If people are saying bad shit about you and you don't like it, don't fucking read it. Unbelievable. Currently sitting in a bath bleeding out. He replied 21 hours later with an unrelated meme. On August 11th, 2022, Stephen DM Lav. Oh, hey, just because you've been on stream more and whatnot, I know we've had some kind of sexual conversations in the past, but you being on my stream, or the way I interact with you, never had anything to do with that kind of stuff, just being clear on that. Okay, well that is as described. I mean, this is apropos of what? Apropos of nothing, I guess? He's just making it clear. Oh, so you don't want to fuck me? Shut the fuck up, obviously, duh. But I'm saying, don't feel like any of our interactions are contingent on anything like that. Haha, thanks for saying that. Okay.
I think you get resin from trees too in this game.
Obviously, you know, with that being said, Lava's got no choice but to continue on, I guess. Let's continue on with this.
I want to get near,
Someone in a
like, the
private
ocean.
Discord. Yeah, Weinstein-y. Oh, hey, just so you know, obviously we got some stuff, sex interactions. Nothing. Fucking Harvey Weinstein over here. Jesus. August 13, 2022. Someone in a private Discord server recorded and leaked a conversation where Lav joked about not wanting to have sex with Steven and also said that Steven wanted to perform oral sex on her fiancé. That was Queeman. Well, I'll tell you a funny story about that as well, right? I'll tell you a funny story about that.
Wasn't that Queeman?
That's Queeman.
Yeah.
Queeman made it into the manifesto. Queeman is a massive Mr.Girl simp. So I'm pretty sure that he's going to be absolutely fucking popping off about the fact that his work has been included somewhat, even if not mentioned by name. Funnily enough, anyway, let's continue. On stream that day, Dan confronted Steven about his tolerance for Lav's weaselly behaviour. Steven, I don't know how much was said in jest. In terms of having a threesome with the husband, I'd probably do it. I don't know if we've ever talked about that specifically or not, but I'm bisexual, Dan, accept me. Yeah. Why is it that every person that comes on stream, you need to try and sleep with? That's not good. True! Can anyone point to a single time that Dan has missed in this entire fucking article? I'm not seeing it. Steven, I don't need to. It probably came up in a conversation. I've known Lav for, I think, 2 years. Dan. Chudlogic was playing a thing of her in your Discord, saying that she would find it funny for you to be with the husband, but would never want to be with you because you're a gnome cheese boy. Based. That is not based. That is incredibly two-faced and fucked up and not okay. Wow, Dan predicting the future as well. Incredible. This man can not only accurately predict the future, he can do it with pure perception based on everything that's happened so far. I think he's like fucking Dr. Manhattan, and he's basically seeing everything that's ever happened and everything that's going to happen, and he fucking just knows, okay? He just fucking knows. Anyway, it might be,
Perfect.
I don't know. I'm not pursuing it sexually right now, though. No, that's not it. It's just the fucking Weasley fucking, I don't know, it just pisses me off. If it was somebody that I was going after sexually and they were kind of leading me on, but then they were showing up on my stream and shit, I think I would get irritated because I'd be like, wait a second. How do you feel about this person that went and said this about you after you were, I don't want to say vulnerable, but you know, to a little extent, yes. Actually, a lot of extent, yes. Wait, how was I vulnerable to her? Steven is likely signaling to Dan that he should not disclose what Lav knows about the affair. Dan backpedaled. Well, that's like, in the words of a very famous streamer, that is leaking private sexting details. I interpret this as a reference to Anna's complaint from 2 years ago prior that Steven had announced a sexual relationship on stream. Steven, yeah, but I don't care. I'm open about all my shit. Like, I would do a male-female threesome. I don't give a fuck. I don't think that's ultra private. It's a little fucked up for sure. Dan wasn't convinced. Steven continued. If I was chasing this person and this was then happening, I would be upset. But like, insofar as our relationship is concerned, we talk a little bit privately and then she's on stream for me, but that's mainly the extent of our stuff, and most of the time she's on stream it's like pretty brutal experiences for her. He laughed as he said brutal experiences. Do not laugh. Do not laugh ever. Never. But it's not like I'm crushing on her really hard and going after her and then I'm finding out I'm getting played super hard. I'd feel horrible. If that was the case, I'd feel a lot worse. When Dan said he should be more upset since he seemed to be pursuing Lav sexually, Stephen said, I'm pretty sure we've spoken sexually probably like over a year ago. Stephen, the problem is that there are very few types of things in life that truly have me as a vulnerable person that would upset me if somebody betrayed me. It's incredibly uncommon somebody has that level of access to me. Sexually, that is absolutely not one of those things. If some girl hooked up with me and pretended she liked it, and later on she's like, Destiny's got a small dick, and he sucks, like, I don't give a fuck, I don't care about that shit. Sexuality is not a vulnerable aspect for me. You can hit me on that all you want, it's not gonna bother me.
Brave man.
Hey, oh, you've been fucked over by a lot of people, and I'm just gonna be like, hey, I don't know if any other content creators fucked me over in a way that's like really bothered me before. In private, Stephen became less responsive to Lav's DM. She asked if he was mad at her. Oh, no, I'm okay, lol. I don't know how else to convey it though. I mean, yeah, that's pretty reasonable. I mean, if he thinks that Lav's trying to fuck him over in some way, maybe. But anyway. Oh, no, I'm okay, lol. I don't have to go. Christ, do you have feedback, comments, concerns, or do we just move on because it's so insignificant? Oh, I already said it like 2 days ago. Just think that every single thing being said in Discord, etc. is always being recorded. Yes, of course, I don't say anything real in Discord calls, but none of that made... She's so fucking dishonest, it's unreal. She's such a fucking... Okay. We love women on this stream. There'll be no disrespect on women today. That is for damn sure. Absolutely no way are we going to be disrespecting
Shud not being
women.
brave, not being his true self.
That made you feel bad, right? Nah, I'm Gucci'n. I could kill you, good bitch. When are you coming to LA? I think September 1st. August 25th, 2022. This was the day Destiny mocked Merrick DeVille for a suicide attempt on Twitter. Lav DM'd him. You're sicking your whole audience on this poor woman. Destiny. Tell her to stop fucking tweeting about me. Lav, she's nobody, she doesn't exist, she's just some random girl who tried to kill herself. She's not random, we used to be close friends, I hate that she randomly takes shots at me and shit. Just tell her to fuck off. She's very random compared to you, take a breather. I'm done now, okay, I got it out of my system. Don't let the internet do this to you, remember your humanity. You big fag. Wow, wow. Why do so many of your former friends hate you now? That's a long story. Do I have to worry? But honestly, there's a lot of good, easy clout for shitting on me. I don't fuck over anyone unless they come after me first. I've never done that before. Did you have sex with her? Yeah. One threesome with her and Melina. The day before meeting in LA, Destiny DM'd Lav. We can do whatever you want. Just to be ultra clear, I don't care what we do, and I don't have any expectations for anything. If we just hang out and eat or chat for a while, it's super cool and fine. Just keep me updated. It seems like he's going out of his way to like not be Harvey Weinstein. Do you know what I mean? Can't wait for Chud's apology to Max. What the fuck have I got to apologize to Max for? Max nearly dragged me down into this fucking bullshit. Or he tried to, I should say. I've never really wanted to get fully on board with that without evidence. Good fucking job I didn't, because this is fucking, like... What even is this? What would you even call this? Thank you for putting me at ease and not raping me at gunpoint. September 1st, 2022.
What? These conversations, man. God damn.
For an awkward sexual encounter. Some of the details of which she would later leak. September 11th, 2022. Destiny's subreddit had two highly upvoted Lav hate posts, one making fun of her forehead. What a fucking... This is pathetic, man. This is absolutely fucking pathetic. Oh, there was a subreddit post making fun of your forehead. Welcome to the fucking internet. Like, what? I don't know, it just seems so crazy that you're gonna unironically say that. That's so funny to me. And the other stating that viewer call-ins are terrible, but Lav is worse. She DM'd Destiny and then removed the forehead post. Your audience is cancer. Yeah, they're super negative towards you and hate women. Don't read the sub, Lav.
Oh, looking for constant acceptance.
Okay, I mean, I don't know, man. It's horrifying. I mean, does this... Am I crazy? Does this not solve a lot of the problems? Not looking at the subreddit means you don't see the stuff that's upsetting you.
No, you're not
Right?
crazy.
It's horrifying. September 29th, 2022. Destiny asked Lav to meet the following week during TwitchCon for another sexual encounter. She expressed non-committal interest. October 5th, 2022. After Destiny reiterated the sexual proposition, Lav complained that the latest stream together was posted with the title, Destiny actually convinces her to concede a trans debate. Lav suggested the alternate title, Girl Gets Negged by Steven for 56 minutes straight. The top YouTube comments included, my vote is to replace Lav with the cool Ukrainian girl, 2.2k likes. The woman who definitely makes it in the streaming world because of her intellect and thoughtful conversations, 1.1k likes. I have to chant I love women in my head over and over every time Lav talks, 1k
Okay.
likes. What are these comments supposed to be? It's a mean I just cannot fathom why you would include just the most like benign, like minorly insulting comments ever. Like, this is hardly anything. Anyway, during the stream, Lav announced she had posted anew to Twitter and would be returning to OnlyFans after all. A post on Destiny's subreddit praised me for predicting Lav's return to sex work. It received 768 upvotes. One of them was mine. The way he's referring to it as if it's like one of those upvotes was mine. Like, it's not that fucking deep, mate. Why are you fucking acting like this is like, you know, some massive... I did indeed upvote that Reddit post. So stupid. By this point, a narrative about Lav had taken root in Destiny's sphere. She was slippery, annoying, and needed to be held accountable for her contradictions. She showed promise and some flickering signs of intelligence, but it was imperative that she learn to take feedback and improve as an interlocutor. All correct, by the way.
That's actually very true. So what am I supposed to...
For example, ChudLogic posted a 75-minute video in November 2022 titled Lavloon confronted and exposed for
here we go.
sharking and flip-flopping, in which several men berated Lav about the rudeness of a decision to abruptly leave a small streaming panel for a larger one.
Keep your commitments, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, because that's a shitty thing to do. Do you know what I mean? Of course, Destiny himself is prone to lying and avoiding accountability. Okay, I just don't understand what that has got to do with the panel we did. And also, the other thing as well, that panel stands as a testament to some of the points that I've made about all this as well. The idea that, like, Lav went out of her way to put herself in positions where she was on Destiny's stream. Right? She went out of her fucking way to get on the Destiny stream, to the point where she would have pre-arranged things that she was doing, right? And she would then fuck off from it to go onto Destiny's stream because she wanted all the clout from going on Destiny's stream. And, you know, to tie that in so closely to the sex stuff is just insane and makes no sense whatsoever. Anyway, let's continue on. Cherry is a female orbiter whose streams are almost entirely focused on Destiny. In August 2022, when Melina separated from Destiny for a couple of weeks over his infidelity, Destiny offered to fly Cherry out to Miami to see him, and then ignored her, never actually booking the flight. A week later, Cherry wrote a twitlonger saying her fruitless pursuit of a relationship with Destiny had left her feeling ashamed to be alive. Oh my God, we're stretching up everything. In a tweet, she added that he still gasses her up, despite knowing how it will likely destabilize her. Destiny replied, agreeing that he shouldn't have made that offer, and later confirmed that they had a sexual relationship in the past. In October, Cherry did a string of law streams where she took notes on Lav's past public appearances and hunted for inconsistencies. October 8th, 2022. From San Diego, Destiny DM'd Lav to ask if she was coming down to see him. Lav, I'm like having a mental health moment though, so I don't know. Also, can I just point something out as well? At this point, a narrative about Lav had taken root in Destiny's sphere, right? What is this? Like, my decision to make content is not rooted around Destiny's perception of it, right? Because at that point, Lav was still in Destiny's good graces. So I was criticizing Lav in opposition to Destiny's perception of her. But it seems like every single time it gets tied into Destiny in some way. Obviously, fundamentally, there's an aspect of it that's about Destiny because she's going on a stream. But I was offering a criticism of Lav that was in opposition to what Destiny felt at the time about her, which, you know, over the course of time has only further been vindicated as more and more information has come out. And that's on top of the fact that she is like obviously from my perspective, a very dishonest person, and, you know, is very inconsistent and is all over the place. So I just find it really unusual that, like, oh, the narrative has taken root in Destiny's sphere. That's a narrative that is against what Destiny thought at that time, though. So, like, it's an opposition. It's an opposition to that. And I'm not fucking looking at Destiny's subreddit going, oh, what do Destiny's community think about Lav? Oh, they don't like her. I better do a stream where I call her out for something, right? That's not how my content creation process works, right? I see stuff happening, right? And I got wind of this panel, probably from someone in my Discord, I expect, of her leaving this panel to go on to Destiny's. And I thought, damn, that seems really fucking clout sharky. And I think that's kind of cringe. I'm going to do a piece of content about that, you know? So it's
that's
like
generally what he
is tied up
does.
to Destiny, even in situations where seemingly it's even against what Destiny thought at the time it happened. Does that make sense? Anyway. Destiny DM Lav to ask if she was coming down to see him. I'm like, having a mental health moment though, so I don't know. What's going on? Cherry's doing like note taking on all my combos, and I tuned in because I was surprised, and I thought the unhinged bitch thing was a bit, and it's fully not. Why? Okay. Why are you watching? Why are you watching a stream of somewhat? Okay. I'm going to solve a lot of the problems with this. It's really easy. Don't seek out criticism of you so strongly. Okay? That's my advice. You don't even need to log off. Just don't indulge in the narcissistic need to go and find out all the fucking bad shit people are saying about you. If you can't handle it and it's going to make you feel like this. Fuck me. Oh, well, yeah, damn. Don't take anything she says personally, lol. She's being super personal. It's very weird. Waiting for the twitlonger about me next. I was in a weird place already, but tuning into that stream made it like 10 times worse. I nuked my YouTube and I'm deciding if I want to stream. I'm going to hide. Destiny suggested she write down the names of people she cares about and try to remember that no one else's opinion matters. Hours later, he asked if she was coming down to San Diego. I'm in a blanket watching movies. Have fun with your nerd friends. October 13th, 2022. Are you awake? Because Cherry is low. Is she on? Yes, she is. She's ready to go. I'm coming. Okay, we're waiting. Oh, so that was to bring it on stream to have a fight. Coincidentally, I DM'd him at the same time to ask if he was available to talk the next night because I thought things seemed tense between us. We'd be arguing about Nick Fuentes for a week and he'd taken to banning community members who took my side in the argument. He told me he was free to talk right then. Again, I didn't understand the nature of Destiny's content at this point and had no idea that he would agree to a conversation about our relationship while simultaneously setting up a cage match between Lav and Cherry, all to cause maximum chaos. However, I ended up being quiet for most of the stream because I didn't understand why I was there. A lot of this stuff, okay, a lot of this what you can put down to is Max thought that streaming was something else than it actually was, okay? I don't think Max realized that streaming, a lot of it, isn't like super serious shit. It is shit fighting, drama, personal shit, you know, shit flinging, etc, etc, etc. Right? Okay?
That's fair.
I think he's
people do take this space a little bit too seriously.
He's horrified because he finds it to be personally very bad. But then it's like he doesn't want to just walk away from the playpen. He wants to destroy everyone else's toys as well. He wants to destroy everyone else's ability to engage in this because he thinks it's wrong. And it's like, that ain't up to you, buddy. If you don't like it, kindly fuck off, okay? But it's not up to you to decide what we do with our content. You might think it's wrong, but then don't engage in it. Then don't fucking engage in it. Just fuck off and go and do your own thing then. Go back to making videos about how trans people aren't real. Oh, do you even still believe that? I don't know. Fuck off and do that. Do you know what I mean? But no, he's got to do this big fucking article. Part of it, by the way, is because he needs a narrative villain, okay, for his arc, right? He had Dr. K for a little while. You know, there's other people that have been his villain. Now it's Destiny. Now Destiny is the villain. He's got to create this villain to battle, you know, to justify his righteous indignation at everything that's gone on. When most people, if they're not happy with it, would be like, hey, this isn't really for me. I'm not going to do this anymore and I'm going to walk away for it. But he didn't. Anyway, fuck me. Lav and I joined the stream around the same time. She angrily confronted Cherry for mockingly telling her to call a suicide hotline. You did a video in your announcement to returning to sex work that you privated your videos and you blamed it on me when you said I'm doing these streams. I'm so mean, and that you got banned from my chat, but you couldn't help but keep watching and it was like self-harm to you. So when I do have somebody who I think is not well, who has a history of suicidality and cutting, and you tell me watching my stream is like self-harm and you can't stop, I'm going to tell you to fuck off. And yeah, I'm going to link you the suicide hotline. I don't want any of that fucking baggage on me. You didn't link me the suicide hotline. You're posturing right now. You did it because you want me to be a fucking wanted to be a fucking alpha female bitch. You didn't do it because you fucking cared about me, you piece of shit. Lav asked Cherry to list the criticisms of Lav. Stardust and John Zerka joined the stream.
It's always a hoot nanny when those guys when they join.
The stream turned into a heated debate over Lav's virtues and flaws. I defended her, but failed to recognize the extremely disturbing nature of putting the character of a potentially suicidal person on trial for entertainment, and then I left the stream. Cherry and Lav continued to fight about Lav's stances on sex work, with Destiny half moderating and half cross-examining, leading to exchanges like this. Destiny, okay, so you're not going to post any nude photographs of yourself just meant to be enjoyed. It's going to be all educational stuff. Well, people can jack off to those, like people are going to jack off to those. That's not what I asked. I don't know what you're talking about. What I'm asking is, are you not going to post any random nudes or naked stuff? You're only going to post educational stuff. No, I'll post naked stuff also. Well, that's porn. After the stream, he DM Lav. Good convo. Sorry everyone jumps in to gang up on you. Lav just brings everyone to the other guest. Christ. I'm killing myself. That means Cherry wins though, Lamafau. Dude, Cherry is retarded. I hate you now. Do you think I'm dumb? Not at all. I think you're pretty smart, to be honest. But I'm just confused about organizing some concepts in your head, but it's ultra fucking hard to sort out in literal combat arenas online. You really are trying to figure this stuff out on ultra hard mode. Try not to let random losers discourage you online. Trying. Heart. October 16th, 2022. Late in the night, Cherry and Stardust publicly accused me of flashing them. At the time, I had a herniated disc and needed to
what does this
stand
have
up
to
from
do
my
with
chair
Destiny?
every half an hour or so. On two such occasions, during heated arguments about sex and dating, my hairy abdomen was showing. Stardust added a blur box to a clip of me standing up to stretch, posted it to Twitter, and described it as me flashing my pubic hair at her. I immediately posted the unblurred video and said I'd sue her if she didn't delete her tweet. Facing heavy backlash from pretty much everyone, she complied. Gone again. Wait, where are we? God, we're not even fucking... Oh my god. Here we go. Cherry's accusation was harder to fight because she was going from memory. My camera feed wasn't being broadcast at the time, so she was the only person who saw me stand up. She said I deliberately lowered my sweatpants to expose my pubic hair. I woke up that day to hear Lav and Destiny talking about the accusation on Destiny's stream. In her words, Lav wanted to take a victory lap. Lav, I think it's fucked up because she is Max's friend, and we already know that Max has this wound. He's very public about it, where he's very cautious of himself around women. Laughing, no he's not, what are you talking about? Lav, sexually is. No, he's made so many women cry or feel uncomfortable on stream. What you mean he's careful? No, sexually. Sexually he's married to another woman. There is no sexual relationship between him and another woman. What are you talking about? Wait, what are you talking about? No, I'm saying that he has a wound. He doesn't want to feel like he's raping anyone. I have no idea what you're talking about. Do you not watch his content? Yes. And I've seen him put tons of women in incredibly uncomfortable conversations. Listening to them talk, I was sobbing. What, is that Max's words? Listening to them talk, I was sobbing. You're starting to be a little bit monotone. Listen, I'm like, you need to put a fucking dollar in the slot, okay? I'll get a bit more excited when we got these bars filled. Come on, let's go.
That's right, people. Fill up those slots, man.
Woo. I'm trying to.
I was listening to them talk. Like, this is like fucking like pure brain rot, man. These are real people, by the way.
Over the course of the year, I'd become somewhat detached from my own content and from my own emotions. The most recent self-eviscerating video I'd made was called the Mr.Girl Real Doll Review. It was a documentary about me fucking a sex doll and talking to my girlfriend about it. It was the first time that Destiny had ever signaled to his audience that they should disagree with me on anything, and it was amazingly effective. When I pushed back on him against his friendly streams with Nick Prentes and saw he was shutting down criticism with mass bans, I came to believe he was running a cult and that my new audience was not really my audience at all. Jesus Christ. I mean, this is like quite soft criticism. This is quite soft criticism that's being made. And I don't think it's unreasonable to say that, yeah, Max has put women in uncomfortable positions in conversations. Like when he said to Stardust, I feel like I'm raping you right now. Hey, Hyper, thank you for the $5. I mean, I don't know, man. That seems like a very soft critique. Anyway. This was a crushing realization for me because it meant all of our conversations were essentially meaningless and that my emotional vulnerability was being used as entertainment. Okay. What is it? This is what this is. This is an entertainment thing. I've spoken about this so fucking much. I find it impossible to believe that Max has never heard me talk about my takes on this, right? Like, yes, this is an entertainment space. What do you think is actually happening? What do you think the dynamic is here? Oh my god, man, this is tragic. He said putting his vulnerability in a video for reaction and entertainment. I mean, yeah, that's the best kind of entertainment. I don't know, man. I just think this is like... I mean, if he didn't realize this and he genuinely thought he was having substantive conversations that weren't entertainment focused and he was being vulnerable thinking something was being achieved beyond content, then yeah, obviously that's a horrible realization to come to. But like...
Yes.
Yeah. Anyway. Lav wanted Cherry's accusations shut down swiftly and harshly, but Destiny clearly wanted them explored, even without me present. Lav had also revealed that Destiny didn't understand me in the slightest. I also realized I'd grown to love her.
What is this? Chad losing his mind slowly. Bro, this is like gets like so creepy, man.
Fucking hell, man, that is fucking... Okay.
This is true derangement, folks.
I'd also realized that I'd grown to love her and that I should have been mentoring her instead of shutting her out. By allowing Lav to slam Cherry over her accusation, Destiny had set up a face-off between us. Now, either Cherry would look like a falsely accusing woman, one of the worst things to be in the eyes of Destiny's community, or I would look like a sexual harasser. I was furious that not only was he exploiting my situation, he didn't even DM me or wait until I could be available to represent myself. Cherry joined the stream saying I heard I was getting dragged. She proceeded to defend herself in the only way she could by attacking me. I joined the stream soon after, beginning with, "Ladies and gentlemen, the court calls Max Carson to the witness stand." I was terrified. Cherry was furious at me, hated Lav, and was in love with Destiny, who was pointedly not going to bat for me. Her accusation relied solely on her memory, and while calling her a vindictive liar might have been the safest move for me, it also goes against everything. I believe it. Standing up on camera, wearing the same clothes as I was when I supposedly flashed her, I asked her to walk me through the timeline of events and explain why she thought I'd do that. I stood up in front of my camera, humiliated and frightened, and talked about how my love handles and long torso can make it appear as though my pants are lower than they actually are.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Zerka and Irrelevant seemed to find this compelling. Likely fearing a dog pile against herself, Cherry interrupted me repeatedly, so I asked Destiny to moderate. When Zerka, who does not like me, prompted Destiny to shut down the fake cancellation attempt, based from Zerka there, Destiny said, "I'm letting these two sort it out. I'm not jumping down anybody's throat. Yeah, I've already given my opinion on it earlier." I said, "We've hit a dead end. The dead end is that there's no recording, and all we have is Cherry's testimony. I don't even have a counter testimony. I don't remember what I did. We all watched a section of the video where I supposedly flashed her. I was not visible, but we could see Cherry's reaction, which did not indicate she was being flashed. Lav took the opportunity to attack, but I stopped her saying, 'You're very, very passionate and very feisty. This is actually kind of an important moment for my life right now, so I just want to let Cherry finish what she's saying.' Cherry said, 'I think if you did pull them down, I would have seen it in the VOD, and I think I'm getting confused and making incorrect statements.' Fighting back a sobbing breakdown, which I knew was coming, I replied, 'Okay, I understand, and I believe that you're confused. I believe you, this is not intentional.' Zerka, 'Cherry's a liar. She's even doubled down.' Fucking hell. Jesus. 'I swear on my life, I believe you. I don't think you're lying. I don't think you're being malicious. Something made you uncomfortable. Obviously, even me standing up, my body, the conversation, something about what I did made you uncomfortable. That much is clear.' Lycan, one of Destiny's mods, muted Lav and chastised her and Destiny indirectly for not taking the conversation seriously. He said he would continue to mute anyone who wouldn't grow the fuck up, and said Destiny could fire him if he objected. I was grateful. He paved the way for Cherry and I to reach an understanding that our previous conversation had made her uncomfortable, and that it made sense that she would read malintent in my actions, but that she'd probably been mistaken. I asked Destiny, as the writer of history, what happened here. He said, 'It seemed like you were adjusting your pants. That's what I saw. I didn't see anything more than that. I wouldn't assume there's any like malintent or anything, but I wouldn't see enough to convince me of that. Do you need more than that, or do I need to be more clear? I don't think you're intentionally trying to creep anybody out.' Lycan unmuzzled Lav. 'I think it sucks so bad, Stephen, that you have not come to Max's aid at all. I think that you know. Careful, hold on, if you want to be. We just saw Cherry fucking lie about it. She did not concede, she doubled down on it. You're assuming, hold on. No, let me finish. Okay, Max cannot defend himself right now because if he does, he looks really bad. So he needs you. He needs you to create a narrative, or not create a narrative, but to tell the general public that he's not a creepy antisocial rapist, and you'll not do it for some reason. I tried to interject, but Destiny told me to shut the fuck up. Lav, you just made the exact same fucking mistake that Cherry did. Cherry saw an action, she assumed a state of mind. Don't ever fucking roll your eyes at me like that. I swear to God, if I ever see you do that again. Jesus.
Jesus.
Destiny, stop. So Cherry's huge fuck up here was that she assumed a state of mind, or she assumed an intention that probably wasn't there. And I did say that unequivocally. I said that in clear terms. I think most people would understand. I don't think Max did anything weird or creepy, and I think it probably was dumb to tweet it out. I've already said this, okay? Your problem, Lav, is that you're assuming Cherry is just fucking lying. Okay, now it could be, Lav, she did just lie. Destiny. Saying something that's not true is not the same as lying. Do you understand that? No, I don't. He's saying that she was confused. No, stop. Okay, a lie implies intent. Okay, if you tell me I'm going to be home by 5, no. Yes, it does, you dumb bitch. Okay, if I tell you I'm going to be home by 5 p.m. today and I run late from work and I get home at like 5:20, I didn't fucking lie to you. It might not just be true. First of all, don't talk to me like that. Don't call me a dumb bitch. Stop. You're actually triggering the fuck out of me. Holy shit, stop. There's a difference between a lie and being wrong about something, okay? It could be totally the case. The problem I had with you is you're making the exact same mistake that Cherry's making, but you're eager to blow your load down a fucking throat about it. So, I think she was wrong. And I think that going live with those tweets, accusations, whatever, was dumb, and she shouldn't have done it. It was irresponsible. I'm going to take the Cherry's a fucking liar stance. Me. Stephen, if you're characterizing what she did, I agree with you. It is not intentional or she's confused. I agree with that. But if you're going to describe it as just silly, it feels like you're absolving her of the responsibility that comes with the platform and comes from making accusations like this, where I think you do have some kind of responsibility to not be confused. When you make these accusations, I just said that. You probably shouldn't be going live with stuff like this without doing a very clear, recording. What do you want me to say? Cherry, you dumb fuck, don't do this. No, I don't want you to performatively mock me by calling Cherry dumb. That's not all I'm asking you to do, obviously. I'm saying that when a baseless and unfounded accusation or a silly accusation could ruin someone's life, I feel like you calling it silly at that point is kind of absolving her of all responsibility. There's a reason why I think all of this is silly, because none of us is ruining anybody's life. And I don't think anybody's going to remember this in 2 days. I mean, that kind of did turn out to be true. God, I really went fucking hell for leather on this one. I thought it was crazy when it happened. It was insane. But, you know, I remember watching Destiny, and Destiny did seem to be, you know, a little bit less forthright in his opinion. Because normally when, like, something like this comes up, he goes fucking... Bleh. But I think the thing, his logic from what I can understand was that everyone is shitting on Cherry and Stardust. There was barely anyone that was even coming out and even whispering that what Cherry and Stardust were doing were, like, good or correct. So it's like... the narrative is already set in stone. Everyone thinks it's dumb and everyone thinks it's wrong. So there wasn't a feeling of necessity there to come out super hard and be like, you're a fucking dumb bitch, Sherry. How the fuck could you do this? Blah, 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 blah. That was, you know, seemed pretty reasonable. I mean, I think I would probably say on a personal level, thinking back to that time, I probably thought, yeah, it would have been nice to see Destiny go a little bit harder. But, you know, on the whole, I think this is quite a true sentiment. And after 2 days, it was forgotten. Everyone moved on. You know, well, I think to this day, Stardust will still get a criticism for it. Cherry will still get a criticism for it from time to time. But generally speaking, yeah, it's kind of done and dusted. Oh. Anyway. People are waiting for Max to fuck up. Do you think people aren't waiting for Max to fuck up even a little bit? Not as much as you're waiting for Cherry to fuck up. You literally told me you were coming on stream to do a victory lap. Oh, that's true as well. I think the other problem is obviously Lav is there for other expectations and reasons. She's not just doing it for the sake of Max. She hates Cherry and wants to be able, because Cherry's been trying to pick her apart, and now Lav has got something that she can shit on Cherry for publicly, so she's wanting to come on and fucking get the boot in that way too. You're scared to go too hard on her because she already wrote a fucking twitlonger about you. This is a pattern Cherry has. Ooh. Cherry can write as many twitlongers about me as she wants. I don't care. I'm not scared of any of you crazy fucking women writing any twit-longers about me because I'm above it all. But you're also ready for Cherry to fuck up, so everybody's making way too extreme statements. But I'm not making too extreme statements though, right? No, your statements, Max, are annoyingly fucking reserved, and I understand why. You should be going way harder, but obviously you're worried about it looking bad. But yeah, you should be pushing back way harder. You shouldn't be like, Cherry, is there anything that maybe you would want to rephrase? What you should be saying is, Cherry, why the fuck are you implying that I was fucking sexually harassing you? I left the stream in a mess. I left the stream a mess. Oh, we've hit the super chat goal. That's good. Let's put it up some more. Let's double it again.
The capitalist that is Chud Logic.
Yeah, I mean, you know, obviously at the time, I think it's easy to kind of look back and think that was a pretty crazy time. You know, pretty crazy drama. I just... what's the point in including this? That's the thing that I don't understand. Is it just to say that Destiny was like an asshole in dealing with this? Is that it? God, this is a cash cow. Do the max cow. I can't do the max stuff tonight. It's too much. I cannot stream that long. It's way too much. Trust me. I'll come back tomorrow. Fresh stream. Okay, we'll have new eyes. It's going to be based. All right? Trust me. Okay, here we go. The truce with Cherry didn't last long. All of the Orbiters made sure to publicly attack me once they learned I was writing this piece. When I DM'd her asking for an interview, she said fuck off. During the stream, Destiny and Lav had the following conversation over DMs. Destiny, you're on your way to success. I'm proud of you, good little drama farmer. I'm going to cut your throat, twit long and me do it. Me too, me, I'm going to kill you. Do not ever call me a bitch like that again. This is all fun. Do not do that. Whatever that emoji is. You're a good streamer, but you need to be a good friend to Max right now. He is fine. You guys blew this up 10 bazillion times more than it needed to be. Steven, Destiny, and Heart. Destiny, sorry if bitch is a trigger for you. I won't call you that anymore. Ooh. Destiny acquiescing to the e-girl in DMs. Very interesting, Destiny. We've got your fucking number, son. Okay? We got your fucking number. We see what's going on. Yeah? Call her a bitch on stream, and then in DMs, I'm so sorry, sweetheart. Sweetheart, I'm so sorry. Can I get another taste of that? Okay, keep going. Come on. Don't call me a simp, though. I'll fucking kill you. Saying we spoke face to face, mate. Blank. I didn't say while you were eating me out. 2 days later. Now, if you calling me a dumb bitch has opened up the most insane 24 hours to me. I don't want to tell you what to do with your platform. It's your life. I'll be bowing out. I cannot handle the vitriol from your audience. I obviously know I'm an acquired taste, but the amount of people just spamming me with it, it's a lot. Sorry, I didn't want it to look like I was 100% blaming you for your viewer response to me. Bro, you are insanely combative online. I've been so unbelievably patient in our conversations, but you go so hard over and over again, I don't know what you expect. I mean, where's the lie? Where's the fucking lie? That's just true. That's just true. If you're an insanely combative person, you tend to get an insanely combative response, right? Anyway. But listen, you're always free to do what you want, matey. I appreciate you being patient with me, but you blowing up and calling me a dumb bitch with your audience was a decision you made that is affecting me. If that was just us, and we were in person, it would be different. I still wouldn't be happy. You've told me you know your community is toxic to women. Why would you not keep that in mind when speaking to me? I'm mad at myself. I'm frustrated with you. I'm not blaming you for everything. I just want you to be more aware of how I'm feeling and the way I feel, and think you should be aware of parasocial influence your audience has. A lot of this does also come back to the you need to have more control over what your audience does take as well. A lot of this is rooted in the idea that people should, you know, take substantive control over the actions of like people in their audience. But yeah, Anyway, you've called me and others a million names. You're totally out of line if me calling you a bitch is what set things over the line. And if it was in person, of course it's nicer because we're not arguing. Stephen, I don't have the audience you have, and we're friends. People read that. Then why are you accusing me of being a simp for someone when I'm just trying to be impartial? And they're like, okay, Stephen's totally done with this bitch, let's go nuclear. I wasn't implying you were being a simp, first of all. I was implying you were unconfrontational. You literally said it. What? And second, why are you so scared of being a simp? Why is that the most insane thing? Did I? Because you're accusing me of being biased in this situation because I want to fuck someone. It's literally hardcore enforcing the misogyny I'm trying to weed out of my community. I don't think that's what I said. Question marks? I think I said you were worried about another twitlonger or dirt she'd have if you didn't defend
Stone Axe.
Stephen, look at your subreddit. A sampling of the most popular comments across 10 posts made about Lab after the most recent stream. Is Lab actually the most dishonest and logically inconsistent orbiter, or is it just more noticeable since she is more aggressive than others? What are these comments? First of all, Reddit comments again, cringe, putting the upvotes in cringe. But what is the point of this? This is like the most mediocre fucking shit possible.
I need like a pickaxe or something like that. This is
so damn cathartic. Referring to Destiny screaming love is a dumb bitch. Cathartic. Pseudo-intellectual is still too generous. Because she's literally a dumb bitch. Okay, that's the worst one so far. You don't get to talk to me like that is crazy. Guess what, Goofy? You already did. The fact that he's been so patient with you and even nice to you in person by your own admission should probably be a sign that you massively fucked up that stream at least. Lav, look at your YouTube comments. A sampling of popular comments on the most recent stream. Destiny, line requires intent. Lav, no. This is a prime example of Lav just saying whatever she feels like in the moment and not holding any actual consistent beliefs. She just says whatever she feels like in the moment. It's like they're saying, this has got 1,800 likes. Yes, because it's a sentiment that I think is true, but also clearly a lot of people agree with. At this point, with stuff like this, I'm looking at this in such a different framing from the way that Max looks at it, that we're never going to agree. It's just impossible. I'm never going to come around to his side of thinking. Because I'm reading this and I'm thinking, this is nothing to me, but to him, this is everything. To him, this is indicative of the abuse that is coming from Destiny's community. But I will never see it that way. I will literally never fucking see it that way for as long as I live. It's impossible. It is impossible. Anyway, it's amazing how Lav can come out of drama that doesn't involve her looking like the worst person. A real talent to be that unlikable. My respect for women is ever growing thanks to your content. Amazing how Cherry made basically false harassment allegations and doubled down on them, and Lav is still more unlikable. There was also an unusual post made in support of Lav on Destiny's subreddit that day.
Okay, building.
I really think Destiny's community have been dogpiling on Lav a little excessively. 0 upvotes.
Oh.
This Reddit post that expressed the sentiment that Destiny's community of being a little hard has got 0 upvotes though. I tell you what, Mr.Girl is never gonna fucking beat the, obsessed and upset about Reddit allegations, is he? With shit like this. Jesus Christ.
It does just come off like he's upset at like some mean post by like Destiny's community. Bro, I don't know what to tell you, man.
Why are you pretending your audience is not filled with misogynists and vitriolic El Toxicos? Destiny's reply. Boom, boom, boom. No concession, you're steadfast and you handled everything great and correctly. An hour later, Destiny posted the following in his offline chat. Prepare yourselves when I get back home. No more soft moderating. We're hardcore moderating all unironic misogyny until it's gone from all parts of our community. The problem is I can have a legion of dumbfuck men on stream and you retards will never hate men for it because 98% of you are men. But every time it's a woman acting like a dumbfuck, it's incel factory, she's making me hate all women. How could I not hate women after this? Oh my god. Late that night, Lav reacted to Destiny's new decree by jokingly DMing him. Lav, okay, come over. I'm wet.
Oh my god.
So, this to me reads as Lav put social pressure on Destiny to do something. As, by the way, she's applied social pressure to me to do stuff to acquiesce to her. He's given into it, and now she's friendly again.
Only Chud is the true Sigma male.
And now she's friendly again. She's got what she wanted, so she's rewarding that behavior. But obviously, I'm sure that Max and his retarded fans will see it totally differently. Anyway, none of my recent changes have anything to do with you, Lav. Okay, so Destiny's the victim. Yes, correct. Destiny is the biggest victim of all, okay? He's the victim of mind rape by e-girls. However, I would give the same advice. I would give the same advice to some retarded woman that's gone back to a guy's house at midnight pissed up, okay? If you want to stop getting fucked over by retarded e-girls, right? Stop mixing it up with retarded e-girls. It really is that fucking simple, okay? I see all these talks. Oh, what, Brittany's fucked him over. Oh, God, what could it possibly be? Blah, blah. Stop hanging around with retarded women. Simple, 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 okay? It literally is that fucking easy, okay? Every time. Oh, my God, what are we going to do about this one? Let's have a 4-hour conversation about Destiny's boundaries. No, it's simple. Stop hanging around with retarded women. That's it. Done. Done deal. Conversation over. Done, okay? Anyway, Leggett, thank you for the donor there. Appreciate it. Let's continue. Right. Fuck me. It's so annoying. Honestly, I was pulling my fucking what little hair is left on my head. I was pulling it out watching the fucking Britney Simon combo offline as they're all fucking, oh, what about boundaries though? What about boundaries? We all know what the problem is. Every single person fucking watching knows what the problem is, but no one's willing to say it, okay? No one's willing to fucking say the truth. Anyway, enough soy ranting. Enough soy ranting. Let's continue. Okay. Okay. I don't know if you have other shit going on, or you just like being fired up. This is a nothing argument. I had a moment the other day. I'm not mad. I hope you're not mad because I haven't given you a reason to be. I get extremely fucking triggered when I'm getting shit on from both sides, so eventually it just makes me completely disconnect from the issue, and I stop caring about it because it's absolutely not worth it. I totally get that. Sorry for adding to it. Hope you're well otherwise. Take care of yourself. Okay. Jesus. We're October 2022. We still got months to go. We've still got literal fucking months to go.
Dear God, man. Chud doing God's work right now.
Okay.
All right, I need to like
get
an
absolutely insane stream. Thank you all for your support. I greatly appreciate it. Okay. Right. Let's continue. Lav co-hosted my call-in show, Mr.Girl Hotline. I told her that I confronted Destiny about how he treats his orbiters. I described how his system was rigged to make us look bad, and if we somehow managed to successfully challenge him, he would ban support for us anyway. Lav said that that was what we signed up for. We would be dogpiled in exchange for Destiny doing us this favor of bringing us on stream. I was adamant that it was not a favor. We've been cast on an entertainment program, and we should be treated with dignity rather than abused. I told her that this defense of him made her sound like Harvey Weinstein. What? Lav said that I needed to learn the difference between setting boundaries for myself and trying to control other people.
Unironically true.
Oh my God. Literally the most base thing Lav has ever said. Literally the most fucking base thing Lav has ever said. I counted that any boundary can be described in both ways. For example, if I go over someone's house, I have to be allowed to use their bathroom. If I'm not, then I don't want to be there. But you could also frame that as me telling them how to run their household. I mean... Right. Yeah, that's exactly the same thing. Nailed it. Anyway, I said I could live with Destiny having an advantage in all of our discussions and having more sway over the audience. But with him not banning me and anyone who agrees with me from his subreddit, where issues and narratives are discussed more thoughtfully than on stream, I've been banned from his subreddit 2 days prior. Destiny would later tell me that he didn't want me whipping up too much negative sentiment about him with my criticism that he was sanitizing Nick Fuentes. We'll obviously get to that when we talk about his stuff, right? Lav countered that Destiny doesn't care about any of that, and that I have to choose if I'm going to leave or be his little monkey and dance for him. She told me he can't be trained to treat people well, and that I should let go of the idea that I can teach him how to be a good friend. The following day, Lav DM'd Destiny. Lav, I didn't mean to talk shit about you, just level with Max and find a middle ground. Smiley face. I'm too baby for drama. You were driving me crazy, mate. I am. Yes, what did I do? I feel like I've been handling this well. Smiley face. How you speak about me is insane, and to some extent, how you speak about the community. Hey, Short Fat Taku. Thanks for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Hope you're doing well. Welcome to the racist and transphobe of the Short Fat Taku community. We're just finding out how many women Destiny's raped. So far, it's 0, okay? Let's see if we can get that number up by the end of the fucking thing, okay? Jeez, I misspoke and I fucked it up. Welcome. Right, let's continue. I just watched what you said about me on stream and I actually want to murder you. He'd said that she was childish and unempathetic. Destiny,
oh my god.
Face, Lav. Can I come on? Trying to suckle that clout once again. Anytime.
Dude, this I need like a spear or something like that.
Channel with the title "Destiny Finally Takes Gloves Off. Debate Ends in Tears." The framing of this as drama has me stressed out. Oh my god. Good. Feel stressed because you have no problem running your mouth on 15 other fucking channels about this quote-unquote drama. When did I talk shit? What did I say? The way that you characterize me as a blithering fucking moron. Oh, he just doesn't care about me and is being mean, and it's the whole reason his community hates me. You even said personally to me, you said that one phrase that I said to you was a big reason you were getting. It emboldens your community, which is just true. I've told you a million times. Another edit. Interesting. How many's that now? Who's keeping count? I think that's an edit anyway. Is there still more Lav stuff? Fuck me. Right, okay. Jesus, man. This is, whew. Right, we're getting through it. We're getting through it. We're getting through it, guys. Come on. Fuck me. Right, where were we? Oh, it emboldens your community, which is true. I've told you a million times what gets you the most hate, and I see it happening over and over and over again. Just to sticky note it over the conversation, let me just say real quick. No, because here's the problem. You think that I'm counting every single bit of criticism or everything about me on your subreddit as misogyny, and I've repeatedly said I don't think that's the case. I think 80% of it is probably pretty constructive. A lot of these people are mostly just giving me feedback on how they're winning debates, or how to talk to smoother, or how to be logical, right? That's fine. Even if they say it in a mean way, that's fine. Okay, that's great that you're saying this right now, but when you're on other platforms, you're saying things like, oh, well, his audience has a lot of groypers in it. My audience has a lot of groypers in it. What a weird statement to say. You spend more time on alt-right groyper platforms than I do. Do you understand that? Groypers are followers of far-right white supremacist Nick Fuentes. Lav was referring to the undeniable influx of Fuentes fans in the Destiny's subreddit as a result of Destiny's friendly streams with him. Destiny's counter is to set up yet another zero-sum game by pointing out that Lav hangs out with groypers too. Lav, okay Stephen, sure. But I'm not interacting with as many males as you, first of all. So I think in a space that is dominated mostly by males, there's going to be a little bit of misogyny that's bred more than if there's an all-female space. Okay, you've totally pivoted away from the original claim, but go ahead. You didn't let me fucking finish, first of all. So even if 80% of the criticism is valid, 20% of it is so fucking loud. And they're posting pictures of me without my makeup on. They're telling me to go back to sex work, that I should just shut my fucking mouth.
She's...
Okay. We love women. We love women on this channel. Destiny counters.
This is not all women, guys. Don't turn the incels over this, okay? This is not all women. She's just being highly manipulative.
She argued against this framing that she was trying to hold him accountable for anything, and explained that she was instead trying to express how it felt to have him refuse to protect her. Lav, I'm having a really hard time coming to grips with the fact that I've been stupid online. I think it's a lot all at once to have so many people hate me, which isn't about you, that's obviously very much about me. I really am grateful to you for spending this time with me on stream because it's great for business, right? But I also didn't know what I was really getting into. And then, when it turned out to be bad, it's upsetting for so many people to pick me apart constantly. And I think that you're used to that because you've had this platform for so long. And I'm still sort of just, this is my first little dip, my first toe dip in. And so I wished that she trailed off almost crying. God, this is a fucking slog, isn't it? Jesus. Bit bloated, isn't it? Jesus Christ. Okay, we're getting there, 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 we're getting there. Okay.
Keep going, Chud.
I'm not gonna
I
be
need the
another girl that
content.
cries on your stream.
Do the work for me.
Holy shit. So, I think when I talked to you about calling me a dumb bitch, it really hurt because I felt like not only was your community painting me this way, but you, who knows me personally, is saying these things to me and affirming that it's true, that I'm just a stupid dumb bitch who knows nothing, which hurts more when you say it because you know me better than your community. And then, because your community knows that you know me better, they're like, okay, it's open season basically because Steven is telling us that it's okay to do this. That hurts me a lot. So then I had to be like, okay, well, I don't want to change Steven's mind because I think what he's feeling is valid. But I might just have to take myself out of the equation because I can't handle this. Whereas Max was like, well, I can't change his mind, I can change him. I was just like, I think it's just healthier for me if I don't involve myself in this or just like cool it down. I've been trying to not give you too much shit because I know that Max is giving you a lot and I know that your audience is giving you a lot and I know that obviously the whole Nick stuff or whatever, I don't know. So I've been trying to give you space, but you've been shit talking me on like every platform you've been going on. I didn't shit talk you, Steven. You wouldn't say the conversation you had with Max. You don't think that was shitting on me a little bit? Or the conversation with Brittany and Erudite. You wouldn't say that was shitting on me a little bit? You want to watch those clips together. We can go over this if we think that is or not. This is what I'll say. Okay, I'll concede. I guess I was shit talking you. But I think in a way that was productive, that humanized you. So it doesn't seem bad to me. What? I don't understand. This is so telling of Max's perspective that this is somehow supposed to look bad for Destiny, when all I'm looking at this here, this is just makes Lav look terrible. It makes Lav look incredibly snaky. Why would he include all of this? Surely you'd only want to include the bits where Lav looks good, which is very minimal. I mean, to be honest with you, if you included the bits where Lav looks good, we'd have been done with this segment in about 2 minutes. Let's be honest. There's probably about 2 fucking lines that you could bring out where Lav looks good. I don't know what that sentence means. I wasn't painting you as evil. You're painting me as uncharitable and dishonest, which is like the worst things. I would rather somebody say I have a small dick, okay? My honesty and my charitability are the 2 things that I've extended the most to you and to other people in general. So when you say things like, why do you pretend your audience is not filled with misogynists and vitriolic El Toxicos? What is the implication there? That it's just a few people on Twitter? The implication is huge. It's just not a few people, it's enough. And then when you say later, you said you handled everything incorrectly, that implies there is some level of blame that I have there. I think I've moved in the week since it happened. I think I wanted you to protect me from your audience in a way that wasn't fair. I was asking for special treatment and I was upset when you didn't give it to me. And now I'm just sort of dealing with the bed. that I shit in. And yeah, I was wrong. I don't think that your audience is filled with groypers and misogynists. I think they're certainly there, and I think that you could probably do things to quell some of that if you were extremely cautious. I understand the things you're saying. It all feels placating to me. I mean, true. Doesn't this just come across as super placating? Going and saying something else to someone else, and then coming here and just saying whatever is needed to placate Destiny.
Well, yeah.
Because when you're talking to Max was making it sound like I was so beyond fucking damaged or whatever, and you're like, oh, well, no, well, we shouldn't even try to change him. Like, that's just the way he is, and I can't interact with that anymore. So, no. So, I still feel the same way. So, I think I can love you from, like, here, but knowing that if I interact with you in that way, I'm going to get hurt feeling. I'm going to get my feelings hurt because I can't control you. Interact with me in what way? If I go on your stream, I can't trust you or expect you to treat me with kid gloves anymore. You're really good at this, okay? But I'm far older than you, okay? I see through your devious tricks, okay? This implication that you are talking about me like a butterfly that you can't catch, and you have to let it flap its wings in the wind. Oh, okay. That's interesting.
Okay.
So Max is actually offering another critique of Lav, I guess you could call this. I agree with Destiny here. Lav was placating him, but she didn't have much of a choice. No, it's not. It's actually a defense of Lav. Brilliant. Destiny hates being placated, yes, but he also can't tolerate being criticized. When Lav did one, he demanded she switch to the other. Wait. Okay. But this is a criticism that's being made publicly on stream, right? Do you see what I mean? It's not as if she's gone to him and said, hey, I've got some feedback for you or something. Like, she's going on another stream and she is like talking shit essentially. Like, the framing of it is just criticism is wild to me. Clearly it's not just fucking criticism, is it? You know?
True.
Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm losing it. Fuck me, am I gonna be able to make it through this bit? Fuck. Whew.
Keep going, Chud. Get some coffee, get some more Huel, get a protein shake, finish this off. Finish the fight.
Okay.
Finish the fight, as Master Chief would say. I need the content, Chud. I need it. Think of all the smaller streamers that are feeding off this content like me.
Personally, I said you had to detach. You said that you didn't feel like you wanted to teach me how to treat you properly. The implication of that is so much more negative and vitriolic than you're giving it credit for. The implication was that I'm this monster that can't even be trained to treat a woman properly on the street. Whoa, that's not what I meant. That's not what I meant at all. That's what you implied, and that's probably what you meant. You're like, I don't really want to be friends with Steven because I don't think he knows how to treat people properly. I'm not going to train anybody to treat me well. I think you shouldn't be friends with him either. I never said that you and Max should not be friends. I said that he should let you go. What does that mean? I don't think that you get it because you have a very detached attachment style. I don't think that you understand what anxious attachment is or what it feels like, and that's fine. No, in this conversation right now, Steven, are you seriously going to tell me that you don't struggle interpersonally? No, I don't struggle interpersonally. No, I don't. That's a fucking joke. It's not a joke. I don't. You've feuded and fought with everyone in the fucking four corners of the fucking internet, Steven. Yeah, I can tell you exactly why I fight with anybody that I do. It's not a mystery to me. Yeah, there's always a reason. There's always a reason. It's always someone else. It's never you. Hold on, that's not true. I have a super aggressive personality. There's a lot of reasons why people don't like me, but I know that. I'm not confused. I'm never on stream trying to figure out, I don't know why they're treating me this way. But I can't bring up those reasons. You could. Oh, are you bringing up those reasons? Because 5 seconds ago you were trying to say to me it wasn't about me, that it was about Max. But now that I'm willing to admit, of course, yeah, I'm an asshole. Now you do what you do want to make it about me. Or which one is it? I can't tell. You're changing positions in real time. You've got the Thanos ring. Reality is whatever I want it to be. I think that I've done a fine job recognizing why you're hurt, and you're still making me like this. You're like painting me as this villain, like manipulative, and because you were kind of acting like a villain, yes, but I'm going to give you the final word because I have to leave. Yeah, I think it's an unfair characterization, but I don't know what else to say because I want to have a productive conversation. It doesn't feel very productive. It doesn't feel productive because I'm not just acquiescing to everything you're saying. Like going, yeah, true, I agree, I agree, I agree. It feels unproductive because I'm giving you pushback. You probably don't get it very much. That would be my guess.
Cutting wood,
I
folks.
get it enough. It just sucks when I'm trying to be vulnerable to you and you're painting everything that I'm doing as messily as like, everything I'm maybe messily doing is like intentional. God, I'm fucking losing it. No, I'm gonna read it. I've decided I'm gonna read it. After this convo, we'll take a very short intermission just so I can catch a break. No, hold on. You're not
respectable
being
Chud.
You're giving me
Thank you for doing this again,
folks. For everything you've done,
folks. Have I said that you need to give a thumbs up, comment, subscribe, and donate to Chud Logic for doing God's work here too? I mean, you can do the same to me, but you should do first to Chud, then do the same to me. Just saying. Do the good work. And help out Chud Logic. He's got kids.
Maybe my people skills fucking suck then. But for you to be painting me Destiny side dramatically, dude. And even the way that you're talking to me now, I don't know how to ask for what I want from you. Okay, talk anytime you want off stream. Hey, thanks for the $50. Off stream or on stream.
I wish somebody gave me $50. I'm kidding. Not really.
Cool.
No, not really. I like money.
Destiny. Jesus. Holy fuck. Promax are like the two most mindfucky people who'd never get conversations with. It's actually insane. Jesus. That's my Destiny impression to cap that little bit off. Oh my god. Okay, guys, we're making good time. We're making good time, okay? We're making good time. It is... I'm going to finish the lab segment, okay? So just to clarify for anyone that's watching, I'm going to finish the lab segment, but I'm going to have to save the Mr.Girl stuff for tomorrow. But I was going to do some Mr.Girl review content anyway, so it fits in quite nicely. You need to be more nasally. Make it rain. Rain upon me. Come on. Oh, it's so boring. Lab impression needs more knee showing. Nah, I'm gonna no. I'm gonna keep going. We're gonna do this. We're gonna finish the lab segment. I'm committed to it now. Oh Jesus. 20% of the lab segment is done. I saw a couple of comments.
Chud.
I don't know how serious people are if they're memeing or not, but someone was saying like, oh, what a loyal dog reading through this. It's like, if I didn't read it, I'd also be called the same thing. That's the great thing I've realized about criticisms from Mr.Girl's community. They're simultaneously contradictory, so you can just completely disregard them. They basically cancel each other out, so you can just totally ignore any criticism that you get from Max's community. It's actually really fucking good. I love it. It's my favorite. After this, my favorite one was when it was like, oh, Chud, you're not covering Lav because Destiny blacklisted it. And I said, no, I covered Lav on stream yesterday. He went, well, that's only because Destiny covered it and you're just following him. Like, bro, that's literally contradictory. How the fuck are you going to believe both of those things at the same time? That's insane. Like, any piece of evidence to say, actually, you know, I'm not necessarily just going along with whatever it is Destiny says or wants. Well, no, actually, that's also evidence that you are. Bro, give me a fucking break. Anyway, listen, thoughts so far, I'll just quickly give them. Just kind of a disappointing read, really. I feel like it's a real letdown versus what I was originally thought it was going to be, based on the things that I'd heard about what had been said about it, you know. Listen, we're gonna finish the lab segment. We're gonna do it, okay? Oh, right. The Chud Marathon. Yeah, I mean, I think that there's definitely... I don't know. I'm just going to be repeating myself at this point. The Destiny report. Words. 107,000 words. Characters. 602,000. Reading level 11th to 12th grade. Reading time 6 hours 31 minutes. Speaking time 9 hours 58 minutes. Fuck me. Keyword density. God, man. What a fucking slog. My Discord, Jesus, man. I've got to be honest with you, my Discord's popping off as well, but I don't have time to catch up with it all. Right, come on. That's it. We've had a good little break, haven't we? Let's get back to it. Come on. Yeah, I'd heard that it was going to be a lot of transcripts. Right.
God bless him for doing this, man.
Don't forget, guys, any support is appreciated. I'm shamelessly e-begging today because, holy shit, it is a fucking red letter day. Let's get the show on the road. Okay, so here we go. That day, I watched this stream with Shaylin in our living room, on our living room TV. Near the end, Shaylin started crying and said, "This is the first time I've seen his face close up like this. I've never been able to see how sad he is." The following morning, October 24th, Destiny streamed his reaction to a clip of a conversation between Lav and Brittany Simon, another fellow Destiny Orbiter. Wait, that's outdated. Brittany Simon, from what I understand, is no longer a Destiny Orbiter.
Dun dun dun.
Lav said that because she has a propensity to self-abandon, the criticism on Destiny's subreddit is particularly hard. Brittany, who said she has borderline personality disorder, agreed. Destiny went on a rant about what he perceived as Lav's tendency to blame her psychological problems on others. Stop externalizing everything to things that are in your fucking head. Fix it, figure it out. The usage of psychology language to everything is so fucking grating, kill me. I have the propensity to self-abandon. Shut the... No. Fix it. Do something. What? Just stop. Stop using these words. I have an anxious attachment style. Who cares? Fix it. Do something about it. Oh, this is my blame box. Oh, did you just say that I'm blah blah blah? Well, here's my attachment style. Oh, did you say blah blah? Well, I have OCD. Oh, did you say blah blah blah? No. That's who you are. Do something about it. Lav and Max are both incredibly adept at gaslighting and darvoing. They're both so fucking good at it. Lav not so much, Max is very good. Darvo is basically when you flip the script and you make the other person feel bad when you should probably be the one that feels bad. It stands for deny, attack and reverse the victim and offender. If you ever feel like you're in a personal relationship with somebody and you feel bad a lot, and every time you try and confront them over making you feel bad, somehow by the end of the conversation, you're always the one that's in the wrong. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean they're doing that, and you could actually be in the wrong and you're fucked up, but that should be a key to you that something needs to change about your interactions with that person. There are some people in life that are really, I did this a lot. I still do this sometimes to Mel. I love you, Mel. There are some people that are so good at navigating conversations and making it so that you're the problem, even though it's their fault. If you find somebody that does that to you over and over and over again, you need to take a step back and say, okay, am I actually a terrible fucking person? Or does that motherfucker flip the script on me constantly? Always be careful of that. Always be careful of that. I thought Judd's community was hateful, but after 4 hours of watching a man with a wonky eye struggling to read and nobody calling the R word, I'm proud of you, chat. That caught my eye, my wonky eye, and I found that very funny. Thank you for that. You're giving me the strength to carry on. About 10 minutes later, Lav DM'd Destiny. I don't know if she was watching Destiny's live stream, Destiny stream live, but it's more likely that one of their mutual fans told her that he was criticizing her. My own fans notify me whenever anyone prominent talks about me, supposedly to be helpful, but probably also to stir up conflict. Destiny is well aware of this dynamic as it goes both ways. If you talk about him, he will know also immediately. Yeah, this is true. There is definitely people that want to stir drama. Hey, I'd like to talk off stream. I don't want to stress you out. Doesn't need to happen immediately, just whenever you have a free night. Destiny. Yeah, sure thing. I'm free tonight or tomorrow night if you want to, matey. Tonight works. What time do you end stream again? I always forget. I definitely want to milk you. I appreciate you saying I'm not dumb. I don't appreciate you calling me abuser, Christ almighty. That night, things came to a head in a stream that would later be titled... ABBA confronts Destiny. Triggers meltdown. 13-person debate. Civil war.
Oh my
plans to
god.
speak with Destiny about the power dynamics in his relationship with his orbiters, but I joined because I saw Lav getting dogpiled in a discussion about how dumb she is. Destiny, ostensibly defending at her from ABBA, said, I would say that Sneeko does worse than Lav because at least at the end of the day, Lav is like, yeah, maybe I'm dumb, and maybe I'm not thinking this through, and maybe I'm too aggressive, but at least she'll admit it, even if I feel like it might be kind of a half cope, but Sneeko wouldn't say that at all. Lav, having just joined the call, tried to interject while ABBA talked over her. If Lav is saying, I'm compromised in some kind of way, I need attention or whatever the fuck it is she's saying, compelling her to do this stuff, okay, there's no point in having these discussions, because even if you do prove her wrong, well, she says, I'm confused. Lav said, you'd rather me not acknowledge that I have shortcomings. ABBA replied, I'd rather you not have conversations if you don't think. Destiny said, for you it sounds like you're taking accountability by saying, I don't know, but for ABBA it feels like that's a way of avoiding accountability by making extreme statements and saying, I don't know.
God damn.
I mean, where's the lie? Sure, but do you know how inhuman it is for a person to, in the middle of a conversation, be like, oh my god, you're so right, I'm so wrong. That's not normal. Me, Lav, don't let the Motte Bailey you. ABBA said, you don't think when you talk. That's what you're responding to. Don't let Steven slip in some charitable sounding bullshit that you can respond to instead. After she continued to defend herself, I said, Lav, I think you should reject the premise that your character is on trial and that it's acceptable for ABBA to come in and just start criticizing you. I think even by responding to his criticisms, it's a weird situation where it's like everybody who has an opinion on whether Lav is full of shit should come in and start talking about it. ABBA left and we talked about our grievances with Destiny. Lav said she wished he'd expressed public remorse about calling her a dumb bitch, and he said he never would. Giga Chad. If you looked at your chat after that, or if you looked at your subreddit after that, it was like pages and pages of people just repeating, dumb bitch, dumb bitch, dumb bitch, dumb bitch, dumb bitch, dumb bitch. Which is like, okay, at some point, yeah, you're allowed to respond that way to me, but when it then just becomes an echo chamber of everyone who wants to in-group signal about hating me, that just becomes a little masturbatory, and I don't think that you should allow something like that. I mean, everybody already hates you on my subreddit, so I don't think that changed things much, so I definitely saw a difference. Lav calling Cherry a dumb bitch doesn't have the same effect as you calling Lav a dumb bitch, because you have way, way more power than her. Okay. Dumb bitch is such like a minimal comment as well. Dumb bitch is like nothing. I just don't understand. Okay. I can't see it. I just can't see it. That's the problem. I'm never going to see it. It's not going to happen. I don't care. If somebody's going to come on my stream, I know that's my whole problem. No. Hold on. If you think you care about that, then you're engaging in a social dynamic that is unsustainable and is never going to be agreed to by anybody else in any other circumstances ever. If you want to come and engage on my platform, you're totally welcome to do so. But I'm not going to let you get away with markedly worse behavior because you're a smaller person. In the way earlier that you said that I tried to discredit Lav by calling her irrational, you're trying to baby her by saying she's a smaller streamer. So of course she can act in that way, she's just a small streamer. No. Yeah, that is exactly what you said. Now, if you want to restate what you said, that's fine. Hold on. No. You can't just say no. You didn't say that. You exactly said, let me repeat verbatim. You said, Destiny, when you call Lav this name, it has much different effect than when Lav calls Cherry that name. You're arguing for a different type of treatment because of the size or reputation of the two figures. And I'm telling you that is something, I'm telling you that I think you're abdicating your responsibility. Destiny says. So Lav doesn't have the responsibility. Why? Because you're in charge of the community. They're all your fans. It's playing to a much larger audience of your fans than anybody else's. It doesn't matter. Lav is still contributing to the community and that conversation the same way that I am. She is, but there's a different effect. When you call someone a dumb bitch, it has a very different effect on the person you're saying it to than it does when she says it. You're like Superman, and you're like fighting a normal person, and you think the normal rules should apply to you, but I don't agree. You're like Superman. I mean... This is... Max is right. B for Brian. You're one of the biggest fucking Mr.Girl cock sleeves going, so of course you're going to say that. Oh my god. This is insane, man. This is fucking insane. Anyway, come on, let's crack on.
Well, I've been saying for like the last like 2 days.
Well, no, listen, I don't need to ban anyone else. In making this article so... Yeah, who is going to read this? I thought... Hang on a sec. Wasn't this supposed to be an article for normies to read to understand how bad Destiny is? And the reading time is 6 hours and 31 minutes, right? I'm pretty sure that the Harvey Weinstein article was probably about a 5-minute read, no? Hey, Harvey Weinstein raped a bunch of bitches. Here's the situation. Like, why the fuck are you... Oh my god. It's funny as well that he didn't contact the guy that wrote the Harvey Weinstein article about this. I wonder what he said. I wonder when Mr. Girl went to him, right, I've written all about this Destiny guy, 6 hours 30 minutes long, what do you reckon? You don't read Harry Potter in one night. True. Okay, let's continue. Oh, goodness, fucking me. The gang stalking's real. Right. Why? Is it because he has more subscribers or because he's a man? Because he's smarter than her? Why? It's his platform. I don't think Steven is smarter than Lav. Thank you. I don't think Lav's smarter than Steven. I don't agree to the narrative Lav is dumb. Steven and Lav are both very intelligent people. Okay, that's because Max is going to have some incredibly esoteric definition of dumb. Do you think that she's going to be smarter when she's 30 years old than she is now? Or would you say not smarter? I would hope so. Lav is going to be smarter? I don't know. She'll be wiser. Okay. I just wanted to get out there that you're totally randomly using words, but okay, go for it. Now make your point. I'm not randomly using words. I'm saying that I think if you both took an IQ test, I think maybe you would. No one here is talking about IQ tests. And she's got Ashkenazi fucking Jewish blood, so it's not fair to compare us, okay? Curious. I'm working on some Hispanic shit. I'm literally debuffed at birth. Interesting. What exactly does that mean, I wonder? What exactly does that mean?
Ugh.
Lav, I'm half Mexican. It sounds to me, Max, and I could be wrong, but it sounds like you're trying to make the argument that Steven's positioning puts Lav at a disadvantage. So he has to act accordingly, so Lav doesn't get thrown under the bus. But again, who puts that responsibility on who, Steven? Taking the responsibility away from who? Lav. No, that's not what I'm saying. Steven is, in some ways, our boss. What the fuck? Speak for yourself. No. Steven is our boss. And he's also our friend, but he's our boss. And that creates a lot of weird social dynamics, because he's not just the boss of when you can come on his stream and make money and grow your platform. He's the bot. Wait, this is delusional. This is fucking delusional. If you're... Okay. Let's just read on. I can't... He's the boss of you in that... He's the boss of you that way, but he's also in charge of the community's narrative about you. He controls what people think about you to a large degree. So if you're having a conversation with Steven offline and he calls you a dumb bitch and you call him a dumb bitch, then yeah, blows are exchanged, nothing happens. But it's like the fucking president calling you a dumb bitch when he calls you a dumb bitch on stream. It's funny, the way in which he's like Superman. He's like the president. Like, it's just so fucking extreme. It's insane. I have never, in any aspect... I mean, that's so gay as well. That's so fucking gay too. Destiny is literally... Not literally, I shouldn't say that. Destiny is the president over you. Like, what fucking planet are you on if that genuinely is your perspective on this? You are so far removed from my view about this. I just don't know how I'd ever come around to your way of thinking. Okay. The community of people, this very large community, are attached to Stephen and his beliefs and the way he sees things. It changes your public existence when he says something like that. I think part of Stephen's appeal is that he is not responsible. I think people like me like that about him. People like that he will have chicken and waffles for Prentes, and then I play the opposite character saying, "Oh, shaking my finger, you shouldn't be doing this." I think people like that he will defend saying the N-word. I think people like the fact that he will make comments about the dipshit protesters. People like, okay, I mean, okay. I just want to get through this at this point, okay? I just want to get fucking through this at this point. I could speak for hours about this shit. Let's just continue. And I have done. I've spoken about all this already. A lot of the takes I had on this before are not meaningfully being changed by the article, right? The way that people view their relationship with Destiny is insane, and it says more about them than it does about the reality of the relationship. Let's put it that way, okay? I think people like that will make the comments about the district protests. People like watching him fly off the handle and watching him do things that other creators would call irresponsible. And he usually has a defense for it, an explanation that is consistent with his views on this. However, I think that I'm asking him to be more responsible now with this topic. I think that is irresponsible. When he talks to you like you're equals and attacks you as an equal when you're not. Brittany Simon, in what way aren't they equal? Talk to me like I'm stupid, I don't get it. Yeah, the person, listen, the dinner plan thing, right? The person that I was going to meet up with is interested in all this stuff anyway. So, you know, they're cool. It's fine. It's honestly fine. Okay? I can rearrange. It's not a problem. Trust me. Okay? Okay. So in the eyes of the audience, you see Stephen as blank, the person that they watch on stream every day, and we are like orbiters. I don't have that much sway necessarily over their opinions about you guys. If that was the case, Lav, my community wouldn't shit on you relentlessly when I was unbelievably charitable for you for a long time. It seems like if I have a negative reaction to you, everything negative on that subreddit all of a sudden becomes my responsibility when it could have been anything that you could have possibly said. All I'm saying is that I want you to acknowledge the power differential and keep it in mind when you're talking to us. So it's kind of like, oh, Destiny's basically a pro golfer and you're playing with your mates and your mates aren't pro golfers, so he's got to have a handicap. Destiny should give himself a lobotomy to give himself a handicap. Anyway.
Based.
No, talking to you, what do you mean us? Yeah, here's what I want. I, Max Carson, aka Mr. Girl, I want when Stephen is talking to someone who has less power than him, which is most of his conversations when he's talking to an orbiter, and that includes all of you. When Stephen is talking to someone who has less power than him, even if that person does not want this, even if a 13-year-old wants to have sex with their gym teacher, I still think that the power differential should be acknowledged. And I think that Stephen, what I plead with you to do is to think about
luckily
the power
I know where it is.
That's
First death from a tree.
I know there's a power differential to some extent, of course. You're asking me, not asking me to acknowledge it, you're asking me to change your behavior. Get to what it is you're actually asking for. When you're talking about calling someone a bitch on your stream, don't compare that to a person to you. Don't defend your behavior by comparing it to an orbiter's behavior. It's like totally unacceptable to me. You shouldn't do that. And that's good, and I totally disagree with you. I don't think that just because somebody is a smaller streamer, they can get away with what they want. So if somebody's going to be on here and they're going to call somebody a bitch a million times, I'm going to call them a bitch. And just because we have a power differential doesn't mean those are opposite points. I'm not saying Lav should be able to call people a bitch, I'm saying you can't. And the reason you can't is not the same reason that Lav can't, so it may be true that both of you shouldn't, but it's not the same reason. Okay, I disagree, but I understand what you're saying, I just totally disagree. I'm okay with rolling around in the mud, but if you're going to roll around in the mud, I'm going to roll around with you. That's it. But you're saying I can't because I'm too big for the pig pen. Yes, and I disagree. If somebody else wants to do it on my stream, fine. We can get a little bit more rowdy if we do that. Pixie, who I've never talked to before, told me I sounded entitled. Destiny then summarized the argument. What do people keep saying about the end that I've got to see?
Oh, is he jumping ahead? I kind of want to switch off and like watch Wick's thing too with Mr. Girl. That actually gives some love to Wick. Wick has grown quite a bit. He's leveraged that panel thing to his benefit. C'est magnifique.
Final line. Is it the final line? Is that what you want me to read? I thought it was something massive. I was banned from YouTube because I'm a Jew. This has got to be a joke, hasn't it? This has got to be a fucking meme. Okay. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, man. DK is trying to commit me to more content tomorrow. Listen, I'm going to read this now. I'm going to read the Mac stuff and cover some Mac stuff. And then I'm going out tomorrow night for dinner instead, okay? I'm not fucking acquiescing on that at all. Monday on Twitch, I'll do some like ad hoc panels about it or something. Something like that, okay? Fuck me. You people just want more and more blood from the fucking stone, don't you? It's unbelievable.
Goddamn right, Chud. Right. I need the content, Chud. I need you to do the work so I can leech off of you. Think about me. Okay. Fuck all the other small streamers. Think about this small streamer.
Okay, it's one of those. No, I'm not going to take tomorrow. I really want to finish the article tomorrow. I want to get it done.
Oh my god.
I want to get it done. I just want to get
ragdoll there.
Okay, I don't want to be.
The trees are going to kill me, man.
I just want to get it.
It's like in that horrible movie with Mark Wahlberg. The one involving the trees. I know there's multiple. I feel bad for Marky Mark, man. Damn, he did Max Payne too. That was an easy layup of a movie too.
Yeah. We're doing pretty well considering I'm just reading. You're doing this thing where you're like, just because I don't make a formal agreement with you doesn't mean that I can't have some form of boundaries, which everybody here would agree.
The fuck out of here. Last thing I want is these guys like fucking attacking me while I'm doing this.
Okay, we got it back. Everybody here would agree. He changed the end. What, did he? You can't be serious. Fuck me, man. Honestly, navigating this thing isn't fucking impossible. Right. Who said that? You're getting banned. You're getting fucking banned. You're getting banned immediately. Fucking rough. Right, come on. Enough. The only thing you should be doing is type in your card details into the super chat or dono box to give me more money. That's the only thing you should be doing right now, okay? That's literally it.
Yes. You should be doing the same thing for me too.
Read it offline.
Giving you Chud's reaction.
I'm not gonna do that.
My reaction to Chud's reaction to the Mr. Girl Destiny hit piece.
Fuck me, this is mental. Oof. Oof. Okay. Right. Let's continue on. Just because I don't have, okay.
Don't lose your shit now, Chud.
Just because I don't make a formal agreement with you doesn't mean that I can't have some form of boundaries, which everybody here would agree. You don't have to make a formal agreement with somebody to have some form of boundaries, but you're not talking about a boundary like a friendship boundary. It seems like you're extending that to almost like a form of professional boundary. You're talking about, these are the rules that you need to make to moderate your community to appease me professionally. In order to make a professional ask, if someone were to have a professional boundary, it seems like some professional agreement would have needed to be made and not just assumed. Otherwise, you have a feeling of entitlement that isn't justified. That sounds like that's what Pixie's argument was. And this, I think, gets to the heart of it, where, you know, it does seem like Max wants an additional layer of terms of service or some sort of professional conduct agreement that we should all adhere to. And I think most people are just not interested. Anyway, Lav and I continue to argue with the others about whether orbital relationships with Destiny count as professional relationships, and whether it's reasonable to have any professional boundaries or expectations within those relationships. Ironically, the conversation itself netted Destiny 430,000 monetized views. Things came to a head when Lav brought up Anna. I think you have a blind spot when it comes to interpersonal responsibility, when one person has more power than another person. I think you had a blind spot about Dr. K. I think you have a blind spot with you and your own orbiters. I think that you don't understand the amount of psychological devastation that you can cause in some of the same people who are defending you right now, who have been raked across the coals by you. Lav, I think a perfect example of this is the Anna situation. Dan cackled. Dan cackled. I'm actually going to nuke you from orbit, Lav. This is one of the things where you're too young and actually stupid to even begin to comment on. If you do this, I'm actually going to lose my shit. Please stop. I already saw your clips talking about it. I'll lose my mind if you try and make an example of this. I'll actually lose. Already I've lost it. Don't, please. Holy shit, stop. I love you, Lav. I'm sorry. Me. I'm not going to press you on that, but you do see an extreme amount of resistance to certain criticisms, right? Wait. Are we in the right place?
Okay, I think I might have to.
This was still before I knew much about the relation. Are we looping with Anna? I did not know he was sexting with her at the time. I did know she'd been branded a stalker, but I had not heard about her doing any actual stalking behavior. I just want to be acknowledged that when Lav says, hey, I think you mistreated this person really publicly and I want to press you on it, his first response was, I'll cut ties with you. I have the right to do that. I argued that while each instance of him shutting down criticism might not be abusive on its own, the pattern was disturbing. Destiny. You're so excited and so happy to talk about people's boundaries and stuff in other circumstances, but if I want to draw a strong boundary here, like if you do this, I'm completely done. I'm not allowed to have that boundary because of the position that I've assumed as, I guess, the de facto psychological rape victim, because I'm all of your bosses that I never agreed to be. That's pretty insane to me, but okay. I said that shutting down feedback makes relationships inherently more abusive. Dan, still stuck on the mention of Anna, asked Lav to explain what her criticisms of Destiny were.
Dan making sure the content is there.
Dan farming again. Dan farming yet again. Lav, I don't know. I think that they were obviously... I think that you think that there are better ways that you could have handled that. I wasn't bringing that up as a gotcha, something that you haven't. I don't think there's a single thing I could have done differently. Wrong. Okay, that seems like an extreme statement. The problem that I had was you, on your stream last night, said, oh, she's like a totally normal person. No, I said that she was obviously triggered by something. Hold on, did you not say that she's just a normal person? I think in her everyday life, she is normal. Dude, you're a professional dancer. Snaky is the term. Just to be clear, you said that she was a good person, and she was correct in her assumptions of what she said about Steve. Destiny pulled up the clip in question, where Lav was responding to an audience member who warned her against talking about Anna lest she go off again. In the clip, Lav said, I think that Steven was a trigger for her, but I think she's a great normal girl, and I don't like the way you guys talk about her. Like what? I literally told you exactly what I said, like what? You got me. What's the implication? I don't understand. What the fuck implication? I said, don't come into my stream talking shit about Anna. Okay, yeah, right, listen. It's fine. I'm sitting up. New posture. New posture. Here we go. Get postured.
Give me 1 second, chat. Yep. Sorry about that, folks. That wasn't for me. That was somebody else. That was for somebody else. Dude. Oh, is this like the? Was this like the orbital war stuff? That stuff was. Okay. We'll get to Wick in a second. We gotta finish the we unironically need to finish that. Oh my god, that took like fucking forever. Okay.
And they're actually mostly narcissistic. They're very grandiose.
Was I like B-right
So
the
you
entire
can't see them
time?
coming. They hide behind a facade of empathy and compassion and altruism and charity and helpfulness and succor, and they're the most wonderful people on earth, and they're saintly almost, you know? But actually behind the facade, there's a predator, a dangerous predator, who has no boundaries, is unbounded, and who has no
Let me
moral compunction,
link this in
no
chat.
moral compass. A predator who would do anything, like anything, totally antisocial.
Crazy or not? Well, not crazy enough that it isn't worth dipping in for a little bit of sexing every now and then. Obviously not, no. Anyway, listen, look, I don't... Oh my god. Basically, it's the
Many of
equivalent
the
of going
problems
back to a guy's house at midnight
of
when
Mr.
you're pissed
Destiny's
off and you don't
life.
wanna fuck
Mr.
someone,
Destiny,
okay?
Destiny's
Something
life.
like that. That's roughly where I'm gonna
It's
land
caused
with
by
it.
his
Let's
dick.
just fucking read on, okay? I spent the day downloading, deleting Twitter from my phone, re-downloading it, deleting Reddit from my phone, re-downloading it. Is it so hard to not keep looking? It is so hard to not keep looking. On one hand, I'm like, okay, what can I
Dude,
change?
you got a problem if you keep looking.
What can I change? What can I change? How can I quickly...
This is like affecting your mental health. You gotta like step away from it.
Change public perception. How can I make everyone love me? How do I stop the bad? Everyone always says she's never been called out on her shit. That's why she's taken it so hard. She's lived such a privileged life. Okay. What?
What is this, man?
The Reddit is saying mean things about you. You don't like seeing mean things being said about you, so you don't look at the subreddit. Why is this so fucking difficult? Why is this so fucking hard? I don't get it. Honestly, it fucking bemuses me that all of these people seem totally incapable of just not engaging in a space where they're gonna get shit on constantly. If there was a website, okay, and it was called Chud Logic as an ugly British fuck, and all of it was just shitting on me endlessly, constantly, all the time, right? Why would I go there just to read people shitting on me constantly? I'd just be like, okay, if they want to talk a bunch of shit, they can talk a bunch of shit. But it would be insane for me to go there and just read endless fucking diatribes about how much they fucking hate me. Like, just don't go there. Just don't look at it. What else can you say? What else can you say? You've clearly got a problem. If you continue to engage in a space that is just constantly shitting on you, you're probably going to have to go to a therapist or something. You're probably going to go to a therapist and fucking figure shit out, because at some point you got to take some responsibility for your own actions. Do you know what I mean? I mean, yeah, obviously, people saying mean things about you is not nice, right? Generally, as human beings, as much as a psalm will say, I seek it out, right? We all know that's bullshit. You don't want to just see people shitting on you. That fucking is annoying, at the very least. The thing I find annoying about it is not being able to, you know, turn it into decent content and monetize it. Because if you just sat there reading a website of people calling you a fucking loser or whatever, all you can do is just kind of get mad at it, and it looks a bit cringe on your part, right? You need to be able to speak to someone on stream to effectively monetize it or something like that. But anyway, that's besides the point. I just think at some point you've got to take some responsibility and go, okay, this space in this arena is not giving me what I want, so I'm going to give it a miss. What else is there? What other option is there? Anyway, everyone always says she's never been called out on her shit. That's why she's taken it so hard. She's lived such a privileged life. And I don't owe you an explanation, or I don't owe you any personal information, but I will say this. My mother is an insecure narcissist, and I became the scapegoat. Sounds like that runs in the family, but anyway. I became the problem, the bad thing that was poisoning the family. They sent me away when I was 14. I pretended to have just one kid while I was gone for 2 years at my residential treatment centre. And before that was years of neglect and abuse. Everything was my fault. I was evil, I was manipulative. Even if I was doing something like Mom, please stop doing this to me. Stop hurting me in whichever way she was hurting me. Whether it was actually physically hurting me or emotionally hurting me when she was on drugs or something. Or there was this one time especially that I was having an emotional breakdown. I think because I wouldn't go to school, I couldn't go to school, I was too anxious. I was like, please, I can't go to school. And I was sobbing and I was on the floor. I was getting bullied really bad. They were dropping razor blades in my backpack when I passed them, my bullies. 8th grade. Sorry, I just had a moment, I was shaking. Don't make me go to school, Mum. And she pulled out a phone and started filming me and sort of laughing. Like laughing at me in my most emotional state. And okay, clearly Lava's got some deep-rooted issues going back to her fucking childhood, okay? I just can't bear this. Oh, well, I had a terrible childhood and now I'm repeating that. Well, just go log off for a bit. I don't fucking know. What do you say? Oh, my God. Okay, come on. Let's continue. Sorry, I just had a moment. I was shaking. Laughing at my emotional state. And I feel like to some degree, I'm creating this scenario through Freudian... Okay, well, she's accepting that at least. Freudian feedback looping on stream, which is interesting. So if you think I do it, I got it from Mum, just like Mum used to make. He.
What?
She'd play it back and then she'd be like, look, your eyes go black. You're so manipulative. You're doing this on purpose. You're cutting yourself to manipulate me. You're starving yourself to manipulate me. Every inward turmoil I felt was something that was done to her.
Yeah, I think this roof is like too...
Yeah,
for what I need.
That's all well and good, okay? That's all well and good. I don't have anything. Come on, let's just keep going. Right, I was going to make a joke, but we're not going to. We're going to read. Come on.
Make it...
Abba called in the Destiny stream too, while doing an impression of me, was that the Jew voice. Confront him about the ethics of bringing mentally ill people like Lav and me on stream, not out of concern for our well-being, but because it sets a bad example for his audience who should learn to avoid people like us.
Or at least not bring you on for content.
Wait, are we really only on October 27th, 2022? Okay, come on. He asked for Destiny to give a rebuttal. So for the first part, that has to do with... Okay, I mean, look at this, man. This is just... It's endless. It's just fucking endless. Like, it just never stops.
You gotta do it, Chud. Do it for us. Do it for the audience. Do it for me so I can steal your content. I mean, leech off your content. Excuse me. Excuse me. Well, that was a Freudian slip. That was a Freudian slip.
We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. Keep putting money into the kitty though, okay? Let's keep the money flowing and I'm gonna be very bright and breezy. It's gonna be all good. Okay. He asked Destiny to give a rebuttal. So for the first part, that has to do with bringing quote-unquote mentally ill people on stream for their protection. If I feel like the person possesses sufficient adult faculty such that they can make their own decisions, I'm not going to super baby them. So, for instance, there have been people that I've dealt with in the past who it's like, okay, maybe this person doesn't need to be coming on stream anymore because they don't possess the necessary faculty to keep themselves safe. For people like Lab and Mr.Girl, they're both healthy, quote-unquote adults. They should be able to make their own decisions about what's healthy for them and what's not healthy for them. The big boys, big girls, and the stakes for them are relatively low. If it got to the point where Mr.Girl or Lav started DMing me or making statements like, I think I'm going to kill myself or I'm feeling super suicidal and stuff, then I might even intervene and say, okay, well, I'm no longer treating you as an adult human. I'm going to treat you as a child and tell you that you can't do this anymore because you clearly can't engage in a level that's emotionally healthy for you or psychologically healthy for you. A few minutes later, Abba admitted that he's addicted to hate watching Lav. Bruv, I'm bonding with the other nerds in chat because of how much we hate her. Okay, no black scent allowed. I feel like I should do black scent to punish Abba for his egregious Jew voice, but I'm not going to do that because I'm a nice guy, okay? Bruv, I'm bonding with other nerds in chat because of how much we hate a particular person. It's so addictive. I was just sitting here being like, man, remember when you called her a dumb bitch? And then I understood the viewer's experience. And I was like, I understand why they all got so hard on that. Destiny replied, yeah. October 28th, 2022. On stream, I gave Destiny an ultimatum. Even guarantee your orbiters the right to defend themselves against dog piles
Oh,
or I'm leaving
you
the
son of a
orbit.
bitch. What are you
Destiny
doing?
refused.
Are you coming over here?
And then he went on to become the biggest Destiny anti-fan orbiter the world has ever seen. The world has ever seen. This completely trumps any of the other lefty cope shit that I've seen. This is an incredible piece of media, I've got to say.
You bitches
Max is looking for the castle doctrine of streamers' rights. That's exactly, yeah. Anyway. October 29th, 2022. Lav joined a stream with, that was, by the way, that was October 28th, 2022. October 29th, 2022. Lav joined a stream with Destiny, Dan, Darius, and Not So Erudite. Dan. So why are you here, Lav? Because last I checked, you were taking a break until the 3rd. But is that meaningless like everything else you post or not? I don't know what to believe with you anymore. It's all bullshit, right? Nothing matters. You just lied to everyone. Yeah, I lied to everyone. Dan, I mean you did. Yeah, I mean, I definitely wanted to take a break until that long. But you didn't have the willpower. Something about the internet just sucks you back in. No self-control. No self-control. Do you feel like Mr.Girl is going to come back to this community abandoning his morals? I don't think he's going to abandon his morals. I think he's just in an emotional place right now. And I also think that with time, honestly, I trust that Stephen will also come around to what Max has said. Oh, absolutely not. What are your biggest grievances with what he said? What are the biggest things that you disagree with? The idea that I need to take some employer-employee relationship with the people that I hang out with in my community is... I didn't necessarily agree with that. This is my read, Stephen, of you. I could be wrong, but I think that when you say that you're an empathetic person, I think that you really can understand how someone feels because you're very smart. But definitionally, empathy is when you feel something that someone else feels, right? So I think you're smart enough to understand how someone feels, but I don't think that you really feel it with them. So when a friend is coming to you, what's the point of this distinction? Because when a friend is coming to you and is begging you to be more empathetic to them, you're saying, okay, I understand why you feel this way, I just don't care. Yeah, so oftentimes when people are asking for empathy, but then you say, I have really high empathy levels, and then you get mad at me when I say that you have low empathy levels. Yeah, I understand. That's because people like you don't understand what empathy means. Or people, okay, stop. No. Wait, no, I'm sorry, hold on, wait. I got triggered because you were phrasing something aggressively, but I'm not going to phrase my response aggressively, I'm sorry. Okay, give me a second. Okay. I said that I could be wrong. No, you're just phrasing it very aggressive, but that's okay. I'm going to be a bigger person. Okay. Oftentimes when people say they want somebody to be empathetic towards, that's not really what they mean. What they mean is, I want that person to agree with me. And oftentimes when people say, I feel like you're not being very empathetic towards me, what they mean to say is, I feel like you don't agree with me. I can be very empathetic. I believe I can explain Max and your situation very precisely with a high level of, oh, he understands. But I don't agree. And I feel like sometimes when people see that I don't agree with them, they mistake that for thinking I don't understand how they're feeling. That's my issue. Okay, I can see how you see it that way. I think that at least for me, speaking only for myself, what I really wanted to hear from you is like, fuck, that sucks. I'll be maybe more on guard about it. I mean, even though you did literally exactly what I wanted, which is you cracked down on like the more ironic misogyny. Hold on. To be clear, wait. I need you to understand something, okay? Very, very clearly. I'll never change the way I moderate my community for you. If you're giving me brownie points for that, I'm not, okay? I wasn't doing that to make you like, oh, well, Lav would be so much happier. I know you're scared of looking like a simp, so thank you for the clarification. No, stop. You're, okay. If you're going to call me a simp, I'm going to call you the B word. Do you understand? Lav laughed maniacally.
just had to
I
add
don't
that
know
part
why
in.
you're so scared of that word. It's such a strange. It's a little strange, a little telling. Why are you so scared of bitch? I'm not that scared of bitch. I was scared the way that you said it to me a little bit by surprise. Took me a little bit by surprise. Okay. The way you said simp, you're essentially discrediting everything.
Having
I'm
some
saying.
nightmares,
Okay,
huh?
I'm not discrediting anything you're saying. You're minimizing. Okay, whatever. Where were we? No. I'm just saying that I've always been on guard for misogynistic things in my career. These are always things that I'm actively looking at and trying to change over time. Blah, blah, blah. It's not like, oh my god, Lav would be so happy if I did this. Let me just change this. But that's not what I want. So this is how, in relationship for your friends or your colleagues, even to feel understood when they bring you a grievance, you don't even have to necessarily agree with it. But the empathetic response would be like, fuck, that really sucks. I can't really do anything for you. Here's what I can do to like listen. It's probably only going to take a couple of days for this to blow over. Try not to freak out too much about it. I never heard you say that to Max, and obviously you don't need to, right? Darius, why are you like this? Lav, you don't need to, but when you're trying to foster healthy, empathetic communication with your friend, I think that's what Max probably would have wanted, to not spiral out of control. It's certainly what I would have wanted. Even if you don't follow our advice, it's just nice for you to, especially in front of the audience, be like, fuck, I think I actually can understand that, so your audience doesn't think that we're also at odds. Darius chips in again. Okay? When Steven is literally going and saying to him, hey, you just gotta chill, dude. It sucks that you feel like you fucking can't type on the sub. It sucks that you fucking feel like you can't defend yourself. Just chilling over time, things will get back to normal. What do you think he's fucking doing? Lav. No, I never heard that. So basically Steven's like a debater, right? So he's like, no, none of this is happening. And I don't care what you think. And hold on, just be careful. Wait, hold on, Lav. Be careful you don't talk about things you're totally clueless about. I've never said that. Of course I see what's happening, and of course I know what's happening. There's a lot of people typing bad shit about him on the sub, and now he got unbanned, so he can't even defend. I know what's happening. I've never denied that, just saying, good. Not so erudite. Empathy doesn't mean yes-manning people necessarily either, right? Like what you're talking about, I don't think that's what I explain. Well, you said that really sucks. I understand, and then you basically said, oh, this is fucking... Ugh. And then you basically said, maybe if you had done some of that and be like, hey, just take a break, then maybe he wouldn't have spiraled out of control. But it's like, first of all, the fact that he spiraled out of control is exclusively and only him. That's his emotions and his responsibility. Who is gonna read this? Who the fuck is gonna read this? This
is like kind of intense, man. Well, not even like intense. This is just like throwing shit against the wall.
Every single fucking detail of everything going on in a transcript and shit like that. Is it just me? Am I the only person reading this?
Yes. Everybody else is gonna watch you. If it makes you feel bad, everybody's gonna watch you read it, though.
I mean, to be fair, yeah, I'm basically getting paid to read it, right? I'm basically getting paid to read it.
Yes.
So. Okay.
That's true too.
Let's keep it up. Let's keep it up. Come on. Let's go. Come on. But it's like, first of all, the fact that he spiraled out of control is exclusively and only on him. That's his emotions and his responsibility. Yeah, I think that's what I just explained. Like, you don't even need to see it the same way as him or really change anything. I just think, even Destiny can't be bothered. Yeah, that's because I'm reading it and he's just listening to it. He just needs to listen to me, you know? Easy peasy. I just think the communication is really important, especially with someone like Max who's very emotional. And you're not going to get anywhere unless you're at least not validating his worldview. But validating his emotions, and that's just like the trick of the trade with people like Max. Actually, one thing I just want to point out here, right? Okay. This article is unmanifestable, right? This is unmanifestable. How the fuck are you going to write a manifesto on all of this? It's not completely impossible, but it's going to be very tricky and very difficult to undress all of this, right?
One of the biggest problems with this too is it's actually not doing what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to show, and I think he didn't, I don't know if like Mr. Girl had like an actual editor like go through this, but it really feels like he just kind of like had a bunch of people put stuff together, and he did a brief like read through, and then he just like dropped it all in. It's supposed to be this comprehensive thing, but it's too convoluted, and it's not like clearly like refining. Like probably the best thing is you start off like with the big points at top. I'm using my hands as if like I'm actually like showing something, but you start at the top with the big points, then you slowly like go down, you start bearing down, refining the point, and you don't have to make it 150 pages. If you want to make it like 20 pages, something like that, I really feel like this could have been probably done down to like 10 pages, really, with key incidents that really show the point that like Destiny's this quote-unquote bad guy or something like that too. But I just don't think he had it. I don't think he had the information. So usually when you're going by volume, it's because you can't refine your point down to what you really want it to be or need it to be. So he's throwing everything against the wall. So the people who are only going to say this is good are the Mr. Girl fans and like people who absolutely hate Destiny, are willing to read through this themselves and say yeah, and just reaffirm something that they already believe and refuse to like acknowledge like any contrary facts.
How the fuck are you going to be able to undress all of this? It's just not going to happen, is it?
It's just too much.
So he's created something which is so, you know, such a behemoth, it's difficult to take down. But when you actually read the material, a lot of it is just transcripts that you need to be super invested into Mr. Girl's narrative in order to agree that this is what it's supposed to be. Do you see what I mean? It's like, I'm reading this and I'm like, you know, I generally am going to, because obviously I'm a white blood cell, but I'm going to side more with Destiny because I've got the same perspective about a lot of this stuff about the online shit, you know? But if you're reading through this and you are like, in with Mr. Girl's narrative, this is going to be like dynamite. You're going to be reading this and you're going to be like, oh my god, I don't believe it. This is crazy. I can't believe what Destiny was doing. Are there any timestamps? I don't think there's timestamps that I've seen, though. But yeah, it's an exceptionally bloated article. It's honestly insane. And, you know, the idea that he changed his criticism of the Harvey Weinstein thing to this is going to be a substantive thing that changes streamer ethics is so delusional. Right, let's continue. Also, the other thing, unless there's some other article coming out, right? For all of his digging, what did he actually find? What did he actually bring to the forefront, okay? What has he actually presented that's like brand new information that has got a name to it? Like the anonymous stuff, who knows who the fuck that is? I haven't got a fucking clue with no evidence of anything, so I don't know to fucking know what happened there. I'm literally just someone's testimony and they're anonymous. What is there actually here that is backs up the way this was spoken about when it was initially first teased? It's fucking insane, man. It's insane. The labor that's gone into this. Anyway, and then here I am, sat here reading it.
True.
Like the stream, guys, that's free. Like the stream and subscribe if you haven't already, okay? Chud Logic on all good social media platforms. I'm a very racist, misogynistic person, and you know what to do. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, come on. Let's get through this. We're going to do it, guys. We're going to do it. Come on. I'm not destroyed. I'm only getting started. Not exactly. Okay, I've lost it a bit here. Okay. Yeah,
pants.
I'm not here for it. Like, that's just not something I would ever care to do. I feel like I just lost the plot there. Let me go back to this point. Yeah, I think that's what I just explained. Like, you didn't even need to see it the same way as him or really change anything. I just think that the communication is really important, especially with someone like Max who's very emotional. And you're not going to get anywhere unless you're at least not validating his worldview, but validating his emotions. And that's just like the trick of the trade with people like Max. Yeah, I'm not here for it. Like, that's just not something I ever care to do. No, exactly. You got mad at me when I said this to Max,
too hard.
because I was like, Steven's not going to take care of you. He's not going to do this for you. because the way that you phrase things is incredibly one-sided. Let me show you, okay? Let me help you. Let me demonstrate. There are 2 ways that I could phrase something.
I need stone.
Here we go. I don't think that you should be friends with Sam because it seems like you need a certain level of emotional care, emotional support that Sam is either unwilling or unable to provide, so you find somebody different. That's one way I could say it. This is what you said, okay? I'm not going to teach Sam how to treat me like a normal human. I'm not going to teach him how to treat me politely or respectfully. That's what you were saying. Destiny asked the audience to find the clip in question, which they did, and played it back. In the recording, Lau said, I'm less interested in teaching him how to treat me. I'm more interested in having relationships with people who already know how to respect me. Kind of makes it sound like I'm disrespectful. I think that's the easy takeaway there. Yeah, I meant like respect the way that I communicate the things that I need in a friendship. That's like a very normal statement. Dan, you're weaselly. You know that, right? I mean, true. There's all, you know, constantly there's a statement is presented to a reasonable takeaway is presented. Oh, I didn't mean that. What is that thing? If I said it, I didn't say it. But if I did say it, I didn't mean it. And if I didn't mean it, like, what's the thing? You know what I mean? Lav defended herself at first, but then explained ironically that over-explaining yourself is a common response to emotional trauma from an abusive parent. Not so erudite, yeah, the narcissist prayer. Not so erudite said she has no ill will towards Lav, but that both she and I have toxic communication style. The questions of whether Destiny should recognize the power imbalances with his orbiters, or whether he cares about their feelings, were not revisited.
Jesus Christ.
We're in November. Thank fuck for that. We're in November, guys. We're in November. We're in November.
Alright.
Okay, El Messin, right? You've caught my eye because I happen to be taking a pause. Why do Destiny Orbiters do this thing where they lean their cheek on their hand? Are you a literal fucking brain dead retard or what? It's because I've got an armrest there, okay? And sitting here reading is a little bit fucking taxing, okay? So I'm resting my fucking elbow on an armrest and I'm resting my face on my fingers so that it's a bit more comfortable to read. How is that a fucking Destiny fucking trait? What? Are you literally... It's unbelievable the levels you freaks go to try and fucking position me as some sort of like, oh, what is it with Destiny? This is just a normal thing that people do. Give me a fucking break. Jesus. The orbiter lean. The orbiter lean. You've got the orbiter lean, chud. Obvious. Anyway, I just got one guide. Let's continue. Let's continue. Let's continue. You breathe oxygen too. Classic Destiny orbiter take.
True.
That is a fucking banging meme. The orbiter lean. We're gonna keep that one. Now I'm anxious about how I sit. Oh, sitting back in your chair? Classic Destiny posture. Absolutely classic. Unbelievable. Stroking your beard? Oh, I've seen Destiny do that before. Oh, drinking Huel, a bit like Destiny drinking Soylent. Very typical orbiter behavior. Very typical.
I've heard of Huel before, but I've never seen it in stores here. It's commonly British, right?
November 2nd, 2022. Lav joined an aimless stream with Destiny, Dan, Abba, Cherry, Papagut, and Brittany from Politically Provoked. Lav stayed for about 5 hours, spilling about personal topics such as vaginal hygiene, her tattoos, including the word on the inside of her lip, her feelings about her body, yet another debate about whether she is a hypocrite for doing sex work after disparaging it, and an open relationship with her husband. She was lightly bullied throughout by nearly everyone. For example, Destiny said of her confidence in her body, I hope you enjoy it for the next 5 years, and you want to kill yourself when you start to age, and you realise looks at all you've got, Lav.
Whoa.
Lav joked back, I want to kill myself now. At one point, she told a story about comedian Gabriel Gundaker forcing her to perform analingus on him, an account she'd shared publicly in 2021 on TikTok. fucked. Oh my goodness.
I
Another
remember
victim,
that. Oh,
victim of a power.
what
Unbelievable.
is wrong with these?
That
Why are
is-
you
oh,
sharing so
goodness
much
me.
on the internet, man? That's for the
That is
views, Art.
terrible.
It's for the
I
views.
cannot believe that happened. That is just. ABBA and Destiny snickered uncontrollably in response, and Destiny jokingly threatened to ban ABBA for making light of the alleged sexual assault. Lav reassured them, "No, it's funny, it's funny." Okay, I need to just, okay. ABBA continued to joke about it, saying, "There was a man out there getting his ass ate, doing terrible things."
Fucking ABBA, man.
I just remember that part of the video. I think in ABBA and Preacher's video, where ABBA was doing this bit, where he was acting like he was a guy getting his ass ate. He was acting like ABBA was actually getting his ass ate, and he was like, "Yeah, eat my ass," and he's somehow in control in that situation. Classic. Okay, right, I've been linked to clip. What's this?
What if the article was only about you and there's just no mention of anyone else in it?
That would scare the shit out of me. I wouldn't want you to release it.
Yeah.
I don't want to be. I just like.
Problem.
Well, no, it's like because.
Oh my god.
I've been this girl now. I was talking about this earlier, like I've just been this girl who's like come out about people. And it's never ended well. Like nothing ever happens except I get
You mean
fucking
accuse people of like
demolished.
crimes?
I get like the Amber Heard treatment. I'm a liar. Nobody believes me. I'm disgusting. I did it for clout. There's like
I don't think you'll get that reaction after the article.
Oh, he's gonna save her.
Oh my god.
I'm so scared.
Oh my god, he's gonna save her. Oh.
What if the article?
Oh.
Okay. $911. 911. I wonder if when Max heard that. I wonder if when Max heard that, right? He was like, "Oh shit. This article's only about love. Fuck. Okay. Yeah. What? You anonymous? And so you texted you and you're mentally ill. Get that in there. Bit about Darius. Get that bit in there. Fucking hell. What else can we put in there? Shit. We need to make it look. It's not just about love. So we got like the bullshit out the way, the Vosh, the other shit. Get that out of the way. Right. Let's get to the love stuff, and then it's not just about love. Anyway, come on. Stop fucking around. We need to get through this, okay? Jesus Christ. Destiny once again just endlessly sending me my marching orders, okay? Give it a fucking rest. Just listen, Destiny, sit down, shut the fuck up, play your fucking autism simulator, and listen to the fucking article, alright? Give me a fucking break with this shit. Right, let's continue.
Exactly.
Okay.
You tell him,
At one
Chud.
point-
You
Okay,
run the
so I
show.
can't listen. Okay, I need to go back to this though, because this is, I think I was here, wasn't I? Let's do this again.
We'll do that.
ABBA continued to joke about it, saying, "There was a man out here getting his ass ate, doing terrible things." Destiny, stop. Oh my god. ABBA. Destiny, you know what's crazy? Here's something that I admitted that was fucked up. Even in a really fucked up situation, you can sometimes find a bit of like weirdness or humor to it. Like if I find out someone's a serial killer, that's a terrible thing. If I find out they killed everybody by injecting them with a bunch of mustard in their stomach, and then like eat ketchup out of their ass, I'm gonna have a huge laugh. Holy shit, that is fucking hanging me, man. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. There we go. Oh my god, I just said Jesus Christ and that's what Destiny said. I'm just like him. I'm copying him. No, I'm serious. I'm gonna laugh for a few days. I understand, but imagine one of the murder victim's family members was in the room. I mean, that would just make it funnier, wouldn't it? To me, that would just make it funnier. Anyway, I would never do that if Lav herself didn't say she enjoyed it. So I think if she said she enjoyed it, you're saying she enjoyed being raped. No, that's not what she said. That's not what I said. Hold on. Lav. Let me make sure I understand unless I misunderstood. Did you not say you enjoyed it? No, I did not enjoy it. I definitely remember you saying something positive about it. Am I incorrect? No, literally no. It was a low-key traumatic. Papa Gut. What's Papa Gut in this now? Literally fucking guest appearances. This is like an ensemble film where you get all of the fucking big actors to come in and play a role. Everyone's having a little bit part in this. What the fuck is this? She was coping with humour, and you turned her cope into comedy for you. Listen, if she was trolling, and that wasn't clear to me, so I don't give a fuck. I don't feel bad now. I own it because that's what she said. If they want to make jokes about it and be able to look at it in a positive light, then the people around them should be able to do the same. Also, the other thing as well with this whole thing is like, it's in Sick's video. Sick, prominent stalker of Lav and documenter of every aspect of Lav's life, did a video about Lav, okay, and it was fucking based. And in one of the clips, I'm fairly certain that Lav gave a more positive or like more warm rendition of what happened, but then claimed it was a trauma thing afterwards. I'm fairly certain that happened. Correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm fucking wrong, okay? Anyway, nonetheless, let's continue.
I actually saw that Sick video, not on stream though, but I would highly suggest you watch it too. It's just,
I guess,
dude,
I don't know.
like the level of like,
if she says no,
I hate like saying like it's autistic, but like it's kind of what it is.
I was under the understanding that I didn't know she was trolling earlier, so if she's trolling, then I'll own this. Oh my god, it's like the whole mood of the room changed. Shut up, Destiny, you joined in. It's just a typical jiu-jitsu move where you literally added punchlines to my inaudible. And so I appreciate you, but you're in on this joke, you're in the credits, so if I'm going down, I'm dragging you down with me. I was talking about how traumatic it was that this guy probably had rape training. Rape training? And where do I sign up? Okay, right. It was a totally different circumstance. I was saying that this guy was a professional rapist. 2 weeks later, on November 16th, Aberrant Preach would upload a video about Lav to their YouTube channel with nearly 2 million subscribers, titled @Hassan False Allegations. The video would detail Lav's contradictory accounts that Hassan Piker had sex with a friend when she was 17, said in Discord chats, and a later claimed that a friend was over 18, made in a Patreon post about her reasons for leaving Destiny's orbit. In the same video, oh god. Okay. I can't read this, man. This is too much. Come on. You're laying out the funniest parts of Aberrant Preach's video that I referenced earlier. Okay.
Chud, they're paying you, Chud. Look at they filled the bars up multiple times, Chud.
Aberrant Preach mocked Lav's account of being sexually assaulted by Gabriel Gundaker. In 2021, she claimed he forced her to perform analingus by pushing and holding her head down while she was already performing oral sex. Aberrant Preach mockingly recreated... I'm going to shake my head the whole time so you know I disagree. Aberrant Preach mockingly recreated their imagined version of the assault, erroneously assuming Lav had claimed
everybody related to Destiny is taking the bullet. Aberrant Preach with the bullets, dude. Aberrant Preach taking the stray bullets.
I don't give a fuck. Let's laugh. Yo, laugh at this one. She's made up 2 times. You think the first one's real. She's made up 2 times. Why should you trust anything this bitch says? At the same time, Aberrant Preach unlisted their video mocking Anna from the previous year, titled, "Why Would You Call Me Princess? How Crazy Women Hold Men Hostage." According to Anna, after the video had accumulated 1 million views over the course of a year, Destiny asked them to take it down. November 6th, 2022. Destiny had found a black conservative woman named Annalicia who liked to broadly criticize black men. I mean, don't we all? She didn't last too long in the orbit, but for a few weeks, Destiny enjoyed pitting her against various combinations of black creators. I'd imagine they probably had this in the olden days, didn't they? You'd have the slave masters bring the biggest, fucking, most muscular black slaves, and they just chuck them into the ring together. Maybe chuck a woman in there too. Just let hell break loose. Jesus. A bit like Adam 22 with his podcast. Anyway, stop fucking around. Let's keep going.
Shud don't miss.
Including ABBA,
Everyone,
who would often become
more often than
incredibly
not, Shud
angry
doesn't
and
miss.
upset. In a debate the previous day, while Destiny giggled, she'd screamed at another black woman, Tree of Logic, "You can't call these..." Okay, listen, I can't, okay? I just sound goofy saying it. "You can't call these ninjas mammies, I will not be." Destiny's audience spoke about her and Lab in similar ways. Annalicia was insufferable, but was also learning to communicate, was also learning to listen and be less aggressive. Destiny was teaching her how to communicate. Lav joined the stream on November 6th, partly to defend Annalicia, but also because Kanye West and Kyrie Irving had recently made comments broadly perceived as anti-Semitic, and the topic of black-Jewish race relations was on people's minds, and Lav is part Jewish. Lav and ABBA got into an argument about whether anti-Jewish sentiment among black people is taken too seriously. ABBA argued that another Holocaust was unlikely and that Jews should move on the same way black people should move on from slavery and segregation.
Wait, did he say that? I don't remember.
Okay. Lav countered that we should still be sensitive to the generational trauma of both groups regardless of the current circumstances. ABBA said he would like to be able to criticize a Jewish person without it being called anti-Semitism, and the mainstream media won't permit people to even acknowledge that Jews are disproportionately wealthy, let alone talk about why. Lav, okay, why is this Jew stuff in here?
This is what like I was talking about like before. Like there's all this extra stuff in there that doesn't make any sense.
Is that an edit? No. The problem is when you're talking about Jewish wealth, when you're talking about the what, there's an implication shadow of the why, which can be hateful, so you need to be sensitive about it. I mean, sure, obviously the Holocaust is still a bit fresh in people's minds, okay? I don't agree with this. The Pepe posting is the issue, but if you explicitly state it, that's fine. It's when you go, oh, you can't criticize the Jews, can you? Why is that? It's always when you're like, oh, they got a lot of power, haven't they? Why is that? That's the issue. Anyway, counterpoints, a white ex-cop and a streamer said that Jews are wealthy because self-preservation has become a Jewish value. He talked about the history of Jews defaulting to usury when Christians were forbidden from banking, the formation and near destruction of Israel, and how these events have shaped Jewish culture today. ABBA said, as a pro-Palestinian individual, I don't want to listen to two pro-Israel individuals just go on and on about Israel's right to exist. No, this is a problem. You said two pro-Israel individuals. Who are these pro? Are you saying that because I'm Jewish you think I'm pro-Israel? This is a problem, ABBA. I'm pro-Israel. What a strange thing to assign to an American Jewish person. It's not strange, but what it is fucked up. This is lowball anti-Semitism and it's fucked up and you need to call it out. ABBA did not respond. I mean, sure, like, I'd agree that if you presume that someone is pro-Israel because they're Jewish, that's like a lefty flavor of anti-Semitism. You know, that's like the lefty brand. Obviously, you know, you can only base whether someone is pro-Israel or not on the words they say, not on whether they're Jewish or not. Anyway, let's continue on. I disavow. Okay. ABBA did not respond. Later in the stream, during a heated argument between Annalicia and the other black streamers, Lav jumped in to defend Annalicia. ABBA, Lav, just shut up and let them have the conversation. All the black people want to shut you up. Lav, ABBA, you're a piece of shit. You're an anti-Semitic piece of shit. Lav received a DM from Destiny's main Discord mod, RTBA LOL, who has the power to ban anyone from Discord servers and thus from the stream. RTBLL. Just because Destiny is being an anti-confrontation better doesn't mean you can just drop shit like that when we both know you don't fucking mean it. I see right through you, and you pull some shit like that again, and I will if Destiny won't. He attached a screenshot of a filled out ban form ready to boot Lav for an hour with the click of a button. The reason for the ban included was weaponizing a Jewishness to be racist towards the black members of the community. He called me a Zionist because I'm Jewish and kept dog whistling. What the fuck are you saying? RTBA lol. I know what he did and it wasn't okay, but you know your words mean something too. The previous day, RTBA lol posted in Destiny's public chat, Lav the conversation destroyer, congrats you stupid fucking loser. Go fucking take some more not news to post to your damn Twitter. At least someone enjoys that because all you're doing is being a downer in this combo. When Lav sent Destiny a screenshot of the chat message, he replied, that's RTBA, he is his own proud bear, talk to him. Lav sent a question mark back to which Destiny did not respond. Okay. So yeah, again, more of the kind of idea that Destiny has got this overarching responsibility, you know, to control like what's going on. I mean, obviously this filling out the ban form is cringe. I don't really think that's necessary. That seems excessive to me. But I mean, this is just him expressing his own perspective, right? Anyway, let's continue on. We're getting there. We're getting there. We're getting there, okay? I promise we are getting there. Well, we're not, guys. We're on November 7th.
Oh my God, we are.
On November 7th.
We're almost there, folks.
On November 7th.
Okay.
Lav and I did a stream together that was supposed to be about misogyny, but quickly turned into a heart-to-heart about what we'd experienced during our time in Destiny's world. I told her that becoming a father figure to her
This is so fucking
had made it
cringe.
crystal clear to me that I needed to leave Destiny's orbit. Okay, this does feel like a bit of a retcon. This does feel like a bit of a retcon. I thought that he left Destiny's orbit because he put in place some principles that he wanted followed and Destiny didn't want to do it. Yeah, that seems a bit of a retcon to me, personally. Seeing myself to get set up to be dogpiled again and again hadn't been enough to push me over the edge, but seeing it happen to her was unbearable and I would not enable her abuse any more than I already had. Lav cried and said she appreciated my kindness despite it feeling weird because she wasn't used to it. I felt a small shift in the titanic guilt that had settled in once I'd recognised my own culpability and figured I was heading in the right direction. Out. After the stream, Lav and Anna had the following exchange over DMs. Lav, hi. I'd really like all the conversations we have about Steven to be kept completely private. Until and unless we both decide what we want to do with the information. I'd like to share my situation with him with you. I would absolutely keep it private. I do not violate your privacy and would ask the same of you too. How are we reading this? How did this come out? Anyway, thank you. So Steven and I had a sexual relationship, of course. I'm realizing quickly he has with all of... So Steven and I had a sexual relationship, I'm realizing quickly he has with all of his female orbiters. Literally all of them. Okay. And I'm trying to understand the dynamic I was in. Because now he's actively like abusing me on stream and letting his community abuse me. And I'm realizing he's just doing this to every woman who comes in. Even Melina spoke up about hating me. Weirdest scenario. Anna, I came to realize that too and it saddened me, but yeah, pretty much his female orbiters he's sexting with a sexual relationship with. I think Erudite might be the only exception, but I know he wants to hook up with her. I know him well to... Oh my god, it changed again.
Is he like actively changed?
Last thing I was looking at, I can't fucking remember.
I'm gonna have to like start chopping some trees.
Lav. And what? I know he wants. Here we go. Bingo, bingo, bango. Right, what changed? This is like that bit in the Matrix where you get deja vu and they change something in the Matrix. What fucking changed? Am I about to get shot by fucking those agent dudes or some shit? What's going on? What changed? Because now he's active. Okay. Even Melina spoke up about hating me. Weirdest scenario. I came to realize that too, and it saddened me. But yeah, pretty much his female orbiters he's sexting with I had a sexual relationship with. I think Erudite might be the only exception, but I know he wants to hook up with her. I know him well at this point. Let's just say lol. I'm sorry you're going through this. You're not the only one. I know about pretty much most of them, I think, but I've been around a while, and Steven and I still sext. But I do wonder if he should.
I enjoy sexting.
Like you, for example, because he did kind of shit on you to me privately. Please don't say anything though. I'm sorry. What? You still sext? We never stopped. What the fuck? I know it's unhealthy. Holy shit. I probably shouldn't. Lol. He keeps trying to plan for us to hang out and stuff too. No, you absolutely shouldn't. He's still calling you a stalker. What? What the fuck? What did he say about me? Oh god, he really is a two-faced liar. Great. What the actual fuck? Yeah, I figured if he does this to you, he's probably doing it to me. He was saying that it's enjoyable watching other people shit on you. He was kind of laughing about it. I'm sorry, I always defend you. Holy shit, this is actually insane. He really is manipulative and a liar. I mean, you know, at this point, when did he last call Hannah a thingy? I don't fucking. I'm just gonna read this. I've got to get through this. Okay, let's continue on. Let's push forward. Okay. That's actually insane. He's really manipulative and a liar. You've got to remember this about him. You can't be sexting him, but also how could you not? Him and his whole community convinced you he did nothing wrong. This is an insane cycle. I'm actually like reeling. I'm going to be honest, it's going to be extremely hurtful to hear that he's still shitting on me in private because he's so sweet to me all the time. Oh yeah, he was messaging Lab about it. That was it. He messaged Lab about it. That was what it was. And convinced me that he was always defending me. It's hard because Steven is the likable, lovable person. That's what Steven does. He uses people. So this feels very strange. Like maybe it's not so bad. He's just impulsive. It's not on purpose. He's hurting. And then you realize that's the design. I mean, he's admitted it to me many times. He's a selfish person and he does what he wants. He's not hurting for sure. I mean, you know that you can't feel love, right? Did he tell you that? It doesn't really feel much. I don't think it's that hard to prove. If the public knew you guys were still sexting, Jesus Christ. Do you think? I don't know. I was like,
oh shit, I killed that fucking seagull. Did not mean to.
The college student. Is X or Erin? No. Oh, different. He went to the college and did the change my mind thing. One of the girls was cute and smart and they got connected and she's become a fast orbiter and she's young.
Uh-oh.
I don't believe that, that's talking about straighter aid. I don't think they've done anything, have they? I mean, listen, I don't fucking know what to say, but my understanding is nothing's happened there. I'm sure I'll get the fucking copium memes, but anyway, I don't think that's happened. Anyway, let's continue on. And I fucking hate that. But no, the point is Lav is alluding to the idea that Destiny is like, you know, she's concerned for straighter aids. She's concerned for like straighter aids' well-being because she's becoming like a young orbiter. Another fly has landed in Destiny's web, let's put it that way. And I fucking hate that. And I'm like, holy fuck, he's just got an interview with Lex Friedman. He's gonna blow up and fuck more fans and do this. Yeah. At this moment, are you more Team Max or Team Destiny? Okay, what a dumb question.
I'm Team Money, baby. He's Team Money.
Can you copy paste the icon to a notepad? Absolutely not. No way. I'm just gonna read it as it comes, and as it changes, it changes. No worries, thanks, Shift. Okay. Look, yeah. We're watching Weinstein happen. Thank God nothing ever happened with Jade as a boss. I don't know what to do. Me neither. Most of the time I just cope and hope that he's not actually fucking all these people. And he is, yep. I think I'm going to talk to Cherry. Oh God, don't. I know, she's very loyal to him. Because of her BPD. I hate to say that, but it's true.
What?
All these mentally ill women scheming, okay? All these... Giving women access to social media was clearly a fucking mistake. Clearly a fucking mistake. Because of her BPD, I hate to say that, but it's true. No, I get it. You can see how she puts him on a pedestal in this abnormal way. Yes. And she hates anyone who has an issue with it. But also she's an orbiter. He let people abuse and fucked, so I'm like... You can certainly try if you want, but there are others like Bad Bunny and Denim, so Denim's he never fucked. Unfortunately, people hate Bad Bunny, but the same thing happened to her. Can't believe he's calling me a stalker, what the fuck? I brought you up on the panel a week ago, bringing up his interpersonal problems, and the subreddit went insane, and he did nothing. Stalker, abuser. He said it publicly that you made his life hell. How the hell did I abuse him, Lamau? You didn't. He just has to be the good guy. I'm sorry, I'm like spiraling right now. He made me live a living hell. It's okay. I was suicidal from all the hate and harassment, to be honest. You don't have to do anything. If you want to mobilize, I will. You have my support and my story, and we have Max, and I will get into contact with Bad Bunny. What's the story with Bad Bunny? I don't really know. Same deal. He led her to believe they were more serious to sleep with her, and then let his community harass and abuse her and do nothing about it. She also claims he was abusive to her. Am I enjoying this? Does it look like I'm enjoying this? I enjoy it when there's more money deposited into the pot, but other than that... She also claims I was abusive. He was abusive towards her. She and I talked. Casey Johns knows how he is too. She once reached out to me.
Well, these are, you know, very reliable sources.
Mean, this is like part of the discussion and the theory of what actually happened. And one of the working ideas was that Lav spoke to Anna, and then Lav spoke to Max, and this is what kind of instigated and started a lot of this stuff, right? Anyway, at this point, I just want to fucking read this thing. Can we just... Thank you for the $4. Right, come on. Let's keep it going. She and I talked. Casey Tron knows how he is too. She once reached out to me. What the fuck? He's just going to keep doing this. Yeah, he will because he likes it. And he's charismatic as fuck and likable sort of. Damn, this is pretty upsetting, not going to lie. Would we be able to chat with Max, like a three-way call? I think so, yeah. I think I'll reach out to Bad Bunny first. Yeah, no problem. Bad Bunny is always shitting on him. Did you want to reassemble like a compiled evidence, or is it all gone? Or sorry, Kira chats as she's known now. I honestly feel like it won't matter. Understandable. People will probably figure we're still sexting and nobody cares. His audience seems to think I'm some abuser. Well, I think the thing is after it came out that obviously the sexting was happening, a lot of people were saying like, well, they were consenting adults. What business of it is yours? Da, da, da. And it seemed to like disregard all the shit that had happened previously. So I think one benefit of this is, what with the sexting coming to light, I don't know if there's still this prevailing narrative that Anna's this crazy abuser, or maybe that she did do some fucked up shit a few years ago, but now has sort of calmed down a bit and it's, you know, a bit more chill. I don't fucking know. I don't think anyone knows and would be fucking shocked. I don't know if you saw Max talking about how Steven doesn't do anything about the abuse from fans, yeah. But that argument mixed with all the sexual relationships he has looks really fucking bad. But to DGG, his sociopathic fans, it doesn't look that bad, I don't think. I don't know. Like, I tend to think most of the DGG fan base are basically sociopath. Like, they sure act like it. He'd lose all his orbiters. Trust me, he would not. Trust me, he'd lose the biggest ones. Others have tried to talk about this already, I don't know. Maybe, like Bob7 tried, and Steven got him cancelled, and he disappeared. Christ.
Rally him.
Lav, he will destroy your life if you come out against him. He's told me stories of what he's done to his exes. Yeah, I mean, obviously, Doobie, a lot of people have been sympathetic towards Anna and all of this. Which, you know, you can understand. Doobie's got a very different position on it, though. where Doobie is like very critical of Anna because he thinks that she's had like a big role in this all coming about too. And reading these logs, it's pretty clear that there's a bit of a... They're gassing each other up, let's put it that way. But, you know, I do think that obviously, you know, if Anna's I mean, again, it just comes back to my criticism of the Anna sexting stuff. But obviously Anna's going to feel a bit like, hang on a minute, you know, we're still engaging in like, at times, a sexualized relationship and you're calling me that still. So, yeah, of course she's going to be mad about it. But, anyway, come on, let's just fucking read. He told me also, did he? Damn, the story of gaslighting his ex with his old boss, yes, and got fired. And how it made him like horny, yes. Yeah, Lav, he gets off on this shit. He literally gets off on it. God, the sexting he does. He has like revenge kinks. Fuck, I feel bad for telling you this. Is that the origin of the revenge kink meme? Is that where it all comes from? This is strange for me, sorry. I don't know how to react to this information and I don't know how to feel. It's okay. I don't know how to feel. It's okay, I'm sorry to unload on you. No, go ahead. And I'm not sure it really is relevant, but he does like to stir shit up intentionally and loves drama, yes, but you probably already knew that. It's obvious, yes. What happened to Dan? Is he still around being an asshole? Do you happen to have any links to those subreddit posts about me, by the way? Yes, he is. And no, I don't. No, I don't. And forget where they were. You can probably just word search stalker or abuse. Dan. Never goes away. Oh, Short Fat Attacker, we've already seen this clip. In fact, I'll play it one more time. Okay? I'll play it one more time. Because I need to just grab something. I've got another link as well.
What if the article was
right, we're back in a sec,
about
okay?
you and there's just no mention of anyone else in it?
Back in literally 1 sec.
That would scare the shit out of me. I wouldn't want you to release it.
Yeah.
I don't want to be... I just
The
like...
problem.
Well, no, it's like... Because...
Did Short Fat Taku like raid into Chud's stream earlier too? Chud get some love.
Just like,
I forgot that he's still around. I thought he just like quietly retired from the internet, but I think he's still around. Like he still posts some stuff. I think he mostly just streams now. He had his heyday.
Ended well. Like nothing ever happens except I get fucking demolished. I get like the Amber Heard treatment. I'm a liar. Nobody believes me. I'm
that Amber Heard treatment, bro. She fucking lied, dude.
I don't think you'll get that reaction after the article.
Oh, he's gonna save her.
I'm so scared.
Oh my god, he's gonna save her. Oh.
What if the article was only about you and there's just no mention of anyone else in it?
That would scare the shit out of me. I wouldn't want you to release it.
Yeah.
I don't want to be... I just
The
like...
problem.
Well, no, it's like... Because... I don't know. I've just like, I've been this girl now. I was talking about this earlier, like I've just been this girl who's like come out about people. And it's never ended well. Like nothing ever happens except I get fucking demolished. I get like the Amber Heard treatment. I'm a liar. Nobody believes me. I'm disgusting. I did it for clout. There's like...
I don't think you'll get that reaction after the article.
Oh, he's gonna save her.
I'm so scared.
Oh my god, he's gonna save her. Oh.
What if the article was only about you and there's just no mention of anyone else in it?
Okay. We're getting there. I'm committed to finishing this lab segment today. We're gonna do it, no matter what, okay? We're gonna do it. Can we fill the bars by the end of the stream? That is the question. That'll make it a $2,500 stream, and I'll be very happy with that. I'll be extremely happy with that, okay? If you want to support, chuck some super chats my way, or just... Gappy pooped his pants on stream. Did he? Anyway, listen, thanks for your support. I do appreciate it, okay? We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this.
I think there's some torches.
We're gonna do this. We're gonna finish the lab segment, okay? And then, do you know what I'm gonna do? Okay, we're gonna finish the lab segment, and then I'm probably gonna go to bed, and then I'm gonna wake up tomorrow. Do you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna start reading the article all over again. Well, not all over again. I'm gonna read the max bit.
Do it, Chud.
Destiny's complaining about the looping clip. Well, I tell you what. Tell Destiny, beggars can't be fucking choosers, can they? Okay? Listen, if he's not careful, right? If he's not careful, I'm going to stop reading this and watch a 7-hour documentary about the Resident Evil series. So he better fucking buck his ideas up. Right. Let's continue. Come on. Was I here? Is this it? Do you have any screenshots of Steven talking about me? It was only once, and it was today during the Chud Logic chat. Wait, was I there?
That's a good question. Was he there?
Okay, let's just go back. What happened to Dan? Is he still answer? Yes, he is.
Loading unused asset.
Thanks. Dan, it never goes away. Lol. Do you have any screenshots of Steven talking about me? It was only once, and it was today during the Chud Logic chat. In public view? Question mark. Anna. No, in private to me. Ignore my stream, by the way. I'm just going to be talking about the abuse again, which nobody seems to care about. Nothing that you told me will be mentioned, don't worry. Please don't bring me up at all. I haven't decided if I want to go public. I won't, don't worry. Did you know that he threatened to leak my nude pics and nobody cared? I even have the screenshot. Please, send me every weird screenshot you have. I feel like I've made it up. You haven't made it up. I see it too, and others do too. I don't really have much proof though, because a bunch of stuff I deleted since I've been trying to move on from it. Yeah, I get that.
Go ahead, cook this.
It helps to talk to other people, or at least people who are understanding. Yeah, it does. Makes me feel a bit less crazy. The same night, Lav and I talked as well. I still think he's a good guy and I've done something wrong. I feel like I'm doing something wrong by even telling you how I feel about it. Yeah, I can tell. So this is Mr.Girl coming back in, right? I'm sensing flashes of you feeling like I've put this in your head, or you put it in mine, or both. Yes, like a shared delusion. Yes. Even with Anna too, all people Steven has said are crazy and abusive. I'm worried I'm like the girl victimizing herself, like the Aziz Ansari situation. You feel guilty for even having the feelings in the first place, but also feel bad about feeling guilty. Lol, yes. I wonder what the next thing he'll say to me is. Cherry came on his stream today and was his attack dog. Part of me really wants to talk to her about the dynamic, but she's also horrible. Yeah, she is really deep in it.
Dude, this is some
I'll try to talk to her
deep.
last.
This is it's not really deep. I shouldn't say that. It's not deep. It's just so terminally online.
As soon as he hears I'm looking into this. A few days later, all of his DMs to Lav. A few days later, he deleted all of his DMs to Lav. I'm in a weird in-between place where every 30 minutes I get really angry and want to like tweet or say something about it, and then immediately I feel guilty or sad like I've made it all up. And I'll be honest, like going through all my messages with him, it looks like I did. But then I remember how often he says, if anyone wants to put up screenshots of our logs, they can. He prepares for this. He's 7 steps ahead of all of us. The design is to discredit us if we do come forward, so we have everything to lose and nothing to gain. I made the personal decision to not participate in his streams anymore. And I'm talking to all the women who do, just so they have a safe space to go to if they're uncomfortable, but not pressing them to cut ties. Yes, the design is to discredit you before you even come forward. Women in DGG are discredited systematically, on top of Steven or anything personal about themselves. Yes, exactly. The Anna effect. Any woman who comes on is immediately compared to Anna. Everyone's waiting for the next crazy to come out. I mean, this conversation is pretty crazy. I don't think I need to say that without people looking and going, yeah, this is kind of two people just, again, gassing each other up. Like, man, this is fucking rough, dude. Okay. Yes, that's why you can't go anywhere without her. She can prove that he's been lying this entire time. Honestly, this feels a bit hopeless. Even if we did an upcoming forward, his audience hates women. He's primed them to hate women, and these are already men who struggle with women. His audience will not care, nobody will care. November 9th, 2022. Destiny reacted to my November 7th talk in a stream that will be uploaded with the title Destiny reacts to Mr. Girl and Lav crying together. I mean, I don't even know if I agree with this idea that everyone gets compared to Anna. I think that Anna was a particular situation, which, yes, of course, easily arguable that Destiny contributed to the sexting shit, sure, but it's like, that was a particularly unique, particularly toxic dynamic and situation that existed. I don't know if it's like always a comparison to Anna that happens. Now it's Lav. Now it's Lav. Lav's taking it over. When Destiny heard me to tell Lav I left his community for her, he said, I'm not saying that this is necessarily abusive, but I left that community so you could be smart enough to leave that community. That seems a little weird, but okay, I don't know about that one. In the video, Lav said, I don't know what I'm going to do. I think I'll leave, but I don't want to make a stink of it. I replied, that's impossible. Lav, yeah, I do like Steven a lot. Me too, he's a lovable guy. Destiny reacted and said, but I'm an abuser. After a silence, noticing my eyes were wet, Destiny said, how was he crying? Did I miss something? In the video, I told Lav, you don't have to leave. I really hate. Wait, Black Anna was my community. Pedo Anna was Extreme Dad. What's that got to do with Destiny? What the fuck has any of it got to do with Destiny, you total fucking retard, low IQ individual? I don't mean that because you're black, by the way, Stylo. That was completely, you know, conscious. I didn't mean that. Listen, right? All I'm saying is, yes, the Anna meme is a funny meme to play on the idea of someone who's obsessive and constantly fucking loops and shit like that, right? But I'm saying the women in Destiny's community, okay, they're not necessarily compared to Anna all the time, right? Am I mental? Am I wrong on that? There's plenty of women that are before Anna as well that apparently he's mind raped, so I don't know. As in the fucking shit he was talking about earlier. Anyway. Okay, we're gonna do this, guys. We're gonna do this. We're ticking along nicely. I'm seeing a lot of super chats. Thank you. I love you all and I appreciate you. Keep them coming and we'll be looking fucking pretty. Okay. So, what I was going to say before I was rudely interrupted by Stylo there is that I hate this idea that people's emotions have got to be taken seriously no matter what, okay? And I feel like this is kind of, to me, what is being promoted here. Is this idea that even if you think my emotional reaction is totally absurd and ridiculous, it's bad for you to not take it seriously. I just think it's cringe. You know, if someone is sat there crying because, I don't know, for some what I consider to be some stupid reason, I'm just like, yeah, it's dumb. I think it's stupid and it's funny. Anyway, Destiny cackled and said, okay, hold on, I'm so sorry to say this. I don't know if Melina's watching right now. Is Melina here? Melina was indeed watching. Earlier, she'd written in the audience chat, I think I hate Lav more and more every day, and I always think it can't be possible to hate her more. Now she wrote that she was still there and asked why Destiny wanted to know. Destiny saw a message and said, okay, never mind, I'll just keep watching. I don't want to give away my manipulation tactics, okay? I don't want to give away my abuser tactics. Goaded on by his audience, he decided to explain the tactic he thought I'd been using. One where you plant an idea in someone's head and then immediately disown the idea. He claimed to have stopped doing this back in his 20s, but I believe he still does this all the time. In fact, he'd already used the tactic in that very stream. I'm not saying this is necessarily abusive, but unironically was about to do it again to sell the accusation that I was doing it. Oh my god, this is like... Battle of the Manipulators. That's what it feels like, you know? The Battle of the Manipulators. Well, most of this article is just public streams that... This is the whole thing, is the idea of this is, well, it's all public and it's there, but you have to be bought into Mr. Girl's narrative in order to see this in the way that he wants you to see it, you know? None of this stuff is particularly new or interesting. A lot of it is how we've understood things to have occurred over the past few months if you follow the drama anyway.
True.
So, yeah. Nebraska wept. Drawing a diagram of the manipulation tactic in MS Paint, Destiny said, if you're trying to convince somebody to do something that they're kind of half in on, that you kind of want them to do, the goal usually when people are trying to seal the deal is this like acceptance, and this is like, I'm fully 100%, the goal of most people is to push them all the way to, I need you to be fully on board with this. But if you want to be really manipulative, the real goal is to have them emotionally roped in enough that you get them right here at the threshold of agreement. And as soon as you know you've got them, you pull back completely, and then you go hands off. And then you let them argue the rest of the way so that they feel like they're the ones that are moving themselves in this way, and it lets you remove all responsibility from the decision later. Jesus Christ. Let's say we want to have sex with somebody without a condom, okay? So the non-manipulative way would be like, I really want to fuck you, it'll be a lot of fun, it'll feel better. The manipulative way of doing it would be like, I think that we should have sex without a condom. And they're like, maybe? And you're like, I think it would be really cool, I think it would be a lot of fun, right? And they're like, yeah, maybe, yeah. And then you're like, or maybe not, I don't want to make you uncomfortable, maybe it's too much of a risk, maybe we're not being responsible right now. And you already got them over the hump, and now they're going to fight you on it. And the more you kind of pull back, not too much, but as long as you've already got them there, they will slingshot themselves off of the deep end. And the nice thing about this form of manipulation is that something bad happens later on, you are unimpeachable. But now if they're like, fuck, I got herpes, AIDS, I'm pregnant, and they come to you like, fuck, why did we fuck without a condom? Then you're like, well, I thought it was a bad idea. I didn't know we should, but you really pushed for it, and now they've got full responsibility. A viewer wrote in the chat, how often do you find yourself doing this? Destiny continued, how often do you find yourself doing this? Never anymore. But this is a common early 20s, mid 20s Destiny behavior. This is super easy form of manipulation 101. It's such an effective way of shirking all responsibility for a decision, and it's a really effective way of making the other person think they've having an idea that is more their own than it actually is. Sorry, it was really funny, Max, to pull back there. He might not be doing that, but by the way, I might just be, that was all bullshit that I said, and none of that meant anything, and I'm just a memer, but that's kind of what it felt like. I'm gonna be taking notes, furious notes about that strategy. Okay. November 11th. We're only on November 11th. Are we... Oh my God. How much longer is the lab segment? How much longer is the fucking lab segment, man? Okay. Okay. Let's continue on. The article is a lab segment. Okay. If you don't know this, Hannah and Lav have a tendency to blurt things out. I'd already been moving as quickly as I could to secure as much evidence against Destiny as possible. Well, it would have been nice to have seen some of that evidence, but anyway. Before we could scare people out of talking to me, but I knew time was pretty limited. Not only did it feel wrong to tell these women to keep silent, I knew it was pointless and would only make me feel bad when they spilled their guts anyway. All in one day, Anna did a stream about Destiny, Lav did a stream about Destiny, and Shaylin, my girlfriend, did an interview with Chud Logic, who was my friend at the time, in which she called out his unethical treatment of me and his other orbiters. Lav streamed her live reaction to Shaylin's interview and felt empowered to criticize Destiny. I should have fucking DMCA'd that person. I should have DMCA'd Lav. Unbelievable. Live reacting to my stream. Who would do such a thing? Who would do such a thing? Anyway. Lav reacted to live reaction to Shaylin's interview and felt empowered to criticize Destiny. One chatter asked, what do you think about Destiny trying to sleep with every woman he brings on? Lav said, Lav said, what do I think about it? How do we treat men in positions of power like this? Does it remind you of any stories that were in the news? Later, a chatter said she'd alluded to Destiny being a Harvey Weinstein. Lav flatly denied it, yet doubled down. I did not allude to him being a Harvey Weinstein, but if the shoe fucking fits, I didn't even say those fucking words, but if you were thinking about it. I mean, what else could this be referring to? This is like a pretty explicit reference to Harvey Weinstein if you know anything about the kind of situation. Like, come on, give me a fucking break. Anyway, Lav revealed that Destiny was still sexting Anna, and also that she and Destiny had a sexual relationship. She later stated on Twitter that they didn't have sex. When asked for clarification, Lav replied, he serviced me. The 350 upvote post about this tweet was removed from Destiny's subreddit. Destiny's fans alerted one another about the streamer's offline chat, Discord and subreddit, and soon Lav was speaking to an audience of 2,000 angry viewers. They made the following highly upvoted post on Destiny's subreddit. Destiny, one day Lav will accuse you of rape, the real kind. Rape with a capital R. 2.1 count votes. Teehee, I take it back, oopsie. This was in reference to a public message Lav wrote in a Discord after the stream, which read, I retract the Weinstein statement, but I want everyone to think about what's okay in relation to sleeping with co-workers, employees or colleagues. I mean, yeah. What is the point of this? First of all, who gives a shit what Redditors think? And second of all, this is a perfectly reasonable comment, no? Am I mental? Am I mentally ill? Probably. I'm sat here reading the fucking manifesto on a Saturday night.
True.
But in all seriousness, this seems fine to me. Anyway. Looking forward to getting paid my wages for this, hopefully, from Destiny. Anyway, come on. When someone implies I'm Weinstein, when someone leaks my servicing, when someone says I'm a bad friend, when someone always uses a misogyny card on me when I push back against them, when someone brings up redacted against me, when I try to rebuild the bridge over and over. Okay, now we got a bit more editorializing. As discussed in Anna's section of the report, I saw the hate mob forming around Lav and begged Anna to give me a recent screenshot of Destiny sexting her, which I thought would give Lav's claims and soon to be exposed investigation legitimacy. I got Lav and Shaylin in a group. So I think one of the big problems here is that I think that it was overthought how big a revelation this would be. Obviously some people completely disregarded it, which I think is retarded, but I think there was an expectation that this was going to be like a ground-shattering expose of like, oh my god, he's still sexting Anna, you know? I think that it was considered to be way more than it actually ended up being. I got Lav and Shaylin in a group call with Anna and we all begged for the proof. Anna said she would feel guilty for betraying Destiny's trust and urged me to go forward without the proof. But I thought the impact of a screenshot would be significantly greater than even an admission from Destiny. She eventually agreed. Oh, here we go. However, looking back, I think going public with the screenshot actually made things worse for Lav. I did not understand Destiny's fans or my fellow orbiters, despite having worked closely with them for a year. I told both Anna and Lav that I sincerely believed Chud Logic and Irrelevant would take Destiny to task for sexting Anna privately, while smearing her as a crazy stalker in public. The phrase I settled on, sexual misconduct, was even Chud Logic's idea. So what this is in reference to is months ago, me and him had a private call. We were playing Halo together, and we were talking about this, and he kept using this term sexual abuse, sexual abuse, sexual abuse, sexual abuse, right? Sexual abuse, sexual abuse, sexual abuse. And it's like, that doesn't sound right. You know, if you're going to call it something, what could you call it? And we spoke about it. And we settled on the term, like, maybe some form of sexual misconduct or something like that, right?
But you and RL or you and
A
Destiny?
private conversation we'd had months ago. This wasn't like a, this is definitely what it is. This is absolutely sexual misconduct. It is, maybe it's something along those lines. But the problem is that when you think about it, like, there isn't it's only sexual misconduct if you're able to prove there's this employee relationship that exists, which I just don't think in any way has been proven. So you were in on this the whole time? Yes, I told Max to write this article. I actually offered to help. I offered to help initially. Basically, he was wanting to speak to certain people about what was going on. And I made a connection, not realizing the nature of what he was doing. And then when I saw the thing he said to that connection, and it was like, I'm an abuse victim and I've been abused and blah, blah, blah. I said, okay, hold on, mate. Before you take this any further, okay? Before you take this any further, and there's plenty of fucking times I've said this to him, I said, before you take this any further and you absolutely fucking destroy your career, just run it by me. I can give you a bit of insight into the drama. I can give you a bit of insight into like this story, this story, this story, this story. But he didn't listen to me. He didn't fucking listen to me. And he's gone on this absolutely fucking insane pathway to self-destruction because for some reason he didn't see any reason to like run stuff by me when I'd offered it to him multiple fucking times. I'm not the drama puppet master, okay? I'm not the drama puppet master. Anyway, I thought even if they're a bit self-interested, even if they were only self-interested, distancing themselves from Destiny would be the smart thing to do. So this is my fucking point about all of this too, is that Max is constantly put this social pressure on me that because of what's happened, I ought to distance myself from Destiny, which is fucking insane. You know, I even said to Max when he was talking about coming out with it, I said, listen, I think the sexting Anna stuff is stupid and I don't know why he's done that, but I'm not willing to get on board with these claims that he's some sort of like, you know, Harvey Weinstein type character. But he, at no point did he listen to me. I mean, you know, it's like, it's so frustrating because I feel like at multiple times I've tried to give him a bit of a guiding hand. I've never said to him, don't write the article whatsoever. Like, my position is like, if you find something, then say something, sure. But, you know, certainly don't come out without fucking hard evidence or something.
True.
And also, don't just take people's word for it of like, this is what happened with Bad Bunny. This is what happened with Denims. Because there's a lot of drama that you need to understand in order to come to the conclusion. You know, if you don't know what the drama is, as we've seen with some of the segments that he's put forward, you're going to come across really stupid because you're presenting it in a way that doesn't take into account the drama. The Vosh thing is a great example. The Vosh thing is a fantastic example where he is totally fucking misrepresented. Chud, you're compromised. Obviously, he's not going to trust you. Not according to this. At the time, he's talking about how they're self-interested, but he thought we were going to hold their feet to the fire. So why the fuck wouldn't he trust me here? That doesn't make any fucking sense. Okay, what's this segment here? It's worth noting that in 2021, Chudlogic was accused of grooming by a 17-year-old he sexted with who told him she was 18. She tweeted out screenshots of their DMs, despite Chudlogic asking her not to for the sake of his career. That isn't fucking true! Oh my god! What?
Now we got the real drama.
That isn't even fucking true! That isn't even what happened! That isn't what happened at all. That's not true. That's complete fucking bullshit. I never spoke to her. I never spoke to her before she even tweeted it out. What a fucking dishonest piece of shit Max is. Fuck this guy, seriously. That never fucking happened.
Oh, this might
That
just
never
end it right
fucking
here.
happened. Show me some evidence of that. Show me some evidence of me asking this person not to leak DMs for the sake of my career. That never fucking happened, and there's no fucking shred of proof for it whatsoever, you little fucking sack of shit. That never fucking happened whatsoever, okay? I tell you what happened. I got totally fucking blindsided, okay? Because listen, okay? I was a bit of a fucking devil when I first started streaming, and I was flirting with people, okay? So this person I was flirting with, they
Gotta
told
be
me
careful.
they were over the age of 18. They said in the server they were over 18. They said to me directly they were over 18, okay? I can't believe I'm having to fucking relitigate this again 2 years later, okay? This is fucking unbelievable, okay? Anyway, it happened. We sort of, you know, slowly broke off contact. I thought nothing of it. This was back in like early 2020, okay? Now, in 2021, I was asleep. I woke up and I had an absolute shitload of messages of people in my Discord and Twitter saying, Chud, what's going on? What's going on, Chud? There's this person and they're saying that you've done all this stuff with them. I was like, what? What's going on? And I looked and I knew who the person was, and they'd shared heavily edited DMs, and I was like, what the fuck? This is insane. Like, what? These DMs don't paint an accurate picture of what happened. It made it look like they were talking about like video games, and I was pervily texting them shit like that, you know. And that was the first time that I'd found out that they were under 18, they were 17. I had no fucking idea. I had no idea, and I was like shook by this, and I was like, what the fuck? I'm getting accused of being a grooming pedophile because I messaged someone who said they were over 18. I'm like freaking the fuck out. What the fuck is going on? At no point did I ask them to not leak it for the sake of my career. That didn't happen. That's a total fabrication. That's a complete and total fabrication, okay? I found out when everyone else did, when they got fucking put onto the internet, and then I had to respond to it. And I had to say, no, here's more context of what's going on. Here's where they said that they were over 18. You know, here's where I got misled about their fucking age by them. And here's other evidence that shows that there was a, you know, reciprocal flirtatious conversation, and it wasn't just me trying to fucking be weird and sexual. Jesus Christ. I cannot fucking believe that he's included that and totally fabricated an aspect of the story that doesn't even fucking exist. This never happened. Complete and total fabrication. Complete lie. Where's the fucking evidence that this happened? There is none, because it fucking didn't. Okay? God, what a fucking moron Max is. Holy shit.
Max burning all the bridges. Oh, we got some more stuff.
Here's the original post unedited. What was added, I wonder? No, that section's the same. That section's the same. That was there before. It wasn't edited in as he was watching, don't worry. Fuck me, I'm honestly fuming about that. Jesus Christ. I can't believe that he's just made something up. That is fucking insane. When you're his enemy now, why would he make you look good in that? Listen, if he wants to relay what happened, right, that's fine, right? I don't mind if he wants to say this is something that happened. It's probably pretty reasonable to say that Destiny defended me over these allegations because, yeah, that maybe adds some extra context of like what's going on, right? But to just completely make something up, where the fuck did this come from? Anyway, listen, sorry to make it all about me. I know this is mainly about Destiny, but fuck me, man. Unbelievable. My napkin math was utterly naive and wrong. The Destiny Sphere calculus said the smart thing to do would be to attack Lav, and so they did. In Destiny's own Nuclear stream that day, he betrayed himself and Lav as victims of my manipulation. After a few months ago, I had a tumultuous interpersonal thing that happened, and I was like, okay, well, here's a lesson. I think that I've learned for myself. I'm going to reach out and talk to more people offline to try to have more human-friendly-ish type relationships, because that's what human beings do. Maybe it'd be good for me, and one of those people was our good friend Max. Another one of those people before she became a streamer was Lav. I spoke with her a few months ago. She wasn't really into the whole streaming thing, so I didn't really think much of it. It's like, oh, random person I've spoken to before, whatever, and yeah, yikes, where do we even begin? Destiny has consistently framed me and Lav coming out against him as a personal betrayal. By shifting his audience's focus away from power differentials and ethics in professional relationships among streamers, he can rebrand this report as a high school yearbook of petty interpersonal
This is like the purest of brain rot. What is it, 6 hours?
See,
God
that's
damn.
what's so great about that
Feels
sentiment,
longer.
is that I can't respond to that without seeming like I'm playing into the narrative. Do you see what I mean? Because to me, it is petty interpersonal drama. But then to say that, it proves the point of this comment that, you know, oh, that's what Destiny has rebranded it as, so I'm just following along with Destiny's lead. Anyway, I don't actually think that Lav or Anna or Shaylin are that much in the wrong. I think that Max is actually like a full-on narcissistic manipulator who's abusive to every single person in his orbit. Probably worse than any other person I've ever seen in my entire life. I kind of got that inkling over the Shaylin videos. But truthfully, I'm willing to extend like, well, maybe there's stuff I'm not seeing. Maybe there's something I don't understand. But especially watching him interact with Lav on stream, and then seeing how Lav has changed the disposition, and then seeing the types of messages that Anna sends me now, and then hearing about what Shaylin is saying on Chud Logic stream, now I understand way more like what's going on, that Max has a certain impression. He's able to emotionally abuse or gaslight or manipulate people around him into feeling a certain way, and he draws them in such an unbelievably effective way that he can get them to feel almost whatever he wants them to. You had Lav today alluding to the fact that I guess I'm Harvey Weinstein on stream because I have sex with a lot of people that come through my community, which I do. But the way that I always saw it going in my head is, if anybody ever tried to Me Too me, all I would ever say to that person is, hey, listen, you think I was improper? Okay, we'll leak all of our DMs, or if you don't want to, I'll leak our entire DM history. While he does tell people they're free to leak his personal information, he frequently retaliates against those that do. Additionally, he deleted all of his DMs to me and Lav as soon as he found out I was writing about him, and he'd already deleted his DMs to Anna several months prior. So I think that, you know, the point of this to me is that if you have got an issue with the way that Destiny's interacted with you and you want to leak the DMs, that's fine. But then I feel like this is being used as like a...
I generally won't. I'll try to confront them.
And finding out like the shit about you and writing an article about you, right? Why are you deleting our DMs to us? When, to me, like, there's probably at least an indication that there's a level of maybe maliciousness or something going on there. We're almost out of the prologue. It just keeps going. Okay. It just keeps going.
I mean, it does keep going.
I don't know, man. I'm really pissed off about that bullshit. About the fucking... Where do they even come from? Anyway, fucking forget about it. Support the stream. If you want to support the stream, chuck some super chats for Ray. Give me cold hard cash here. I appreciate every penny you give me, and I love you as a close personal friend if you do it. Okay, let's continue. Because I usually have really candid conversations about my expectations for people sexually or whatever. So for instance, these are messages I sent to Lab in August, early August. Oh hey, just because you've been on stream more and whatnot, I know we've had some kind of sexual conversation in the past, but you being on my stream, the way that I interact with you never has anything to do with any of that kind of stuff, just being clear on that. She says something, and I say, I'm just saying don't feel like any of your interactions are contingent on anything like that. You're fine doing whatever. Just don't feel like I'm keeping you around for anything related to sex, etc.
So I know that,
He
like, back
explicitly
here, there's some
described
more
how he
stuff.
gives himself plausible deniability in his sexual relationships with smaller streamers, and quoted the messages where he did so with Lav, but he also left out Lav's response. Oh, so you don't want to fuck me? And what he wrote back, shut the fuck up, obviously, duh.
Jesus, man.
What's the wait? What does that change about the interaction though? I don't understand what that changes about the interaction if he's still doing the thing. Anyway. I also think it's really gross that despite me and Anna's past shit, Anna and I have been relatively chill. I think for the past year I haven't had any complaints about her, no problems or whatever. Obviously I think she did bad shit in the past. She thinks I've done bad shit in the past. I haven't really had any problems with her for like, I don't know, for like a year or more. I mean, obviously, yeah, this is cope because there's times at which he's had an issue or expressed an issue. But anyway, I don't want to keep labouring on the fucking Anna point. I think everyone knows what my position is about the Anna stuff. But Max has been talking to her a lot in the background, and now I notice she's starting to echo a lot of what Max has told her to me and in other people's DMs. So basically her, Max and Lav have been running around in DMs in the background, basically talking a ton to people to try and see if there are people I've sexually abused or manipulated or something like that. Relatively chill is not how I would describe Destiny's relationship with Anna in the year prior to November 2022. 6 months earlier, Destiny had directed his audience to participate in harassing and doxing Anna on Kiwi farms. Okay.
Yeah, that never
framing
happened.
Is insane. I do not agree with this framing at all.
That didn't happen.
Yes, there are obviously problems that weren't expressed in Destiny's statement. But yeah. I'm not okay. Max can stream as much as he wants. I'm reading this article. I'm here to read this article. That's it. If you want to go and watch Max's stream, by all means, I totally understand. But I am reading this fucking article. Okay. I don't care if I go down to one fucking viewer. Right. I've started the article. I'm going to finish the article. I'm going to go to bed, the lab section, then I'm going to go to bed, and then I'm going to come back, and I'm going to read the fucking, I'm going to read the Mr.Girl segment. Prompting her to tell him that he'd ruin her life. 2 days after sexting her. She also said the following things about him on her own stream. August 28th, 2022. What was the super chat? Sorry. Chud, the last section ends at approximately 80% of the article. Wait, what? If you can get through this, you can finish it easily. Good luck. No way. No fucking way. Are you serious? Nah, it's got to be finished sooner than that. I'm only halfway through. Oh my god.
Get it done, Chud. You got it, buddy.
Am I just going to go all night with this? I can't finish it tonight unless okay. I'm going to finish the lab segment and then we'll go from there. Well, listen. At least fucking look. I don't know if I'm going to definitely finish the lab segment. But come on. There must be some more fucking, there must be some more oil out there for me. Let's fucking go, come on. I reckon we can get these bars filled today. Right, let's continue. It sucks because it's like I thought there was a ban on talking about me, especially calling me crazy, so why can't he keep his community under control? It's just not right, and Dan is trying to literally find out every little thing he can about me apparently. September 4th, 2022. It's not imagined abuse. My therapist will not talk to Destiny. She refuses. I wanted her to, but she refuses because she thinks it would be bad. September 24th, 2022. You can look it up. The CDC even defines it as the mere threat of having nude pictures released is itself a form of sexual abuse. Yes, you heard that right. It's sexual abuse. It's called image-based sexual abuse. October 12th, 2022. We were past it, but Destiny keeps on being an abusive prick to me. October 18th, 2022. I've told Destiny a bunch of times to stop treating me like that, to stop with the whole crazy making bullshit, and I mean, I would also like for people in DGG to stop too. November 8th, 2022. I just wish Destiny would stop being so abusive to me all the time. In Destiny's hastily formed new narrative, I was the real culprit behind Anna's accusations, as well as Lav's. He also publicly shared the DMs between me and another content creator, Doobie, who I've become friendly with since I started streaming with in 2022. Doobie said that he pretended to share my concerns about Destiny in order to get more information about my investigation. Hey man, I didn't realize I never wrote back to this, but I have to ask you for something. Do you know Denim's or Kira Chat's Bad Bunny? Sorta. I've interacted with both. Denim's more recently, and Kira like 3 years ago. So if you're trying to get in touch, I'm not sure how much help I can give you. Me. They both think I'm aligned with Destiny. They both think I'm aligned with Destiny and are hesitant to talk to me. I'm trying to get in touch with them to talk about a disturbing pattern of abuse of female streamers in DGG off the record. Some of my mods might be closer to them than I am. I can put the feelers out and see if either would be willing to come on for an AMA. That'll open up the path for communication I can use to push them your way. Thank you. I don't know how you feel about Destiny personally, but I'm hearing some disturbing shit. I think he's entertaining, but any interaction I've had with him over the years has just been networking for debates or server outreach. I don't know him personally beyond that. Okay. But I know he's got a reputation of sliding into the DMs of female streamers, especially new ones. I think things are going to get turbulent, assuming these women don't all chicken out. He's fucked probably 90% of his female orbiters. You can usually tell who because they're always on his stream. Yeah, lol, yeah. Then there's some drama fallout and they're flung out of orbit. But there's weirder shit than that, but I can't get specific yet.
I need some more.
I helped a former
I need
friend
to
of
like
mine
start.
build a streaming platform a year or so ago, and she had a similar experience. Would you be interested?
So that's the thing. I need to get a tanning rack.
Definitely not. She and I aren't friends anymore, unrelated, and she doesn't stream anymore either. You probably saw her around when she was streaming. She used to go by Aristocracy. I didn't know she had that experience with him, but she's firmly in the Destiny camp just because she's more concerned about the clout involved. It wasn't anything as intense as what happened to Anna or Denims or Kira. But she went through the typical pattern of he fucks you, shits on you, DG dogpiles you, and then you leave. He tried to slide into her DMs, came into our friend group for a bit while attempting to hook up, and then when she turned him down, he fell out of the friend group and it was much harder for her to get on his stream going forward. Good for her. So she didn't get into the harsher treatment, but he lived up to his reputation of going after new female streamers. Yeah. She didn't get tangled up in the psycho shit. Nope. But again, she and I don't talk anymore, and she'd probably deny it if you ever brought it up with her. So, yeah, I'm worried there's going to be a lot of that, 100%. He knows how to pick his victims.
Oh my
He knows how
god.
to pick his victims so well. Why is this article such fucking dog shit with barely anything in it? Like, seriously, man. Unbelievable. Unfucking believable.
He's got a point. He's got a point.
He's always had the reputation of being a bit Weinstein when it comes to the Twitch politics sphere. I've heard stories, seen the public breakdowns, but I sincerely doubt you're going to get anyone who isn't already openly at odds with him to speak out and present anything he hasn't already aired out on his stream with his narrative spin. Turn on Max's stream. Why?
Over Lav. Lav is my daughter. No. Of course not.
So fucking creepy, dude.
Okay, well, I guess we just have two pretty active chats, so I'll try to keep both open.
Okay, I don't care. I'm reading this article. He can do what the fuck he wants, okay? I'm done with this motherfucker. Come on. We're reading the article. That's what we're here to do, okay? Come on now. Let's keep it going. Yeah, I've already seen things that he hasn't aired out, but I don't have permission to share them. This is the same way I felt when Redacted showed me screenshots of DK ignoring the Rector was trying to kill himself, but he wouldn't let me use them. It's infuriating. Doobie, I know the feeling. It happens sometimes on my server. I get evidence someone is actively doing something awful to a user, but I can't do anything about it directly because it would put the victim at risk. So I end up needing to fabricate entirely new narratives, complete with stage interactions, to get to the end result to permanently ban them. Very weird and frustrating. Yes. But like I said, I think he's good at sniffing out who he can control and who he can't. Yep. And there's no shortage of vulnerable young streamers on Twitch willing to put up with him to advance their new career. Right. So I guess now I'm just stuck pathetically messaging them and asking if they want to actually do anything about this. I'll try reaching out to Denims and Kira and push them your way if I can. Thank you, Doobie. Yes.
The collaborator, Doobie. Will there be repercussions?
Jesus Christ, right. Hey you, just giving you a quick update. A few of my mods are pretty well known in Kira's community, and I've got another Denims community. Well, let you know when they get back to me. Did you reach out to any of the women he's publicly had issues with? I'm on good terms with most of them, I think. I'm trying to, but none of them are getting back to me. He started the anti-Mr.Girl hate train pretty hardcore now. So I would love your help in talking to them before I look like a spiteful asshole. I can't tell you who I've talked to already, so just try to connect me to everyone you can think of. Will do. I'll give you an update as soon as I've got something. Thank you. I've been super busy lately, so I haven't kept up with all the most recent stream videos. Aren't you and Destiny close friends, or did that blow up recently? Well, we're friends, but I stopped working with him because I think he's abusive to his orbiters, and then I found out he's been lying about and smearing the women he fucks. And then someone told me he said he is aroused by psychological.
I want everyone to know how terminally online all this is. Like, this is like very online.
Doobie facepalm. If it turns out Anna was telling the truth, a lot of people are going to feel like assholes. That sounds like really similar to what she's saying. No way. After all that drama. Jesus. He was sexting Anna the entire time. That's nuts. I can't imagine how that even works, all the public blow-ups. Unless she's got some sort of humiliation fetish. No, she doesn't want him to stop talking to her. Oh, don't worry about it. I get it. I've had to deal with sensitive stuff like this before. Delete whatever you got her. Okay, thank you. She knows if she goes public, he'll cut her off. In a weird way, she's blackmailing him for more sex. That's fucked. I feel bad for her. Sounds like an extremely abusive dynamic. Yes. There's a general pattern of bring on female orbiter, fuck her, trash with her community, discard her. I would like to stop this from happening, but I can't really if she doesn't want to come forward. Jesus Christ, man. Nobody's still here. I've got 2,500 people watching still, so I think there's still quite a few people here. Right?
A lot of loyal chud heads.
I mean, technically, yeah, I'm just talking to my computer screen, but I think people want to see it through.
That's why I'm here for you, Chud. I'm here to see it through. I'm here to see it through, Chud.
Right, come on, push through.
Finish the fight, Chud. Finish this fight. Do it so I can leech content off of you.
No, I'm recording on my end. So
oh shit.
It's fine. Already reacted to the last line. I know, that's why I would like to help out. I still have a decent amount of credibility. Stephen will move to take it away, though. I worry that bringing all that up again is going to lead to a lot of people attacking her again. When the situation went public, a lot of people pulled down her on stream and used the story to pull views and clout for themselves. As they made her cry and defended Stephen, I felt really bad for her, because she's clearly not doing well mentally. It's gonna be rough. I'll do what I can to help you, but I don't have much influence outside of Discord. If she gives me permission, I can prove that almost everything he says about her is just a lie. Maybe we should get a tap, but that's better than having zero credibility. True, I'll give you an update as soon as I've got one. It sounds like things have been pretty intense lately, so if you ever need someone to vent at, I'm here for it. Yeah, it's been ugly and it's going to get a lot worse, so thank you. The next day during the Nuclear stream, Destiny leaked our DMs. Me. You leaked our conversation? Yes. Why? I messaged Steven immediately after you messaged me. After I've read through these series of DMs, I'll start another stream. Okay? So we got both, so it splits the VOD. No, I'm gonna finish the lab segment, okay? Fuck me. Listen, guys. I'm doing what I can. We're getting through this. I messaged Steven immediately after you messaged me. I've had people try the malicious sex predator narrative with me before, and I know how damaging it can be, so I couldn't let you do it to him. Not when you've pressured him to be emotionally open with you and promised not to betray him. Given the clear mental health issues Anna has dealt with, and your own experience dealing with the mentally vulnerable, I can't believe you didn't know how unreasonable it was to go in depth about her without Steven's involvement. I was very disappointed in you, and if you'd come to me first, I would have tried to talk you out of it. You have already started the process, so it was too late to put it back in the bottle. Probing you for information and sharing it with Steven was the best I could do. You should have gone to him, your close friend, before messaging me or anyone else if you had these concerns. I'm sorry things developed this way, sir. Do you mind if I share these DMs? Nope. Okay. Right. Guys, I'm going to end stream and it's going to send you to the new one. I'm raiding into myself. Right. I'll see you in like 5 minutes, okay? I'm raiding into myself. Let's go.
This video is sponsored by...
Holy shit, that scared the shit out of me. Okay, we gotta go. We gotta finish this. We gotta finish this. Okay. That was... Hold on. This is the one we were watching, right?
Yeah, you have these
Well, no, it's like...
Oh my god. Basically, it's the equivalent of...
I have an announcement to make. And the announcement is...
No, this is part... Shit. God damn, hold on. We're going to... Wait. We'll go to watch later. Chud. Don't... Okay, so we watched part 2. So I'll go ahead and remove from our watch later. We saw... Oh my goodness. Remove from watch later. Part 3, part 2, part 3. We might have to move on to... He might not have it up yet. Okay, so this is part 1. Oh, Chud, what happened, man? He might be finishing it up. It would be disingenuous and a bit. I don't give a shit, man. You're fucking general manager. If Lamar's available, grab him. Part 2, part 3. Okay, so he doesn't have the next part in yet. So Chud doesn't have the next part up yet. Okay, that's fine. All right, DK's gonna have it up sooner rather than later. Okay, so we're gonna move on to Wick then. I need to run and use the bathroom real quick. So let me do a quick be right back and we'll move on to Wick. All right, sorry about that, folks. Let me get back to this. So, okay, so we're done with Chud. Oh my god. So, talking to Mr. Girl about the Destiny report. So he's got the full stream up, but then he's got the segments. Let's pull in. This is what pull in the full stream. I'm not gonna lie, man. Wick's got it, man. I like it. I don't always tune in to all the streams too, but lately though, he's been putting out the content. This is great stuff for him too. Let's see. What do I need? I have to go hunting. That's the big thing too. Okay, what do I need for a crude bow? I need leather scraps. I need 8, so that's some boars, right? Alright, let's fast forward. Oh, there we go. Right on cue.
Hey, hi, can everyone hear me? Can everyone see me? Am I good? Am I coming through clear? Chris? All that? Hope so. Yeah. Okay. Mr. Girl will be here any moment, but I wanted to go live a little early to kind of explain a few things, right? Kind of give my thoughts on what I expect to happen, what I want to happen, ideally. So if anyone here is looking for me to just yell at him and scream at him incessantly, this ain't the stream for you, gang. This is not how I'm gonna do it. This is not where we're gonna go. I'm simply not going to this isn't the Nuremberg trials, right? I do have questions, right? And we will get to them, right?
I need some deer hide. I need a lot of leather scrap. I need more flint.
Everyone else, all the rest of you, can go through and verify all the accuracy and things like that, and the nitpick, like, oh, in paragraph 316 you said X, but then in paragraph 457 you said, okay, fair, right? But I think it's beyond the scope of this discussion to nitpick in that way. So I'm not going to. I am going to ask some very critical questions, but they will be of a different nature. I'm also going to simply ask questions that you may think are softballs, right? The why. Why did you put this together, right? What do you want to happen afterwards? All these things. And I know he's addressed this in other areas and other formats beforehand, but I want to ask them these things. So, yeah. So if you're expecting me to be an inquisitor here, you're going to be disappointed. This is not the space for this. I'll let others perform that role if they so will. What we're going to do is try to get some honest conversation, right? And get some honest answers if we can. And just be genuine. And I think that's what my space can be at the best of times. It's a genuine place to discuss everything that's going on. It's a lot. In prep for this, I read every word. Every single word. All the transcripts. I checked out the links. This was the work of hours. And it was difficult. It was very difficult. And thank you to the chat, to everyone who is saying good luck. I appreciate you. I appreciate you for
good luck,
coming
man.
in.
You're gonna need it.
I'm glad that the audio sounds good. Thank you for all being here. I hope this goes well. I hope people are not only informed by this discussion, but are entertained as well. I want it to be fun. I want it to be kind of an entertaining chat. But we'll see, right? We'll see how it goes. Yeah, I am going to ask the tough questions, right? But again, we are not here to... this thing is over, I believe, 100,000 words. There is no universe where during the course of this conversation, I'm going to get to every single thing that can be discussed about the Destiny report.
Fair enough.
We do not have the time.
Fair enough, Wick. Fair enough.
To go over that. I have him for about 2 hours, so we're going to make the best use of the time that we can. And again, I think that there are so many others who are covering this. How do I accept redirects? How do I do that? I don't even know. Enable raise from Chud. How do I do that? Customization. Chat, message delay, redirect, add. Okay. What's his I will click it. Okay, save. I've done it. Yeah, I'm going to. Nice guy, Eddie. I'm going to ask him about that. But I think I've accepted the redirect.
Maybe I should put some. No, it's alright.
But once he gets here, we'll talk to him. And we'll see how it goes. I hope it goes well. Look, I don't want to be an inquisitor here. I'm going to ask honest questions, and I want to get honest answers, and that's all. I think I've added his stream. Did I not? Let me edit and try again. Customization. Okay. Redirects. Allow you to keep views, add a live stream or premiere for people to watch after yours ends? Okay, well that's not it. Look, I'm looking on how to do that. Give me a second, please. Allow automatic places. Comments and ratings. I'm in the edit section.
Alright, I gotta stop.
I'm looking at how to do this. I'm sorry, I'm bad at this. Okay. I am under entertainment. Visibility public, restrictions none.
Fuck. Okay.
Yeah, I don't. I'm a boomer at this. I should have gone early, gang. I should have done this early, but I didn't. Thank you for being here. Thank you. We'll see how it goes. Okay, well, thank you for being here. I appreciate you. Chud Logic. When Mr.Girl gets here. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Well, hopefully you did redirect. Hopefully you're here. Yeah, I know.
Yep, I think we should head back and just dump all this stuff off.
Please forgive me. I tried to add. I think I said it so I'm rating into him after this is what I accidentally did. But I appreciate the super chats. I appreciate everything. It looks like you all are making your way over.
Go
here,
ahead and rate, comment, subscribe.
Again, thank you. Once again, since you're all
Wick
here,
stuff. You're doing some good work.
This isn't an inquisition, okay? If you're expecting me to just hound him relentlessly, this isn't the place for that, right? What we're gonna do is try to figure out why he made the choices he made, what he wants to happen from this, what he wants to do next. And I do have criticisms. I do have things I want to ask about him, or about the article that could be seen as critical. But yeah, it's we'll see how it goes, right? I'll DM him, see where he is. Appreciate all the super chats. Appreciate everyone wicking out. Okay. What we're here to do is be honest.
Wicking out, baby.
Be genuine. And our guest of honor has arrived. Hello.
There he is.
Hey. Yeah,
okay,
take
just
your time.
give me 1 second. I want to make sure I alerted my people.
The call forces, as they say.
I guess so. Talking to Wick about the report now. Yeah, when I first started streaming, my audience started calling themselves cuties.
Due to your coverage of the Cuties movie, I assume?
Yeah. And I was like, guys, I don't know. And I'd already been saying hi horses to introduce my video essays for a few years. So it seemed like horses seemed a little more appropriate than cuties. You know?
Yeah, I get you. Whenever you're ready, if you could cam up so the lovely Wickers
my
in
camera.
chat can see you.
Yeah. Hello.
We got the OBS.
Oh,
stable.
yeah. Let me see. Oh yeah, there's a way to just there's a way to just give you my canvas, right? Virtual. Wait.
I see you, and I see me. So there's double trouble with it. Looks like you're getting spit roasted by Wick right now. That's all.
Okay, what about now?
Ah, there we go. No spit roast anymore.
Okay.
There you go.
I guess let's just start this off. So do you think, right, that we should show the YouTube admin team 21 Jump Street so that they unban you from YouTube?
Yeah, I saw Kanye's tweet about that. No comment.
Fair enough.
If you're waiting for an answer.
I wanted to keep it light at least at first, right?
Okay. I don't think I'm gonna be able to do that, but I appreciate the attempt.
An attempt was made, as they say.
Yes.
So first of all, let me say thank you for.
I need something to keep my stamina up.
Kind of discuss this from a little bit different angle than I think most people are gonna do. Like I know I've seen, or I've not seen this. I've tried to avoid this, but I know of many streamers who've gone through the article line by line, looking for inconsistencies, looking for errors, for assertions you made that aren't true, and that's fine and all, but I wanted to get your thoughts on this, right? I wanted to kind of pick your brain.
Get his biased thoughts on the article.
The choices you have in the article, maybe if there was any inspiration, like when you decided to make the article, all sorts of things, but we'll just get into it. And
okay.
I guess that's the first question I have for you. When did you decide that this was a necessary thing? That, okay, I want to make an article and this has to happen.
Multiple deer heads.
I first created a Destiny folder on my computer, I think, when Rose Wrist was debating him about Fuentes. And Rose Wrist asked
That's where it
him
started.
if it was an anti-Semitic comment to say,
God damn it,
that Jews are in charge of the world, or secretly run the world. And Destiny said, assuming it's not true. I think that was the moment I was like, I was like, I feel like I am gonna need to lay all this out at some point in the future. Maybe I'll make a documentary or a video about our Fuentes debates and how I just think that he was kind of giving Fuentes free passage into YouTube land. But the whole piece to just saying like I think everything should be investigated was definitely it was as soon as Laugh told me that he was still sexting Anna, which was right after our stream, November something.
Okay.
7th or something.
And so you had been wanting to do something on him since the Rose Wrist conversation. You decided, okay, I'm going to need to talk about him in some capacity. But it was a conversation with Lav, and when Lav informed you about the section, that you decided, oh, this needs to be a, for lack of a better word, a manifesto. Right?
Well, report is a better word. I don't think we are. I think article, report, really anything is a better word than manifesto. Because manifesto implies, while it is emotional for me, it gives a picture of somebody in a shack in the middle of nowhere, you know, losing your mind.
We can call it a report if you'd like.
That's my preferred pronoun.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Interesting. So, I read it, all of it.
Nice.
Okay, he's probably down
I guess I
there.
would consider myself, and this might not be what you intended, but I consider myself kind of the target audience for this report. Someone who isn't familiar with all the lore of all the streamers. I'm not very big into the drama scene of this space. I don't like a lot of the criticism I've heard of the report was that it treaded over old ground, but most of it was new to me because again I'm not familiar with the lore of this space. So I guess I would start by asking, is that the intended audience for this report, or if not that, then who?
I think the intended audience is you stand to gain financially by aligning yourself with Destiny. So you're
True.
part of the intended audience for sure, but it's not.
Alright, so if I come over here.
Entangled.
Am I an orbiter?
You are approaching becoming one. It seems like I don't see you coming onto his stream to talk to him, so I don't know much about your relationship. My understanding though is that you're kind of taking kind of similar to Prime Kai's role.
I mean, it would be pretty fair to call myself a Prime Kai orbiter. He's how I got my start, yeah, if
yeah, so yes. It seems like you're doing a similar thing to that, and I don't think I'd ever call Prime Kai an orbiter of Destiny either. So, but still, you're entangled for sure. You're in the system. Obviously, you're doing streams with him, with people adjacent to him. I mean, I think the audience for the report is probably people who don't know anything about streaming.
Dude, from everything Chud read
Parents of people
from like that report, it was incredibly confusing too. It assumes like you just gave him an info dump of information, but there's no context behind it. And even then, especially the Vosh stuff, the Vosh and Poppy stuff, and like it seemed like you were picking and choosing, and like you didn't really edit through it to taper it down. There's a good way to provide like clear-cut, concise information so it catches people up too, but also leads them down the path that you want them to to come to a specific conclusion to, without like altering the facts.
who watch streams and who want to understand what their why their 14-year-old son hates
what?
Reporters.
Have any reporters reached out to you about this?
No comment.
Fair enough. I guess that kind of
What
leads
reporters
into,
will come out to?
Something I was thinking about when reading.
No, from Dextero? What? From Polygon?
Familiar with Snowden and his whistleblower of the three-letter organizations that were allegedly collecting information on private citizens, etc., etc. With that?
I don't know.
Fair enough. So basically, Edward Snowden was a whistleblower.
No, yes, I know who Edward Snowden is. I don't know I imagine there's a depth of familiarity that one could have that I don't, but I can imagine you could go quite deep into it. So you could just ask the question and I'll tell you if there's something I need to know.
I was trying to kind of frame it a little bit for you, but fair enough. I guess I'll ask, do you consider yourself a whistleblower? And do you, if so, right, did you take any inspiration from other people who have blown the whistle, quote unquote, before? Did you take any lessons from them or anything like that?
Yeah, I consider myself a whistleblower. No, I don't think it's nearly as. I mean, comparing it to Snowden, I think would be a little grandiose. But I I think anybody's a whistleblower if you are part of a system, especially if you're complicit in that system, and then you think there's something. The whistleblower always, to me, implies that the person blowing the whistle is partly guilty of wrongdoing themselves.
Are you? Do you consider yourself complicit in some of Destiny's alleged abuse that you lay out in the report?
Yes.
How so?
Well, I mean, it's in there, but let's see, in chronological order, probably the first thing I did was not listen to Anna when she wanted to talk to me.
Do you see how he has like this soft voice when he's trying to like feel? It just comes off as fake, man.
I talked to her and I just kind of ignored it.
Like he's trying to come off as sympathetic, but
I believed them with no evidence. People told me Destiny would be very upset if I spoke to her. That didn't raise any red flags when normally it would and should. I did a mediation between the two of them, taking both of their stories at face value, which, given his power over her, was not fair or smart. I spoke harshly to and about not so erudite, leading to some dogpiling and harassment that she received as a direct result of my actions. I spoke to and about Brittany Simon harshly, which led to dogpiling and harassment as a direct result of my actions. There's probably more.
We don't have to go through like a list of all these things, right? Like I get it, but I was just curious if you felt yourself because you said that people in this space are entangled, and you mentioned complicity, and I wanted to know if you can identify yourself in that group. And so now I know. Oh, fair enough. Would you consider other people in your report to also be complicit in their own abuse? And what I mean by that, right, do you think that some of the stories you mentioned run cover for Destiny, or ran cover for Destiny and his abuse or alleged abuse of other people?
Can you be more specific about what you're asking me?
Sure. So I don't know if you saw White Nervosa's response to your manifesto. Did you?
No comment.
Fair enough. So in it, she claims that you
no comment to that.
Her story in order to get Anna to be more forthcoming for your manifesto. So do you consider that running cover for Destiny?
Would I consider what White Nervosa said is running cover for Destiny?
Yes, and in the response that she gave after your manifesto, she released it. It's very brief. It's very small.
I don't want to comment on.
Okay.
I think I don't want to comment on any reaction from anyone who I am calling a victim.
Okay, that's fair.
going into it, I wanted to set it up so that anybody can disavow without any reprisal or even comment from me. So if she doesn't like the document, she doesn't like what I wrote, yes, that's I totally, that's okay. I'm not going to comment on it.
Okay. There were a few others that also came out with statements, but if we don't want to go down this line of questioning, we don't want to go down this line of
I
questioning.
mean, you're welcome. We can do the congressional thing where you say it and then I say
yeah, fair enough. Well, the other person I saw that claims that you misconstrued wasn't mentioned as a victim in the report, but Aristocracy did mention that she feels that you took her out of context. I also know that Madam Genevieve, has also said that she was not pleased with your handling of the information that you gave her. Or that she gave you, I apologize. So that's fair, but we don't have to call it out, or not call it out, but to discuss it or go in depth if you don't want to. So let me ask you this then. Let's pivot. Do you think that Destiny is redeemable at this point in your eyes? Is there anything he can do, any action he can take
off with
in order to
conclusory, huh?
To become better enough that you would consider him okay to listen to, watch, have on their show?
Yeah, sure. I don't think anybody's. I assume you're not asking me the likelihood of that happening. You're asking me.
No. Yeah, likelihood. I'm more asking what, if you know what specifically would have to change.
There are things you can do, like if you murder a little kid, that at that point it doesn't really matter what you do after that. To me, where I'm just I don't, you're at that point you're not someone whose content I would consume no matter what. Like emotional abuse and coercion and sexual misconduct and smearing and retaliation, doxing, threats, that kind of stuff. I don't think any of that's irredeemable now.
Fair enough. Do you think that Destiny is the worst actor in this space when it comes to those kinds of behaviors? So, like a good thesis statement, because on the technical side, one criticism I would have of the report is it's too dense. It's very hard to get through in a timely manner. But this is what I, in reading it, understood as your thesis statement. You can tell me if I'm right or wrong. Destiny abused people through capitalizing on unequal power dynamics and relationships. He engaged in retaliation for criticisms and also sadistic attacks on his guests, orbiters, and other creators in order for content and spite. Would that be a fair recap of what you consider a thesis statement for your document?
I think you're leaving out the sexual misconduct.
Would that not be unequal power dynamics in relationship? Maybe.
I think I need the word sex in there somewhere for it to be.
Unequal power dynamics in sexual relationships. How about that?
Yeah, and combinations thereof. Retaliating is one thing. Unequal sexual relationships.
All right, buddy.
Retaliating against people.
He needs the word sex in there.
Relationships with is, I would say, probably worse than either one. Maybe even worse than the sum of the two.
But again, to the question, do you think Destiny is the worst in the space when it comes to these behaviors?
I don't think it matters.
Huh? Why not? I guess what I mean by this, to clarify, right, is if there's a flood, it does no good to, put your finger in the dike, right, and to kind of stop the little flow when behind you there's a river raging over its bounds and just destroying everything.
What are you doing here, Wick?
I guess the reason I'm asking you why, if you consider him one of the worst in the space.
I don't think that's a good metaphor.
Well, whatever metaphor you'd like to use, right? My reason.
No. That metaphor is wrong.
Explain. Elaborate, please.
Well, if you put your finger in a dike, as you so unfortunately worded it, the water that is diverted by your finger will pass around your finger totally unimpeded. So it actually will make no difference if you do that. I think a better metaphor would be like if there were a bunch of zombies attacking a city and you shot 3 of them, but there were still 3 million attacking the city. So in one, you're still making a difference. If you
Okay, I can't see shit. This is a waste of time.
It may not make much of a difference to anybody else. Maybe nobody will notice a difference. You still materially made a difference. Whereas with the dike analogy, it literally makes no difference. So I think I don't think water is a good analogy.
Let's go with the zombie thing. Let's go with the zombie thing. So you have a bomb, a grenade, right, that you're gonna throw, and instead of throwing it into the horde, you've thrown it to the 3 standing over there, right? Like that. Yeah, you made a material difference, but do you think you?
What is with these analogies?
A material difference if you chose a different target. That's what I'm asking, right?
If everybody who has a computer with a word processor, in your analogy, has a grenade, where'd you throw yours?
I haven't thrown any grenades. I'm not a very good grenade.
So my point is that it's just still. I just don't really understand the question or the criticism that I could have written something different or better or more impactful. But that's literally probably true of everything anybody's ever written.
Sure, I understand that. But I guess like the reason I ask is after you've done this, do you have someone else in mind that needs to be exposed?
There's gotta be a villain, right?
On the list of Mr. Girl. That's fair. So no one. I guess I'm just asking what comes next for Mr. Girl, right? Like you've done this, you've shot the missile, right? The arrow has flown the quiver. Okay. So what are you looking
The metaphors,
to do
Wick.
next?
The metaphors.
What is after that?
Probably me emailing a bunch of reporters and stuff, reaching out to as many people as I can to try to get some wise eyes on this. Influence and power.
If you could pick any reporter to cover this, any news organization or
What news organization is gonna cover the ramblings of a madman? It's not even like well put together.
In this ideal world where you could just pick and choose, who would you like to carry the banner for on this part?
The Washington Post.
The Washington Post. Fair enough.
My favorite newspaper. Maybe the New York Times. Probably the more correct choice though. But my personal choice is the Washington Post.
Fair enough. Do you and just be honest with me here, do you think they will?
I have no idea. I think that there's probably probably a market for stories like this. I don't know if this is the one that would.
There's a market, he says, for stories like this.
Thinks it would connect, or would think it was newsworthy. But I think that there's sooner or later. I think eventually.
This is absolutely not newsworthy.
This will become. I think that all gas no brake stuff has some mainstream traction. So I do think there's a market for discussions of power dynamics with content creators that your kids watch, and sexual misconduct in the streaming world, and then I think there's other conversations about content creation and copyright and how that all shakes out, and just like where the
in context of the streaming.
Yeah, the like reaction videos, you dogpile people and using your own content against you. I think there's a lot of ethical and legal and moral issues that are really not settled.
With React streamers? So can you give me an example of this?
No.
No. Fair.
No.
One of the instances I've heard people bring up in regards to this, and just tell me if I'm on the wrong track. But things like using quote tweets to dunk on smaller Twitter users and to gain clout that way. Like take someone's take, quote tweet it. They have like 20 followers, you have 20,000, and then just using them to farm content. Do you think that that's unethical?
I think it depends on if they said that they were raped and you're doing it to call them a retard. Probably, but I think it depends on the context.
Fair enough. I wonder what well, you already gave me the context that you find it. Do you consider the people who have reacted to not just the report, but the whole situation, do you consider them complicit in your abuse? I'm talking people like, if I'm going to drop some names, people like Chud Logic, people like Cherry, people like Sick Unchained, various other streamers, both big and small, who have been very critical of your relationships in these spaces and just critical of your engagement. Do you consider them abusive?
So dumb, dude.
Yeah, I would call them complicit. I mean, the same way if, you know, the father sexually abusing the kids and, I don't know, the oldest sibling knows about it but doesn't say anything, or the mother knows about it, doesn't say anything, stepmother knows about it, doesn't say anything, or says, oh, it'll tear the family apart. You know, you can be complicit and be a victim at the same time. I think that's like me. You know, I think we're all somewhat complicit. Yeah.
Well, fair enough. I guess I'll ask this.
Well, I gotta turn this down now because they're speaking so softly. Fucking.
But I am curious. In what ways do you think I've been complicit in your abuse? And it's fine. Like, just be honest. I can take it. It's okay.
Jesus Christ, Wick. Why you care?
Questions to try to set me up to appear unhinged, like a conspiracy theorist, crazy person. You're doing it right now.
Do you think that's intentional on my part?
Actually, yeah. I think your tone of voice is so good faith, bro. So intensely, thickly layering it on that I think it is very likely that you are intentionally trying to make me look insane right now. Yeah.
Well,
that's the impression I'm getting.
I mean, it won't help to say that I'm not, but the reason I am being very cautious with my tone is because I want to help make you feel as comfortable as you can. And one of the ways I signal that I'm trying to do that is through.
I don't think signaling that you're trying to make someone comfortable is the same as making them comfortable.
I'm not very good at this, so it's very probably true. I guess
that's my answer to your question.
Okay, that's fine.
Jesus Christ.
Was there anything you wanted to include in the article that you just didn't get a chance to? Anything that you had to leave on the cutting room?
Here, I'll turn that up for you guys a little bit.
No. I mean, some petty things I thought about including that I decided not to. But no.
Just petty things. Okay, so I guess what was your bar here? What in your mind transcended something from just petty beef to something worthy of including in the article? Like, was there a?
Sorry, I want to go back to your previous question more specifically. Okay, so specific things you're doing to run interference for Destiny right now. Trying to bait me into comparing myself to Edward Snowden, and then I have to say, oh, that would be really grandiose if I did that, and I have to, like, that was a path that I could have gone down to seem insane. Asking me which newspaper would be featured, then I could have gone, that's
Look at
another
that.
trap. So I said the Washington Post as a way to kind of giga chat and say, you know, one of the biggest papers who exposes the most, but people who expose Trump should be talking about Destiny. And then you say, well, do you think that's likely? Because you're trying to lock me into having said something grandiose and insane. And then I avert that and say, well, you're not asking me what's likely. That's the dream. And then I said, blah, blah. And then I think there was another, asking me, trying to trap me into using the same word, abusive, that I'm using to describe Destiny directing someone, his audience, to Anna's Kiwi Farms thread while he's fucking sexting her. You want me to use the same word to describe just any 20,000 follower Twitter account dunking on any 200 or 20 follower Twitter account? That's of course running interference for Destiny if I fall into that trap. So I don't think that you are intentionally setting those traps. I think that's just sort of like an automatic, oh, do you think Destiny is the worst person? Like, what the fuck kind of question is that? I write a report about a system I was involved in, about the person that I was pretty close to in the system, and all the stuff that I witnessed, all the evidence I was able to gather through my relationships that I formed while in that system, kind of excoriating myself in the process, and some of the just making everybody just look kind of bad, but for the purpose of doing what I see as like an act of good to try to stop somebody from being abusive. And you're in the first fucking question you really ask me about the report is, do you think he's the worst person? Which is, again, is like, how the fuck do I know? I'm not in any other streamers community. I don't even like streaming.
Well, what are the
like I'm not, wait, stop. I'm just saying, like, I don't have that kind of insider knowledge about all these other streamers, so it'd be insane for me to say he's the worst, and then you get, of course, you or whoever wants to then gets to come out with examples of this. Oh, so he thinks Destiny doing this is worse than this other thing. I know how the Destiny sphere thinks. It is a constant,
look at that,
endless game of whataboutism and shifting frames and perspectives, and this zero-sum game that you can't call out Destiny for being abusive unless he's the most abusive. And then if you can find somebody who's more abusive or more dishonest, more of a liar, more threatening, more controlling, more retaliatory, then that's some. Oh, and I am not doing any of this. Again, that's just another. It's just more bullshit. So anyway, to answer your question from before of how do I think you're complicit, those are just some of the things that you've done in this short interview so far that I would say are traps, setups, and dishonest reframings of what I'm saying to you. And what I'm saying is really straightforward. You haven't really asked any genuine questions about it that I don't think so far. What I'm saying is, Destiny abuses his platform, and here's a list of the ways and times that he did it, and here's all the evidence. If you need to see relationships played out and established, here's all the evidence, and I've presented it to you. And yeah, it's long, but it's I don't know, it's covering 10 years of bad behavior.
This is and I am frustrated right now, and I want to talk to you about that because
Okay.
I do want to engage as good faith as possible. I'm really trying here to give my honest thoughts on this.
It's
read.
Totally meaningless. Saying all you're doing is throwing me under the bus when you say that. It is a.
Look at that. Max is looking. Max is looking for the boogeyman that's just not there.
How can I ask you these questions? Because I want to know the answers. I think there's substantive discussion to be had here.
Saying you're being good faith is not good faith. Saying you're being charitable to somebody is not charitable itself. All you're doing is defending yourself to the audience and saying to anybody who's annoyed with you and
what
saying that your questions.
Now is asking.
No, stop saying what you're doing. If you want me to think you're doing,
you gotta love these Mr. Girl conversations.
You're doing it. That doesn't make any sense.
what should I be asking that I'm not?
You know what Mr. Girl is doing right now?
Asking you right now about
He's
your
wicking
manifesto,
out.
or about the report. Sorry,
It's a report.
apologies.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to take this
report
seriously. I
that
just can't.
I am not asking that you would like me to ask. That you think no one has asked. That you want to tell people, and you haven't been able to do so yet. Can you give me a few of those?
If I were you, what would I ask?
If what do you wish people were asking you that they haven't asked you yet?
I don't know, because if there was something I wanted to be asked, I would just say it. I guess.
Okay.
That still doesn't really get at my criticism of what that's not what I just. It doesn't really make sense as a response to what I just said. You asked me if you're complicit. I listed all the ways that I think you're running interference for Destiny. Your response is to say, that's not true, that didn't happen. You didn't really engage with any
Well,
of the...
what I'm doing now...
Do you see like how he's like framing the argument? Like he wants Wick to respond a certain way, because if he responds a certain way, it can fit into the narrative that he's... I think he's the only one who really believes this too. Like he's trying to will something into existence that's just never going to happen.
What you're doing now is interrupting me. You're not actually listening to what I'm saying. You're pulling these maneuvers that take a while. So the reason the report is 100,000 words, because it takes a while to explain these little sleights of hand. So again, it's fine if you don't want to respond to them. I just want to point out that you didn't respond. You have not really responded to my criticisms of your questions. Then, what you did say in response was, "That's not happening, Max. I'm just asking questions. That is not happening. I want to know the answers to the questions. I'm doing the best that I can to make you comfortable." And the implication is for no reason, for some wacky reason, you're just freaking out. I have no idea why. Anyway, and then it takes a while to explain that you did that.
I think that I understand why.
Oh yeah, then your question is what? So what would you want me to ask? That's not asking me what I would want you to.
Respond to that first before we go on to other criticisms.
I don't want you to do that. Because there's just too many maneuvers. I just can't take it.
I'm not
your
maneuvering.
response is to. I'm not
look,
maneuvering.
I understand that this has happened to you a lot. I understand that people have treated you this way.
I'm not maneuvering.
I get it.
I'm not maneuvering. I get it. I'm not maneuvering. I'm just asking questions. I'm not maneuvering.
This is how conversations
Stop
work.
saying what you're doing. It doesn't mean anything. It's a maneuver to say you're not maneuvering. Okay, anyway, so then after I listed the things that I thought were like bullshit questions that were traps, your response is not to engage with the criticism that they're traps. Your response is to say, okay, fine. What do you want me to ask? But that's a nonsensical reaction. That doesn't make any sense.
When I responded to your criticisms, you called it maneuvering. So because you didn't like that and it wasn't working,
you didn't.
I have shifted direction.
It's not because you responded. It's because you were maneuvering. I think you're being manipulative. That's why I said that. Not because you responded. You didn't respond.
Ooh,
anyway,
backstab.
It just feels like another zero-sum game question. Where is there a person who's more abusive than Destiny? Is there somebody else who's next on your list? Those all seem very similar to the question of what should I have asked? It doesn't feel like a substantive engagement with the criticism.
Just be bad faith at this point, Wick. Just be bad faith. Stop trying to be good faith. Be bad faith.
Please give me a chance to explain. Right, the reason I asked
Give me
about
bad
this
faith,
Destiny, why Destiny in particular. The reason I asked was because I see that these behaviors that you outlined are not uncommon in this space. Right?
Yeah, I know why you asked.
I don't think you do.
Okay, let's pretend that I'm a rape victim. Okay, I'm a rape victim, and a larger creator got me drunk, and I fell asleep, and I woke up, and he was raping me. And I make this essay about how I got raped. And you're going to interview me about the essay. The first thing you ask me is, do you think...
He goes to like the extreme
there's
immediately.
A lot of rapes happening in the streaming world, aren't there? And I'm like, well, I guess so. And you're like, well, you wrote about just one rape, yours, don't you think that it might have made a bigger difference if you had thrown your grenade into like a horde of rapes? Why are you writing about why are you writing about this rape?
So I don't think this is a good metaphor.
Hold on. I want to go through some of your other questions.
Oh my god,
Do you
this was
think
like
that this is
so
the worst
fortuitous.
rape that has ever occurred, Max? I could think of a lot worse rape. I've heard of a lot worse rape. Rape is very common.
Misrepresenting my questions, sir.
You just said that this behavior is very common. So
when we talk about maneuvers, right? Are you familiar with psychological projection? That concept.
I mean, he does it quite a bit.
I've already decided that I'm never going to talk to you publicly again, but I will finish this stream. But if you don't let me finish what I'm saying, I'm going to leave.
Then do it, bitch. Then do it. Just leave.
Thank you.
Then do it.
If you transposed all of your questions,
you need to take control, Wick. You have to take control.
Oh, this behavior is very common. So
this is hilarious.
How does that affect your the legitimacy of your presentation of it?
Kids stay in school.
Who's the next person?
Don't get internet brained. All right.
All of these questions in that context would be transparently fucking disgusting. Now I agree that Destiny's abuse of me is not as serious as rape, and it's harder to explain emotional abuse and psychological abuse, and these power dynamics are complex, and it takes a while to explain what happened. But
this is actually pretty decent.
Given that
I actually
I'm coming forward as a victim, I do think that the zero-sum game sleights of hand are quite slimy. I don't like it.
Fair. I do not think it is a zero-sum game. I do not think that your analogy is fair. Yes, when you put questions into an entirely different context, it will change how people feel about that questions and the appropriateness of the questions. Obviously, if you were a victim of rape or abuse in this, I would not be sitting you down questioning about that. But this is not what this is. We're talking about the Destiny Report, which was an article that you wrote, which outlined what the person you were accusing of doing all this did to other people, not just you. There are many other people that you outlined.
Okay, so now we're in the Black Forest.
Right? You talked about Mia. You talked about Denims. You talked about Anna. You talked about White Nervosa. You talked about Vosh. You listed quite a few, right?
Give me a second, dear Crow.
Given the fact that we want, and I hope you want this too, not just to stop, if Destiny's doing it, not just to stop Destiny, but to stop everyone who does this, I think it's perfectly fair and perfectly valid to extend the conversation in a wider lens, right? To talk about this problem in a wider
So up here's Black Forest.
Let's go back to the rape analogy. If I told you I was raped by a content creator, you could extend that conversation to the wider lens and say,
let's go back to the extreme analogy.
Let me finish my response. You could extend that conversation to the wider lens by saying something like, another thing that's really horrible about this is it's not just you. You know, this I think this is actually really, really common, and I think it's really important that you were saw that it was the right thing to do, or you're willing to make the sacrifices, or that you were brave enough under the immense pressure and retaliation that you experienced to come forward and talk about this. I think you've done a good thing, not just for yourself, but for all the other people that this is that this is happening to. That your attempt to start a broader conversation, like there's tons of there's ways you could say that I obviously wouldn't object to. My objection is not that you're expanding it to a broader conversation. My problem is that you are bringing up, I think twice now, the existence of other abusers and other abuses of power in the streaming world as though it is somehow a defense for Destiny, or
I'm not here to defend Destiny or anyone.
That doesn't mean anything. Or a criticism of my report, that somehow if you literally said if your report is throwing a grenade or it's sticking your finger worthlessly in a flood. Wait,
I'm not asking you because I know the answer.
Please let me finish. Please let me finish. by saying that.
Let me finish. Where's the meme? Let me finish. Let me
away from a
finish.
horde of zombies and only attacking one, you are clearly making a criticism of the report and saying that it should have been about the broader thing. That's different from contextualizing the report in a broader conversation. You're obviously criticizing it. And if you go back to the rape analogy, you can see why that would come across as a fucking insane thing to say. That
When
is
I
clearly,
Jesus.
clearly a defensive. That's
I understand
clearly
you aren't familiar with me. But
it's
when
clearly
I
a defense.
criticize,
It is clearly a defense of Destiny and a criticism of the report.
when I criticize, I make
And a
sure that I
normalization
know.
of the behavior. The whole reason I wrote the
Also,
report is to
when I ask you a
unnormalize it.
When I ask you a question, it's because I don't know the answer, and I'm trying to get your opinion on it. I'm trying to get your perspective on it, and you may not like the tone I'm using. You may not like the questions I have asked, but these are not, and I take offense at this, sir. That I am not trying to trap you, trick you,
I take
manipulate you,
offense.
or anything. This
Dude.
isn't for you. This is for everyone watching because I take my reputation seriously.
I gotta take.
And, please,
I love
I'm
Wick
not a
angry.
white
Angry
blood
Wick is
cell.
good
I'm not an
Wick.
orbital.
Why don't you talk to them?
Give him a wicking Wick. Give him a wicking.
Just address them directly then.
Wick 'em.
Because I'm trying to talk.
Oh no! Wait a second. You know what? I don't really want to wait in the middle of my interview to watch you give a speech to the audience to try to repair your reputation.
10 seconds.
I don't even want to watch it for 10 seconds.
You just did. But anyway, I have more questions for you, if you don't mind.
Well, I have something I want to say.
Give him a wicking
Early
Wick.
on in my streaming
Dude, I'm in for
career,
this.
I had a bunch
I'm
of
in for angry
conversations like
Wick.
this with a bunch of people who communicate like you. And I got a reputation for all these meta conversations. It was. I guess it still is common practice for a streamer to say something like, "I am not being slippery. I am not defending Destiny." To just instead of engaging with the criticism being made of you, to just make a flat announcement of your supposed intention, not even your intention, of actually what you are doing in the conversation. But as Shaylin so often likes to say, or as she said on that call with Stardust and Zonia, saying you're doing something is not the same as doing it. So when I criticize your questions, or if I criticize you for being defensive, possibly you may not even know you're doing it. It is not you can't address that criticism by looking at me and saying, I am not doing X. I am not manipulative.
I think
that on its face, saying the sentence "I am not manipulative" literally makes no sense. It's actually meaningless.
I disagree. I think it's important.
Well, I don't
when
think you should.
talking and having a conversation to establish genuineness in any way.
Saying you are genuine does not establish genuineness.
Not in and of itself, but when someone is misunderstanding
not at all.
it can help to repair the bridge. It has before, it will again. This is just not true. It's just factually untrue.
I don't. Okay, if dear audience, if anybody ever tells you they're not manipulative and it makes you think that they're less manipulative just because they said that, you may still be getting manipulated.
You may. That's a key word. You may. It is not indicated. It is not binary as you're.
I think at this point, Wick is trying to force a conversation that is going like nowhere.
Meaningless.
God bless you, Wick.
I disagree.
If the charge is that you're a liar, you can't say I'm not a liar. It doesn't mean anything.
I think asserting it is important.
I can see that. That is what I'm disagreeing with.
Fair enough. We have a fundamental disagreement with this.
Okay.
If I may go back to the report, because I do have a couple more questions that I want to get through. If you're okay with it.
Sure.
What do you think the strongest element of the report is? The one, if people were only to read one single story or one single portion of that, what would you direct them to read to say this is what I mean when I say Destiny is abusive, etc.?
I don't think you should do that.
I understand, but you understand that, like, due to the length of the report, that's how many are going to be engaging with this, right?
Well, I wouldn't recommend it. I don't think that's a good idea. It won't tell you much of anything. The thing about I don't want to say subtle, because Destiny's abuse is not subtle. It's clear, but it's there's a lot of plausible deniability worked into all of his interactions with people. Not all of them, but a lot of them. And he also speaks and behaves in a kind of coded way. which is part of why it had to be so long. So each individual story, it can be bad, but can also be explained away or minimized. But the explanations will start to fall apart the more you read. And taken in total, once you get to know him, things that you thought were just negligent or accidental or mistakes come into focus as intentional.
I will admit. If I might just interject real quick, I will admit I do not have the breadth of knowledge on Destiny that you do. I do not have the interaction or the experiences that you do.
Oh Jesus, Wick, just stop. There's no reason to interject. If this is actually an interview where you're trying to get my thoughts, you should just let me. No, you're not. You're just that's plausible deniability. This is what I'm talking about.
I will say Wick has been interjecting quite a
What
bit.
I'm trying to do is direct it and so that people can digest what you're saying.
I get that too.
You're not helping them digest what I'm saying. You're derailing it by being like, by the way, guys, I know I just got accused of running interference for like a mass abuser, but I just want you guys to know that I don't have the same amount of knowledge as what Max does. But anyway,
I'm prefacing it to say this.
So I just don't.
To say that This is frustrating because I had a point, but you've derailed me, sir, and now I no longer have it in my head. Let me try to get back to it, if I might.
Wick.
The reason
Wick is containing the Wick.
Because
his inner Wick is coming out.
I wonder, right? I wonder if that you're hurt from this, that the betrayal that you feel from Destiny colors these previous experiences of you. Do you think that this bias, right? It's a fair question to ask. I'm giving you the chance to answer. Do you think that you may have bias that colors your experience that makes things sinister that otherwise would not be? If it's no, then just say no. It's easy.
Okay, so let me just, because I think you're maneuvering again. I just want to lay out what I think just happened, and then I'm going to decide how to proceed. But a lot of people warned me that I should be careful in this conversation with you, so I want to take their advice. The question is, the report's really long, so if there's one part of it that you think, I think encapsulates, it's kind of what you were getting at.
Yeah.
Destiny's abuse. What would that part be?
Yes.
And then my response was, I was starting to say that because of the coded way that Destiny operates, and the layers of subterfuge, you reading one part of it, it's a lot more than the sum of its parts. So reading one part of it won't give you, there's 15. I think there's 15 sections. Reading one section doesn't give you a 15th of the picture. It'll give you maybe 1% of the picture. As you speak the language of Destiny and get to know how he moves and operates, then it will come into focus exactly what you're dealing with. But you kind of interrupted me laying that out to ask me first to announce that you don't know a lot about Destiny. You don't know as much about him as I do. And then that was a preface for you to say, do I think that
your experiences?
Wait, I stop talking, please, for the love of God, please, because you're gonna do it again, and then I'm gonna have to lay that out. Just please, I'm getting better at it, but I'm not that fast at it. Okay, then you interrupted me saying that to preface that you don't have the same knowledge, and then to ask me if I think that my sense of betrayal colored my perception.
Yes.
Okay, and my choices there are to say either. I don't see how that's related to the question at all. First of all,
absolutely goes to the.
Stop. Let me. I just want to lay out what I'm thinking before I decide how to.
I'm trying to let you, buddy.
Just be quiet. Will you just be quiet for a second? Okay. So, I don't see. It's not. It is. And I'll. You can respond and explain this in a minute. But I don't see how it's. How is it related to the question of what is either the topic of what is the most damning part of the report, or the question of kind of what does it mean that the report is a key to itself, that to understand any part of it you kind of have to read the whole thing and see that it's not just a report about Destiny being abusive. It's a report about the fact that the abuse is normalized and that everyone's kind of just accepted that he's going to be abusive, and that they come up with excuses like, oh, other people are more abusive, or we already knew all that, or whatever. I don't see how the question of is my view of the other stories colored by my own story, I don't see how that's related. But
because
also,
it's not related to either of those things. What it is related to is you mentioned that in order to understand Destiny is being abusive, he speaks in coded language. He creates a lot of plausible deniability. So in response to that, I asked the question: do you think maybe that your hurt, your sense of betrayal, your past experiences?
Okay. I get it.
Does that make more sense?
Okay, I totally get it. It's another Max is a paranoid schizophrenic trap where.
Are you?
What you're saying now.
No, I don't think you do. I think that you have decided.
Stop. I want to say.
You've made your decision on what this article. You have made a decision on how this interview is going to go and who I am as a person, and you are coloring all your responses are colored by that. You have made a decision, and you will be damned before anything changes your mind, and that is frustrating.
Okay. I'm sure it is. I want to lay out what I'm thinking now, just in real time.
This is like the Vosh thing all over again,
that your
but Max is not being overly creepy.
Experience colored or impeded, let's face it, my ability to accurately assess other people's stories or situations, or Destiny's treatment of people in different situations. Yes. Your decision, please don't say anything. Just let me lay this out. Your question. All right, 1 second. You decided to ask me that, not because it was related to the question you had just asked, and not because it was actually related to the point I was making, that you really need to read the whole thing to kind of like get it. It was you heard me say something I said coded, and as sort of a aside, or just like a brick in the kind of the point I was making. And then that sounded paranoid to you. And so then you thought you would ask a question. Really, it's not really a question. Really, you're saying you think that I am unfairly or harshly judging Destiny because of my feelings of betrayal. And so you asked a question to set me up there. And here's the setup. Here are my two choices after you ask that question. I can either say, no, I was not I was not thrown off so much by my feelings of betrayal and my own abuse. It did not affect my ability to accurately and impartially judge other situations. In which case, it makes it sound like maybe my betrayal wasn't that bad or my abuse wasn't that bad, because we're all human. We all know what it's like if you feel deeply betrayed by somebody. Of course it's going to change your view of them. That's just how like our minds work. So I would be denying kind of the obvious, and I've already included a lot of stuff in the report that sort of undermines my own voice as a impartial observer. I'm all over the fucking thing. I've already said I'm complicit. I'm an abuser in the report. And the report is also about my own abuse of other people.
Dude, he has like a self-flagellation thing or something, man. He loves like
even other people there, because I knew of some of these
like
stories,
telling on himself.
I heard about some of these stories. I didn't look into them, and still, even then, I'm retroactively complicit. So I'm all over the fucking thing. I was Destiny's number one orbiter. His not really his right hand man, but his.
You were never his right hand man. He was just using you for content,
viewership, and clout for a year. So for me to say no to that would be fucking insane. I would sound completely delusional, insane, if I said it didn't affect my perception of him or these other situations. And then if I say it did affect my perception of him in these other situations, then yeah. So again, it's like, do you think that
it can affect
do you think
it,
this?
but
You've said some negative things about this content creator who raped you. Do you think him raping you colored your ability to?
Again, you keep using this rape analogy.
Yeah, I just want to show.
But the context changes in that case. So yes, how I treat the conversation is much different if
Here's
you were
what you asked
accusing
me
him of rape.
before when we made this agreement to have this conversation. You said, anything you want me to focus on in particular, or are there any lines of questioning you'd like me to avoid? I said, I don't want to be challenged on whether or not I, or Lav, or Anna were abused. So basically, can we keep it, stop. Basically, can we keep it to an interview format and not a debate at all? And your response was, yeah, I'm not here to put you on trial.
I'm not.
So you don't think that you have challenged me?
Do you not think that people ask critical questions in interviews? Do you think that doesn't happen?
It does happen. That's why I sent you this DM saying I don't want you to do that about certain topics.
Asked me not to do
so basically, like, cut him off by his knees.
Or to debate
no, I said I don't want.
You were abused, and we're not here to do that. We're here to talk about your report.
I said I don't want to be challenged on whether I or Lav or Anna were abused.
And I have not done so.
I think being generally unwilling to let me, and I know some of my answers are long-winded, but still, I think I don't have the sense that I can speak freely, which I don't like. I think to do an interview on a topic like this, I really need a lot of latitude to pretty much say whatever I want unimpeded. And then second, I would characterize you asking me if my view of other stories were impeded by my own feelings of betrayal, which even referring to it as, you're not calling it abuse, you're calling it feelings of betrayal, which I've of
been
course
here
makes me
before.
sound like a jealous ex-girlfriend. So I'm going to say that you did, while subtly, break our agreement. So I'm on the edge here, Wick. I don't think talking to you anymore is a good idea.
Oh, look at this.
That's how you feel. You're not a prisoner.
Do you want me to leave? You want me to leave? If you want me to leave, I'll leave.
I'm just saying you're not a prisoner here. You're free to go at any time.
Yeah.
You're under no contractual
Wait, what's up with this
obligation to
passive
be here.
aggressiveness,
I don't
dude?
think anybody thought that I was.
I understand. Well,
Tell
some
them to
people
fuck
do.
off,
When
dude.
I deal with people, sometimes they make a show like, "Hey, man, I gave up, family time to be here," and I'm like, "Don't do that, please." Right? Like, if something comes up, just bow out, and that's fine. It's a point I make to all my guests, right? But I did not turn this into a debate. I was not the one.
Well, you were not the one. You didn't. I didn't turn this into a debate. You did, Max. I get it. Just for are there people who are watching this who are actually so fucking dumb that you can just tell them what's happening and they'll believe you? Everybody already has their own opinion about what happened. You don't. Telling them that doesn't do anything.
I like to say things sometimes, whether it's useful or not, whether there's efficacy in doing it is not. But Max,
it just feels good.
Yes, sometimes I do shit because I like to, okay? Because I want to, because it feels good to do. I don't need a gain. I don't need to get anything out of it. I do it because I want to. Max, is there anything else you would like to say about your article? This went terrible. I am not happy right now. I think that you have...
You shouldn't.
I think he's incredibly happy because he's going to get a ton of views off of this.
I came in here...
good faith. I've been super charitable. I've been extremely good faith. I've been extremely polite.
Curious.
I was not manipulative. I did not set up a ton of traps. I was open to feedback. I let you answer my questions. I did everything right, and I just don't understand why you would be so rude to poor old me.
No, I think I do understand, unfortunately. But I don't know. I don't know for sure. So
what does that mean?
What I think is that
I could think something. I have a thing I could say about you, but I'm not. But I'm not saying. But if you really want me to say it, then I will.
I will.
But I just have
I will
Yeah, go ahead.
elucidate my suspicions, is that you decided that the pushback I gave you, as small and little as it was evidence of my complicitness with Destiny, that I am somehow part of this grand scheme to take you down and to minimize the things that happened to you. That's what I think is going on. And I didn't think that at the beginning of the conversation, right? I didn't think that at the beginning of the conversation. I thought, okay, we're going to have a productive discussion. I'm going to figure out like some of the questions I have. I thought that was going to happen. I thought we were going to at least come to maybe an understanding, and I could understand, okay, well, why did he choose to include this but didn't include this? Why did sometimes he put in the links to the VODs of things, and sometimes he didn't? And I was very like, I wanted to ask that, but we never got there.
Stop. I would like to respond to the criticism you just levied. Okay.
Yeah, I need to hunt some more deer.
I don't think that there is a grand scheme. I say this partly because as I said, I was complicit myself. My decision to not talk to Anna when she was DMing me saying that Destiny was abusing her was not a calculated decision. I never asked Destiny if I should talk to her. He never told me not to. He never told me to discredit her. He never told me to mock or ridicule Erudite and Brittany Simon. I just kind of did it automatically. I was picking up on the cues from the people around me of how it would be good to act and what would be acceptable to act without even knowing I was picking up on those cues. To go against that takes a lot of, I don't know, bravery and strength that I didn't have. And I didn't go against it.
Bro, he's literally like sucking himself off at this point. Jesus Christ, dude. You are not brave and you're not the hero of this story.
I did feel betrayed, and I did feel
he's trying to paint himself to be the hero and the victim at the same time.
Until I couldn't stand being part of it anymore.
Jesus Christ, what a victim complex.
You're not being dogpiled. You're not being humiliated. You're not, other people are not directly accusing you of leading to their dogpiling and their humiliation. You don't have somebody, I guess other than me, you have me now telling you that I've been abused, and you are not really listening to me. But I'm out of the system anyway, so it's probably an easy automatic choice for you to do that. And then there's immense pressure on you. Destiny is watching, or people who watch him are watching and reporting back to him. His eyes are on you. And if you do or say the wrong thing, you just read 100,000 words about the things that might be done to you or might happen to you. I don't think it's a conspiracy. I'm not saying it's a calculated scheme. I'm saying that you, like me and everyone else who's complicit, you're probably just doing what comes naturally to you. And in an abusive system and a cult, what comes naturally to you is going to be something awful. I've painted Erudite and Chud Logic and Stardust and Zonia and Irrelevant and a lot of the Orbiters. I've painted them in a really negative light in this document. In a different situation, I really doubt that they have extensive histories of colluding or being complicit in abuse. I really doubt it. I think
Do you think it's the space itself that does this, in your opinion? Do you think it's the incentive structures in this space, separate from Destiny, right?
No.
Or do you think it's Destiny specifically?
What I'm talking about is Destiny specifically.
Okay.
I I don't.
Trying to take this like way more seriously than it actually is. Is anyone really taking this seriously? I'm not. This is like complete.
Spanning 10 years.
These are crazy people, man. Don't take this seriously, folks.
And find them behaving consistently in doing the same things over.
Oh,
and
good.
over
I can
and
cut
over
across
and
there.
over
Okay,
again.
good.
So yeah, abusive systems normalize abusive behavior. So when I say you're complicit, I'm not saying that I think that you are intentionally being abusive or intentionally running cover for an abuser. That's not what complicity is. Complicity usually is just following social norms, and the norms around you have become so distorted and horrible. But they're to you they're norms, so you don't realize what you're doing.
Well, I think we've kind of run the gamut here. I disagree, but I can't think of any kind of a way I can tackle this that will result in a productive conversation. I think you've decided that I'm going to manipulate and that I'm going to dodge or maneuver, and so any kind of question I can think of simply will be called that, and that sucks because I really wanted to ask a lot of questions. It is what it is, gang. It is what it is.
Wick knows it. Wick had to know this conversation was going to go south.
Talk to me in the first place, because the report clearly identifies bystanders as complicit, and you are not willing to tolerate that. You've decided you have to defend yourself, and so therefore you have turned it into a debate, because the debate is not about whether I was abused or not. I mean, and by association it kind of has been that too, but the debate is about whether you, now that you've read it, whether you can keep taking the money. And if you're not willing to just keep your fucking mouth shut about that for the sake of the interview, which you clearly are not, then I don't think you should have done it in the first place, because now you've engaged, and now you have to take a stand. You have to take a public stance now about, are you taking blood money or not? And if you're not, then of course you have to disavow the report, which is basically what you're doing. In your soft,
taken a stand on whether the report is accurate or not.
You are clearly signaling.
I know that's what
are you talking about? That's what anybody is going to believe who watches this. Nobody was going to believe this thinking that you think that this is a bombshell expose of mass abuse.
There's obviously a wide spectrum between it's a nothing burger and it's a bombshell of
yes.
wide.
No, I understand.
I love the fact that nothing burger became part of our normal vernacular now.
At any moment, keep your position on the report blurry so that you can adjust it to whatever is expedient in the immediate moment. But generally, I think your position is a critical one.
I'm a critical person, both of you and Destiny. I think that you have outlined behaviors that I did not know about. Like I said, there are things in the report that, as someone who is not up with the lore, I didn't know about the Mia situation. I didn't know about the Devin stuff. I didn't know about any of this, right?
Okay. Yeah. What do you think?
It's concerning. There are some concerning things said in there, right? I want but the problem with the report, and
no,
this is
no. What do you think is concerning?
Sure.
What's your criticism after reading the report? What is your criticism?
Streamer on his stream, he groped someone in 2012 on his stream. That's shitty behavior. Okay, I didn't know about that. That sucks.
Okay.
Is that good? Right?
I don't know. I'm asking you what are your criticisms? You said you're critical of me and critical of Destiny. What are your criticisms of Destiny?
I think Destiny's an asshole in a lot of cases, to be clear. I think that the way he engages with people when it comes to spitefulness, I think that is a big problem that he has. He's very spiteful in a lot of ways, yes. So that's bad. That's a criticism I have of Destiny.
Okay, so he groped a woman in 2011, 2012, who said that it wasn't a huge deal afterward.
But that's still bad. It doesn't matter what she said. Like, if you do this behavior, it's still not good. Right?
Yeah, sure. So he was drunk and 23 and he groped a woman who he had a sexual relationship with, and then she said it wasn't that big of a deal publicly afterward. That's one criticism. And then 2 is that he's an asshole. Anything else?
You know what? Probably, but we don't have the time to go over it right now.
We don't?
We don't. We don't, because again, I want to be accurate with my words, and I have read the report, but I do not know after this conversation, I do not know the accuracy of this report because you've used so misconstrued our conversation right now that it becomes impossible to believe you.
So if I view you as...
No, it's when someone actively lies, then I can understand that they can probably have lied before.
Okay, so me calling you spineless is a lie?
Me saying that I've been maneuvering? Yes, that is a lie.
So I can like take over this entire...
interpretation. That's a lie? Do you think I think that you're maneuvering?
Yes.
Okay, so how is it... wouldn't I just be wrong? How is it... Well, even if it's not true, wouldn't I just be wrong? You think I'm lying? You think I?
Are we going to debate about what lying is and what's not?
Well, you just called me a liar, so yeah. I think if you call me a liar,
you've lied about Mike. You've misrepresented. Is that better? You've misrepresented what I've said in this conversation.
No, misrepresentation is clearly just means lie.
I think you have misrepresented what the intent of this conversation. I think you misrepresented how I
knowingly.
Oh, you know what I need to get? I need.
So this
I need to make a tannery.
You can answer this question with
due to the fact that other people who were involved in the report have said you've misrepresented.
Are you gish-galloping me, interviewer?
I'm absolutely because the interview's over, and now we're just addressing some of these situations we're talking about, right?
Wick out. Let's wick it out.
I just have one question.
Then I think that yes, it's likely that you've misrepresented the others. Maybe
Wick. I just this is.
Oh wait, hold on. Did I share this? You guys, let me share it.
I think you're being manipulative because you are spinelessly going along with whatever the system is pressuring you to do. Or B, I don't think that, but I'm just saying that.
I think that you believe this because you've decided this. It's very kind of a made the decision that I'm manipulative, and so everything I do becomes manipulative. Which is a lie. It's not true. It's misrepresentation. Whatever word you want to use. You can pick the word, right? But it's factually inaccurate. Okay?
Wait a second. The point of this question is to differentiate between 2 words. One is lie.
No, that is not the point of this conversation. The point of this conversation right now is to say, am I being manipulative? And so it's a very...
That's not what I'm asking. Oh, sorry.
I don't care what you're asking.
If you don't care what I'm asking, then why are you? Okay, so I can't ask you this question because you don't
can absolutely ask, but I'm going to correct you if you misrepresent me.
Great.
I'm going to do it in real time.
Great, that's fine. That's totally acceptable. So here's the question: do you think that I genuinely believe, for whatever reason, even if it's based on a paranoid delusion, I genuinely believe that you are a spineless, manipulative person who is going along with whatever the system is pressuring you to do? That's A. That means I'm genuine. Maybe I'm wrong from your perspective, but I genuinely believe what I'm saying. Or B, I don't think you're spineless, but I'm just saying it anyway.
What I think, right?
Are you willing to answer this question?
Yes, it's A, but it doesn't matter. Your intent does not matter. What you are doing is still misrepresenting me, whether it's purposely or not. Intent does not matter in this instance.
So instead of using the agnostic misrepresent, I would like us to use something like I'm lying, which requires intent, I think. Or I'm mistaken, I'm wrong, I'm delusional. You could call me stupid.
Whatever what you want to use.
No, I want you to pick a word that falls into...
That's what I'm using.
No, misrepresent is agnostic because it doesn't state whether I'm intentionally misrepresenting.
Because the intent isn't... It's purposely agnostic because the intent doesn't matter to what you're doing here. Right?
I'm sorry, let me back up. This question is about my intent. So the only question I'm asking you is, do you think the things I'm saying about you that you view to not be true are intentionally not true or unintentionally?
They're probably unintentionally not true. Let's say that. I'll give you that grade.
Okay. wait. When you say I'm going to give you that grace,
Because
is
I
that
don't know. Because I don't know. I can't read your
hold on.
mind.
No, stop. Let me. I have a new question. When you say I'm going to give you that grace after your answer, that comes across to me like double speak. Like you're saying, when you say you're giving me grace, doesn't that imply that you actually do think it's intentional, but you're saying it's not because you're being polite? Why would you add that otherwise?
Because I don't know, but it feels like it is. It feels like it's intentional, but I don't know. And so because I don't know,
pure brain rot, folks. This is pure brain rot.
Not, I said, you know what? Intent doesn't matter. So whether it is or is not is the
no. Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Wick, I'm so sorry. Wick, I'm so sorry. The question is about my intent, so it does matter. Unless you don't want to answer the question.
It doesn't matter to me. Let's say that.
Oh, it doesn't matter to you whether I'm maliciously saying you're manipulative?
Why someone beats the shit out of me or rapes me doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Oh, so it does. So if somebody beat the shit out of you because they were blind and
versus
hit you in the
whether they had
no. Just let me.
Thought I was someone else.
Wick,
I'm blind, whether it was an accident. I'm still beat up. So it doesn't matter.
Well, I agree that you're beat up, but Wick, let me just ask you this: if a blind person trips and flails their cane, a really old blind person flails their cane and breaks your nose with it, that has the same effect on you as if a perfectly healthy 25-year-old says, hey, it's Wick, I'm going to hit him with my cane, and then hits you in the face with the same cane, same injury.
Yep.
It doesn't matter to you either way?
The hospital bill don't change, brother. Like the hospital bill don't change. Now, if I was going to enact some kind of justice,
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. And my question, did you think I was asking about the price of the hospital bill?
If I was going to enact any kind of retribution, right? If I wanted justice,
you gotta love the blood sports.
Would matter. But I'm not here to hold you accountable. I'm not here to give.
Wait, I'm sorry, Wick. I'm so sorry. I'm not asking about what you're here. I'm so sorry. I'm not asking about what you're here for.
I understand you're not asking, but you should.
No, I'm so sorry, Wick. I'm so sorry. I thought you said that you doubt. Let me backtrack. You said I have a ton of criticism to Destiny. And then I asked you what they were, and then you immediately you made one criticism of him groping a woman on stream, which he himself agreed was a sexual assault over a decade ago, and which the woman said was not too serious. And then you said he was an asshole, which to me seems like a party line accepted thing to say about Destiny. I asked you for more specifics or to elaborate more. You refused to. One of the reasons you said you refused to elaborate is because I'm a liar. So even if you read, you say, wait, no, please, you're gonna give me so much. You're gonna give me so much more work to do. Please stop. I don't want to do it. Okay, so I'm just explaining where my head's at right now. So you gave a kind of triple. What was your reason for not? You said I've read the whole thing, but I don't really remember it. But also,
it's 100,000 words. I read it and
Wick, please, Wick, please. I can't. Okay, so you said, I've read it, but I don't remember the whole thing. So that was one reason why you can't criticize Destiny. And then reason two why you can't criticize Destiny is that you doubt the veracity of the report because I'm a liar.
You've misrepresented me, so whether you intentionally or unintentionally, you keep bouncing around.
We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. Oh no, this is linear. We're gonna get there. Don't worry. I know you're excited to get to the next part, but we're gonna get there. You said I lied. You used the word lie. So then I was like, well, dude, I was like, bro, what do you mean by lie? Like, are you implying that I'm like just making stuff up in the report? Like that I'm intentionally and maliciously saying things that are not true in the report? Like I'm a liar? Like that's what the word liar means to me. Or are you doubting my ability to interpret situations? And if it's the second one, I would really like you to clarify that. You're saying because that seems like I thought that was the tack you were taking from. No. I'm sorry. I'm not asking a question right now. I'm explaining the questions I had in my head 5 minutes ago. Let me please. I just want to walk you through this. So. I was like, is he saying I'm crazy? Because that seems to be the tack that he's taken for most of the conversation, like paranoid or overly emotional or vengeful or just or stupid, like I'm bad at interpreting situations. And it was like a stubbornness thing. You said you've decided this. deciding to be wrong about something is awfully close to lying, but whatever. I'll still give you the chance to decide whether it's intentional or unintentional, or if you just don't want to answer the question. So I put the question to you a few different ways, and you got so far. You went so far into the weeds that you were saying things like, I don't care if a blind person breaks my nose with a cane, or if someone intentionally comes up to me, breaks my nose with a cane. Those are both the same to me because the hospital bill is the same.
Because you're obfuscating your main criticism in order to sound like, again, whether you do this intentionally or not does not matter. Whether you misrepresented things intentionally or not in your report or in this conversation does not matter. The only thing I care about.
Wait. I'm so sorry. Wait. If you call someone a liar, and then they say, well, what do you mean by liar? And then you say, I don't care what liar means.
I'm calling you misrepresenting. That's not a real... I'm saying you misrepresent me. I'm pointing to an action you are doing. Misrepresenting is an action. It's not a state of being. You're not a misrepresenter. You have misrepresented me, and you are misrepresenting and other people and have told that they have misrepresented them as well.
Wait, stop. I hear you. I get what you're saying. The problem is you called me a liar. Then when I asked if it was intentional, you said, you said, I'll give you the grace of not thinking it's intentional, but it feels intentional. Which again, so you're still signaling that you kind of do think I'm just a malicious liar. Which also implies that you do in fact care about it, because obviously you care about it, or you wouldn't call me a liar. And of course I care about, you can't, it would be like if I said that you raped a dog, and then you said, well, what do you mean by that? And I said, well, I don't care if you raped a dog. You can't, you're the one calling me a liar. But so the structure of this conversation is confusing. You call me a liar. I say, what does that mean? And you say, I don't care.
It may be confusing, but I think that you are, in refusing, to let me respond to you, you have increased rather than decreased the confusion. Whenever I try to clarify things, I don't want you to clarify things. I understand you don't want that to happen because you are thriving in the confusion, right? If you can throw up this cloud in this conversation of talking, then you don't have to actually deal with what I'm actually accusing you of, which is misrepresenting me. You have misrepresented my intent, the style of my questions. You have misrepresented the reason I brought you on here for. You have misrepresented me and my place in this sphere. And because you have done that, and not only that, but because others have accused you as well of misrepresenting their words in the report, much like White Nervosa says that you misrepresented her in order to get Anna's to come forward, right? Then yes, I think, wow, look, maybe there's a pattern behavior here that we should probably explore. Now, before we come into this, you hadn't misrepresented me, so I was willing to I was like, okay, well, let's see what the guy has to say.
Wick, please, I just have one question. Do you think I'm intentionally misrepresenting you?
I don't know, and I don't care at this point. Whether you're intentionally doing it or not, I'm still getting hurt, and it still needs to stop. Okay.
So would you agree that I did not actually lie about you?
Well, you know what? Fair. We'll say you misrepresented me. Whether you lied or not, I'll leave that to God. I can't judge that.
Okay.
So I will take that back. Is that fair?
Okay. I don't know. Okay. My next question is...
there's the next one. Okay.
If I did misrepresent you, is it possible that we just have different interpretations of what's happening? Whether you think I'm wrong, whether you think my interpretation is because I'm delusional, because I'm wrong, because I'm crazy, whatever.
Sure. It's possible that you thought that, like, I get it. It's possible
that I just actually think I genuinely think
understand things differently, but the harm to me is still the same. Whether you think you harmed me or you think you didn't at all, the harm is still the same, which is what I care about.
I think it is. Yes, I think it's totally possible that this conversation will harm your reputation. I think that's really, really possible. Okay, so, but that's not my question. My question is, do you accept my position that we are merely interpreting your behavior in this conversation differently?
I think you're interpreting it unfairly for a variety of reasons. And I can elucidate those reasons if you'd like, but I don't think it's helpful at this point. And I'm going to be honest with you. I'm looking for an exit because I'm done.
I know that.
I've stopped.
You've been looking for an exit for quite a while now.
Yes, because I think that this conversation isn't productive, and nor do I think that.
I know, but you can't really just call me a liar on your way out.
Yes, I can. I can do whatever the fuck I want. You know what else I can do? I can send you to the fucking void. Gone. Bye. Done. Awesome. Excellent. I can do whatever the fuck I want on my own fucking show. That's what I can do, okay? That's what I can do. Look. I get it. I get it. There are a lot of people, and I knew this going in. I'll speak to the audience for a moment. I knew this going in. I knew that no matter how this went, and I didn't expect it to go this way. I thought we were going to have an actual productive conversation. More
Please.
fool me, right? More fool me. I thought we were going to have an actual conversation on this. And explore some of this, explore some of the accusations, explore, right, some of the wider picture here, the incentive structures in the streaming world, because there are problems with the incentive structures in the streaming world, okay? There are huge issues with parasociality, how we interact with each other, how we interact with our audiences, how we interact with the admins of places like that, of YouTube, Twitch, Kick, all that. That's a fucking issue, okay? And we need to discuss that. We can do so through the lens of the Destiny report. I think that's a fair thing to do. We can look at it and say, okay, what are the incentive structures that leads to these kind of abusive, negative behaviors? And we can talk about that. But god damn, we couldn't. I couldn't get past go, right?
God bless you, Wick.
Get past go, and it's a fucking problem. It's a fucking problem. There may very well be a bombshell in the report, right? And again, I read it, but if you think I digested all 100,000 words in the 6 hours or so I took to read that, it's just not possible. It's not something I can do. Give me a second. Okay. Well, I gave space to Mr.Girl. I suppose it is only fair that I give space to Destiny as well. For a few moments. Not long. So Destiny DM'd me. And so we're going to bring him on for a few moments. And maybe I can ask him some of the questions that I wanted, right, to ask Mr.Girl. So yeah, I sent him an invite. If you're listening, just drop. Damn, backstage is super full. Just drop somewhere, and I'll pull you in when I can. And yeah, because there are criticisms, right? There are criticisms to be levied at Destiny's feet here, and at the space in general. Oh, okay. Hello.
The man himself. Destiny.
What, hello?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, wait, you can't see me, can you?
No, I cannot.
Good, let's keep it that way. How are you doing?
One moment, please. Oh, you know what? Okay, yeah, I just wanted to make sure you're the real Destiny since I couldn't say you. Every once in a while, someone will impersonate you, right? And
nah, Chief, come on.
And it's a problem, right? So, but anyway, yeah, I don't know how much of that you saw. What are your thoughts?
He sees all. He knows all.
5 minutes of it. I think I woke up and you guys were on the same thing though. So, do you understand why? Do you understand what the main communication breakdown was?
Honestly, I'm not sure. I'm still trying to process it. I'm going to be real with you. I think that something happened along the way, and he decided that I was manipulating him or running defense for you, which was not my intent, to be clear.
Yeah. Okay. So here's what's going on. As the chief Mr.Girl translator, that's still my I still moonlight as that. Hold on. Do you need to see me? Does it matter, or?
It would help, but it doesn't matter. I mean.
Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can do this. Does this wait? How do I flip the thing around to make it look at me? Whoa.
I do not know. Are you sick or something? You sound different.
Oh, I'm chilling. I'm in a hotel room. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Hi.
Okay. Hey. Hi.
Okay. So one of the big problems is Max has a worldview that he cannot step out of, but he also doesn't feel the need to justify. So the issue you're running into, and ironically, it's kind of the issue with his
It's a good way of putting it, actually.
is that in Max's worldview, being mean to people online is a form of abuse. And that's just kind of taken for granted. That's why when he DM'd you, that's why he said he didn't want to have to justify or defend the fact that I abused Anna, that I abused Lav, that I abused him, because that's just a given, that being mean to people in a certain way is abuse. And the reason why his article or report or whatever the fuck he wants to call it, the reason why it didn't land the way that he wants it to, and the reason why it won't land the way that he wants it to, is because he's missing the crucial section where he needs to lay out what abuse is and how people like me further abuse. Instead, what he does is he just gives you a whole bunch of actions of mine, assuming you've already bought into his paradigm, because in his world, no other paradigm exists, and then it should be self-evident that Destiny doing XYZ action is obviously abusive. Well, because if you're in my world, you already know these things are abuse. Like that's kind of the issue with what he's got set up, and it's why he was getting so frustrated with you. A really good example of this is that rape analogy is very telling, right?
You think?
When you still hear me, right?
I can still hear you. Go on.
Yeah. When Max uses the rape analogy, the reason why that analogy hits so hard for him is because in his world, rape is analogous to being mean to somebody. If you're raping, if somebody gets raped, and then you ask them, well, hold on, you said that you got raped, but doesn't everybody rape here? Or you said you got raped, but was it really that bad? Didn't you rape somebody? These would obviously be ridiculous questions.
He did use that analogy a few times. And again, as I said to him, and I'll say to you, right? Like, if that was his accusation, we would have an entirely different conversation. But his accusation.
Yeah, but the reason why the rape accusation or the analogy works for him is because in his mind, me being mean to somebody is the same thing. It is wrong. It is abuse. It's just as, maybe not just as bad as raping somebody, but it is. But the problem is he never actually takes any time to justify that. So instead it's just a bunch of garbage that's spewed that you're just supposed to believe.
So do you think he was, I guess, to kind of piggyback some of the last exchange we had, do you think that he was good faith, quote unquote, in this article, in the sense that he believes that you are abusive, manipulative, you take advantage of power dynamics that are sexually abusive, etc.? Do you think that he's honest?
Yeah, I think he truly believes it. Yeah, I do. I don't think he's dishonest. He doesn't strike me as a dishonest person. You just have to keep in mind that he's coming from a very particular, like, frame of reference. And in his frame of reference, everything kind of makes sense. But he never does anything to justify or build that frame of reference, right? So, like, for instance, like, take, like, if I was going to argue the DDoS story to somebody, like, that I wanted to kill this kid and his dad, which I did and still would, based, fuck those two people. But if I wanted to argue that, I know that to most people, that's going to sound really crazy. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a lot of groundwork to try to lay out, well, I believe in self-defense. I think that if you're going to try to take somebody's income, especially if they've got a family, I'm going to do work to build that out. And you might agree or disagree along the way, which is fine, but I'm at least going to make the effort to do that. In Max's world, he needs to take time to justify why the actions that I'm taking are abusive, not just give actions that I'm doing and claim they're abusive, right? But he plays a few tricks where he'll rely on some things that are obviously bad, like grabbing somebody's boob on stream, or obviously bad, I guess, ostensibly, like threatening to kill somebody. But then he'll conflate these with things like being mean to Lav, or being mean to him, or like him being mean to other people as part of the ecosystem. But the frustrating thing for him is that when you ask, well, isn't this part of the ecosystem? In his mind, these things are already, like, obviously immorally wrong. That you asking that question just feels like a giant, like, a diversion, a whataboutism. It's the equivalent to saying like, okay, well, sure, you got raped, but don't a lot of people rape in this fraternity? That's why he's getting so frustrated. But he hasn't laid the groundwork out to justify his worldview, because a narcissist doesn't need to. His worldview is just correct, and it doesn't need justification, I think. That's how I view it.
It became evident in the conversation that it was going to be very hard to actually get him to answer the questions, because he felt it was manipulative, and because he felt he was being manipulated, he was going to respond as if he was manipulated. And I think that kind of, it was a demonstration to me, who has not engaged in this space at the same level as he has, or other Destiny orbiters have, or other people in other orbits like Vosh's orbit have, that just kind of drove home, man, I just don't know what I can believe from him and what I cannot. Like, what is he saying that is true, and what is he saying that he believes to be true, but is just the result of kind of this conspiratorial mindset that he's kind of.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the issue, and that's why these interviews would have been so important. He needed an editor to weave. What he should have done is, if he wanted to sell the story, first he needed to figure out what the fuck he was even trying to argue, because I'm not sure what he was trying to prove with me. Was it that I was sexually abusive? Was it just I was sexually coercive? Was it just that I'm mean to people? Was it that I use my platform? I don't even know what point he's trying to sell. So we're already off to a really bad start. But once he identified that, what he needed to do was he needed to hone in on like 2 to 4 stories that like play a big aspect of furthering that abuse, right?
He tried to cover everything, but ended up covering nothing, right?
Yeah, exactly, because that's what happens, right?
Yes.
Yeah, maybe he wants to, what he could have said is, Destiny engages in retaliation in a way that makes future criticism of him impossible. Here are 3.
Why are you doing the edit? Oh my god! Why are you putting this out there for people? This, Jesus Christ! So when someone a little bit more competent than Max wants to do a hit piece on Destiny, they just have to go back to this Wick video and go back to the end and be like, okay, how do I nail Destiny? Oh yeah, Destiny said something already about it too.
Examples of that happening. When Mia Rose attacked Destiny on stream, he attacked her. When a kid, DDoSed his internet connection, he threatened to kill them. When he got into a scuffle with Nicole, Blue T, because he leaked her nudes where he was in the wrong, he threatened to get her fired for a situation that he started. He could have built on these 3 stories and in a very, very short, cohesive manner laid out this idea, and then he could have left it open for the future. Maybe there are other orbiters in the future that are scared to criticize Destiny because they've seen the retaliation he's taken in the past. Even if those were justified, other people, this is a potential storyline that he's got all the material there for it, but in his world, he doesn't need to justify or write any of that. You should just agree with it automatically without even thinking about it. But the presentation and everything is obviously so fucked and poor because he doesn't feel like he needs to justify himself. And that's the perpetual problem that he has in his life. That's why the only people that he'll ever find himself surrounded with agreeing with him are people that he's manipulated. So Lav and his zombie fuck girlfriend Shaylin. Nobody else will ever agree with him, but as long as he's got the people around him he's manipulated, it's enough for him to I guess infinitely vibe into the fucking echo chamber. Yeah.
2 things. One just real quick, the idea that it needed to be more concise. There was a reason, regardless of what you think of this, that the Twitter files were released drip, and so people could digest them. Releasing them all at once would have been even worse than the reception that they had. The second thing, since you're here, right? I guess I'll ask you this: do you think, right, that what do you feel is, if you had to kind of critique yourself or write a manifesto or report on yourself, what's your biggest regret in this space of doing? What do you wish you were oh man, I fucked up, I wish I would never engaged in that was a terrible thing, I was legit bad for doing this?
I'd have to think a lot. I think something that Max has made me aware of, although I become more aware of this every time, is so I have I've got a model of charitability, and I've got a model of engaging with non-standard creators that's like very unique to my model of success. So I'm the only streamer my size that would ever talk to somebody like Max. I'm the only streamer of my size that would ever engage with a lot of like all the politics people, for instance, right?
Like
when I left the Twitch yeah, sure. When I left the Twitch politics, Vosh isn't engaging with any of you guys. Hassan sure as fuck isn't engaging with anybody.
Yeah, that's true. He does.
Hassan are trying to engage with anybody, right? So in one way, that's like a benefit to me and to the ecosystem and to everybody else around me. I guess in a Machiavellian sort of sense, I kind of figure that like I see the benefit to myself, I see the benefit to my audience, and I see the benefit to the people around me, and that should be enough, but it clearly isn't. Something I learned a long time ago in interpersonal relationships is you can't really listen to what people say. You have to do a little bit of mind reading, or you've got to like understand that like, listen, you might say you're okay with something, but I don't know if you're gonna be. I either have to like take that agency from you, or I need to like give you more information or something. And there's probably better ways that I could go about like integrating people into my stream ecosystem. I'm not really sure how, and it feels really strange to do it with adults. Like, yeah, even...
I mean, one substantive criticism that I think I would levy, right, is that, yeah, I mean, sleeping with your fans or sleeping with other streamers and orbiters probably isn't the wisest thing, and it does have a lot of potential for abuse. So whether or not it was abusive in the instances he's laid out, right, the fact that, like, someone does sleep with their orbiters, sleep with their fans, yeah, that does raise red flags with people, and I think that's a fair criticism, isn't it?
No, I understand what you're saying. So this is something that I would say. There are red flags for sure, but a red flag is a red flag. A red flag is not a mine, right? A red flag is maybe there's something there. There's an interesting world that I'm in. I've thought about this a lot today and yesterday, actually, is that sometimes people will criticize me for a certain behavior, but it's not actually the behavior that's the problem. It's like an abstraction from the behavior. So, for instance, like people might say like, oh, like you got a problem because you've like fucked too many people or whatever. And it's like, that's not really the problem, though. The problem right now is Max. The problem is other people that obsess over it. I feel like, if anything, and I know that this won't be the takeaway, but I feel like, if anything, Max probably reached out to 40-plus people. He's probably got, like, 50-plus hours of interviews. He's built his whole Anna and fucking lab narrative. All of this shit that he's built out on, unless I missed it, there was not a single instance of anything that he's done of any sexual misconduct whatsoever, except for maybe Mia Rose, if you want to say that, which is fair. But that wasn't like an abuse of power, like I'm doing it. That was like me, who for the second time in my life, I got way too fucking wasted on a stream and was being stupid, right? So like, yeah, I mean, are there red flags? For sure, but like, I don't think let me put it this way. Okay. No streamer would ever get their life vetted as hard as I have and come out that clean, okay? And I'm not trying to fucking jerk myself up or whatever, but like, holy shit,
I don't
like
know
this
about
guy,
that, but okay.
Absolutely, bro, do you know how many fucking streamers, all these motherfuckers are rapists, creepy fucking losers? Like, bro, so
he's not wrong about that too.
So many streamers on this industry are like, absolutely.
This is why I asked him that question. Yeah, this is why I asked him that question about like why Destiny, right? And he said, "Oh, you're just trying to distract or thing." Because I think the conversation to be had, and you're absolutely right. Like, if you find me the man and I'll find you the crime. Isn't that a good quote? But like, if you turn over the rocks in the streamer world, there's all sorts of dark things underneath. Because I think that the incentive structures, the parasociality of this space, is a problem. There's a problem here. So yeah, that's what I wanted to talk about.
Yeah, and also this is like kind of annoying, and I have a disposition. I've got a demeanor where people don't give a fuck about being fucked up towards me, which at this point I kind of own. I don't whatever. But like the ousting of like all of kind of my personal sexual relationships and like details of my stuff, considering there's no abuse, is actually really fucked up. It's really fucking weird. If me and Lab were in reversed positions, Lab's career would be fucking over. Could you imagine if I fucked some random bimbo dipshit and was online talking about their roast beef meat flaps to some Nazi dude in a Discord, and then he leaked lies about the sexual encounter? My career would be over, right? It would be like completely over. But whereas like Lab, and I think that Lab's story for sexual abuse is way more interesting, right? Because I would argue that her relationship with me sexually was abusive in terms of her leaking everything, lying about the details, and then the fact that she would like hit on multiple people online. She started the sexuality in our relationships, and then there's an interesting story with her and Hassan. one, where she tried to hit on Hassan ignored her, and then because she got upset about that, she ends up making up a story about him fucking an underage girl that never happened, right? Like, those are situations that are genuinely, like, that's sexually abusive, crazy fucking shit. But somehow, like, all of that flies under the radar, and then it's like, oh, well, I'm just gonna write a 7,000-page fucking story, like, digging up all sorts of random shit about my personal, like, Destiny's personal life. In a way, it's like, this, it just feels a little bit, like, salacious. Like, was any of this necessary? Did you need to include, like, as many deals as you did? It just feels kind of weird, but I guess because I'm a guy, it's, like, cool and funny to just, like, out a bunch of, like, my personal random relationships. I will say, though, and I will always leave this invitation open, if somebody does feel like I'm being sexually abusive, or if you feel like I've sexually abused you or some bullshit or whatever, if someone wants to write about that or investigate that, that's fair, but, like, that wasn't what this was. That wasn't written anywhere here. Lav herself admitted that, and none of it was even included in terms of anything in this, so I don't know. It's just, I guess it's a little bit dehumanizing, I guess, to me, that, like, my personal life kind of becomes this playground for people to, like, you know, do exploratory shitty slam poetry writing on for 50,000 fucking pages to boost views on their page. Yeah,
I get it. And like I said, like I told Mr. Girl, and I'll tell you, I don't know you, to be very clear. Like, I don't have the only relationship we have is a working one. I'm not familiar with your past, your lore, or anything like that. So the value that I found in Max's report was that he did illustrate some of the misbehavior of your past, perhaps. But that said, right, and what I would wish I could have asked him if he had stayed, my question was like, okay, what do you want to happen to Destiny because of all this? Right? What is the result, or what should be the result of all this information being public? If I sit here and I read and I believe every single word of this document, then what? Right? Should you go to jail? Like, should you be deplatformed? What is it that he wanted to happen? And I was very curious.
Well, I think for him, what he said in one of his highlights, he wanted me to lose all of my platforms so that I wouldn't have access to people to abuse anymore. Because that's when him and Lav were gaslighting each other. And they were like, and then he went on Lex Friedman, and all I could think of was all the new women that he was going to abuse.
Okay. Fair enough. Is there anything else you'd like to set the record straight on when it comes to the report? There's a lot of rumors floating around.
Yeah, there are a lot of weird rumors floating around. I mean, all I'll say is that, like, I feel like it's kind of gross that, like, people want to dig through, like, so much of my personal life. I understand, like, the temptation to and the desire to, and I wish I could do, like, a stream where, like, I cry for 30 minutes and I talk about how, it's so gross and invasive and blah, blah, blah. Like, you know, if I'm not making it public, like, you guys shouldn't be public on my shit, and you guys shouldn't speculate, you know, even if you're British. Like, I could obviously play that game and do that. Well, I mean, I don't really care to, but, like, I will say at the end of the day,
little chud logic rip there.
There were so many details in that article that were incorrect. Like, do you remember when Matt Walsh was on Joe Rogan and somebody asked him about, like, how many kids do you think are on puberty blockers, and he said 3 million kids? When somebody makes a mistake like that, you gotta wonder, like, did you do any research for your documentary at all? When Max legitimately thought that Linus Tech Tips was on my fucking stream having these conversations, like, this guy almost sold his company for like $100 million, and you think he's fucking in the Anna drama? Like, what the fuck is, like, there were quite a few small mistakes like that he made. He thought that Nicole, that one girl, was a professional fucking gamer or streamer. She never was. There were a lot of little mistakes like that, which kind of shows the importance of, like, one, why you need an editor, two, why somebody besides your mindfuck brainwashed, manipulated, like, abuse victims should probably be proofreading, you know, besides you. And then three, that he probably should have reached out to other parties for comment, me included, even if he hates me and he doesn't want to, because it's how you write a proper article like this. Like, hey, do you have feedback? Do you want to correct anything here? Do you want to say anything there? Like, obviously I'm not going to be able to dictate the content, but having factual inaccuracies like that really hurts, because it makes me wonder, what did you spend, like, you spent 4 months working on an article that looks like it was written in a 3-day fever dream. Like, that's what it feels like.
I get you.
And then also my last thing, and then sorry, my last thing too is, I think this is important as well. I believe that, like, the reason why he worked so hard on the transcriptions is because Max really needs you to, and he said this in other words, in more clever words, but he really needs you to strip the context from everything in order to sell the narrative that he wants to, and doing transcriptions is a much more effective way of doing that, so that he can have a quote from Dan in there, I think, saying something like, oh, like, you don't want to bring the ire of DGG on you. When Dan is saying it, it's clearly a joke, but when you read it in text format, you don't have that video context. It feels quite a bit different, more insidious. But
yeah, so yeah, that was mentioned several times, and I think Mindwaves put out a tweet about that. I did want to ask him, like, why did he include the transcript, the link to the VODs in some instances, but in other instances not? I mean, it could be a perfectly rational explanation. I had trouble finding some of the VODs, so I just couldn't link it, and we needed to get it out. That was fair, right? But I guess I'd just ask you this, right? I hear you about the factual inaccuracies, right? But a critic might say that you were just using those little mistakes to cover for the bigger accusation in and of itself, and whether or not they were factually accurate with the whether or not that one girl was a gamer streamer or not, that doesn't really play into the accusation itself, right?
No, the Nicole shit was horrible. I treated her terribly. That was like super fucked up. Like, I don't disagree with that, but it's just kind of weird that, and I understand because my life is public. This happened, was it 11 or 12 years ago? Like, it's strange sometimes that, like, I made up with Nicole 9 years ago. So is it every new 2 years I'm gonna get a new schizoid that's gonna roll out like every single piece of drama? Like, I've already said it was fucked up. I already said it was bad. It was horrible. And people always focus on the leaked nudes part. That wasn't even the part she was mad at. She was mad because I called her ugly, which was really fucked up. It was really shitty of me to do it. There's no defense for it. Same thing with the Mia Rose stuff. Even if I was like super wasted, obviously I shouldn't be grabbing somebody's boobs on stream. But like, is it like, so it's like every 2 or 3 years do we need, like, I'm not gonna record a fucking YouTube apology stream where I cry about like the shit. Oh, I shouldn't have. Like, I was young. I was 22 or whatever. I was fucking retarded. I shouldn't have done it. It was stupid. But like, what am I gonna have like a self-admitted rapist Max like coming to me to tell me that I have to like apologize for these things every 2 or 3 years? Like, no, it's fucking ridiculous.
Make a video
and I think when
so
you're
you can
digging up stuff,
replay it every time, right? And make a video of you apologizing for these things, and then every time someone
I've talked about it now. I don't think anybody genuinely cares. Yeah, but like, I don't know. Like, do you think, like, if I had that video out there, do you think Max would be like, oh, okay, Destiny's apologized for this, I'm gonna leave it alone? Like, I don't think so.
Right. But, it was more of a mean question.
So I mean, like, I'll keep people. I'll just have people keep that in mind. I'm human. Like, I've lived my whole life. Basically, every aspect of my life is public. And if in 12 years, part of your write-up has to include shit that I did over a decade ago, I think for the most part I'm doing okay. I think I've lived a decent life. I haven't done too many fucking stupid things. If you get drama, not to say I'm perfect. And obviously I have made mistakes. And the Nicole shit was like really fucked up of me to do. And the Mia Rose shit was stupid too. I'll still defend the DDoS shit to this day. Fuck that kid and fuck his dad. Jacob, if you're listening, fuck you, and fuck your dad Wayne as well. Fuck both you losers.
That was another of the major criticisms I had. I substantively disagree with that, but neither here nor there.
I'm glad.
Neither here nor there. But okay, well, thank you for coming on, and thank you for talking about
oh
this.
My god, okay. I need to do a makeshift roof.
And yeah. So anything else?
No. Yeah, chill, have fun.
You too, man. See you later.
Be careful. Bye.
What a stream, gang. What a stream. It did not go how I wanted to. I'm going to be saying I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed with how this went. I wanted it to be better than it was. Some of that is on me. To what extent, I'll let you, the audience, decide. What do we got coming up, gang? Okay, well, thank you for tuning in. Tomorrow, we're gonna have some people on, talk about the new domestic abuse laws. That'll be both on YouTube and Twitch, in Britain, to be clear. Some people are claiming it's misandrist, so we're gonna talk about that a little bit. And yeah, we'll see what else happens in the meantime. But if you like the content, if you like this, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button.
This thing's about the
so
fucking...
doing this. Send some super chats my way. I have a GoFundMe. Let's see if I can get the link up. You know what? I don't have it in front of me. But check my Twitch. I'm sure the links are there. I love all of you, and I appreciate you all coming in. And with that, we're gonna end the stream.
What's up, guys? Streamer TV, and first up in the news, we have Ed.
Okay, hold on. Let's see if there's anything more interesting than this. We'll get the Just Pearly things. I got that saved. Yeah.
My father.
This is actually pretty good. This is in honor of Lance Reddick. He passed away some time ago. You know, from Destiny 2 players, he was the voice of Commander Zavala. For everybody else, he was on The Wire. He was on one of my favorite sci-fi shows, Fringe. And this is just, I encourage you, if you can find it, go ahead and watch it. It's fantastic.
He worked out of a basement lab in Harvard doing research for a toothpaste company. Your friend's life, the one hanging in the balance, not going to be saved by a tube of toothpaste.
He worked out of Harvard, but not on toothpaste.
What's with the music?
The following is an in-depth story analysis. If you haven't seen Fringe, you may want to before watching this video. Hot off the heels of 3 successful shows, Felicity, Alias, and the still running at the time Lost, J.J. Abrams gave small screen audiences one final series for the road before making the big leagues and giving moviegoers their first taste of just how competently he can jumpstart a series, as well as just how incompetently he can end them. That series was Fringe, half spiritual successor to the X-Files, half Crisis on Two Earths thriller that miraculously ran for 5 seasons on Fox, despite the network's habit of aborting every other sci-fi series they produce in its first trimester. Since series creators J.J. Abrams, Alex Kurtzman, and Robert Orci, I know, I'm shuddering hearing those names too, all went Hollywood in a big way the year after the series debuted, it meant showrunner duties would be passed off to Jeff Pinkner and J.H. Wyman. Abrams handed them his latest mystery box, and after peeking inside, they realized Fringe's secrets were just too much fun to keep as secrets. Let's step into another world, a lot like our own, just stranger. This is Fringe. Fringe follows the adventures of the FBI's newly minted Fringe division, consisting of Special Agent Olivia Dunham, recently released from the madhouse mad scientist Walter Bishop, Walter's son/babysitter Peter, and lab assistant/also Walt's babysitter, Asteroid Farnsworth, all 4 of whom answer to DHS Special Agent in Charge, Philip Broyles. The premise of the series is that, not trying to point fingers, someone traveled from our universe to a parallel universe, destabilizing the very fabric of reality. Now that the laws of physics have become more like the suggestions of physics, mad scientists all over the East Coast are leaping at the opportunity to conduct supernatural experiments in whatever fatal field or deadly doctorate they specialized in, and it's up to the Fringe team to stop them.
That's right, sweetheart. I'm the one you're looking for.
You're going to find yourself endeared to the Fringe team pretty quickly. Anna Torv, John Noble, and Joshua Jackson are all great, and the show establishes its main cast effectively with a relatively minor amount of growing pains compared to most freshman series. Walter Bishop is written the most sure-handed from square one, a former MK Ultra researcher who also collaborated on every other corporate and government conspiracy under the sun. Walter is sprung from the booby hatch to handle the science end of the Fringe team's cases. Between his jovial lack of social decorum, penchant for psychedelics, dark and troubled past where working on MK Ultra barely even cracks the top 5 worst things he's done, if you can believe that, and haunting guilt over said past, Walter brings heart, levity, melancholy, and tragedy to the series, all conveyed expertly by John Noble. The character really comes out of the box fully formed.
Nonetheless, affect our behavior, our sex drive.
Hey, speaking of sex drive.
Oh, don't be such a prude. I'm sure Agent Dunham knows what a penis looks like.
Cautioning the rest of the cast, and by extension the audience, that Walter is capable of more cruelty than his doddering demeanor lets on, is Walter's son Peter Bishop. Since only a family member is legally allowed to check Walter out of the loony bin, Peter's necessity to the team kind of begins and ends with his last name, leaving the writers with an opportunity to explore what role he's going to serve beyond that. While the characters in the series, the writers struggle to find their footing with Peter the most. The series will eventually dial in on what value Peter provides to the Fringe team. As Walter's caretaker, he does more than just prevent him from wandering into oncoming traffic. He provides emotional support and stability. He's also got a handful of seedy criminal connections from a lifetime of less than honest living the Fringe team can tap for help when the FBI's resources fail them. However, in the early episodes, it seemed like the writers wanted Peter's potential connections from a lifetime of globetrotting to be absolutely limitless, hyping the character up like he's Indiana Jones meets Saul Goodman meets MacGyver meets the Lord of War. The mob is after him, terrorist cells are after him, and
it was kind of ridiculous.
All that goes nowhere, and since it never goes anywhere, all that over-the-top backstory does is undercut how bizarre Walter's backstory as a mad scientist is, since Peter largely plays the role of snarky civilian roped into the chaos against his will, occasionally saving the day using his everyman logic. I would have preferred if he came from a more mundane background, though in fairness, since most of his shady connections in later seasons are the kind of connections a guy from a mundane background could have, as the series goes on, it's easy to find yourself saying, Jesus Christ, I forgot that's Jason Bourne.
IQ at 190, which is 50 points north of genius. Misfit, nomad, hasn't kept a job longer than 2 months. He's been a wildland fireman, cargo pilot, and briefly
It's actually like pretty cool, actually.
Last but certainly not least is Olivia Dunham. Her boyfriend falls victim to the first ever Fringe case, and she later learns he was involved in a whole Fringe conspiracy. Driven by a desire to learn the truth behind her late lover's sinister conspiracy, as well as just being a consummate professional who's going to do her best with the latest promotion or die trying, Olivia has to rapidly adapt to the world of scientific horrors as she runs point on each new shocking occurrence. One of the most endearing, and these days wonderfully refreshing, things about Olivia is that professionalism I mentioned. Olivia is proudly written all business in a way that less self-assured writers would never have the confidence to stand by. If she's not rolling her eyes and making quips when she sees the latest unspeakable man-made horror that her day job entails, the audience is gonna think she's boring. But Olivia is not boring. She's bold in the face of danger while still subtly hinting that she's aware she's in over her head, but rising to the occasion like a challenge. Her cold professionalism is entertaining in and of itself, of course, and distinguishes her from her co-stars. When Walter unveils a scheme to track a subject with a whole birds are spies experiment, instead of sarcastically saying, I just tracked a guy with hypersensitive magnetic birds. Oh yeah, I guess that's something I do now. She's mildly annoyed because Walter and Peter could have told her to buy birds over the phone and she could have got the ball rolling. Anna Torv conveys Olivia's determination and professionalism that borders on being a workaholic so well, in fact, that the only minor missteps with the character in season 1 are when the writers doubt her and feel the need to have the characters spell Olivia out to us. She can convey it by making a face, guys. Throw in a little background music too if you don't trust our intelligence. No need to go to the trouble of full-on explaining it.
Don't beat yourself up. You know, you're good at that. That's a character flaw.
You can't just have your characters announce how they feel. That makes me feel angry.
So the characters are more or less solid from the get-go. The storylines, not so much. Starting with the cases of the week, nothing offered up in season 1 is really a face melter. Technically, 2 of them do melt people's faces, but I'm talking more metaphorically. Many early episodes boil down to some evil scientist running evil experiments, which inevitably take the form of kidnapping someone so they can either stick needles in them or put electrodes on them, then releasing that person back into society, where they will invariably explode, turn into a monster, or send out some sort of energy wave and take a bunch of bystanders with them. Terrorist bomb vest parallels. You get the picture. Compare the cases of the week in this season to the stronger stuff down the line. When Fringe grasps what other exceptional shows with case of the week structures I've covered, Hannibal and Pushing Daisies, handled expertly, presenting a central internal conflict for one of our leads at the top of the hour, which thematically ties to the monster of the week and informs the episode. Walter's regrets over his scientific sins of the past that were driven by good intentions but led to disastrous consequences are an absolute goldmine when it comes to using him as a mirror to sympathetic Jekyll and Hyde antagonists further down the line. Which isn't to say Olivia and Peter don't also serve as emotional foils to intriguing and complex foes. In season 1, a lot of the cases of the week wind up with unmemorable inevitable conclusions, because instead of linking the bizarre biology and chemical catastrophes to a core character beat, the Fringe writers attempt to put a bow on each one-off storyline by implying they're somehow connected to the greater mythos of the series, which is like building your house on a foundation of quicksand. Worse than quicksand, it's like building your house on a foundation of gas, because this started out as a mystery box series. J.J. Abrams' famous turned infamous tactic of retaining audiences via a tantalizing tease of a mystery to be resolved at a later date, more concerned with generating the mystique of the mystery than having a plan for how to resolve it. When season 1 comes to a close, it's abundantly clear that the writers had no idea where all these teases were going, and they were flying by the seat of their pants.
I'm gonna go and talk to him now, but can you describe to me again what you made, what Loeb was stealing?
Why don't you tell her the truth this time? You kind of sugarcoated last time around.
Still, it's fun to see series regulars from shows I've covered on the channel before turn up as episodic baddies in Fringe. Benjamin Zeitland, Mr. Herkeby, and Britta's in this? Diving into the overarching plot of the
You're
first
gonna notice
season,
a lot of
I'm gonna
people
try
from
to
different
explain
shows in
it, and
this.
we'll go as far as we can before it starts to fall apart. Broyles introduces Olivia to The Pattern, the catalog of Fringe events that are all somehow connected. They first suspect giant evil corporation Massive Dynamic, run by Nina Sharp and founded by Walter's former lab partner, the mysteriously absent William Bell. Though Massive Dynamic is often shown to be indirectly involved in each event, the actual perpetrators are a terrorist organization known as ZFT. Except for a few early episodes where it's not ZFT, it's the terrorist organization that Olivia's deceased lover secretly worked for. But the writers realize Fringe is getting too cluttered with terrorist organizations, so they drop that arc like it's hot after hastily revealing her dead boyfriend was actually a good guy in deep cover trying to stop the terrorist plan to turn people into werewolves. Back to ZFT. Busting the show's first main antagonist, David Robert Jones, out of prison with the aid of a teleportation device, one of the first season's standout episodes, David Robert Jones plots to gas Boston unless Olivia can pass a test of telekinetic abilities. Learning Walter and William Bell dosed her with Compound V as a child, Olivia miraculously passes, which pleases Jones as he's expecting some sort of interdimensional war to break out, and is using all these terrorist attacks to train Olivia for the coming battle against her will. Sort of like the villain's plot in Infamous 1. Oh shit. Spoilers for Infamous 1.
You've created some ridiculous scenario where people's lives rely on me attempting and failing what is obviously an impossible task.
The task is hardly impossible.
Then in the season finale, David Robert Jones completely changes his motivations. Now a former employee of William Bell out for revenge, he learns that William is hiding out in a parallel universe. The race is on to stop Jones before he crosses over and kills Bell, the only man in the world who seems to have any clue what the hell is going on.
Stop Jones, and I will personally arrange a meeting between you and Bell. But if Jones gets to Bell first, I'm afraid all the answers you're searching for die with him.
Finally picking a lane with where to take Jones, a fairly straightforward and clear lane at that, gives the finale a solid sense of direction. Couple that with Fringe as a whole finally picking a lane when it comes to the overarching plot, dropping ZFT and Olivia's dead lover living in her head, in favor of exploring the two universes sending interlopers back and forth, and Fringe is finally done with finding its footing. The writers are ready to knuckle down and explore the gradually escalating Cold War between over here and over there. And as season 2 goes on, the writers smartly ground the wild conspiracies by really making them all about our three leads. All this started because the Peter on our side died as a child. Walter brought Peter's double over to our side to cure the boy of the disease that took his own son, but found himself unable to part with Peter a second time and never bothered returning him from whence he came.
I became convinced that if only I could cross over myself, then I could take from there what I had lost here.
It's a sympathetic yet sinister backstory, and the emotional core of the series in the following 2 seasons.
It is.
As Walter wrestles with his culpability in both child abduction and unintentional universal destruction, as well as whether he should keep it a secret from both his not actual son and the shadowy government entities he's working for. It's also a clever payoff to the myriad misremembered memories from Peter's childhood throughout season 1. Peter always chalked Walter's incorrect recollection recollections up to his deteriorated mental faculties. But it turns out it's because his childhood was spent in a different universe, with a different Walter.
They're your toys, son, from when you were a little boy.
Those aren't mine.
But I suppose they must be mine.
It's not really one of your top-tier G.I. Joes, but it is the best we had.
Wait.
Huh. It's funny, I always remember the scar being on the other side.
I've never liked custard.
As a boy, you loved it. You've just forgotten.
Those subtle hints of Peter's secret origins are all well and good, but you see the problem here? For every tease of Walter's interdimensional kidnapping that pays off perfectly, there's 2 teases of other plot lines that wind up either retconned or abandoned entirely. There's lots of cappers outright showing Massive Dynamic is behind some of the villainous conspiracies of Season 1, before the finale reveals, never mind, they're just trying to squirrel away William Bell on the other side. Olivia's dead lover makes up a good chunk of the stingers too.
Yep.
She finds his secret lair, he's living in her head, and can see her when she revisits his memories, which shouldn't be possible. He emails her from beyond the grave. And then the show goes, never mind. He was an undercover good guy trying to bust the werewolf conspiracy. The ZFT Bible is revealed to have been penned by Walter. Oh wait, no, it was William Bell. No, never mind, it was Walter, but the ZFT acolytes are missing a few pages that's making them misinterpret his manifesto. And as mentioned earlier, ZFT debut as interdimensional doomsday preppers before Jones's grand plan is retroactively rewritten to be a personal vendetta.
I would go as far as to say that all the death and destruction that Jones has caused up until this point has been a way of proving something to William.
Not to say that Jones is a bad villain. In fact, the episodes featuring good old DRJ are actually the highlights of Season 1. Despite his nebulous and ever-shifting goals, the character is fun to watch thanks to Jared Harris's mustache twirling, and whether it's luck of the draw or the character putting some pep in the writer's step, his episodes tend to feature the most visually and conceptually interesting fringe horrors of Season 1.
There is no red wire, no blue, only black. Cut any one of them and the device blows.
So that's the first season of Fringe. Fearing production tax credits might be cut, the series moved shooting locations from New York to Vancouver between seasons 1 and 2, and while the showrunner stayed on, most of the writer's room was not brought along across the border. It took a full 20 episodes to find its footing, but Fringe has finally settled on the core character backgrounds that will inform the second and third seasons of the show. Walter instigating the battle between worlds, Olivia's childhood as a lab rat to prepare a universal protector with interdimensional powers, and Peter's singular nature in a multiverse of doubles, making him this pseudo-chosen one key to the universe. Typically, when I suggest a show but mention it doesn't really hit its stride until the second season, I find people suffer through the first season growing pains anyway, out of fear the later years won't make any sense if they don't. Fringe is an odd case. It's a rare show that actually makes more sense if you start with season 2, since you aren't devoting precious brain cells to plot threads that will ultimately be redacted. Summoned to the other universe to finally meet the man, the myth, William Bell, Olivia's ready for answers. But with the dark histories of Walter, Nina, and Belle destined to be uncovered in season 2, Olivia and Peter are going to get more answers than they bargained for.
I have a unique perspective shaped by having lived in 2 worlds. I know the difference a wrong choice can make, or a right one.
If you thought Better Call Saul kept you waiting after big cliffhangers with its atmosphere establishing cold opens set to 30s and 40s music that go on for 5 minutes, buddy, you ain't seen nothing yet. The first season of Fringe concluded with Olivia on the other side, ready to have a face-to-face with William Bell in the alternate reality's still standing World Trade Center. Unfortunately, her return to our side is less than graceful, nearly killing her and erasing her memories of an extremely crucial and revealing encounter she had at the top of a tower, just like Bran Stark.
Yep.
Olivia gets to
It's
work
pretty intense.
rehabilitating both her memories and her body with the aid of wax-on, wax-off mysterious healer Sam Weiss. And well, the audience will finally see her chat with Belle at the conclusion of episode 4. The beginning of Fringe Season 2 is less about the show's grander conspiracies and more about newcomer onboarding. We don't want to overwhelm the Fringe virgins with a William Bell interdimensional lore dump, so kick that can down the road by temporarily wiping Olivia's memories. And while we're at it, let's introduce Meghan Markle to tag along with Peter as an audience surrogate guest star who can ask him questions like, what the hell is going on, anytime a new audience member might start to wonder what the hell's going on. Like I said, if you want to jump into Fringe with Season 2, the series is really quite accommodating, which isn't to say the first episode will leave returning audiences cold. We get our first taste of the part organic, part mechanical shapeshifters sent from the other side to infiltrate our own, as well as an effective ending that reveals series regular Charlie Francis has been killed and replaced by one of the mercury-blooded machines. Big enough stakes to feel a shift in the status quo, though not a death that's going to break too many hearts. Given Charlie's role in Season 1 was mostly to be a sounding board Olivia could bounce ideas off of when Walter and Peter were both indisposed. Honestly, they could have revealed Charlie was in Olivia's head all along. It probably wouldn't have been too hard to sell since he was basically just the ghost Harry to her Dexter. No shade intended to the actor. He's fun in the role, just doesn't really get to have much fun until he starts to play versions of the character from the alternate universe. Olivia finally restores the memory of her conversation with Belle, who admits to his involvement in dosing her with the psychic gifting cortexiphan drug as a child, and warns that the shapeshifters are looking for a man on our side to help them open a doorway between universes, just as Walter did. In lieu of the nebulous teases of conspiracies with grand designs from last year, Season 2's teases all come together in a slick way. The shapeshifters track down their man Newton, who abducts Walter and steals the secret of interdimensional travel from his noggin, and then Newton uses the knowledge to bring the shapeshifter's master over, Walter, or rather, his double, nicknamed Walternate. The Walter over here was willing to abduct Peter to save him and risk universal destruction to do so. Stands to reason the Walter over there would show just as much determination to bring him back. So all the shape-shifting, thought-stealing, neurotoxins, quantum-entangled typewriters, and interdimensional building displacement throughout Season 2 was motivated by a father's love for his son. Also, we could say, I'm your real dad. Why don't you come home with me? Well, not all for that reunion. As Peter will come to learn later, Walter's got a job for him on the other side, and the fate of both universes hangs in the balance.
The object would only respond to a subset of people, and a narrow subset of that. A subset of one.
The gradual build-up episodes to Walternate's bridge between worlds are peppered throughout Season 2, though I will admit peppered lightly given the ratio of Newton episodes compared to the Case of the Week episodes. On top of that, there's also the inevitability of Peter's discovery of his origins, which occasionally informs Walter's emotional ties to the Cases of the Week, but is largely on the back burner until episode 15. So, while the Cases of the Week in Season 2 are a marked improvement over Season 1, now that Fringe has a sense of direction in Walter and Peter's relationship and the slowly creaking open doorway to the other side, it can leave some Cases of the Week feeling like filler, while Fringe takes its sweet time getting to the juicy two worlds colliding material set up in last season's finale. I found myself a tad impatient waiting for the A material to kick off. To use a phrase more colorful than it's time for Fringe to get to the fireworks factory, it's time for Fringe to stop kissing and start fucking. But before jumping into the marvelous string of episodes that conclude Season 2, I'll break down the little details that elevate Season 2's Case of the Week episodes over what came before. Where ZFT, the pattern, and massive dynamic sort of served as band-aid solutions for both villain motivations and ending revelations, the cases of Season 2 frequently are meant to have no connection to the greater mythos of the series. As a consequence, the writers have to conjure up motivations behind each Fringe event. And whether they're bratty, animalistic, sinister, or sympathetic, they're all more compelling than, ooh, doing this will give us the next next magic number we need to follow the ZFT manual. Trust the plan. Even Shapeshifter Charlie winds up oddly sympathetic. Despite being a half-mechanical being, when we learn his kind aren't designed for such long-running assignments, and we get to watch his desperate attempts to stay in deep cover as his disguise falls apart at the seams. There's also a handful of episodes where Walter or Peter are abducted and put in imminent peril. Rather than using their dire circumstances to execute a conventional episode where the rest of the cast plots to rescue them, Fringe transforms these into focus episodes for the imperiled character. They're change of pace episodes exploring how they navigate their high-stakes captivities, as opposed to standard episodes using them as damsels in distress, or I guess, dashing young gentlemen in distress.
I know why you built it. The door. I know what you lost. Now, are you going to pretend that you're willing to lose him again?
Don't let my praise fool you, though. We're still in good, not great territory here, and until we get to episode 15, Jacksonville, when Fringe starts swinging for the fences and goes on a home run derby, nothing in the first 2/3 of season 2 really stands out for me. But then we get to Jacksonville, where Olivia finally truly taps into her Cortexiphan powers, which allows her to deduce objects crossing over from the other side, saving the day by evacuating a building about to warp out of our reality. This gift tips her off to another interloper in our midst, though one oblivious to his origins, Peter.
Olivia, please don't tell him.
The following episode, Peter, is a series highlight. You'll be hard-pressed to find a top 10 Fringe episodes list that doesn't include it, and usually it's going to run away with the gold medal. Peter, the episode, not the person, flashes back to 1985 and retells the events that led up to Walter abducting Peter from over there after the death of Peter from over here. With Walternet asleep at the switch the moment a cure was discovered, it's up to Walter to cross over and deliver the cure. But Nina Sharp and Walter's lab assistant are uncomfortable with both the potential destruction of the laws of physics and the implications of Walter playing God. But, mysteriously absent as always, is William Bell, and Walter takes Bell's no-showing as tacit approval of his jaunt to the other world.
I was in Europe chasing funding. They're too busy to come and stop me from destroying the universe. How many times have you rang him today? Once? 20? How many times has he returned your call?
Despite Bell's apparent shared desire to see Walter cross over, Walter does take the time to chastise the ladies who've come to stop his universe-hopping fun for buying into the philanthropic, charismatic image Bell has built up. More than just a confrontation about should he or should he not open a portal, it's also a heated moment to explore the competitive and envious dynamic between Walter and Bell. Given we'll also learn this season that Bell performed brain surgery on Walter while he was in the asylum, causing his lack of mental clarity, and the season finale involves the two reunited and verbally coming to blows, it's an excellent setup.
Why simply take a peek into the other universe, Walter, when you can go there? So till now, he couldn't make me find a way to try to get there until I had to find a way.
No, I don't believe that.
No, you wouldn't. Because you don't understand him.
In a final physical altercation to prevent Walter from crossing over, the cure is shattered, so Walter has to bring Peter to our side to administer a dose. When his wife sees Peter alive and well in the flesh again, Walter realizes he'll never be able to bring himself to force her to say goodbye to the boy again. A choice made with his wife's best interests at heart in the moment, though her guilt and grief over the truth behind Peter would later lead her to take her own life. For an episode that's like 90% Walter in his house or his lab talking to people and messing with 80s era sci-fi machines the props department threw together, it's a triumph on the writer's part that the episode is engaging instead of being dry or worse, silly. And fun fact, this was also the most expensive Fringe episode ever made. John Noble sent the producers his massive chiropractor bill after he did his back in carrying the whole thing.
Yes! You did it! By God, you did it!
After the character-rich, lore-rich barn burner that is Peter, the follow-up episode can't help but be a bit of a come-down. Olivia squares off against a fellow Cortexiphan lab rat who was less lucky with the super-powered lottery, after giving Walter an ultimatum that if he doesn't tell Peter the truth about where he comes from, she will. But after that, Fringe really hits its stride, riding the wave of excitement and character complexity generated by our window into 1985 and delivering a slew of experimental, thoughtful episodes. When White Tulip is another highlight. Fringe's first foray into time travel, but starts as a Groundhog Day-style case of the week as the culprit grows better and better at evading the Fringe team with each iteration, culminates not on a shootout or car chase, but a 7-minute conversation between Walter and a man who was verging on replicating the grief-induced mistakes Walter made all those years ago. It's a captivating conversation, and the resolution of the episode where it sort of erases its own existence, with only a cosmic sign from a heart-to-heart loss to time as proof it occurred, is an affecting conclusion.
I'm telling you how to do this, but I'm telling you you cannot do it.
You must do it.
You'll never be able to live with the consequences.
I told you no one will die.
That's not the consequences I'm talking about.
The Man from the Other Side is another event episode, with the shapeshifters back on the board as Walternet's plan to cross over comes to fruition. When Peter miraculously survives a collision with otherworldly interference that leaves those around him disintegrated, he deduces the truth behind his kidnapping before Walter is able to work up the courage to break the truth to him on his own terms. With father and son realizing they are not father and son, Olivia has failed Belle's Trade Center request to keep Peter on our side, in more ways than one, and the young Mr. Bishop skips town.
It's why I can't remember my childhood.
You were dying.
It's why my mother committed suicide. Isn't it? She knew. Didn't she?
Son.
I am not your son.
Brown Betty is a personal favorite, despite being far and away the lowest rated episode on IMDb, which breaks my heart. A bedtime story told by a high-as-a-kite Walter to Olivia's niece in the aftermath of Peter's departure. While it initially reads as a cheesy, lighthearted catch-your-breath episode hot off the heels of a major game-changer, the emotional climax of the episode where Walter casts himself as the twist villain of his own story is a neat insight into the character. It's a relatable pity party I think we've all had in our lives. I'm the villain of my own story. And Olivia's niece proposes a cute come-back-to-earth alternate ending with a less cynical outcome for Walter's evil self-insert. I will say, the corpses singing Candyman was a nice touch, as was Walter's reprise at the end, but the rest of the musical standards shoehorned in were pretty superfluous. I learned this lesson long ago. If you're going to make a musical television episode or series,
write some original songs!
Northwest Passage is a Peter solo episode, though admittedly the writers don't take full advantage of the opportunity. Peter in a small town having to deduce, or hell, just survive a Fringe case on his lonesome sounds like solid stuff, but the episode establishes early on that despite skipping town, he's still got a lifeline to Broyles, somewhat deflating the tension. They also could have taken the opportunity to throw something truly diabolical Peter's way, now that he's lacking his usual resources, but at the end of the day, he is up against just a creep who abducts and murders women. After solving the case, he finally comes face to face with his papa, and the two return to the other side. The same time as Peter absconds from our reality, Walter discovers an ominous premonition that Walternet's plans for Peter may have disastrous consequences for our side. When Walter crossed over, reality was destabilized. On our side, it takes the form of mad scientists goofing around with deadly experiments in the soft spots, but on the other side, it's the end of days. At any moment, a soft spot can go too soft, and to plug the impending hole in the fabric of the universe, the area is sealed by the other side's government in a quick-setting gaseous amber, along with any unlucky souls trapped inside. Peter gets acclimated to the odd and amusing pop culture differences on the other side, and gets to work helping Walternet repair a machine that only responds to Peter's biology. While Walternet presents it to Peter as a reality repair kit, it is, in actuality, a doomsday device. As soon as they can get it working, it will seal the holes on their side by simply erasing our side.
Maybe we'd have dinner and just fuck the world and that'll be our whole thing.
Listen, a magic device that only works when Peter is controlling it, that can destroy universes, is not exactly a plot element that's going to hold up to intense scrutiny, and it only gets more complicated when time travel gets involved in the following season. I went to the Fringe wiki hoping maybe it was the kind of thing that would make sense once you saw it all typed out front to back, but the word somehow was in the first paragraph, so no, didn't really answer my questions. Unfortunately, you kind of just have to accept the existence of the Doomsday Machine and roll with the punches, which isn't too tall an order when everything else going on in the season 2 finale is so outstanding.
I suggest you don't worry about this sort of thing and just enjoy yourself. That goes for you all, too.
Yes.
Teaming up with a few Cortexiphan alumni, by their powers combined, Olivia is able to warp herself, the Cortexiphan kids, and Walter to the other side for a Peter rescue mission. Although the Cortexiphan kids are an absolute redshirt brigade who don't get much time to do New York sightseeing before biting the dust.
I told you there would be invaders coming over from the other side, but I didn't tell you they would be us.
No, you did not.
There are doubles. Alternate versions of ourselves, but don't be deceived, Olivia. They're monsters in our skin.
Olivia poses as her ruthless red-headed double to deduce Peter's location and unveil Walternet's ulterior motives. Crushed to learn that yet another Walter has been hiding a terrible secret from him, Peter laments that he doesn't belong in his homeworld, but doesn't really belong in our world either. Olivia comforts the crestfallen Peter, saying, "I know where you belong. You belong in this fringe agent." Meanwhile, Walter and William Bell reunite to build a device to get the team back home. Since the Cortexiphan kids had to go and die on us, watching the two old friends turned rivals share the screen for the first time is amusing.
Hello, William.
Walter?
See, you've aged.
It appears I'm not the only one.
What begins as endearing squabbling soon turns heavy, as Walter takes William to task for both aiding Walternet in the invention of the shapeshifters as a means of maintaining his cover, and tinkering with Walter's thinker when he was in the mental institution. With the team reunited, William sacrifices himself to get them back to our side, but not before revealing that he only performed surgery on Walter's brain at Walter's request. Walter was growing concerned at how unethical, uninhibited, and capable he was becoming. A terrifying premonition of Walternet's villainous potential. His brain is still fully intact, and about to be on the receiving end of his dastardly scientific schemes is Olivia. Our Olivia. As the season 2 finale came to a close, Walternet and faux Olivia hatched a plan to pull the old switcheroo, which was cleverly foreshadowed throughout the finale. A number of characters come up to Peter to discuss what things are like on the other side, most notably his still living other mother. But rewatching the episode, you realize Olivia wasn't asking out of existential curiosity. She was doing opposition research.
What's she like?
Who?
Me. You have a sister too? And a niece. Ella. She's 7. Ella.
So that's season 2 of Fringe. Whereas the first season concluded by finally establishing a status quo, the second season wraps up with a dynamite shakeup to the status quo, one that the following season will capitalize on beautifully. 2 Olivias behind enemy lines, with allegiances to opposite worlds, all while Walternet puts into motion a plan of his own.
Nature doesn't recognize good and evil, Philip. Nature only recognizes balance and imbalance. I intend to restore balance to our world.
Walternet may have got his hands on an intruder from our side, but he's not intending to just lock her up and throw away the key. A super agent with a photographic memory, telekinetic powers, and the ability to travel between dimensions isn't a toy you leave in the box and never play with. So Walternet gets to work brainwashing Olivia into believing she's her double. Her Cortexiphan powers will be easier to tap into if she's using them to aid our side of her own volition. The season 3 premiere takes place entirely on the other side. As Zeppelin's overhead, Olivia escapes custody and goes on a trans-dimensional border run, racing against the ticking clock of Walternet's brainwashing therapy taking hold of her mind. Ultimately unsuccessful in her flight from the Walternet-run Department of Defense, Olivia succumbs to the indoctrination and takes her double's place, establishing Fringe's daring new status quo. Olivia in the other universe, working with the more militarized, less clandestine other Fringe team to solve their cases, all while participating in Walternet's after-hours extracurricular activities, helping him reverse engineer Cortexiphan. Unbeknownst to Walternet, her new identity didn't completely take, and she's haunted by visions of Peter pointing out the subtle things that are off about her new world. As it becomes increasingly obvious that she's living a lie, Olivia goes along to get along, secretly scheming to make the jump back and reclaim her proper life. Back Back on Earth Prime, love is in the air for faux Olivia and Peter, with the change in their relationship dynamic concealing Olivia's apparently more carefree attitude. But behind the scenes of each case, faux Olivia is a spanner in the works, aiding and abetting the shapeshifters and making sure none of the cases come to tidy conclusions. One of the more interesting things about Olivia's infiltration is her relationship with the biomechanical shapeshifters in Deep Cover. They're starting to verge on passing the Voight Comp test, feeling remorse and sympathy in regards to their mission and marks. But Olivia, the only human operative, is utterly callous, single-mindedly bent on winning the War of the Worlds. On orders from Walternate, the undercover redhead is looking for spare Doomsday Machine parts on our side that they couldn't manage to track down on their side. Track down, you ask? Yes. Here's where things get a little weird. So, Fringe often has technobabble, explaining the science behind the cases where you sort of nod your head and go, okay, so magic. But in the grand scheme of sci-fi wackiness, it's always been relatively grounded. So, when Fringe explains that the Doomsday Machine was created by the first people, an ancient, hyper-advanced civilization that preceded the dinosaurs and mysteriously vanished, it's probably gonna raise a few eyebrows. Fringe has never done, like, crazy shit like this before. They did Aliens once, but it was an intangible radiation alien, not a guy in a rubber suit alien. And then there's the bald observers who travel through time to witness historic events, but they've always been on the fringes of Fringe's story, and that's about it. To quell any fears of Fringe going off the deep end and save you the energy of trying to deduce the First People's calendar, intentions, and disappearance, I'm just gonna give it away right now. The First People is Walter. He made the Doomsday Machine, sent it back through time for the Fringe team to find and fix the problems of the universe, and designed it so only Peter would be able to use it to prevent it from falling into the wrong hands. Which begs several questions. What's with all the fake First People lore? Why is there another Doomsday Machine in the other universe? If Walternate made the other one, why did he also make it so only Peter could use it when he knew he wouldn't have access to Peter? Why would Walternate's machine have also been sent through time and buried if the wormhole only appeared after his world is destroyed?
So now I've gone cross-eyed.
We're accepting the existence of the Doomsday Machines and moving on. First People fuckery aside, the hot streak that concluded Season 2 bleeds over into the first half of Season 3, and if anything, it's only getting hotter. This evens on our side, odds on their side, back and forth episode structure works marvelously, thriving on not just the strength of the greater narrative, but also because these cases of the week are some of the best the series has ever produced. For the most part, they're tackling themes such as loss of identity or living a double life, all fitting foils to Olivia, without ever being obnoxiously obvious. Despite being set in another universe and consisting of what is essentially an entirely new cast, save Olivia, the Over There episodes are really where you're gonna get your money's worth. I particularly love the Flowers for Algernon killer who becomes so intelligent he can engineer people's murders with seemingly innocuous objects in ways that imply accidental death. If you ever need to kill someone, that's the way I'd recommend.
We see impossible every day.
You see improbable. You're asking me if it is possible for a person to use a ballpoint pen to set off a chain of events that culminates in someone getting killed by a bus twice?
The whole episode starts building up to Olivia being inevitably crushed by a pallet of bricks, and the method in which she survives, neglecting an alt-world safety protocol that should be muscle memory that the man couldn't predict because, yeah, how could he predict she's from another universe? It's just too good. A brilliant way out of an impossible death trap.
Oh yeah, it's
Not to say the episodes over here are bad or anything, just that the high-stakes narratives and alternate timeline novelties mean our peeks into the other world are gonna outshine regular old Earth that is. I do also have a bit of a complaint with the character focus when it came to the dynamics on our side. The writers are so concerned with secret agent faux Olivia that they forgo another potential interpersonal conflict, foreshadowed the previous season but never really explored. The Season 2 finale was do or die. Bring Peter back before the world ends, but just because he's back doesn't mean he's forgotten what Walter's done.
I'm trying to see this your way, Walter. I can't.
There was potential to do a lot with Peter and Walter, repairing their relationship post-revelation, now that the urgency of escaping Walternet's clutches has subsided. Instead, Peter and Walter are immediately back to their old playful father and son caretaker dynamic when season 3 kicks off, which feels like a missed opportunity. It sort of makes sense. Peter thinks the will they won't they with Olivia is finally happening for him. Having faux Olivia stick her assive dynamic in your face every night is gonna make any man forget about his daddy issues.
Tricked my son with her carnal manipulations, and he fell right into her agenda.
Agenda?
The spiritual mid-season finale of season 3 comes with Entrada. Olivia over there has outlived her usefulness and is due to be sent home. Short a few organs they'll be keeping for testing purposes that she kind of needs to live. Over here, faux Olivia has blown her cover and gone on the run. It's a thrill ride to watch 2 different Olivias go on the run while 2 different fringe teams hunt them down. But the real heart of the episode comes from, surprisingly, Broyles. Alt Broyles, actually, who comes to save the day when he learns Walternet intends to vivisect Olivia. He owes her one for her decision the previous episode to save his son from the Candyman killer, jeopardizing her original escape attempt to stay behind and save a child in a world that's not even hers. But he's also coming to see that the gradual collapse of their universe is the result of an accident, not malice. There's some impactful, quiet moments as Broyles 2 laments being put in a position where he has to play God with the lives of others, made all the more impactful as we've grown to care for him and the team under his command in these short few Red Universe episodes. The ending, where he makes a final stand and winds up the unlucky sucker cosmically displaced by faux Olivia's warp back, eviscerating his body in the process and traumatizing his double with the sight of his own mutilated corpse, is wild.
Bros, stop. I don't think you want to see this.
Oh.
Olivia may have made it safely back to our side, but getting back into the routine of day-to-day is no easy task. Despite her initial attempts to just walk that shit off, the gross invasion of privacy from her doppelganger continues to leave her uncomfortable in her own skin, only exacerbated when she learns the man she was interested in sparking a romantic relationship with spent her whole unwanted summer abroad program hooking up with her imposter.
Now she's everywhere. She's in my house, my job, my bed. And I don't want to wear my clothes anymore, and I don't want to live in my apartment, and I don't want to be with you.
Olivia's frustration is warranted. Hey, maybe if Peter wasn't thinking with his dick, he would have caught on that Olivia was missing and could have done something to save her, instead of leaving it up to her to save herself. The way they try to return to professionalism, but uncomfortable outbursts and confrontations still bubble up in the heat of the moment, is also pretty natural, although the tension carries on a little longer than I feel is fair. I mean, Olivia can distrust how genuine Peter's feelings are for her, since he didn't notice she was replaced with an imposter. That's understandable, but one could argue, like, Peter got raped. You should probably cut the guy a little slack. Getting back into the routine is tough for Olivia, but it's also kind of tough for the audience, I'm afraid. Hot off the heels of the exceptional arc of 2 Olivias seeing how the other half lives, returning to normalcy takes quite a bit of wind out of the series' sails, and there isn't a ton of momentum aside from who's gonna turn on the machine eventually. To counteract this, after a string of cases of the week, Fringe decides to get weird, with mixed results. Flashing back to the 80s again, the show offers up a pseudo-sequel to the episode Peter from the 2nd season. 6 months after abducting his son from the other side, Walter has rolled out the cortexiphan trials in an effort to find a safe way to send his son back. There are some cool moments, but it's a mixed bag. Whereas Peter could count on the ever-reliable John Noble to sell even its more on-the-nose moments, now he's splitting his time in 86 with a couple child actors. It's always a gamble when you reveal characters actually met in the past and didn't remember it. You roll the dice, and sometimes you come up snake eyes. I mean, I'm a sucker for the saccharine conclusion to last year's Brown Betty, but Peter and Olivia's little Moonrise Kingdom moment, even for me, that's corny. But then you have young Olivia triggering her powers and not realizing it, accidentally spilling the beans about the alternate universe to the despondent Walternet who just lost his son. Now that was awesome.
Elizabeth, it's me. I know where our son is. I know where Peter was taken.
The present, Walternet's plans to be rid of that alternate universe are nearing their completion. Realizing Olivia returned knocked up with his grandchild, he intends to use the child's DNA to fuel his machine in Peter's absence, and accelerates Olivia's pregnancy without her consent or knowledge of his involvement. It's another weird one. The writers kind of try to structure the whole thing as like a let's rescue Olivia whodunit mystery, but it's so abundantly obvious Walternet is the one who done it to Miss Dunham, and that she's not in any real danger and he's sending the Fringe team on a wild goose chase, that it's more of a setup episode than any sort of exciting watch in its own right. Back in our reality, the real zaniness is unfolding. Utilizing technology known as soul magnets, the deceased William Bell get-outs Olivia.
Her awareness is at a state of rest, but I assure you she is totally safe. This is all exactly as I planned it.
Body swapping episodes are usually layups for me, because who doesn't love watching actors ham it up and act like their co-stars? However, I remembered Bellivia being played for more comedy than she is. Walter just kind of accepts that William is back. William doesn't acknowledge how uncomfortable this must be for Peter, and Peter can't even bring himself to chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. He's just like, get out of my girlfriend. Fringe plays Bellivia relatively straight, which I guess is admirable, but I will add, it still is silly. Kudos to Anna Torv for being game and serving as a means to bring back William Bell, despite Leonard Nimoy being supposedly retired at this point. But my god, it's still so silly. So at the end of the day, I just wish they owned it.
Stranger things have happened.
No, they haven't.
Don't listen to him. Her. Sorry. Go on.
To retrieve Olivia's psyche, the Fringe team has to incept her, which means expanding their collective consciousness, which means, you guessed it.
You touched the tray with the sugar cubes?
Sure. Why?
Have you ever taken LSD?
Bell's backup plan to upload his consciousness into a computer goes kaput, and Olivia returns to her normal self, with the 3-episode Bellivia arc having zero real consequences and ultimately just feeling like a giant side quest / fever dream. But hey, it had its moments. Things may have been a bit shaky in the second half, but the finale of Season 3 brings us home for a solid landing. Accelerated Grandpa of the Year, Walternet, turns on his machine, kicking off Doomsday. But thanks to David Robert Jones's prescient Doomsday prepping, Olivia is able to shut it off with her mind. Turnabout being fair play and all that, Peter steps into the machine on our side and obliterates the other side. Jumping 15 years into the future, we see that our world is now falling apart at the seams just as the other side was. It turns out we were inextricably linked. You blow up the other world, you're just screwing yourself.
It was the day we sealed our fate. For all intents and purposes, that was the day we died.
Olivia and Peter are married, Walter is in prison for ultimately being responsible for all of this, and Walternet crossed over to our side just before the end to wave the white flag once he realized he'd lost fair and square, only for his world to get annihilated while he was here to sign his peace treaty. Now bent on revenge, Walternet plans to accelerate the decay of the universe to get back at everyone, and plans to emotionally torture his son to get back at him specifically. Walternet made a great sympathetic villain, but he makes a fun outright evil villain too. He even does the whole "I've been a hologram the whole time" bit to an unsuspecting Peter right before shooting his wife. Classic villain gag.
I don't want to have to use these. But you're going to come with me now, Father.
You know, Peter, if I was really there, I might not be able to resist killing you.
At his wife's funeral, Peter's like, ugh, this future sucks. Fortunately, Walter's got a plan to set right what once went wrong. He realizes he's the first people, there's a time anomaly at the Central Park wormhole, they send the machine back, but program in this prophetic vision, so Peter can see what a shit show it will be if he uses the machine to destroy the other side. Back in the present, Peter uses the machine to create a permanent bridge between the worlds, stabilizing reality, but putting Walternet, who hates Walter, and Olivia, who hates Olivia, Olivia in a room together. War is over, kids. Time for everyone to start getting along. They also imply it did a bunch of damage to both worlds in the process, but it never comes up. The Day We Died is a strong finale, with a grim weight to the proceedings, creative one-off world building for the new apocalyptic time period, and a tidy conclusion to wrap up the War Between Universes storyline. That being said, I am not the biggest fan of the ending. His bridge complete, Peter starts to explain the new dynamic to the group, but before he can finish, he phases out of reality. Everybody moves on like he never existed, and outside, a couple observers confirm, yes, by using the device, Peter retroactively never existed. The Peter being erased from existence thing, and spoilers, he gets better, makes up the bulk of the 4th season's main storyline. Some things they do with it really work. Some things, not so much. But when it comes to like an ending, a payoff to season 3, Peter turning into a puff of hot air from the lips of a ghost in the shadow of a unicorn's dream leaves me wanting. I wasn't really thinking what's going to happen next, because you just know he'll be back, and you can't really get invested in the emotional stakes of his disappearance because all the characters forgot he exists. They don't have any emotions about the situation. They could not care less. Not to go all armchair screenwriter on the last 2 minutes of the finale, but why is the big sacrifice that Peter has to stop existing? The 2 recurring Peter-centric character beats throughout season 3 were that Walter would have to learn to let Peter go, and Olivia kept picking up hints that Peter had genuine feelings for her double, even after Olivia's traitorous identity was revealed. I thought the cost to repair the universes would be, you want stability in the universe, Peter has to go back. And stay back. Olivia has to contend with Peter potentially making Moon Eyes at her double again. Peter has to make peace with the evil counterparts of his friends and family who nearly ended the world. And Walter has to say goodbye. And then in episode 6 of the next season, I don't know, it's the world of Fringe. Some idiot's experiment is bound to fail miserably and bring him back to our side by accident. Again, armchair screenwriter, but that's just my 2 cents. 2 cents that probably have like William Henry Harrison on them, because my idea only happened in another universe. Instead, what we got was a new rewritten timeline. It may have been hard to say goodbye to his wife in the bad future he witnessed in The Day We Died, but Peter is slowly going to realize in season 4, in a way, he's already said goodbye to everyone.
I've been haunted for weeks with visions of a strange man, and now the stranger is here in the flesh, in our midst, and no one will let me examine him or even see him. I'm kept in the dark, knowing nothing.
Welcome to season 4. It's now a very Peterless universe out there, with the timeline rewritten so that after bringing Waldronet's son back from the other side, no observers showed up to fish Walter and Peter out of the ice they fell through, and Peter drowned. The premiere is pretty damn weak. Lots of as you know lines to hastily get audiences sped up to the new status quo, and the plot is just a rehash of season 2's premiere. A new brand of shapeshifter is on the market, and the nebbish double of the alternate universe's hotshot Fringe captain Lincoln Lee serves as the newcomer audience surrogate. After the premiere though, Fringe season 4 quickly finds its footing. Of course, it's only a matter of time before Fringe magic brings Peter
Don't remember
into this
season
reality.
4 again.
Well,
Is that Chadwick Boseman?
of this mysterious man who inexplicably knows high-level government secrets, Royals and Co. eventually warm up to his assistance since he has foreknowledge of cases that have yet to occur in this altered timeline, especially valuable when it's revealed that David Robert Jones is still kicking and back on his terror campaigns.
Take me to your leader.
I'm back, baby. The bitch is back.
Since Peter handed Lane his resignation papers once before, he's all too confident he'll win round 2. Got a chuckle out of me when the Fringe team was like, you faced off against him in another world. What's he up to, man? What's he doing? What are his motivations? And Peter goes, yeah, about that. His motivations were kind of all over the place. Fringe season 4 has a reputation for being the red-headed stepchild season, thanks to its daring status quo shakeup that rubbed longtime fans the wrong way, which is ironic, given that of the 5 seasons, when all is said and done, season 4 is the only one that canonically happened and isn't erased by time travel. Even showrunner J.H. Wyman would confess in 2012 that, yeah, he can see why people weren't on board with the whole Peter being erased from existence thing. So, I'll admit, rewatching season 4 for this video, I was pleasantly surprised. There are certainly issues with the timeline timeline-altering shenanigans, which we'll get to, but the episode-to-episode quality lives up to Season 2 and 3 preceding it. One Night in October is a creative use of the newly forged alliance between worlds, profiling a serial killer with the aid of his non-felonious double on the other side. Those we've left behind is Peter's own White Tulip, forcing him to come to terms with his recent loss of loved ones, all with Slipmaker Channel favorite Stephen Root as the week's guest star.
You say that you shouldn't change fate, but you don't know. You don't know what's waiting for you. How terrible it is. Sweetheart, I'll never give up, Kate. Never. I'll build it again. I can do it again.
Making Angels is a creative use of the observer concept, when one of their prognosticators falls into human hands, and he uses it to euthanize people destined for miserable lives in a twisted form of mercy. And of course, Welcome to Westfield is a series highlight. The whole Brigadoon, inescapable town, survive the night while the populace goes nuts thriller, with some of Fringe's most unsettling visuals to boot. There's also a lot of fun to be had with the Elseworlds novelty of the altered timeline. There's the inversion of Walter's first season dynamic with Peter, where once it was Walter desperate for his son's affection while Peter dismissed him, now Peter's looking to recapture the fire-forged friendship he built with his father throughout the series, while Walter keeps his son at arm's length, afraid of repeating past mistakes if he gets too invested in a double of his son again.
The subject can lower the arms.
You can call me Peter.
Subject does not have an elevated radiation level.
Any excuse to bring Jared Harris back is always welcome. And the way Peter is able to spoil his evil mastermind fun, since he handily kicked his ass once before and doesn't take him seriously at first, is pretty amusing. Watching the two worlds collaborate through gritted teeth is a fresh spin on a familiar concept. The idea that Peter also recognizes he's in an Elseworld scenario, doesn't want to get involved in the continued spats between our side and their side, and is willing to play both sides in a bid to get home, opens some exciting narrative doors. But there's the rub. Peter thinks this is an Elseworld scenario, and that he's in different new universes, but we, the audience, know from square one, this is the same universe we've always been in. The timeline was rewritten. And that's where the problems crop up. Part of television is getting to know and like all the characters. And aside from Peter, everyone we've come to know over the last 3 seasons is gone and replaced by variations of themselves, which is fun as a novelty, but when you realize we're never going back, it's kind of sad, especially since the show rather explicitly lays out that some of the series' biggest emotional moments never occurred. Obviously, every heart-to-heart or confrontation with Peter, forget about it. Olivia never passed, or even attempted, Jones's sadistic psychic games.
What do you even need Walter's device for when you can just cross back and forth anytime by yourself?
And I can what?
Walter never learned the truth of his brain surgery from Belle and reconciled their relationship. Walter never became the owner of Massive Dynamic. But since the writers never did anything with that plot, you could be forgiven for forgetting it ever happened in the first place. Alt Royals never died a hero saving Olivia, traumatizing his double in the process, instead living long enough to become the villain, as a blackmailed ally of Jones. And White Tulip never happened. Well, I guess it technically never happened even in its own episode, but it never happened, and Walter never received that sign of forgiveness. It's heartbreaking to find Peter forgotten by the world, but rather than capitalize on the heartbreak and explore the emotions of being stuck in an altered timeline, the writers seem well aware that this daring direction is going to piss off fans, and instead attempt to minimize the impact to avoid that knee-jerk worst season ever complaint. Peter spends the whole season looking for a way home, which is more frustrating than exciting, since we know he's already there and the quest is futile. And then in episode 15, when he learns the truth, he couldn't care less about the revelation, because Olivia's memories of the old timeline have been restored, his friendship with Walter is reinstated, and his life is already back to the status quo. Wait, how did Olivia's memories of the old timeline come back, you ask?
There is no scientific explanation. I believe you call it love.
Love? Who's been screwing with this thing?
So, Here's the weirdest bit of season 4. Olivia starts to lose her memories of the existing timeline, and they're getting replaced by the memories of the original Peter timeline, obviously intended as a means to appease longtime fans. See? Our Olivia is back. This has all kinds of weird implications. Despite the memory swap coming at the cost of sacrificing memories of meaningful relationships in this timeline, Olivia's all for it. She comes across like a smitten teenager in a coming-of-age film, recklessly making major decisions for the boy she's crazy about. Meanwhile, it's up to Peter and Walter to be actual adults about the situation and go, no, Peter, you need to leave before you overwrite Olivia's memories, because that's just creepy and weird. But at the end of the day, Olivia consents and Peter consents, so the contrived memory rewrite happens and Olivia becomes our Olivia. Then she shows up to work the next morning and is shocked to find the FBI doesn't want to employ her anymore. As if erasing all your memories and replacing them with fake ones is a lifestyle choice, and not the kind of thing that would ridiculously impact your job performance, and, given her position, possibly lead to the destruction of the world.
40% of all the information you provided about your life is incorrect. Which, as far as the 10th floor is concerned, means you are not the agent they licensed.
It was a weird and forced way to soften the blow of the altered timeline for audiences who were invested in Olivia and didn't want to see her effectively become a different person. But I'm of the mindset that if you're going to do the bit, commit to the bit. Compare Fringe to a series that tackled a very similar season arc, Eureka. Huge spoilers for the series Eureka.
Love Eureka.
Eureka set themselves up much better for success, also kicking off their season 4 with an altered timeline, but instead of only one main cast member coming along for the ride, every main cast member but one came along for the ride. Then the writers could change the world around them as radically as they wanted, but the shared experiences and identities of the group of characters remained. Nothing had to be walked back.
We can't tell anyone. What happened has to stay with the 6 of us. Agreed? Welcome to the new world.
But I'll be seeing you.
Apologies if I'm starting to sound down on this season. Like I said before, the Case of the Week quality is on par with the glory days of seasons 2 and 3. I wouldn't be doing my job here though if I didn't go in depth on why this season rubbed many the wrong way, being hindered at times by its season narrative where preceding seasons were elevated by theirs.
Clearly I'm in the wrong place, and all the people that I know and love are somewhere else. I just gotta figure out how to get home.
The big reveal in the 2-part finale is that despite puppeteering the next-gen shapeshifters and the manipulated Cortexiphan subjects, David Robert Jones has a puppet master of his own. William Bell is the mastermind of all this horror, plotting to collapse the 2 universes in on each other to achieve the ultimate legacy, creating a new universe and literally playing God. Use all my knowledge and resources to create a hyper-advanced utopia? Ah, fuck that. I want to spend my golden years in a world of monsters. Having a hidden villain hijack the plot in the 11th hour, despite the other villain being the face of evil for the majority of your story, can work. I find making it work generally depends on 2 things: that the greater mastermind introduced has strong charisma and an impressive master plot, and that the underling audiences have come to love to hate as the supposed main villain retains their characterization and gravitas post-reveal. Fringe drops the ball on both of these points. Drops the ball like it's made of osmium. The regular kind, not the floating physics-breaking kind. Not to diss the late Leonard Nimoy, God rest his soul, but let's be real. Nimoy playing William Bell has always been stunt casting thanks to his well-established sci-fi street cred, and he made a better cryptic mentor of dubious trustworthiness than he does a maniacal mastermind with a god complex. Netflix. Meanwhile, DRJ joins Twilight Princess's Zant in the category of characters who are utterly emasculated as soon as it comes out they're not the main villain. Through a chess metaphor, Belle cryptically instructs Jones to kill Peter Bishop. Jones attacks Peter with a crowbar, but Olivia is able to use her Cortexiphan powers to give Peter an edge in the fist fight. And after mortally wounding Jones, Jones recognizes that Belle wanted him to lose the fight. The chess metaphor was actually referring to him as a sacrifice play.
I was the sacrifice. I was the bishop.
This is one of the worst character assassinations I've seen in fiction. Character assassination metaphorically, I mean. For Jones, the formerly intelligent mad scientist manipulator who was always 2 steps ahead and brought 2 universes' fringe teams to their knees only 1 episode prior. I don't mean character assassination as in Jones's attempted assassination of the character Peter. That was, well, yeah. I do mean that too. That was also the worst attempt to actually assassinate a character I've ever seen. Go assassinate Peter Bishop. Okay. Can you spare me some more of those spontaneous combustion nanites, Daddy Bell? Or at least a gun? He gave 2 to the other henchmen, including the prototype one that can shoot observers. No, sorry, Jones. This is one of those bring your own equipment sort of jobs. I picture David Robert Jones going to the hardware store, walking past all the axes and knives and chainsaws and everything you'd need to make a pipe bomb. Then he gets to the crowbars and goes, bingo. I'm also genuinely curious, was this really supposed to be Bell sacrificing Jones as part of his plan? Jones's sacrifice accomplishes literally nothing. He doesn't incapacitate Peter for any significant amount of time, or delay the fringe team's response to Bell's next move in any way. On top of that, despite using the most grug-brain tactic ever, Jones still almost won. Bell must have wanted him to win. Oh, I see. I was meant to be the sacrifice all along. I don't know, bro. Sounds like cope to me.
God made us in his image. If that is so, if we are capable of being gods, then it is our destiny to do so.
The Fringe team confronts Bell on his container ship arc of genetically engineered species, and learning Olivia is the final Cortexiphan battery powering his universal collapse scheme, Walter shoots Olivia in the head. Bell vanishes into the ether now that his dream of a new world is dead, and the excess Cortexiphan in Olivia's system allows her to rapidly regenerate brain tissue and come back from the dead. The world has been saved, but at a great cost. The bridge between universes had to be closed for good, just when everyone was finally starting to get along. That's season 4 of Fringe, a fun ride that occasionally utilized its bold premise for creative and meaningful what-if scenarios, but with a lot of questionable choices and a pretty questionable finale in the process. From one bold premise to another, as teased in the 19th episode of season 4, season 5 intends to shake up the status quo yet again. We're jumping to the year 2036, 21 years after the Observers invaded the timeline and conquered the world at humanity's expense.
You're alive.
Where is she?
All of you.
Where is she?
Why haven't you aged? How did you not age? We know you bought her.
So, here's the deal with the Observers. Far in the future, they've been implanting themselves with tech that inhibits their emotions in exchange for higher brain function, plus a whole bunch of handy other abilities like mind reading, short-range teleportation, and wicked fast reaction times. Also far off into the future, the planet's completely trashed, so they've been exploring the past for a suitable home. 2015 is the earliest, least destroyed Earth they can show up to occupy without their arrival creating a paradox where the occupation itself erases their own existence in the future, which is the writer's hand wave for why the Observers didn't just occupy, like, the Stone Age. I mean, Gna has a pretty sweet club here, but I don't think it's going to be a match for Captain Teleports Behind You Windmark. The fragile timeline stability is also a justification for why this season's villains don't just use time travel to win the day unceremoniously. Late in the season, Windmark runs it up the chain to his superiors. He's like, listen, listen, this Fringe team has been a real thorn in my side. Can I get approval to go back in time and shoot Walter Bishop while he's in the can? And they're like, nah. We put a lot of legwork into getting this bleak future going. We're not going to risk not existing just so you can kill one guy. Windmark is right to be worried about that one guy, though, because Walter Bishop has a plan to overthrow the Observer occupation. After spending 2 decades frozen in amber, the Fringe team is freed and ready to put that plan into action. There's just one problem. In order to prevent the Observers from reading his mind and learning the plan, Walter scrambled his memories of the plan. And after being psychically tortured at the hands of Windmark, the memories are now too scrambled to ever remember. Thanks to some backup videotapes Walter left at the old Fringe lab, the team is able to start acquiring materials necessary for the plan, though with the tapes being out of order, missing, degraded, or simply produced by the eternally scatterbrained Walter, the team still doesn't have any clue what the actual plan is.
Not under any circumstances. Is that raspberry filling?
Despite the radical shakeup to the status quo, the tapes are the mechanism by which Fringe maintains its Adventure of the Week structure. It kind of feels like a video game. The tape sends the team on a fetch quest, there's some new and bizarre hazard at the location that prevents them from getting their hands on that week's MacGuffin, and after they do get their hands on it, if wherever that MacGuffin wasn't already crawling with observers and their human loyalist underlings, you better believe it will be by the episode's climax. And more than feeling like a video game in the generic sense, it also feels like a specific video game, and that specific video game is, unfortunately, Mass Effect 3. Let me explain. Mass Effect 3 saw the galaxy invaded by the unstoppable giant monsters called Reapers, and to stop them, all the races of the galaxy joined forces to build a device called the Crucible. What does the Crucible do? Nobody has any clue, but we're putting all our eggs into that basket, and when we turn it on, we'll just hope it works. Same energy with the television's so-called plan. I get that Fringe has always been a series that attempts to keep viewers hooked with its mysteries, but I did find it difficult to stay invested when tape after tape is just, go collect this object, I'll explain later, with no indication of what the plan's actual endgame is until episode 11. Are we gonna kill all the observers? Are we gonna erase their existence with time travel? Are we gonna go down to Sam Weiss's bowling alley and challenge Captain Windmark to a game of 10 pins that decides the fate of the universe? I share in Peter's mid-season frustration. I'd like to know what the point of these trinkets and doodads are, so I can get more invested in the team's efforts to retrieve them.
Pieces we don't know how to put together. A scroll with physics we can't decipher, a thought unifier that doesn't work, and a box of rocks from a mine.
Despite the vague endgame, there's plenty of action-packed, self-indulgent fun to be had running these little insurgency missions with the gang. They've gone from investigating Fringe events to perpetrating them, and the fan service heaven only gets sweeter when Walter Bishop unveils his sentimental treasure trove of chemical weapons the team has investigated over the years.
So this is every Fringe event.
Documented and preserved to the best of my ability. Oh, look, Olivia, my porcupine man.
It's a gas, pun intended, watching the Fringe team wage guerrilla warfare, though at times the weekly adventures are more sizzle than steak. Seasons 2 through 4 had quite a few cases of the week that really dialed in on evocative and affecting emotional parallels with the main characters, with Season 2 usually being Walter focused thanks to his dark and troubled past, Season 3 usually being Olivia focused thanks to the whole trading places bit, and Season 4 usually being Peter focused thanks to him being out of place, out of time. Season 5 has the kernels of some compelling character arcs, but I don't feel the writers get as much mileage as they could out of them. In Season 4's Letters of Transit, the teaser episode that set up Season 5, Walter had the pieces of his brain removed by William Bell restored, with the team anticipating he would need all his wits about him if they were going to stand a chance fighting against the Observers. For the rest of the episode, he became the Walternate version of Walter. His personality completely changed.
I think you're just what we've been waiting for. Someone to show people that we don't just have to accept our fate. We can use our will and our imagination to make a better world, a better life.
In that case, a little more focus and a little less pontificating, we might have the job done by now.
Then, when we got to season 5 proper, he was back to his typical Walter self. I chalked it up to him getting mind tortured by Windmark early on in the episode. The stress of the invasive brain scrambling brought him back down to the doddering Walter we know and love. But then, later in the season, the topic of him falling back into bad habits and becoming the hubris-driven, alternate version of himself crops up again. Rather than disappearing into this former persona, all we really get are some quick scenes where Walter says something harsh and blunt, and another character chastises him and goes, "You're starting to sound like the old Walter." But he doesn't feel all that different. They're just kind of telling us, trust us, he is different. Not to go armchair screenwriter again, but I would have preferred if the writers kept the letters of transit Walternate Walter for a few episodes, so the audience could both despair at how different and cruel Walter is with all his faculties, as well as recognize how capable and valuable he is to the team while operating at 100% capacity. Then when he gets scrambled, put him back to normal, or at least as normal as Walter can be, and we'll feel both the loss of a valuable asset, but the relief of having our beloved crackpot back. I understand the writer's reluctance to depict Walter acting out of character for even a single episode, though. Given the backlash not our Olivia and not our Walter got last year, fans want the characters they know and love, and even Walter gets his memories of the original timeline restored by a friendly observer at the end of the season, by the way. But you know what? It's the last season anyways. Sometimes you've just got to commit to doing something bold, take the viewership hit, and trust that you'll be vindicated by a Slipmaker retrospective 10 years later.
We're not putting him in a coma.
Then we put an electromagnetic probe into the base of his skull and prime full of serotonin, neurontin, and LSD.
The one character who gets the opportunity to stretch his legs and act radically out of character, much to my delight, is Peter. Anna Torv got to play Olivia, Faux Olivia, and Belle Olivia. John Nobles got Walter and Walternate in the present and in 1985, and every other cast member has themselves and their double in this timeline and in the original Peter timeline, plus a potential bonus character if they happen to get swapped out by a shapeshifter. But Joshua Jackson has always just played the one Peter, so it's fun to see him finally get the chance to shake it up in the show's final year. Following the death of his daughter at the hands of the observers, an enraged Peter decides to turn their own tech against them, implanting himself with the Baldy's base kit. His humanity may be slowly slipping away, but with these newfound powers, he's able to play observer chess with Windmark and his lieutenants, engineering assassinations by making minor alterations to their daily routines in a manner that would make the ballpoint pen murderer from season 3's The Plateau proud, even if Windmark proves he can do the same thing right back.
I knew you'd know that.
Oh, I know that. And I knew you'd know I'd know you knew.
But I didn't. I only knew that you'd know that I knew. Did you know that?
My only complaint with all the Observer Peter fun is, again, I don't think they got all the mileage they could out of this one. There's basically one episode where he's starting to utilize the abilities, but hiding it from the team. Then the next episode, he's full-on Observer Peter, and they talk him into reverting to normal before the process becomes irreversible. He's so busy doing battle with Windmark for most of that time that there aren't enough hours in the arc to explore the obvious topic.
Yeah, I'm just letting this like video play because it's so good.
Son, crossing moral and technological boundaries in the wake of the loss of a child. All in all, a fun idea, but I wish they'd taken more time with it. Also, I wish Peter lost his hair like the rest of the observers, but I'm sure Joshua Jackson is glad that he didn't.
You can't do this. This is dangerous.
Those are the big character arcs this season. A couple other emotional beats get touched on, but again, are kind of breezed through. There's intended to be some hurt feelings among the group in the wake of the invasion. Walter and Olivia dedicated their lives to fighting the observers, while Peter ran off to look for their missing daughter Etta instead of helping the cause. The writers aren't terribly interested in the idea. We're all fighting the good fight now, so water under the bridge. After Etta's death, Olivia or Peter do the big, we have to defeat the observers, for Etta, triumphant speech like once an episode. Maybe I'm just some kind of weirdo, but those rousing speeches and Etta's sacrifice never got my blood pumping to see the Baldies get theirs in the same way the show's more creative dystopian world building did. Ideas like how food variety has gone sparse, red vines are a thing of the past, and sustenance comes in the form of pre-packaged tubes of boiled egg whites, or the idea that you'd just be having a normal day and some observer would walk up to you and start asking asinine questions about what you were thinking about. Those are the moments that make me think, okay, this government needs to be overthrown at all costs.
What is baseball? Excuse me? You're thinking of the Red Sox. What is baseball?
It's like when I watched The Hunger Games for the first time. Oh no, the ruling government forces the children of their occupied territories to fight to the death in gladiator matches. You gotta keep the people in line somehow. Wait, what? That's their fashion sense? Oh my god, kill them all, right now. The final and most glaring character opportunity left on the table is, of course, Astrid. She finally got an enjoyable day in the limelight episode playing off her autistic Red Universe double in last season's Making Angels, but has otherwise been largely relegated to the role of Walt's lab assistant / straight man. In this dystopian future, you wouldn't think there'd be much need for a lab assistant, so how about sending Astrid along as the field agent she literally is to help the chemical warfare campaign? Oh no, see, the tapes describing the plan are stuck in amber, which means somebody needs to stay here and mine them out of the amber all day long and never do anything else or go on any adventures. I mean, what? Did the show's producers and Jessica Nicole just not get along or something? Oh, apparently they did not. I complained about the endgame of the Fringe team's plan being unknown, but honestly, maybe that's on me, because, of course, at the end of the day, they're doing another time travel plot. With the aid of one last acid trip, Walter and friends locate a child observer named Michael, who is capable of tremendous emotion, as well as the usual observer abilities, and the plan crystallizes. All this junk they've been collecting is to jury-rig an observer time portal. If they can send Michael forward in time to the invention of the observers, the future scientists who created observer tech will realize they can make nice, emotional observers instead of nasty, lizard-brained ones, purging observers from the timeline in the process and erasing the invasion of 2015 from history. Michael gets nabbed by Windmark and taken to Liberty Island, but realizing the other side was never invaded by observers, Olivia crosses over, casually strolls up to where Michael is being held, crosses back, and frees him. That's actually brilliant. Now you're thinking with portals.
You can stop checking out my young ass.
Walter reveals someone is going to have to tag along with Michael to the future to explain the situation. He offers to sacrifice himself, but observer friend and Michael's DNA genetic clone pseudo-father, September, offers to chaperone instead. Kind of the writer's way to eat their cake and still have it. We can do the tearful goodbye with Walter if the characters know about his sacrifice in advance, and kill September at the last minute so we can still do the surprise sacrifice had Walter kept that part of the plan a secret. The gang raids Observer headquarters by dumping every Fringe biohazard they've come across over the first 3 seasons into the air vents. And I gotta admit, hot off a fresh rewatch of all 100 episodes, that scene was pure fan service kino.
You don't know how lucky you are this room has no ventilation. Trust me.
They hijack the time portal, September bites it, Olivia pastes Windmark with a car, and Walter takes Michael to the future. Back in 2015, the Observer invasion never occurred. Etta is alive again, but as a consequence, Walter Bishop simply disappeared that day. Though he did leave one final parting note behind for Peter. A white tulip. So that's Fringe. Season 5 certainly delivers on its promise of the Fringe team going from investigators to terrorists as they attempt to overthrow a nightmare dystopian future government, even if the team's OPSEC is occasionally appalling. It certainly delivered on the finale as well. You may feel a bit like Gene the cow with the way they milk your emotions over Walter's fate, but all in all, it was an equally thrilling and sentimental wrap-up. Appropriate, given Fringe was always a show that was just as much about flesh-melting viruses as it was about traversing universes through the power of love. Sometimes it may have been a little sappy, sometimes it may have pushed the willingness of even the most willing suspension of disbelief, but when I look back on the 2 universes, 3 timelines, and countless confections requested at crime scenes, what I remember most is how frequently Fringe was the best of both worlds.
I do hope Agent Dunham meant to do that.
Who can take a sunrise? Who can take a sunrise? Sprinkle it with dew. Sprinkle it with dew. Cover it with chocolate and a miracle or two. The Candyman. The Candyman can, 'cause he mixes it with love and makes the world taste good.
I only bring it up because the project was based.
I'll be honest with you guys, Trainwreck is like the biggest piece of shit. Like, I can't even look at the guy. He's such a scumbag. This is the dude who was promoting gambling, and then when Twitch finally outlawed gambling, he's like, okay, I'm going to make a new platform with stake. I pretend like we're the good guys. Yeah, he's such a scumbag, dude. And by the way, XQC was apparently moderating this. XQC is also a scumbag. All these guys on Twitch, it's such a small world, they have to pretend like they like each other. But I don't. I mean, I just don't.
Benefit of being on YouTube, you're just your own person. Okay, let's go ahead and just save here. Yeah, might as well just do this.
Mr. Lowenstein, why should the federal government subsidize political campaigns and limit individual contributions?
If you were to set out to create a country in which you would have one man, one vote, free speech guaranteed to everybody, and then you'd have candidacies in which one side would be able to spend $22 million and the other side $500,000, you'd realize that that kind of democracy was a hoax. Nobody would even argue about it. Yet those instances in our society have become frequent, and the fact that they don't always occur doesn't mean that they're right when they do occur. What we're proposing tonight is that there be a way in which everybody, even if they're not born rich, have a fair chance to be elected to public office. Today in the United States, 90% of the political contributions come from 1% of the population. And what we hope we can do is to amend the law so that there will be a guarantee that people will have access to funds so they can run if they have enough support to merit it. And then to put a limit
Joe
on
Biden's
how
in
much
this
any
thing.
one individual can give so nobody can purchase through wealth an undue share in the decision-making process. To start the testimony for the evening, I call Senator Biden of Delaware.
Senator Biden, welcome to the Advocates.
Thank you. Good to be here. Senator Biden, it's nice to have you here. As the youngest member of the Senate, the one, therefore, who may expect the longest career there, I wonder if you'd say to us, since it's clear that you're not corrupt and you got elected, why should people think that the system produces corrupt results when there you are?
Well, I'm not sure you should assume I'm not corrupt, but thank you for that. The system does produce corruption, and I think implicit in the system is corruption, when in fact, whether or not you can run for public office, and it costs a great deal of money to run for the United States Senate, even from a small state like Delaware, you have to go to those people who have money, and they always want something.
Well, I wonder whether you would feel that there's some virtue in forcing candidates to go out and try to raise money. I've heard people, probably people who didn't run for office, say that it's uplifting to go out and try to get money. Do you think that there's something unuplifting about putting a limit to how much you can ask one man to give you?
I think it's the most degrading experience in the world to have to go out and ask for money, because you know that unless you accidentally agree with the position taken by the person or group that has the money, that you run the risk of deciding whether or not you're going to prostitute yourself to give the answer you know they want to hear in order to get funded to run for that office. And it's coincidental in many instances when in fact you happen to agree with where they are. And you run the risk, by the way, of rationalizing, of saying, well, if I compromise on this one, give them one, I get 90% of what I want, and I don't have to give in too much.
So you feel it's a difficult temptation not only for the candidate,
Base Joe
not only
Biden.
for the people who give the money, but for the people trying to raise it.
Well, you know, we were told that we politicians, as the young kids say, rip off the American public public. I think the American public, in a way, rips off we politicians by forcing us to run the way they do. To raise $300,000 is no mean feat. And unless you happen to be some sort of anomaly, like myself, being a 29-year-old candidate and can attract some attention beyond your own state, it's very difficult to raise that money from a large group of people.
Well, now, some people who agree with the problem, or our definition of the problem, turn around and say, if you just had full disclosure, that would solve it. Do you think that would have a major effect on the problems you're describing?
I think full disclosure is essential. We have that now, allegedly, but that's not going to get to the question of how you have to raise the money and the influence of those who come forward with the money, whether they be a labor union or a corporate executive.
Well, if we put a limit on what individuals can give, and if we have public assistance for candidates, do you think that would work, as some have suggested, to make incumbency even more powerful, that there'd be no way then the challengers could succeed?
No, I don't, but I do think you run the risk in limiting the amount that can be spent of continuing the tyranny of the incumbent. For example, I'm on this show for one reason. I'm an incumbent United States Senator. Were this an election year, this would be allegedly votes for me back home. A challenger of mine would have to pay a great deal of money to get this kind of TV time. We have a lot going for us when we're incumbents, and we use it.
Well, but this process that we're suggesting tonight, in your view, would not make it more difficult for people to challenge incumbents.
Absolutely not. As long as you have a bill like the Anderson bill, which doesn't limit the amount that can be spent, but limits the amount that an individual can contribute. And that way you further broaden the process, further broaden the participation. Because why does a guy want to give $50 when he knows Clement Stone is giving $7 million? What influence is his $50 going to have?
Now, you might say, what makes it clear that a person is more effective at raising funds if he happens to know one man who can give him $1 million while someone else may know 100 who can give 100 each? That problem of access to money, rich people tend to know rich people. Would you say that's a fair statement?
I think that's correct, and those who aren't rich tend to move towards people who have ideas that can raise a lot of money.
And in the present atmosphere, would you say that with Watergate that we're reacting hysterically to this problem, or make this very brief?
I don't think so at all. I think this is the single most important issue that can be resolved by this Congress.
All right, let's go to Mr. Bordeaux. I think he's eager to ask you some questions.
Senator, I noticed you said that it was degrading to go out and raise money. Does this mean that you are not in favor of the Anderson bill, which does permit contributions up to $1,000?
No, it doesn't. I think it's degrading to have to go out and know that that is your only source of money. When the man you're talking to, for example, knows that, in fact, he's the only means by which you can even begin to run for office.
Well, are you in favor of the Anderson bill?
Yes, I am in favor of the Anderson bill.
All right. Now let me ask you this question. The Anderson bill provides a $1,000 limitation on contributions. Are you saying that going out and asking for $1,500 is degrading?
No, I think you missed the point, or else I haven't made the point properly. If in fact you know that the only way you can raise any money to get to run for public office is to go to vested interest groups, then in fact you're put in the position that you have to begin to wonder whether or not you prostitute the ideas that you have about government in order to get the money to begin to run.
Of course, you've had recent experience with this, having been elected in 1972.
That's correct.
And I believe you just said that your campaign cost some $300,000.
$276,000.
All right, so, and you raised that money by public contributions, did you not?
That's correct.
And you raised that money in a race against an incumbent, did you not?
That's correct.
Yes. And Senator, I'm sure that you would agree that your service in the Senate up to this point has not reflected any particular concern for the larger contributors.
Well, the fortunate thing is I didn't have many larger contributors, and the only reason, see, I went to the big guys for the money. I was ready to prostitute myself in the manner in which I talked about it, but what happened was they said, come back when you're 40, son, and so I had to go out. Well, I had to go to a number of small contributors.
Well, I think we're all grateful, Senator, you didn't take no for an answer. Now, in this Anderson bill, there's a provision for the federal government to match dollar for dollar contributions from small contributions up to $100. Is that correct?
I believe so.
So that means that federal tax monies are going to be used in political campaigns in Delaware or Illinois or Mississippi or wherever. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, Senator, isn't it the history of this country that federal control follows federal money? And a recent example, didn't the president decide it was expedient to have a 55-mile-an-hour speed limit on all the highways? And didn't he get to Congress to pass a bill that says to a state you get no more federal money unless you pass a 55-mile-an-hour speed limit?
Can't blame it all on the president, but yes, he did.
Well, and the fact is that in any instance where federal money goes into any given area, there is federal control as to how that money is going to be spent.
There's federal control right now, sir, and exactly how the money can be spent, what manner in which it can be raised. The only question is whether or not there will be taxpayers' money involved directly.
Who is going to exercise the control over the spending of this taxpayers' money?
The control will be exercised by, as you point out, the federal government in terms of whether or not the means of distribution, in terms of how it can be spent, whether or not you can buy a balloon or a billboard with that money. There is no control in this legislation or any that I'm aware of.
That is correct, but doesn't history tell us that ultimately there will be that control?
Well, that sort of smacks of the argument always heard about civil rights. You know, once we get into that field where, the foot in the door argument that you're making applies to just about every means of legislation, every particular piece of legislation we've passed.
Well, Senator, I haven't been in many political campaigns, but the few I have been in, there's always somebody that comes up with what I call a damn fool idea. Now,
I've had a few.
You gotta have any protection in these bills against the damn fool factor?
No, I think that's human nature. There are an awful lot of damn fools in the Congress and the Senate and those who want to get there, but there's no way you can legislate against that.
Right. But you think in the long run that the American people are going to put up with their money being squandered on all sorts of wild political notions?
The question is, how long is the American public going to put up with a small group of men and organizations determining the political process by deciding who can run and who can't run?
But Senator, aren't you a living example?
I am an anachronism. I'm a 29-year-old oddball. The only reason I was able to raise the money is I was able to have a national constituency to run for office. Because I was 29, I'm like the token black or the token woman. I was the token young person.
We're talking about this national constituency. Some of the money
that's not an announcement for office, by the way.
All right, I'm going to have to interrupt here. Let's go back to Mr. Lowenstein for a question.
I was just wondering, Mr. Bordeaux seems worried about that $1,000 limit. If Mr. Bordeaux would agree to support our principle, would you agree to go to a $1,500 limit?
I'd agree to go to a $3,000 limit, which is a bill that I, in fact, co-sponsor. When I said I'd support Congressman Anderson's bill, I do. It's better than what we have now. I'd like to see some slight amendments to it, but I think the principle has to be adopted.
All right, let's come back to you, Mr. Bordeaux.
Senator, aren't there some First Amendment problems in telling somebody that you can't give but $1,000 to a campaign?
Quite frankly, I think there are, but we've already in the Federal Corrupt Practices Act broached that question, and if in fact we agree that it's legal to do what we're doing now and that is not violate the First Amendment, it seems to me this is a natural transition, and if we haven't violated them now, I don't think we're violating them with this legislation.
Well, let's see if I understand you. As an example of the First Amendment question, if, let's say, I give $1,000 to a candidate of my choice, I take it I'm limited under this bill from giving any more. Is that right?
That would be correct.
And if something happened during the campaign that I wanted to speak out on and spend some money to put a newspaper ad in, I couldn't do that. Isn't that right?
That is correct.
And I take it that's what you mean, isn't it, by the restraint?
Absolutely.
There are similar restraints that exist now, though, in terms of how we can spend our money. For example, we say now you can only spend up to a certain percentage on 10% per capita on media, 6% of that on television. I mean, we've already restricted it in that regard.
But there are no statutory restraints on the amount of giving by an individual at this time, are there?
No, there are not, but I fail to see the distinction between the amount and the means. But there may be.
Well, Senator Biden, I want to thank you very much for being with us tonight.
Thank you for having me.
There you go, young Joe Biden.
What disturbs me more than the policy that you call a policy is the rationale for the policy.
The rationale for the policy. You set out
It's an old clip of him talking about
principles
apartheid in South
adhere to,
Africa.
And, then and I will go over them in a moment. Then you say on page 14, we must not become part of South Africa's problem. We must remain part of their solution. We must not aim to impose ourselves, our solutions, our favorites in South Africa. Damn it, we have favorites in South Africa. The favorites in South Africa are the people who are being repressed by that ugly white regime. We have favorites. Our loyalty is not to South Africa, it's to South Africans. And the South Africans are majority black, and they are being excoriated. It is not to some stupid puppet government over there. It is not to the Afrikaners regime. We have no loyalty to them. We have no loyalty to South Africa, to South Africans. And the fact of the matter is I listen to this rationale first of all. It is the leaders of South Africa and their people, black and white, who have the majority responsibility. They must rise to it. Well, they are rising to it. They're rising to it. The only thing left available to do with that repulsive, repugnant regime of Afrikaners there. And it's the only way they have. They've tried everything for the last 20 years. They begged, they borrowed, they crawled, and now they're taking up arms. The second thing, progress toward peace requires a timetable. Timetable, elimination of apartheid. What's our timetable? What are we saying to that repugnant regime? Are we saying you've got 20 days, 20 months, 20 years? We ask them to put up a timetable. What's our timetable? These people are being crushed. And we're sitting here with the same kind of rhetoric. The same thing we heard. We heard go slow. We heard we have to take care of the problem afterwards. We heard we can't impose.
You are totally misconstruing the testimony that I gave.
Read first.
Furthermore, Senator, let me say that I hate to hear a senator of the United States calling for violence.
I'm not calling for violence.
That's what you're doing.
I hate to hear.
Exactly what you're doing.
I hate to hear an administration and a Secretary of State refusing to act on a morally abhorrent point. I hate to hear this country. I'm ashamed that this country puts out a policy like this that says nothing. Nothing.
Yeah, I was like, God knows. When was that? That was.
Yo, Trainwrecks. What's up, baby? I'm not gonna lie, bro. I've been a lot.
There was something a little bit political to like something completely off the cuff.
Obviously, we gotta, get moderation on and get some of the bad content gone. But we gotta get you on here, bro.
Bro, the only thing is like every time I see Aiden post a clip, like that boy literally has to blur out his chat for the entire video.
Yeah, I mean, I've made that clear publicly and to him. Like, his chat needs heavy moderation. Like, it's.
Keep in mind, that's Aiden's choice. He could have mods, and he could moderate the chat.
It's just him. I mean, look at Destiny's chat. Go to my chat. Like, if you like, next time I go live, go to my chat. Like, everything's banned instantly. Like, I don't even. People can't even type the word night in my chat because of the first 3 letters of night. I don't even.
Wait, KNI?
No, NIGHT. So like, I it just depends on the streamer of what they want. I think Aiden wants that faster chat as if everyone's there. So I think he just allows everything to move fast, right? So for that reason, he has 0 barriers. Like chat is just like anywhere else on every platform. It's up to the streamer.
I didn't even know Destiny was live. I thought you guys were talking.
No, sorry.
Are people actually streaming like porn on there? Or was that just a joke? Was that just a troll? Or?
I mean, the porn thing, let's be real, like, I'm gonna keep it $150. Yeah, like, we're 4 months in, right? We're in beta, like, moderation, there's little to none, and we're, building a team around that.
Like, is that against TOS?
Yes, it is. Porn's against TOS, nudity is against TOS, hate speech is against TOS, like, all these things are the case. Like, people just like to...
an account, and then somebody says something about...
They're just, like, testing the waters a little bit. A little bit too much, to be frank.
I saw, like, the first night he was watching The Boy in the Striped Pajamas, and then the second night he was watching The Wolf of Wall Street. Can you watch movies on stream on Kick?
I can't answer that. What I will say is no, but just I mean,
I can answer this because I'm not fucking employed by this site.
I watched Gordon Ramsay on Twitch. You're right.
The site's probably flying under the radar. You're probably safe to do what you want, but I mean, like, it's probably not legal. And if you get DMCA'd, you're gonna have to take it down, or Kick will take it down. But like, you're
let's
probably
put it that way. There we go. Thank you, Destiny. Like, it's right.
You can watch the Super Bowl. It's okay, but don't watch Gordon.
Well, careful. You don't want to bring that kind of attention.
Also, I mean, yeah, I'm not gonna lie, like it looks cool. Like, there was some kid the other night. He was just streaming Madden, and he looked like he was having a blast. So I donated him like 600 subs.
Jesus.
Yep, and he got most of it, bro.
And he did. He got 95% of it. And
Yeah, bro. Every time you give that many subs, tell them to check the revenue page. They always freak out, bro. We've been conditioned by Twitch to think it's acceptable and appropriate and generous of them to give us 49% of our sub revenue. It's fucking wild. Like, it's disgusting. Like, people want to talk about capitalistic corruption. Like, shit. I mean,
I'm not gonna lie, I think the biggest selling point with me for Kick is not even like the money, but it's more the fact of like, damn, if this thing can be the thing that like takes down Twitch and stuff like that, it's like I could be looked at as an OG, you know, like with YouTube. Even whenever I hit 10 million subscribers, I'm never gonna be looked at as like a founder because, you know, I didn't start posting videos until what, 2019. But it's like this is like, oh shit, okay, I was one of the first streamers to actually migrate over and stuff like that.
For sure.
Like, I have like a lot of good ideas.
Isn't it started by creators?
What,
Like, that's a good selling point too. Yeah.
Well, yeah. So I pitched the idea, and Eddie also had the idea, and we kind of it like ended up working because like, so my idea was to create a platform, and I was in the process of creating for the time being my own site, kind of like Destiny's, except I can stream on it. And then we ended up coming together and saying, yo, like, you know, I have the vision, I have the experience, and, you know, they have the funding. And, you know, as long as it's, you know, two separate entities, and, you know, it's, you know, there's other investors involved and other things going on, and we can get something done, why not? So that ended up happening. I ended up taking the other projects, kind of combining it into one, and now we're here. So yeah, I guess like I'm kind of the creator side of things, and fortunately for the creators on the outside, you know, I'm not one of those. I'm more in the middle, so I'm gonna benefit all sides. I'm not one of those fucking PG-13 pussies. So, yeah.
I feel like that kind of helps a little bit too, because it's like,
oh, for sure,
made by creators for creators.
But yo, Gideon, real quick, just to confirm for you, I will say this. I will confirm this. It is something that, like, Eddie and myself, we talk about very often. Like, as far as like you saying, like, you know, just having that kind of title or that credibility, like, we talk about people that like start with us this early. Like, I mean, there's going to be things that, you know, the people who come early, like, you know what I mean? Like, you feel me? Like, I don't want to say much, but, you know, we see it. That's what I'm trying to say. It is a conversation that we have all the time, like, yo, and the people that start early, that people come with. You know what I mean? Like,
Also,
we know
I love you guys, but I need to go eat in gym, okay? I might be back later.
Oh, you're leaving, bro? Come on.
I have to do my shit because I didn't wake up early today. Okay, I'm sorry.
When are you live tomorrow?
Well, since everything's working now, hopefully by 1. All right, bye.
Remember to hit that like and subscribe, and don't forget the notification bell so that my videos show up right in your feed.
Women. What are women? No, Matt Walsh, down, no, get back in your cage, get back in your cage. Depending on who you ask, women are strong, independent, beautiful angels who can do no wrong, or evil, ungrateful. Not me, though. I'm not like other girls. Today we are taking a break from my seemingly never-ending research into the male question, and we are talking about women. In my video, What Happened to Men, I talk about femboys. And in this video, I'm talking about...
I think I saw that video, not on stream though.
TikTok tradwives.
The term tradwife is trending online, fueled by a TikTok influencer who uses the term to refer to herself and how she sees her role in her marriage.
This isn't just about personal choice or individual preferences. It's advancing a right-wing political ideology and dressing it up as a lifestyle.
Now before we hop into our shiny armor to defend Milady, let's get into today's sponsor. So tired of this happening to you? Introducing Ridge. Ridge wallets are high-quality aluminum wallets that can hold up.
That's enough. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. We're going right into like, tell you the truth, I'm actually not even that interested. No offense, Seanhead. Been going through like complete brain rot in this. We got some Shut Logic on the coverage.
Ooh, there's been a bit of a drop. Look at that. Oh. Look at this drop. Look at this drop. Oh no. It was going so well. And then there's a big old drop. But now it's stabilized again. Back at under 80%. Buy the dip. Buy the dip. Was that when I get called out? I think I was referenced, wasn't I? We're gonna watch it anyway, so we'll get into that. I believe I was referenced. Ooh. Anyway, listen, I'm not talking about it anymore, okay? Listen, what's happened has happened. We're moving on. We're moving on to pastures new. We're moving on to pastures new, okay? Ooh, shit. Okay, right. Let's just continue on. The stock is dipping. And
I wish I could do like a stream where like I cry for 30 minutes and I talk about how it's so gross and invasive and blah blah blah. Like, you know, if I'm not making it public, like you guys shouldn't be public on my shit and you guys shouldn't speculate. You know, even if you're British. Like I could obviously play that game.
I don't know. Is there anything else you'd like to set the record straight on when it comes to the report? There's a lot of rumors floating around.
Yeah, there are a lot of weird rumors floating around. I mean, all I'll say is that like I feel like it's kind of gross that like people want to dig through like so much of my personal life. I understand like the temptation to and the desire to, and I wish I could do like a stream where like I cry for 30 minutes and I talk about how it's so gross and invasive and blah blah blah. Like, you know, if I'm not making it public, like you guys shouldn't be public on my shit and you guys shouldn't speculate. You know, even if you're British. Like I could obviously play that game and do that. I mean, I don't really care to, but
don't know what he's talking.
Chud Logic taking a stray there.
No idea. What's he talking about there? I don't even know. Your guess is as good as mine. Your guess is as good as mine, guys. I'm clueless. Okay, I'm clueless. I'm totally clueless. Don't know what that's about. God, it's funny because he said British and I'm British. He's probably referencing some other streamer that talks about this stuff. I don't know.
I mean, there are other British streamers that cover drama.
No idea on that one.
I will say, at the end of the day, dude, there were so many details in that article that were incorrect. Like, do you remember when Matt Walsh was on Joe Rogan? And somebody asked him about like how many kids do you think are on puberty blockers, and he said 3 million kids. When somebody makes a mistake like that, you gotta wonder, like, did you do any research for your documentary at all? When Max legitimately thought that Linus Tech...
Oh my god, what's Kevin Logan done now? What is Kevin Logan doing? I can't believe Kevin Logan is doing something like that. It's unbelievable.
On my fucking stream, having these conversations, like, this guy almost sold his company for like $100 million, and you think he's fucking in the Anna drama? Like, what the...
Let's see here. See, Diablo 4 beta's over. Oh my god, you got Zonia. We might just done 15 hours ago.
Okay, so here's what I see here. We have, in November 2021, Lav, a 23-year-old musician, blah, blah, an aspiring streamer. She introduced herself
I gotta put together like some TikToks for this too.
Him she liked the sound of his voice and that she discovered him through his videos talking about his videos about Anna. He replied, "Oh well, Jesus, haha. I do politics at games and shit. That's not my normal content." They kept in touch, but Lav didn't start streaming in earnest until June 2022 when she called into my stream, Max's stream, to talk about relationships. So from then on, there's nothing else talking about Steven in here. But then we teleport 7-8 months later, to June 16, 2022. Steven DM'd Lav that he was masturbating and requested that she send a sexual photo, which she did. That evening, Lav asked, "Are you going to stream with me and give me clout?" Steven replied, "Lamau. If we've got something to talk about, sure thing, bucko." So the problem here is that we've got this big gap, and it kind of suggests that Steven was the first one to reach out sexually to her to ask her for nudes so he can masturbate, and then she responded to that like she was expecting some sort of clout in return for that. But then we take a look at these DMs.
Oh, so she texts me out of nowhere, December 14th, 2021. Watching your stream feels like I'm watching my history teacher teach a lesson in a very naughty way, or maybe like a really passionate government teacher. Either way, I'm wet. That was her first form of text messaging me on December 14th, 2021. She's clearly hitting on me. Like, I said, oh god, but also I'm very flattered. Smiley face. How's your recovery going and all that? Because she just had her surgery. I'm alive. That's always good. How does it feel to outlive Hassan? I don't even know what that is. That a reference to her? Oh, I said, well, barely. We'll see what happens. Oh, I think because he'd gotten banned around.
So this is a very disingenuous framing because it really does try to make it look like that there was some big gap. There wasn't really anything leading up to this, no sexual anything going on, no flirtation or anything like that. And then suddenly out of nowhere, he's saying, "Hey, I'm masturbating. I could, give me some nudes or something." And then she reciprocates. And then she asks him, "Are you going to give me some of that clout?" And he's like, "Yeah, sure. If we got something to talk about." So it makes it look really malicious. It makes it look like him leveraging his power over her. And it makes it look like there was no prior initiation of mutual sexual engagement or flirtation or anything like that.
Oh, and then I type out, why am I even doing this? Some older person who's using leverage. Oh my god, what a weird foreshadowing of everything. What a strange text. I'm sorry. She said, "We can fight on a call or voice memo." I say, "Ahaha, fuck you." It's some older person who's using leverage or their position of power to get with some younger person who doesn't know better. Then obviously that's a yikesy situation. She says, "Maybe." I say, "I just want someone to take advantage of and abuse me. Okay, is that too much to ask for? Where's my sex fairy?" Smiley face. She says, "I just know that I've been 16 and talked my way into a lot of older men's pants."
Because when I found out this was the person, when I found out this was like a person saying insane shit, I looked her up. I was like, who the fuck is this? Do I know this person? And I looked and I found that we had DMs, okay? Like that she had DM'd me. And I'm saying, like, impressive. What other hidden skills you have? I'm like, a little flirtatious. I have the power to get random men and DM from the bath to flirt with me. With great power comes great responsibility. I hope you're using it for good. Unfortunately, I'm not. I'm very reckless with this power. So far, so good, to be honest. Good to hear I'm not fucking this up. I think we accidentally met in 2018 while you were on a FaceTime with bleep. I feel like I'm not making this up. It was brief. I haven't even an ounce as hot as then I am now, so you're off the hook if you don't remember. I think I remember. I looked her account up and she had like a dude in every fucking photo, so I stopped responding to her because I was like, I think she has like a significant other. She had a dude in every fucking photo, so I was like, all right, this dude seems like this is either like a gay best friend thing or a husband or boyfriend type thing, so I'm just not gonna talk to her about that sort of shit. And then I just stopped talking to her. Like it literally went from straight up flirtation to like me looking at her fucking Instagram and seeing that there's like a dude in a lot of these photos to going, oh yeah, whatever.
That's like a big thing for me is I need to make men obsessed with me. I need to have that power over them. No matter how many men I make obsessed with me, the hole will not fucking fill. It won't.
Oh yeah, this isn't.
There's always another guy that I have to make my project. There's always another person I need to make obsessed with me. It will not fill. I thought my whole life I'd spent, being like, oh, if I find the perfect man who loves me, everything will be okay. He'll save me from myself. And then I found the perfect man.
Zonia, what is with this music right now?
I'm like, fuck, I still feel it.
We know she's got some issues. We don't need this music so much.
And so I'm just like,
I respect the artistic creativity. And it just goes in there too. Oh, fuck. Fuck. God damn it, Sonya. I blame you for that death. I don't think there was any part 2 to that. Jake Asman is doing that. Preacher series retrospective. Oh, we got TYT Sports. Pop that out.
I'm not saying that there's some situations that people aren't in that are just absolutely horrible.
Now, text between Favre and a nonprofit founder named Nancy New, who is facing charges herself related to millions of dollars of welfare fraud, show that he received help from the governor to request some of that money. He then texted New the following: "If you were to pay me, is there any way the media can find out where it came from and how much?"
I can only imagine some of the things people, are going through.
NFL Hall of Famer Brett Favre is facing questions tonight of whether he knowingly took $5 million of state welfare money to build a new volleyball facility for his daughter's team 5 years ago at her university and his alma mater.
You have to make a choice whether you want to pay your light bill or whether you want to put food on the table.
Tamara Edwards raised 4 children on her own in Mississippi, applying for welfare benefits just once.
Now, Favre is currently embroiled in a controversy involving the use of federal welfare funds set aside for the state of Mississippi's most vulnerable residents, which were reportedly diverted to Favre and others.
When I reapplied, I was not able to be on it because they told me that they didn't have the fundings for it.
Mississippi is a nice place to live.
Brett Favre got this money from 2 nonprofits. The founder of the nonprofits has since been indicted as part of the largest embezzlement scheme in Mississippi history. State officials say the money Favre got should actually have gone to needy families in the Magnolia State.
And $5 million to build this women's volleyball facility at the University of Southern Mississippi. That building with ties to an NFL Hall of Famer. Brett Favre's daughter played volleyball at the university. Text messages obtained by Mississippi Today show Favre saying he helped secure government grant money for a new arena. And he personally was paid more than $1 million to give 3 motivational speeches that never happened.
It is the story that will simply not go away for Brett Favre, a staunch conservative and NFL Hall of Famer whose legacy has survived alleged shots of his private parts being sent to a former reporter of the New York Jets and a bevy of allegations from 2 former masseuses. The one defense we have seen constantly from Favre and his camp is the following: "No one ever told me, and I didn't know that funds designated for welfare recipients were going to the university or me," he said in a statement, adding, "I have been unjustly smeared in the media. I've done nothing wrong. It's past time to set the record straight." There is one major player who is not buying it.
We got a tip in that suggested that the director of the Department of Human Services was misdirecting money and potentially involved in an embezzlement scheme.
That being State Auditor Shad White.
We've seen a ton of welfare money that's intended for the poorest folks here in the state of Mississippi flowing to people who just simply did not need it.
Favre would switch legal counsel. And
Smart
now
man.
he would be represented by former Donald Trump lawyer Eric Hirschman, who gives time to racist, misogynist, and conspiracy theorist hosts Jason Whitlock. Auditor White would then go on the offensive. The public already knew, Favre knew, he was receiving public money, but the new texts make it clear Favre knew he was receiving grant money intended to benefit people in state-funded shelters, schools, homes, etc. In other words, the poor, White said in a tweet. One tweet White put in his thread was this text from Favre: "Would this solve brick and mortar issue? Favre knew that grant funds could not be used for brick and mortar construction," the document reads. In an interview with TYT Sports, the journalist who broke this story, Anna Wolf of Mississippi Today, broke this down.
And, I think that a lot of people who are tuning into the story, they're really hung up on the, is this a crime element of it? And, that's where they really hone in on, did he know that it was TANF money, right? That seems to be a sticking point for people, and I don't think it matters if he even knew what temporary assistance for needy families is. When you see the kind of workarounds that he was doing to get around what he knew to be prohibitions on the use of this money, because he even says in one text, is this getting around the brick and mortar prohibition? He uses the term brick and mortar, which is, from the federal statutes on TANF.
White would continue writing for the masses. He would say, the new text also provide another example of Favre asking to keep everything quiet. While talking about getting paid in grant money, Favre asked Nancy New, can we keep this confidential? The point is that there are multiple exchanges where Favre stressed the need for secrecy. National News has talked about how Favre said in one text that he didn't want the media to find out. This wasn't a one-off, transient thought, though. He said it repeatedly. Finally, the texts show definitively Favre was aware there were concerns about the legality of spending this money on a volleyball court, and he knew there was a need to get around those rules. He'd been told the funds could not be spent on brick and mortar facilities like a volleyball court. And he asked New if washing grant money through Favre Enterprises would solve the brick and mortar issue. She said yes. Bear in mind, this is the guy suing me, as in White, for defamation for having the temerity to tell taxpayers the truth. That Favre knew he was being paid in public funds, and he knows this was a sham. Huge. Especially for a state auditor who was alerted of the misspending of funds. And this being, granted a slow one, a process that has been in motion for years. My thing is, Brett Favre, in my opinion, knew what brick and mortar meant. This is language that is not thrown around casually in conversation on how to use funds. He was knees deep in it, and in my opinion, used his influence to then get those funds to build a volleyball facility, and he has misspent funds in the past, as The Athletic unearthed about 6 months ago, I'd say, 5 months ago, of his charities, Far for Hope, and how he also used that charity money, The Athletic reported this, that charity money for the same daughter's high school volleyball court. So, you be the judge.
Okay. I got really nothing else here. I can take this down. I got 47 arrows. Stone. Okay. So you need, okay, so you gotta make an offering. So I gotta hunt his kin. Get some fire arrows. Oh, I thought he was just gonna show up. Okay, so you basically filled up this entire area here, the metals area, which is probably one of the easiest areas to be in. So I need to get a couple of heads. I don't know how many heads. Got 2 deer trophies. Okay. Oh, shit. Yeah, the boars aren't a problem too. Wish I can combine those scraps into like leather, better versions of leather. There it is. So over here, there's some good. You get some fish. I got some resin. Got it, baby. Okay. Probably gonna have to build some more storage. So you should be able to craft some fire arrows now. All right, straight shot. Let's go. This is probably like the easiest boss. You just need a good number of arrows. I should do this in the morning, but it's okay. What does this take out? 76. So 10. I got 12 trophies there. Forget how many I need. Okay, you have to put this. Oh wow, that was a whiff. Yeah, and kite him around this fucking giant ass tree. Oh. Okay, so this is the strat. Come here. Come here. Trying to get you at least down to like 50%. Whoa. I was getting frisky with that one. He got me with the fucking stomp. Come on, I need a heal. Give me some regen. Almost. Yep. I need some food with some better regen. I'm guessing all that leather I have on is helping me out here. Jesus Christ, I cannot believe I whipped on that one. Jesus. Antler pickaxe and trophy. Okay. Yeah, sacrifice that. Go ahead, save this. Return to sir. Okay. But yeah, he's like the easiest boss. I've only ever played like that first boss too in this game, so I just don't know. Screw, he's not worth it. Can make a pickaxe. Bone fragments. Yeah, I don't have enough bone fragments. I think that bone shield's a tower shield, right? Yeah, it's a tower shield. Yeah, I can start replacing some of these tools as well. And there's Black Forest right there, because that's the Black Forest. So I'm not actually too far from where I need to go. So I don't really need to change my camp. Straight shot from here. Oh, not have wood? Jesus. I had destroyed things in this game.